The fisherman has opened new ponds. Everyone please choose the pond you like according to your own preferences. Froglet pond, little frogs enter the pond. Fishlet pond, little fish enter the pond. Frog and fish mixed pond, this is a mixed pond, enter with caution. Canteen pond, this is the food storage pond, the place where brains are kept, and also the food for the little frogs and fish. Note your brain may very well be gnawed completely clean by the little frogs and fish, and the fisherman will not be held responsible. This is a newly opened restaurant, and the specialty dish is fish served with frog. Please place your orders. No one knows who is fish and who is frog. The important thing is not to order yourself. Creaking sounds echoed in the air. So noisy. Lin Shan frowned involuntarily. After muttering under his breath, he slowly opened his eyes. Huh. With a bewildered expression, Lin Shan stared at the tattered wooden ceiling above him. It was so dilapidated it looked as though it might collapse in the very next second. All at once Lin Shan shuddered and sat up. Creak. The wooden boards of the bed beneath him groaned loudly. What the hell is this place? Lin Shan muttered as he looked at the shabby room around him. Hissing softly, he scratched his head, then climbed down from the wooden bed and began to examine the room he was in. The room was small, roughly 6 square meters. There was a single wooden bed. He had just been lying on it, and it was as worn and broken as everything else, looking as though it might collapse at any moment. There was also a wooden table, equally shabby, though it still seemed barely usable. A broken wooden door stood there, as well, with gaping cracks that let the wind whistle through, and the 2 windows were in much the same condition. At last Lin Shan's gaze returned to the wooden table, for there were several items placed upon it. Taking a few steps forward, he lowered his head to look. There were 3 objects in total, and a sheet of withered yellow parchment. Staring at the seemingly blank parchment, Lin Shan frowned in puzzlement and reached out to pick it up. The moment his fingers touched it, the parchment abruptly flew into the air, and lines of densely packed, utterly unreadable script appeared across its surface. In the very next second, the parchment transformed into a streak of light and shot straight into the space between Lin Shan's brows. Damn! Startled by the abrupt scene, he instinctively staggered back a few steps and rubbed at his brow. What the hell was that? Lin Shan muttered in confusion. A clear chime sounded. Who's there? In the next instant, a projection screen appeared before his eyes, very much like a computer monitor. Just as Lin Shan was about to exclaim in amazement, lines of text began to appear on the projection screen. Ding. Welcome to Lighthouse Survival. Ding. All lighthouse keepers, please engrave the following upon your hearts. Your very survival depends on it. First, the lighthouse is the sanctuary of every lighthouse keeper. Upgrade your lighthouse as much as possible. Second, the island is the foundation from which you obtain all manner of supplies. Upgrade your island as much as possible. Third, the light atop the lighthouse will dispel the mist. Ensure that the light remains bright throughout the night. Reminder: the mist is extremely dangerous. Fourth, the island will experience tides. After the tide recedes, treasure chests, sea beasts, basic resources, and other items may appear. Fifth, the 3 items on the table are newcomer welfare, a random island, a random lighthouse, and a random talent. Sixth, the first 3 days are the newbie welfare period. The appearance rate of treasure chests is doubled. Sea beasts will not take the initiative to attack, but any sea beast guarding a chest will attack anything that attempts to approach it. Seventh, during the newbie welfare period, the weather will remain clear and sunny. Eighth, the above constitutes all current information. Lighthouse keepers, remember it well. Lighthouse survival. A survival scenario. Lin Shan murmured. He had read plenty of stories of this sort before. Raft survival, ocean survival, eerie survival, and so on. But those were just fiction, weren't they? He had never imagined it would actually happen to him. So that means everyone on Blue Star was brought here? Even the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled? Lin Shan said in astonishment. At that moment, the text on the projection screen gradually faded away and was replaced by an attribute interface. Lin Shan glanced at it: personal status panel, lighthouse panel, island panel, backpack, and chat channels. Below these was an additional line of information: today's weather clear and sunny. Weather effect rare. After the tide recedes on your island, there is a very small chance that a special treasure chest will appear. Note the weather effects for lighthouse keepers will in most cases differ from one another. After reading this, Lin Shan looked at the weather effect a few more times in curiosity, then tapped the first option, the personal status panel. Name: Lin Shan. Strength: ordinary human. Talent: none. Abilities: none. Evaluation: an utterly ordinary person, guaranteed not to survive more than 4 days. Oh, what a barebones panel. And what do you mean guaranteed not to survive more than 4 days? So once my newbie period ends, I'm just supposed to drop dead? Lin Shan could not help but complain. He then opened the lighthouse panel. Name: Lighthouse. Category: Lighthouse. Grade: White 1. Main effect: white candle flame. Special effects: none. Energy: 100. Evaluation: a blank low-grade lighthouse that, aside from dispersing thin sea mist, is utterly useless. At least the lighthouse is still lit. Gazing at the simplistic panel, Lin Shan could not help tapping on white candle flame. Name white candle flame. Category special item. Grade white 1. Effect dispel sea mist within a radius of 3 meters. Introduction the lowest tier of lighthouse flame, it can only disperse thin mist. Faced with thicker fog its effectiveness will be greatly diminished. 3 meters. Lin Shan glanced around the room. This room should be the lighthouse itself, right? Well, 3 meters was just enough to cover it. Closing the lighthouse panel, he opened the island panel to take a look. Name, ordinary island. Category island. Grade white 1. Effects none. Special effects none. Area 1000 square meters. Evaluation a thoroughly ordinary island without even a single tree. You don't even have a single coconut tree and you still dare to call yourself an island. Expressionless Lin Shan closed the panel and opened the final option, the chat channels. Once opened, 2 chat channels appeared, a world chat channel and a regional chat channel. He chose to open the world chat first. As expected, it was not yet available. This was within Lin Shan's expectations, and after all, he had seen survival scenarios like this before. However, when he looked at the displayed number of participants, Lin Shan felt a flicker of doubt. It was not the 8 or 9 billion people of Blue Star, but several tens of billions. That can't be right. Does this mean people from more than just Blue Star were dragged into this? Lin Shan murmured in amazement. After checking the number again, Lin Shan shook his head and opened the regional channel. The moment it loaded, it was already bustling lines of messages sliding rapidly past like a barrage. Watching the barrage of comments sliding past the screen, Lin Shan felt as if he were watching a live stream. He then glanced at the number of people online. Zone no. 888888888. Population 100,000. 100,000 people in a single zone. Then on the world channel there must be tens of billions. So that means there are Lin Shan blinked. It was simply too many for him to count. In any case, it was an unimaginably huge number. He turned to the chat channel again, watched the rapidly flashing barrage of messages for a few seconds, then simply shut it off. It was far too chaotic, filled with nothing but trivial, meaningless chatter. Instead of staring at that mess, he might as well check out the 3 newbie welfare items on the table. Thinking of this, Lin Shan looked at the 3 objects laid out before him, then picked one up to inspect it. Name random sea island. Category special item. Rank none. Newbie welfare item unrated. Effect upon use, 3 islands will be generated at random and you may select one of them. Description: this is a newbie welfare item with a 90 chance of an ordinary island, a 9 chance of a rare island, and a 1 chance of a special island. After reading the description, Lin Shan used it without hesitation. In an instant a screen popped up. 3 icons appeared side by side and began to spin rapidly. After a few seconds they gradually slowed and finally stopped, revealing the images of 3 islands. Lin Shan first looked at the one on the far left. Fortunately, its attributes could be viewed. Name Coconut Crab Island. Category Island. Rank white 1. Effect a small number of coconut trees and coconut crabs. Special effect none. Area 2,000 square meters. Evaluation an utterly ordinary island, but it has many coconut trees and coconut crabs. If you choose this, at the very least you will not lack food or water in the early stages. Coconut trees and coconut crabs. Among ordinary islands, that should count as pretty good, right? Lin Shan murmured in surprise. After all, coconuts were fruits that could both be eaten and replenish water, extremely cost-effective for a survivalist. The only thing he did not know was how many a small number actually meant. Not to mention the coconut crabs. Next, Lin Shan opened the attribute panel of the second island. Name lifeless deserted island. Category island. Rank white 1. Effect none. Special effect none. Area 3,000 square meters. Evaluation a barren island without so much as a single blade of grass. This is a pure hell difficulty start. You are not actually going to choose this, are you? Looking at the image of the island, there was indeed not the slightest hint of green. It was almost entirely reefs and bare rock. Only an idiot would choose such an island. This must be the worst of the ordinary islands, right? After grumbling, Lin Shan shifted his gaze to the final island. With Coconut Crab Island as a fallback, he was not worried. Even if the last one turned out to be trash, he had a safe choice in hand. Name Tidal Island. Category Island. Rank white 1. Effect a small amount of timber resources. Special effect tidal effect doubled. Area 3,000 square meters. Evaluation oh my, this is a rare island. It can greatly ease the pressure of incoming tides, giving you more time to comb the shore for resources. However, as a trade-off, tidal islands are also much more likely to attract creatures from the sea. Lin Shan stared at the last island in surprise. Was this a special island? After all, it came with a special effect. He could not help carefully studying the island's image. In shape, it looked quite ordinary along the coastline. One side was sandy beach, while the other was jagged reef, and there were a dozen or so trees scattered across the island. After examining Tidal Island's features, Lin Shan immediately chose to confirm his selection. Since it was in any case a special kind of island, he would never be foolish enough to pass it up. He directly confirmed the third island. A notification popped up. Ding. Do you choose Tidal Island? Lin Shan tapped yes at once. Ding. Transforming Island, please wait. Seeing this, Lin Shan stopped paying attention to it and turned to the other two items on the table. After a short pause, he picked up the random lighthouse and activated it. The next second, 3 lighthouses appeared on the screen, all of them outwardly dilapidated. This time Lin Shan did not bother examining them one by one at first. He only checked to see whether any of them had special effects. Unfortunately, all 3 were ordinary lighthouses. Special effects were out of the question. They did not even have any basic effects. They were identical starter models, differing only in shape. You've got to be kidding me. All junk. Did I use up all my luck on the island? After all, special islands only have a 1% chance of appearing. That's actually quite plausible. He could not help but grumble. Picking one lighthouse at random, the one that looked most pleasing to the eye, Lin Shan then turned his attention to the final item, random talent, and opened its attribute panel. Name: random talent. Category: special item. Rank: none. Effect: upon use you will obtain 3 random talents and may choose one of them, but the highest rank will not exceed green 9. Evaluation: this is a newbie welfare item. It is said that some people upon using it will see a talent unique to themselves. Such talents are often one of a kind. If one appears, you should definitely choose it. Use. This time, instead of 3 images, the projection screen displayed 4 sets of talent information. 4. Lin Shan instantly grew excited. This meant he possessed a unique Faken talent. Nevertheless, in order to understand the differences between the talents, he decided to examine them one by one. Name: mighty strength. Category: talent. Rank: white 6. Effect: increases physical strength by 600 gene. Evaluation: an utterly ordinary talent, but one that can grant you a considerable advantage in the early stages. 600 gene. Hiss. One punch from me would flatten someone, wouldn't it? Lin Shan exclaimed in astonishment. The very first talent already left him stunned. What would the remaining 3 be like? Brimming with expectation, he quickly opened the next one. Name: shorecomber. Category: talent. Rank: green 1. Effect: when combing the shore for resources, there is a 10 chance for your haul to be doubled. Evaluation: shorecomber heart, shorecomber soul. Those who comb the shores stand above the rest. This talent actually looks pretty decent. Though it was only 10%, every successful trigger would be pure profit. Even so, Lin Shan knew he would not choose it. Compared to this, mighty strength was far more valuable. It could directly increase his chances of survival in the early phase. He continued browsing. Name: fishing maniac. Category: talent. Rank: white 9, maximum star level. Effect: summons a talent-bound fishing rod and guarantees at least 1 successful catch every day. Evaluation: a fishing maniac never returns empty-handed. Even if you reel in a sea beast, it will still be adorably plump. Looking at the fishing maniac talent, Lin Shan was at a loss for words. A fishing maniac really could pull up anything at all. Well, almost anything. This talent seemed rather decent, judging from its effect. The fishing rod should be usable an unlimited number of times, as long as it did not break. Of course, whether or not you actually caught any fish would depend on your own skill, and more importantly, there was always the chance of hauling up a sea beast. One misstep, and you might be dragged straight into the ocean. And now it was finally time for the talent Lin Shan was most eager to see. Lin Shan looked expectantly at the last talent. Name: gift of fate. Category: talent. Rating: unknown. Effect: can use the gift of fate once a day. Evaluation: after use you can receive a gift from fate, which may be free or may require a small cost. An unknown new talent, difficult to rate. Evaluation: this is your unique talent, extremely rare. From the name it seems very powerful. The effect is to use it once a day. After reading it, Lin Shan directly chose to confirm. After all, this is his unique talent. As Lin Shan confirmed the talent, in an instant the talent transformed into a beam of light bursting forth from the projection screen and merging into his body. In that moment, Lin Shan understood how to use the gift of fate. Immediately, Lin Shan felt a surge of excitement, but since the gift of fate might come at a cost, he forced himself to calm down. After all, he currently had nothing. He was wearing a plain gray robe, and he had no underwear, wondering who had changed it for him. Ding. The transformation of Tide Island is complete. Looking at the subtitles on the projection screen, Lin Shan turned to survey the room, noting that there were hardly any changes except for an added staircase leading up presumably to the top of the lighthouse. Curiously, Lin Shan walked up the narrow staircase, which could only fit 1 person. Upon reaching the top, he found that the lighthouse had 2 levels. The first level was the room he had just occupied. The second level was the top of the lighthouse where the light source was stored. The surrounding space was small, with a narrow passage of about half a meter, and in the center was a fire pit containing a flame that looked quite ordinary, likely a white candle flame. After examining the fire pit, Lin Shan turned his attention outside, only to find that there was no glass or anything to block the wind. He thought, would the fire be extinguished by the sea breeze? He then shifted his gaze outside and finally saw the vast ocean shrouded in thick white mist, even though it was broad daylight. Not seeing much, Lin Shan redirected his attention to his island. From its location, he noted that the lighthouse was situated in the center of the island. After taking a look around, he realized that the shape of the island was identical to what he had seen in pictures. The island spanned 300 square meters with parts submerged underwater, making it appear much smaller. On the left side of the lighthouse, Lin Shan noticed a small patch of woods with about dozens of trees, though they were not very tall, only around 2 meters, and unfortunately, they were not coconut trees. Just as Lin Shan descended from the second floor of the lighthouse, a projection screen jumped into view. Ding! Reminder: in half an hour the tide will begin to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. Looking at the prompt before him, Lin Shan turned to glance out of the room through the 2 dilapidated windows. Though they offered no wind protection, the view was decent, and at least he could see the shoreline. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the sea had indeed receded a bit, revealing the beach and rock piles that had previously been submerged. However, it had only just begun, so Lin Shan didn't feel rushed. Instead, he approached the wooden bed and summoned the projection panel again. The panel still displayed character attributes: lighthouse panel, island panel, backpack, and chat channel. Lin Shan checked the lighthouse and island panels, which had reverted to the restricted view he had seen earlier. After exiting, he glanced at the backpack, the only function he hadn't explored yet, as it was self-explanatory. Upon opening it, a row of boxes displayed on the projection screen, totaling 10 boxes. Additionally, the first box contained a gift package. What is this? Lin Shan murmured in confusion, then clicked on it, and instantly the attribute panel popped up. Name: beginner's gift package. Category: special item. Rating: none. Effect: after use randomly obtain a beginner weapon, 2 black breads, and a bottle of 500 milliliters pure water. Evaluation: a perk for newbies. After reading, Lin Shan used it directly and chuckled. This newbie benefit is quite generous. In an instant, his backpack contained a hammer, 2 black breads, and a bottle of water. A hammer. Lin Shan clicked to retrieve it, and suddenly a heavy 1m20 hammer appeared in his hand. Whoa, I almost dropped it on my foot, Lin Shan exclaimed in shock, stabilizing the large hammer in his hands. He checked its attributes. Name: large hammer. Category: weapon. Rating: white 1. Effect: none. Evaluation: a fairly hefty large hammer commonly seen in blacksmith shops, but as a starting weapon, it offers a solid beginning. Looking out the window, he noted that the tide had receded by a third. Seeing this, Lin Shan pondered for a moment, then directly opened the chat channel to see if anyone was bragging about special islands or lighthouses. Oh, right, and talents. People love to show off. Those who quietly accumulate wealth are in the minority. As soon as he opened it, the messages flooded by, though not as frenzied as at the start. Waiting for the tide to recede. Come out and say something. Squeak. Why you all are so bored. Squeak. Have you all adapted too quickly? No one is questioning it. You called yourself a fool, so would anyone admit to being a fool? What era is this? Is there really someone still doubting it's fake? Damn, I just bought a house outright. Why isn't anyone coming out to talk about the islands or lighthouses they opened? They're all ordinary islands and ordinary lighthouses. What's there to say? However, I accidentally noticed that my severed arm has grown back. Ugh, it's suddenly a bit uncomfortable. Yeah, my foot can stand up now too. I was preparing for surgery to remove it. Suddenly, the messages below were all about people discussing their injuries and recovery. What about the children and the elderly? As soon as the topic of old people and children was brought up, the chat channel instantly fell silent. After a while, a message finally appeared. I know this. I have 2 children at home who are still not weaned. Right now, they are sealed in time, completely paused, but it has only been 3 months. Me too. My grandmother is 89, and she is also paused in time for 3 months. So, does this mean both children and the elderly will have 3 months of safety? You all must strive to survive, otherwise. The rest of the sentence went unspoken, but everyone understood the meaning. Alright, don't be so down. Let me share some good news. My island is a special island. The heavy topic was quickly shifted. Wow, I'm envious of you. I only have a regular island, but I do have a coconut crab island with a few coconut trees, so food and water are temporarily sufficient. Damn, I'm jealous. All 3 of my islands are ordinary, and I don't even have a coconut tree. My island is also an ordinary one, but my lighthouse is a rare one, a tower that can shoot arrows to attack enemies, though it consumes quite a bit of energy. Various islands, lighthouses, and some showing off weapons appeared one after another, along with some boasting their talent ratings. In the end, a message concluded the topic. Everyone, the tide is receding. Hurry to catch some sea creatures. During the beginner phase, sea beasts won't attack us unless we touch treasure chests, but we should still be able to find some basic resources. Lin Shan saw this and immediately turned off the projection screen, then looked out at the coastline where indeed the tide had receded significantly. After placing half-eaten black bread and a whole piece of black bread along with water on the table, Lin Shan went out with a large iron hammer. He took out the black bread and water mainly to free up 2 slots in his backpack, and since he was the only one here, he didn't have to worry about theft. The creaking sound of the dilapidated wooden door was quite loud. Lin Shan felt he could kick it down with 1 foot. Shaking his head, he closed the wooden door and quickly walked toward the coast. A 3.0 square meter island is quite small, in less than a few minutes Lin Shan arrived at the coastline. Lin Shan went directly to the junction of the rocky outcrop and the beach. Starting from here and making a loop would ensure nothing was overlooked. Standing on the beach, Lin Shan looked at the scattered pieces of wood on the sand. These should be one of the basic resources, right? Besides wood, he also saw some sizable stones. Lin Shan bent down to pick up a piece of wood and checked it. The projection screen appeared, introducing the properties of the wood. Name: wood. Category: material. Rating: none. Effect: none. Evaluation: ordinary. Wood, a primary material for upgrading the lighthouse in the early stages, and of course, wood has many other uses. After glancing at the properties, Lin Shan continued to bend down to collect wood and stones, both having similar attributes, with just wood being replaced by stone. As Lin Shan picked up the items, he observed his surroundings. He hadn't forgotten that his tidal island would attract creatures from the sea. However, probably due to being in the beginner phase, Lin Shan smoothly reached the junction on the other side of the beach and rocky outcrop. Along the way, apart from wood and stones on the beach, there were no shells or crabs. Wow, my waist really hurts. Lin Shan rubbed his waist while sighing. He opened his backpack to check. He had collected a total of 43 pieces of wood and 24 stones. Closing the backpack page, Lin Shan looked at the rocky outcrop. The beach and rocky outcrop of his island were perfectly half and half. It seems like it won't be easy to navigate, and the uneven rocky outcrop could easily hide things. Looking at the rocky outcrop ahead, Lin Shan felt troubled because the different sizes of the rocks made it not only hard to walk, but also difficult to find items, especially since even sea beasts might not be able to find them. However, correspondingly, the probability of finding good things among the rocky outcrop is also quite high, as they wouldn't be completely swept back into the sea by the tide. After stretching a bit, Lin Shan began to take action. Who knows when the tide will rise? Although his tidal island has a doubled tide retreat time, the sooner it is over the better. Lin Shan continued to weave through the rocky outcrop, discovering that many pieces of wood were stuck among the rocks, but there were hardly any stones. Did he know how the beach stones were washed up? What's that? A treasure chest. Lin Shan looked in surprise at a dark treasure chest wedged between 2 rocks not far away. Although the discovery of the treasure chest made Lin Shan very happy, he did not forget that treasure chests are guarded by sea beasts. However, looking around, there was not even a crab. Lin Shan frowned. Could it be hiding near the treasure chest? Small sea beasts like sea snakes. He immediately looked around the treasure chest, but despite careful observation, there were no signs of any creatures. He wouldn't have stumbled upon an unguarded treasure chest, would he? Suddenly, Lin Shan recalled something and opened the projection screen to check the time and weather. Sure enough, today's weather: sunny weather. Effect: rare. There is a very small probability of a special treasure chest appearing after the tide retreats on your island. Note the weather effects of each guardian tower are mostly different. This treasure chest is likely a special treasure chest, which is why there are no guarding sea beasts around, right? Lin Shan was suddenly a bit happy, then cautiously approached the treasure chest, gripping the large iron hammer tightly. Regardless of whether there were guarding sea beasts or not, it was always better to be careful. When he arrived in front of the treasure chest, Lin Shan still found no signs of any creatures. It seemed to truly be an unguarded treasure chest. After putting away the large iron hammer, Lin Shan began to attempt to retrieve the treasure chest. It wasn't easy to take the chest stuck in the rocks. After shaking it left and right for more than 10 minutes, he finally managed to pull it out. Looking at the treasure chest in his hands, Lin Shan smiled in satisfaction. The chest wasn't very large, just about the size of a regular suitcase. Lin Shan couldn't wait to check its properties. Name: deep sea treasure chest. Category: special treasure chest. Rating: yellow. 9 item ratings are white, green, blue, and yellow. Effect: none. Evaluation: this is a rare special treasure chest that usually only appears at the bottom of the deep sea or in shipwrecks, and there is a very small probability it will wash ashore. Oh wow. After reading the properties, Lin Shan grinned widely. After a while, he finally stopped, then stored the treasure chest in his backpack and continued to search the sea. There was no rush to open the treasure chest. First, he would explore the remaining half of the rocky outcrop. Lin Shan continued to explore with great satisfaction, and after searching for a while, he suddenly discovered a wooden box, which was not a treasure chest, but rather a square wooden box. He quickly walked over to check, and to his delight, he found 2 fruits inside the box, which looked somewhat like apples. Name: water apple. Category: food. Rating: white. 1 effect: none. Description: a common water apple that grows on most islands. It is a fruit that is juicy, but not very filling. Lin Shan happily stored the water apple in his backpack and then looked at the wooden box, noticing there was an option to decompose it into 2 pieces of wood. However, Lin Shan did not want to decompose it, at least the wooden box could be used to store some items right. After putting the wooden box away, he continued searching. A few minutes later, Lin Shan was excited to discover a fish trapped in a rocky pit. Wow, a sea fish. Awesome. Lin Shan couldn't help but smile as he watched the fish swimming back and forth in the puddle. The fish appeared to weigh around 3 to 4 pounds, enough for his meals for a day. Lin Shan directly took out his large hammer and aimed at the sea fish, smashing down with force. Instantly, after a few thrashes, the sea fish fell still. Lin Shan was cautious. After all, this was a strange world. Who knew if the sea fish had poisonous spikes or something? Name: spotted sea fish. Category: food. Rating: white 1. Effect: none. Description: a type of sea fish that likes to hide among rocks or corals. It can often be seen in the rocky areas after the tide recedes. Its flesh is sweet and non-toxic. Not bad, not bad, Lin Shan said happily. He then continued searching as there was still less than half of the rocky area left to explore, which would take about half an hour. Hiss. Suddenly Lin Shan heard a hissing sound, which made him tense up. The hissing sound came again, confirming its source. He looked towards the huge rock ahead, and the sound was coming from there. A sea beast. Lin Shan gripped the handle of his large hammer tightly and cautiously circled around to see what the sea beast looked like. Peeking out carefully, Lin Shan finally got a clear view of the sea beast. It looked very much like a giant crab. If it weren't for the wooden treasure chest nearby, Lin Shan might have actually mistaken it for a giant crab because it really looked similar. A 1-meter-tall giant crab. I wonder how it tastes. Lin Shan realized that the hissing sound was not the crab's call, but rather the sound of its joints moving, which sounded a bit strange. Looking at the giant crab before him, Lin Shan glanced at the large hammer in his hand and thought that it was a perfect match. No other weapon could compare to the effectiveness of the large hammer. Just as Lin Shan was pondering whether to strike, a loud sound suddenly echoed from the sky. System announcement: ding. Congratulations to the tower defender Huang Xin for being the first to kill the sea beast, earning the first kill reward for region 88888888. Bronze treasure chest 1, random ability gem 1, random blueprint 1. Important announcements are traditionally shouted 3 times. Lin Shan was taken aback as he looked at the subtitles displayed in the sky. Someone had already killed the sea beast, and the name belongs to a woman. Looking at the rewards above, Lin Shan felt tempted. In the next second, his eyes lit up as he gazed at the giant crab, realizing that his weapon was perfectly suited for taking it down. Just a surprise attack would surely be effective. Moreover, to deal with crabs, all he had to do was to get behind it. As is well known, crabs cannot attack from behind, and they also turn very slowly. Lin Shan began to quietly sneak closer. As long as he didn't approach the treasure chest, the sea beast wouldn't attack him right. With some margin for error, Lin Shan was still willing to take a gamble. Finally reaching behind the giant crab, Lin Shan decisively raised the large hammer and smashed down. Bang! Hiss! Lin Shan felt his hands tremble. It was hard, really hard. Just as Lin Shan was preparing to retreat, he was astonished to find that the rocky pit was too narrow for the giant crab to turn around. Now he was excited. Ignoring his slightly trembling hands, he raised the large hammer and struck down again. 80, 80, 80. Lin Shan encouraged himself as he struck. Finally, after more than a dozen blows, the giant crab fell to the ground, not moving. Phew, I'm so tired, I have no strength left. Lin Shan looked at the giant crab before him, which he had smashed a hole in, and said in astonishment. System announcement: ding. Congratulations to the tower defender Lin Shan for the second kill of the sea beast, earning the second prize black iron treasure, chest 1, random ability gem 1, random blueprint 1. Looking at the announcement in the sky, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction. Although the treasure chest was 1 level lower, the rest of the items were still the same. System: ding. Would you like to claim your reward? Lin Shan directly clicked no, then complained, I should claim it after I return to the lighthouse. After washing the large hammer in the sea, Lin Shan stored it in his backpack and then looked at the giant crab before him. Clap. After patting its shell, Lin Shan finally stored the giant crab. The system did not prompt for decomposition this time, which was different from the wooden box. After storing the giant crab, Lin Shan was finally able to check its attributes. Name: shallow sea crab. Strength: ordinary. Talent: none. Ability: none. Description: this is the corpse of a juvenile shallow sea crab. You were able to kill it so easily thanks to it being trapped by the rocks. Unable to turn around. Lin Shan was a bit surprised looking at the description. It was already so big before maturing. Wouldn't an adult shallow sea crab be even larger than him? Hiss, I hope the parents don't come looking for it, otherwise the lighthouse wouldn't withstand a few strikes from its claws. After saying that, Lin Shan walked towards the wooden treasure chest. Name: wooden treasure chest. Category: ordinary chest. Rating: white 3. Effect: none. Description: this is the lowest level treasure chest with the highest rating of white 3. You are really lucky. Lin Shan said, hee hee, I think so too. I hope it continues like this. After storing the wooden treasure chest, Lin Shan continued his search. During the next leg of the journey, he did not see any more treasure chests, but he did find 2 wooden boxes, which also contained 2 water apples. In total, Lin Shan collected 6 water apples. Then he found some wood. He did not see a single stone. Splash! Is the tide rising? Hearing the sound of approaching waves, Lin Shan turned to look at the sea and saw the water gradually creeping up. Lin Shan opened the panel to check the time. It was 1030. Before he left, he checked the time, and it was around 600, which means it had been 6 hours. No, it should be 3 hours instead. The special effect of his tidal island is that the tide time doubles. Lin Shan glanced a few times before heading towards the lighthouse. As he walked, he opened his backpack interface to check. Great hammer wood 75, stone 24, a deep sea treasure chest 1, water apple 6, a wooden box 1, striped sea fish 1, wooden treasure chest 1, shallow sea crab carcass 1. 10 slots, 9 of which were already occupied. Lin Shan said, "It looks like I have a bountiful harvest, but I wonder how the others fared." Soon Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse. Next was the moment he had been eagerly anticipating, the treasure chest opening. However, before opening the chest, he decided to claim his rewards first. Lin Shan took out the wooden treasure chest, deep sea treasure chest, water apples, and wooden box. The treasure chest was quite large, so he placed it directly on the ground while the water apples and wooden box were set on the table. Then he directly opened the projection screen and clicked to claim his rewards. System ding. You have received a black iron treasure chest 1, a random ability crystal 1A, and a random blueprint 1. Looking at the 3 additional items in his backpack, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction. However, how come the 3rd place has not appeared yet? Is it because of the rising tide? Lin Shan murmured in confusion while looking at the rewards in his backpack. Lin Shan first took out the black iron treasure chest and clicked to view it. Name: black iron treasure chest. Type: ordinary treasure chest. Rating: green 3. Effect: 10 chance to obtain rare items. Evaluation: this is a reward for the brave. You have bravely taken your second step. Green 3. I thought it would be at least white 4. I didn't expect it to jump up a rating. Moreover, the treasure chest actually has effects. This is somewhat surprising. Lin Shan said in surprise. Then he looked at the random ability crystal and the random blueprint. Name: random ability crystal. Type: special item. Rating: blue 9. Effect: after use randomly gain an ability from green 9 to yellow 1. Evaluation: this is one of the paths to gaining extraordinary abilities. It seems quite good. The minimum is green 9. Thinking about the white giant strength talent, which can increase strength by 600 gene, how powerful would the green 9 ability be? Of course, this could also depend on the strength of the talent. He then clicked to view the random blueprint. Name: random blueprint. Type: special item. Rating: blue 1. Effect: after use randomly obtain a blueprint from green 1 to blue 3. Evaluation: this is one of the easiest ways to acquire rare blueprints. Tisk. It seems that the random ability crystal and random blueprint rewards for the top 3 are both rare items. Looking at the ratings of the 2 items, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. After staring for a few seconds, Lin Shan closed the backpack and turned his attention to the treasure chest. He would open these 2 random items later. For now, he would open the treasure chest. First was the wooden treasure chest. System: you have obtained wood 13, black bread 3, 500 milliliters of pure water 2. Looking at the extra items in his backpack, Lin Shan's lips couldn't help but twitch. Goodness, this wooden treasure chest really is quite poor. This was a white 3 wooden treasure chest. If it had been a white 1 wooden treasure chest, wouldn't it only contain wood and black bread? And in lesser quantities. Let's check the chat channel later. With 100,000 people, surely someone must have obtained a treasure chest. Next up was the black iron treasure chest rewarded by the system. It surely wouldn't yield wood and black bread, right? System: you have obtained black scale pants 1, a black iron spear 1, and exquisite bread 1. A total of 3 items. They looked somewhat decent. Lin Shan examined each item. Name: black scale pants. Type: equipment. Rating: green 3. Effect: none. Evaluation: these pants are made from the scales of the black phosphorus sea beast, offering decent defense. At least they cannot be broken through by an immature shallow sea crab, provided your legs are strong enough. Lin Shan couldn't help but glance at the large pincers of the shallow sea crab. Just imagining those pincers clamping onto his leg was terrifying. However, these pants aren't bad. At least next time he goes to the reef, he won't be scratched painfully by the rocks. Lin Shan immediately put on the black phosphorus pants. It was a manual process. There was no one-click equip feature. Fortunately, once worn, they automatically adjusted to the most fitting state. Name: black iron spear. Type: weapon. Rating: green 1. Effect: none. Evaluation: this is the weapon used by the guards of Blackstone, sharp enough, but mainly sturdy. It is more than sufficient for dealing with ordinary sea beasts. Lin Shan took it out, and instantly a tumter-long black iron spear appeared in his hand. Whoa, it's quite heavy. It must weigh around 30 gene. Lin Shan said in surprise. After examining it a few times, he decided to store it away for now. He could go out and practice later. Next up was the exquisite bread. There wasn't anything particularly special about it. It was just well-made bread. I wonder how it tastes. After looking at the exquisite bread, Lin Shan turned his gaze towards the last treasure chest, the deep-sea treasure chest. Although the deep-sea treasure chest had no effects, its impressive yellow 9 rating revealed its extraordinary nature. It's important to note that even the top 3 rewards from the system did not have a rating this high. Lin Shan rubbed his hands together and shouted, "I am willing to exchange the lifespan of hundreds of billions of tower defenders for a grand treasure chest explosion. Release gold." I open it. System, you have obtained Deep Sea Mermaid Pearl 1, Oi Soaked Box 1, Gloomy Soil 1, Oi, and Decayed Wood 1. Looking at the 4 additional items in his backpack, aside from the first one appearing to be a good item, the other 3 names didn't look impressive. Name Deep Sea Mermaid Pearl. Type Special Item. Rating Purple 1. Effect Underwater Breathing Water-Based Extraordinary Attribute 10. Special Effect easily attracts the attention of mermaids. Evaluation: this is a mermaid pearl which can only be obtained when a mermaid dies or voluntarily gives it up. However, occurrences of mermaids willingly giving it up are rare, so generally those who possess a mermaid pearl are mostly enemies of the mermaid clan. Hint: you must drop blood to acknowledge the owner before use. Purple 1. Is this a rating even higher than yellow? And what about the water-based extraordinary attribute? Although Lin Shan didn't understand, just from the name it should be some kind of water attribute, extraordinary energy, right? After all, mermaids are water-based creatures. Looking at the deep-sea mermaid pearl emitting a faint glow in his hand, Lin Shan felt extremely satisfied. Even though it might offend the mermaids, who cares about that right now? He could worry about that when he eventually encounters one. The deep-sea mermaid pearl requires blood binding, a rather daunting prospect. Yet if all reviews concur, it must be true. Lin Shan murmured to himself. In the end, he resolved to complete the binding ritual. Even without an innate water affinity, transcendental attribute, the ability to breathe underwater alone justified the sacrifice of his blood. Lin Shan fixed his gaze upon the black iron spear, then pricked his forearm with its tip, immediately drawing a bead of blood. He placed the deep-sea mermaid pearl directly onto the droplet. In an instant, the blood vanished, absorbed entirely. The next moment, he sensed a faint, delicate bond forming between himself and the pearl. HSS, it feels as though I could draw the pearl inward into my body. Lin Shan whispered, gazing at the luminescent orb resting in his palm. He willed it, and in a flash the deep-sea mermaid pearl dissolved into his flesh. He paused, scanning inward, yet sensed no discernible change. Scratching his head in mild frustration, he abandoned further exploration and turned his attention to the remaining 3 items. Name: waterlogged chest. Category: miscellaneous. Rank: white. Eye effect: none. Description: a chest long submerged in seawater. Its contents remain unknown. Lin Shan retrieved it instantly from his pack. With a heavy thud, the chest struck the floor, muffled, resonant, and weighty. HSS, remarkably heavy. What on earth is inside? Lin Shan mused aloud. There's even a lock. Alas, rusted solid. He chuckled, raised a heavy iron hammer, and delivered a single crisp strike. Clang! The lock shattered and fell away. Creak! Not only the lock, but the chest itself was thickly veined with rust. Yet brute force defies corrosion. With a firm pull, the lid sprang open. Damn! 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 Lin Shan erupted into 3 stunned exclamations. Following his awestruck gaze, the chest overflowed with gleaming gold coins, each radiant, each blinding in its luster. Yet within a heartbeat, his wonder curdled into indifference. What use were gold coins here? Before him lay a fortune, tens of millions perhaps, in his former world. He lifted one coin. One side bore the image of a lighthouse, the other an indecipherable script, alien, archaic, utterly unfamiliar. To his surprise, the coin possessed attributes. Name: Lighthouse. Coin. Category: currency. Rank: blue. Eye effect: none. Description: one of the standard currencies of the Lighthouse realm, accepted by maritime merchants. Good heavens! This coin is ranked blue eye. Lin Shan exclaimed, then cheerfully began scooping them into his pack. Handful after handful, each clink a sweet refrain. The silvery chime rang out, pure, crystalline, deeply satisfying. In total, he acquired 13,285 Lighthouse coins. Once he'd confirmed the precise count, Lin Shan withdrew every coin and carefully returned them to the chest. First, however, he shifted the chest to the corner beside his bed. Over 10,000 coins weighed hundreds of jin, far too heavy to leave unsecured. Each Lighthouse coin measured roughly the size of a standard coin back home. Moreover, unlike treasure chests, which vanish upon opening, this chest remained intact and could even be dismantled, much like the wooden crate that once held the water apples. No wonder it hailed from a yellow 9 deep-sea treasure chest. Even its most unassuming contents command respect. Lin Shan smiled well pleased. He resumed his inspection. 2 items remained. Name sunken loam category material rank green. The third effect exceptionally nutrient-rich. Description ubiquitous sediment from the abyssal depths, teeming with vital nutrients ideal for crafting cultivation pots. The loam weighed some dozen Jean A. Lin Shan tossed it into the wooden crate and found it fit perfectly. Not bad. A rudimentary cultivation pot indeed. Pity I lack seeds. Do water apples even produce viable ones? Glancing at the 6 water apples resting on the table, Lin Shan selected the final item for appraisal. Name rotten timber category waste quality none effect none description a decayed plank, likely salvaged from a ship's deck. Lin Shan. Waste. With a grimace he hurled it out the window. Now all items examined. Only the main event remains. His eyes settled upon the random ability crystal and the random blueprint resting on the table, alongside his latent talent. After brief deliberation, he decided first the blueprint, then the crystal, and finally his talent. Perfect. Without hesitation, he activated the random blueprint. System notification acquired toilet paper blueprint 1 name toilet paper blueprint category blueprint rank green. The first effect enables the crafting bench to produce toilet paper description at last. Freedom from hands, twigs, and leaves. Rather pungent yet undeniably marketable. Lin Shan remarked first bemused then delighted. But where does one obtain a crafting bench? A new snag emerged. He scratched his head, set the matter aside for now, and picked up the random ability crystal instead. HSS, thrilling. On the cusp of transcendence. Lin Shan quipped lightly. He activated it. System notification. Acquired ice crystal shot ability crystal name ice crystal shot ability crystal category ability crystal rank blue V effect inflicts ice element damage and slows targets requirement minimum 1 point ice or water affinity transcendental attribute description a transcendental ability naturally requiring compatible transcendental affinity to manifest. Lin Shan's eyes widened. Had he not obtained the deep-sea mermaid pearl, this ability would have remained forever inaccessible. Yet upon reflection it made perfect sense. The description was accurate. Even transcendent powers demand their proper fuel. After all, even an automobile requires fuel or electricity. Lin Shan activated the crystal immediately. Crack! It fissured, crumbled into fine dust, and a beam of light pierced his brow. Instantly the technique of ice crystal shot unfolded in his mind. He massaged his temples where a dull ache pulsed. Brutal pedagogy, but undeniably effective, he muttered wryly. With the crystal expended, only one final step remained. Lin Shan turned his focus inward, to his talent, and activated it. Lin Shan gazed at his innate talent, a gift from fate, wondering what would happen after its use. Thus Lin Shan concentrated his thoughts, and instantly his talent activated. Fate's gift obtained a serving of red demon shrimp set, cost any seafood. Lin Shan blinked at the talent prompt that appeared before him. Red demon shrimp set. It looks so delicious. Lin Shan murmured. Thinking of seafood, he couldn't help but recall the vibrant sea fish he caught earlier. Wasn't that just perfect seafood? Lin Shan picked up the sea fish and confirmed the exchange. Instantly the sea fish vanished, replaced by a steaming plate of red demon shrimp set. It smells amazing, Lin Shan remarked, inhaling the aroma of the red demon shrimp set. Gazing at the red demon shrimp before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but click his tongue. How could he say no to an unprocessed sea fish being exchanged for a prepared delicacy? Name red demon shrimp set category cuisine, rating blue 1 effect upon consumption, gain 1 point of fire elemental attribute common, a dish made from rare red demon shrimp, a type of shrimp living near underwater volcanoes in the red demon sea, rich in intense fire attributes. It is a creature rich in fire elemental attributes, which can only be cooked using special methods. It can actually increase extraordinary attributes. The surprise came too suddenly, didn't it? Lin Shan exclaimed in astonishment. The red demon shrimp was quite large, weighing over 10 pounds, steaming in the plate, awaiting the favor of its destined diner. Looking at the delicious dish before him, Lin Shan's appetite surged. After all, he had only eaten half a black bread earlier, and now it was already noon. It was almost 1 p.m. Gazing at the red demon shrimp set, Lin Shan felt an urge to show it off. The chat channel allows for photos. He thought about preparing to eat while checking the chat channel. People still need to communicate, otherwise one may feel lonely. Don't think there's nothing happening now. Wait a few days, and it will be different. The barrage of comments continued to scroll, and Lin Shan noticed that the number of viewers had decreased from 100 to 99673, a drop of 327. Did several hundred people die in just one morning? Damn, have you noticed? There are fewer people. We noticed long ago. I almost couldn't make it back. That huge crab nearly knocked me out. By the way, how do we upgrade the lighthouse? Does anyone know? The same question. This broken lighthouse, I'm really afraid a storm could blow it down. The top player, judging by the name, seems to be a woman. What's wrong with that? I don't have time to care about this. Damn, I was so close to killing a sea beast, but then the tide came in. The sea beast was directly swept back into the sea. The low tide only lasts for 3 hours, that's too short. My island's shore is full of reefs, very hard to navigate. I have a beach where I finished walking it all at once, but I only got some wood stones and 2 wooden boxes. Hee, I found a wooden treasure chest for free. I also found a heavy wooden treasure chest. It's rated white 5. Huh, why is my wooden treasure chest only white 2? Look closely, it has a prefix. Are you showing off now? Well, I found a few mantis shrimp. Hey, race a picture. Damn, that mantis shrimp is huge. Big guy, can I have one? This seafood is really big, the resources are rich. Guys, my child is hungry, I need some food. Get lost. Lin Shan glanced a few times and noticed that some comments were from 3 hours ago, but if someone replied to that comment, it would be pinned to the top. There's such a feature. That's pretty good. This way, if someone shares useful information, there's no fear of missing it. However, from the barrage, Lin Shan discovered that most people picked up wooden boxes that clearly the resources inside were very few, making them a super low-tier version of treasure chests. Then there are the treasure chests. Wooden treasure chests lead to not black iron chests, but rather heavy wooden treasure chests and exquisite wooden treasure chests. One has a cap of white 6, and the other white 9, perfectly covering white 1 to 9. It seems that black iron chests should be similar. While eating, Lin Shan finished the entire red demon shrimp, leaving only the hard shell behind. Wow, I'm so full. Lin Shan sighed in satisfaction, casually glancing at the system prompt. Ding. Fire elemental attribute 1. This prompt rang out when he had eaten half, and when he checked the attributes, the effect of the red demon shrimp was gone. It seems that it cannot be consumed by multiple people. Lin Shan opened his personal attribute panel to take a look. Name: Lin Shan. Strength, extraordinary talent, fates, gift abilities, ice crystal shot, underwater breathing, extraordinary attributes, water 10, fire 1. Comment: a novice, extraordinary being, his extraordinary attribute has just reached 10 points. Lin Shan couldn't help but stroke his chin. His strength had jumped from an ordinary person to an extraordinary being, yet his physical quality hadn't improved. He had merely gained the ability to shoot ice crystals. Moreover, from the information of ice crystal shot, he could only fire 10 shots and would need to wait for his water elemental extraordinary attribute to recover. With 10 points of water elemental extraordinary attribute, 1 point is required for each ice crystal shot. Of course, you might increase the quantity, which would enhance the power of ice crystal shot, but correspondingly the consumption would also increase. It seems that these extraordinary attributes are equivalent to extraordinary energy. I just don't know how fast the recovery is. But even if it's just 10 uses a day, it's enough for my needs for now. After reviewing his attributes, Lin Shan muttered to himself. After closing his personal attribute panel, he began to sort through all his gains for the day. First, there were the items on the table: 3 whole black breads, 1 half-eaten black bread, a bottle of purified water he had drunk, and 2 unopened bottles of 500 milliliters purified water. Then there was a delicate bread and a sheet of toilet paper blueprint. These were the supplies on the table, mostly food that could be stored for a long time. At least the black bread seemed to be fine after sitting for 3 or 4 days, while the delicate bread didn't look like it could last too long. After glancing at the exquisite bread, Lin Shan decided that tomorrow's breakfast would be this. He then continued to organize his belongings. The table was tidy, and now it was time to sort through the items taken out. First was the deep-sea mermaid pearl, which could be ignored since it was within his body. Next was the black-scaled pants. Wearing them without underwear made his backside feel a bit chilly. Then came the new weapon, the black iron spear. This could completely replace the large hammer, not only because of its sufficient length, but also its heavier weight, making it suitable for smashing large crabs. Of course, the correct usage was to stab. As for the lighthouse coins at the back, they were of no use now and would collect dust. Then there was a simple cultivation basin made of dark soil and wooden crates, but unfortunately there were no seeds. There were also 6 water apples, though he wondered how long they could last. Additionally, there was a shallow sea crab in the backpack. Lin Shan discovered that the backpack couldn't keep things fresh, which he realized when he took the sea fish out, because all the moisture from the sea fish had disappeared. Therefore, the shallow sea crab was also an ingredient that needed to be consumed immediately. After all, a dead crab couldn't be eaten after a day. It's decided. He'll have a crab feast tonight, Lin Shan said with a smile as he looked at the shallow sea crab in his backpack. There weren't many items, so the organizing was quickly completed. Lin Shan organized his backpack, placing all items that were not currently useful in the room first. After sorting, 6 of the 10 backpack slots were freed up. Currently, the backpack contained wood stone, the black iron spear, and the shallow sea crab. Indeed, although the backpack couldn't keep things fresh, it could alleviate the decay of the shallow sea crab. Alright, now that I've organized everything, I can practice ice crystal shooting. Lin Shan clapped his hands and said with a smile. There was no way around it. The ice crystal shooting ability was something that was rudely shoved into his mind. The system could make you learn it instantly, but proficiency required personal practice. With a creak, Lin Shan pushed the door open. It was only a little past 1, and the sun was bright, even the mist over the sea had thinned out. After glancing at the sun in the sky, Lin Shan walked towards the small grove. On Tide Island, apart from the dozen or so trees, there were no other resources, not even a large stone. Therefore, the targets for practicing ice crystal shooting could only be these trees. Otherwise, should he use the lighthouse for training? Soon Lin Shan arrived at the edge of the small grove, which was actually not far from the lighthouse, just a few dozen meters away. Tisk, the only greenery on the island. I won't cut you down unless absolutely necessary, don't worry, Lin Shan said with a smile as he looked at the unfamiliar trees before him. Then he began to practice ice crystal shooting. This ability involved condensing ice crystals and shooting them at a target, causing ice attribute damage and slowing effects along with penetrating damage. Lin Shan started to use the ice crystal shooting ability based on the information he received. Instantly, he felt a cool aura spreading from his palm, and then an ice crystal gradually appeared about 10 centimeters above his palm, floating there. Lin Shan could feel that he was able to control this sharp-looking ice crystal at any moment. Excited for using his extraordinary ability for the first time, Lin Shan suddenly thought, did this count as having preservation abilities? He had come out to experiment with his extraordinary abilities, so Lin Shan didn't rush to throw the ice crystal, but instead examined it carefully. The ice crystal was not large, about 20 centimeters long in a slender diamond shape, with both ends sharp, emanating a faint chill. After examining it, Lin Shan began to wait. He wanted to see how long an ice crystal formed from a bit of water-type extraordinary energy could last. As time passed slowly, finally, after 2 minutes, the ice crystal began to gradually dissipate. Clearly, a little water-type extraordinary energy could only last for 2 minutes. Next came the speed. Lin Shan condensed another ice crystal and shot it towards the sea. Whoosh! The ice crystal shot out quickly at a high speed, but after flying over 100 meters, it began to dissipate. Lin Shan looked at the dissipating ice crystal, lost in thought, and then said, once the ice crystal exceeds 10 meters, I can feel the connection with it weakening. And after exceeding 100 meters, the connection completely vanished. Is it because there's no extraordinary energy to sustain it that the ice crystal begins to dissipate? Nodding, he noted that he must remember this. At this stage, he should not exceed 100 meters. As for the speed, Lin Shan checked the time and said, in around 1 second it flew out 200 meters. This speed is fast enough. 200 meters per second is something normal people would find hard to defend against. At this point, Lin Shan had basically measured the ice crystal's attributes. Now it was time to test the damage. With that thought, he looked toward the trees ahead. Tree, please don't come over. Unfortunately, it couldn't speak. Whoosh! The ice crystal flew swiftly past the tree and then plunged into the ground. It buried halfway into the ground, and the next second the ice crystal exploded, creating a cloud of icy mist with a thin layer of ice forming on the surrounding land within a meter's radius. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but gasp. The power was rather surprising. Can this power withstand a blow from a shallow sea crab? Lin Shan nodded, and then decisively took the body of the shallow sea crab out of his backpack. Looking at the large crab on the ground, Lin Shan thought for a moment and directly removed the crab's claws and legs, leaving the body to serve as a test subject. Soon Lin Shan had removed the crab's claws and legs, using the black iron spear to pry them off. Looking at the bare crab body, Lin Shan retreated 3 meters before condensing the ice crystal again and throwing it. At a distance of 3 meters, it would definitely not miss. Crack! The ice crystal easily pierced through the shell, then exploded, causing the entire surface of the crab to freeze instantly. Seeing the frozen crab before him, Lin Shan leaned in. Well, that's a bit cold. Lin Shan was somewhat surprised and gently tapped it with the black iron spear. Crack! Instantly, the crab shell shattered. Lin Shan's eyes widened. This power was a bit unbelievable. Before long, the crab had vanished without a trace, leaving only some icy remnants. Indeed, the entire crab had been frozen into ice shavings, shattering at a light touch. Wow! It's a good thing I removed the crab's claws and legs first, otherwise it would have turned into ice shavings too, right? This power is a bit too much, isn't it? Lin Shan muttered in astonishment. Next, Lin Shan began to practice again. Soon the 10 points of extraordinary water attribute were completely exhausted. As Lin Shan had anticipated, the extraordinary attribute was indeed the corresponding extraordinary energy, which was one and the same. After using it up, Lin Shan picked up some dry twigs and leaves before returning to the lighthouse. Next, he would see how long it took for the extraordinary attribute energy to recover. As for the dry twigs and leaves, they were prepared for the evening, when he would eat crab claws and crab legs. With nothing else to do, Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel and began to read. Family, does anyone know how to upgrade the lighthouse in the island? I've searched countless times and still can't find anything. 1. Same question. 1. Sorry for breaking the formation. The lighthouse and the island might not be open yet. After all, inside the lighthouse room, there was nothing but bare walls, no place to hide anything. Holy crap. Warning, do not easily go into the sea, it's terrifying. Who would be foolish enough to go into the sea now? I almost wanted to go into the sea. After all, there must be a lot of resources under the sea, plus I grew up by the seaside, so. What's under the sea? What else could there be? Sea monsters and such. By the way, what's the difference between the ability crystals obtained by the number 1 and number 2 players and our talents? Who knows? Speaking of talents, mine is utterly useless. I get a piece of black bread every day and it tastes terrible. Hiss, that's guaranteed food, aren't you satisfied? I wish I could get something else. Aren't the talents randomly given 3 options? Why did you choose this one? Because the other 2 are even worse. They're all white, and this black bread is the highest white level 5. Haha, my talent is better than yours green level 1. After using it, I can randomly get a type of ordinary food every day picture. Lin Shan couldn't help but click to view, cream bread. Holy crap, cream bread. Tisk, the cream bread that I used to ignore has now turned into a luxury food here. Who would have thought? Also, why are there so many people in the world channel? We from Blue Star don't have this many people, right? For sure, perhaps it's not just us from Blue Star, but also people from other planets. Holy crap, doesn't that mean aliens really exist? What the hell with the current situation, even gods could exist, let alone aliens. What do you think aliens look like? Middle part. Horse faint. Big head and pointy chin. Goodness, I hope what you're saying is really about aliens. Cute big eyes, eh? Damn, my pants were torn by a sea beast while rushing to the sea, and now, with the sea breeze blowing, it's freezing, especially without any underwear. The wind blows and the eggs are cold. Puff. Ding. Reminder, in half an hour the seawater will start to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. The tide is receding again. Yay? This time I must catch a sea beast. The 3rd place is mine. Damn, with this barrage out, many people started cursing. Originally, they could shoot secretly, but now everyone knows. It's really strange, how could the tide recede in the middle of the day? Isn't it normal? We're no longer on Blue Star, the tidal patterns must be different. Exactly, still prepare for the tide search. Looking for powerful items. Private chat for sales. Looking for powerful items. Looking. Many people began to gather items, and for what many were clear to compete for the reward for 3rd place in the 8888888 area. From the previous announcement, the rewards for the top 3, besides the treasure chest, should be the same. That is to say, they can obtain random ability crystals and random blueprints. Therefore, many people have already begun to prepare secretly. Many have already come to the seaside searching to discover sea beasts at the first opportunity and kill them. Unfortunately, the visibility of the seawater here is quite low, making it difficult to see what exists beneath the water. Nevertheless, many are eager to try their beginner weapons already at the ready. Lin Shan glanced at the time. It was already past 3. His water attribute had also recovered by 2 points, which meant 1 point per hour. Isn't the recovery speed of the extraordinary attribute a bit too slow? Lin Shan said with a bit of a click of his tongue. This situation was certainly not right. Evidently, there should be a method to quickly recover extraordinary attributes. However, Lin Shan didn't think too much about it. 2 points of water extraordinary energy were enough for him to kill 2 shallow water crabs. Thus, Lin Shan had already arrived at the seaside. In the rocky area, the probability of finding items here was clearly much higher than on the beach. As time passed, the seawater quickly began to recede. During this time, Lin Shan saw many fish returning to the sea with the receding water. Unfortunately, he did not dare to go into the sea, even though he now had the ability to breathe underwater. But who knows the dangers in the sea? Not to mention anything else, just the shallow water crabs in the sea, he would be the lamb to the slaughter. In any case, Lin Shan would not joke with his life unless he saw a treasure chest being taken down by the seawater. As soon as the seawater receded, Lin Shan began to move. Now that he had superpowers, his courage had indeed increased. Halfway through, Lin Shan hadn't seen a single treasure chest, only picked up a dozen pieces of wood. Damn, didn't they say that the probability of treasure chests appearing during the newbie period is doubled? How come I haven't seen a single one? Lin Shan complained helplessly while searching. Very soon the entire rocky area was searched through, and there was not even a wooden box, only wood. Lin Shan took a glance at his backpack. It had changed from 88 pieces of wood at the beginning to 134 pieces now. He had picked up a total of 46 pieces of wood. After letting out a sigh, Lin Shan prepared to see what was on the beach. To his surprise, something unexpected happened. As soon as he stepped out of the rocky area and onto the beach, he saw a gigantic mantis shrimp. What the heck? A mantis shrimp over a meter long. Lin Shan exclaimed in shock as he looked at the mantis shrimp before him. The mantis shrimp was circling around a wooden treasure chest, clearly a guardian sea beast. Lin Shan observed for a moment. The mantis shrimp's speed was not fast, but its scythe-like claws, reminiscent of a praying mantis, looked very sharp. If caught, it would definitely result in severe injury. The enormous mantis shrimp quickly noticed Lin Shan, the unexpected guest. Instantly, it assumed an aggressive stance, its forelimbs poised and ready for attack. However, since Lin Shan did not approach the treasure chest, the mantis shrimp merely remained on guard. Looking at the sharp claws, Lin Shan felt uncertain about dodging the mantis shrimp's attack. After all, he had watched a documentary that demonstrated the rapid attack speed of the mantis shrimp's forelimbs. Nevertheless, Lin Shan was not about to give up on the treasure chest. After a moment's thought, he decided to fully explore the remaining beach before returning to figure out how to deal with the mantis shrimp. If that did not work, he would have to resort to using ice crystal shots, but then the mantis shrimp would be unfit for consumption. After glancing at the mantis shrimp, Lin Shan decided to circumvent it. He then chose to gather stones and wood, as these two were the most abundant on the beach, contrasting starkly with the reef area. Lin Shan surmised that different environments yielded varying resources, and the beach, needless to say, was undoubtedly the most commonplace terrain. Along the coast, there are generally rocky terrains, sandy shores, pebble beaches, muddy flats, as well as coral formations and mangrove areas, among others. Each type of terrain likely emphasizes different resources, but the beach region is considered the simplest terrain. Yet these were merely his conjectures. No one truly knew the reality. Perhaps if he could communicate with those familiar with other terrains, he would gain a clearer understanding. During his subsequent journey, Lin Shan did not find much, only stones and wooden blocks. Eventually, he returned to the vicinity of the mantis shrimp. Crack! Upon seeing him, the mantis shrimp immediately became alert. Judging by the mantis shrimp's speed, it doesn't seem very fast. Should I try a war of attrition? Lin Shan glanced at the tumterlong black iron spear in his hand, which was entirely feasible. After all, the mantis shrimp was only about 1.4 meters long, and his spear exceeded it by 60 centimeters, more than sufficient to pierce it. However, the mantis shrimp had never run, it had merely been circling around the treasure chest. So who knew how fast it could move when it tried? Let's give it a shot. If it works, great. If not, I'll just take the treasure chest, he decided, raising the black iron spear and gradually approaching. Seeing this, the mantis shrimp immediately began crackling with movement. Soon Lin Shan was within 3 meters of the treasure chest, and the mantis shrimp moved as well, clearly indicating that this 3-meter range was within its attack zone. Crack! The mantis shrimp darted toward Lin Shan, and then, thud, the black iron spear pierced straight through the mantis shrimp's body. Lin Shan stared blankly at the mantis shrimp before him, somewhat dumbfounded. Goodness, did it really just run into the spear's tip? Lin Shan's mouth twitched, and then he released his grip. In an instant, the mantis shrimp collapsed and began to convulse. The 30-odd kilograms of the black iron spear was quite heavy, at least now the severely injured mantis shrimp was powerless. After a few minutes of convulsing, the mantis shrimp finally succumbed. Lin Shan stored the mantis shrimp in his backpack, and then placed the black iron spear in his bag before heading toward the treasure chest. As he walked, he muttered, "Sigh, there's absolutely no sense of accomplishment." If Lin Shan's nonchalant remarks were heard by those who were currently fighting, they would surely be furious. After all, countless people were vying for third place, but not everyone encountered a sea beast. Those who did not see the sea beast were left disappointed in their search for resources. Meanwhile, those who had spotted the sea beast were doing everything possible to try and kill it. After all, the announcement for third place had yet to appear, meaning anyone could still secure it. Looking at the treasure chest before him, Lin Shan suddenly realized that this chest seemed significantly better than the first one he encountered. Name: sea salt wooden treasure chest. Category: ordinary treasure chest. Rating: white 5. Effect: 100 chance to yield sea salt. Evaluation: a wooden treasure chest containing sea salt. Lin Shan. A prefixed treasure chest. It's quite similar to the heavily constructed wooden treasure chest mentioned in the chat channel. This means that the highest rating for a wooden treasure chest is white 3, while a prefixed one has a higher star rating. What should I do now? After storing the treasure chest, Lin Shan looked at the empty beach and spoke helplessly. There's no way to upgrade either the lighthouse or the island, and there are no resources left on the beach or in the reef area. The remaining time is completely wasted. Gazing at the deep blue sea, Lin Shan felt a strong urge to dive in and explore, for the resources in the ocean must be extremely abundant. However, he ultimately dismissed the thought. After all, nothing was worth risking his life for. Shaking his head, Lin Shan turned back. He glanced at the time. It was already 5:30 p.m. and night was approaching. By the way, why hasn't the third place announcement appeared yet? That shouldn't be the case. As Lin Shan walked back, he murmured in confusion. System announcement ding. Congratulations to the Tower Guardian Shin Jinlin for being the third to kill a sea beast, earning the reward for third place in Area 888888888. Wooden treasure, chest 1, random ability, crystal 1, random blueprint 1. The announcement triggered a wave of regret among many, especially those who were so close to killing the sea beast. Moreover, many had lost their focus for just a moment and were attacked by the sea beast, sustaining injuries. Truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Many people looked at the name of the third-place winner, gnashing their teeth in silent anger. However, most only cursed under their breath, for if they actually encountered him, they might very well turn into a subordinate. Oh, just as I mentioned him, he appears. I wonder what abilities he can unlock. Lin Shan was somewhat curious about this. However, without extraordinary attributes, the opponent would be unable to learn anything. He could guarantee that at this novice stage, very few possessed extraordinary attributes. Yet it seemed that someone had chosen an extraordinary attribute talent rated white 4, which granted 4 points in extraordinary attributes. The individual had been complaining in the chat channel because despite having extraordinary attributes, they were completely useless. In reality, it wasn't that there were none, rather having hardware without software was inadequate. Soon Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse. Next, he opened the chat channel for a quick glance. Sure enough, a group of people were wailing and lamenting. However, Lin Shan noticed that the number of people had decreased again by over 100. Seeing this, he could not help but furrow his brow, but ultimately, he could only sigh helplessly as he took out the sea salt wooden treasure chest. Next, he eagerly anticipated the treasure chest opening segment. In this place, this was the only thing that could excite him. With a soft click, the treasure chest was elegantly opened by Lin Shan. System obtained 500 grams of sea salt, dull low-level energy stone 1, just 2 items. No, the sea salt is a guaranteed item, which means there's only one. Hiss, could it be because the mantis shrimp committed suicide, so it's guaranteed? Lin Shan complained. He knew it was impossible, he was just making a remark. Looking at the properties of the sea salt, it was just ordinary sea salt, but it's an essential item for everyone. Of course, there's something even more important at sea. That would be vitamins. But there are water apples in the wooden box, so it should be sufficient. Name dull low-level energy stone, category energy stone, rating white 9, effect energy replenishment evaluation. This is a low-level energy stone with half of its energy consumed, one of the energy sources for replenishing the lighthouse, and it can also be used to restore extraordinary attribute energy. Energy is the hardest currency in the lighthouse world without exception. Upon seeing the final evaluation, Lin Shan couldn't help but mutter energy. Then Lin Shan took out the low-level energy stone and began to examine it, only to find that this low-level energy stone was already covered in many cracks. Touching the cracks on the low-level energy stone, Lin Shan speculated, this is probably the result of use, meaning that after the energy is exhausted, this low-level energy stone will shatter. But how do you absorb it? Do you just gnaw on it? Lin Shan realized that after arriving in this world, they basically knew nothing. This lighthouse survival system feels so damn perfunctory. Shaking his head, Lin Shan put away the low-level energy stone and picked up dry branches and leaves to head outside the lighthouse. He was going to make a fire. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to drill wood for fire. He would light it directly from the lighthouse. He simply took out 4 stones and arranged them in a simple pit, then threw in the dry branches and leaves and took a dry branch to borrow fire from the top of the lighthouse. Soon Lin Shan came down with the fire. Crackle, crackle. Looking at the fire, he directly arranged the claws and legs of the shallow sea crab one by one, especially the 2 large claws. So much it feels like I can't finish it all, Lin Shan said with a smile while adding firewood. If only there were any preservation facilities here, otherwise he wouldn't roast all the crab legs and big crab claws. I can't finish eating, so let's trade some supplies with others, even if it's just wood and stones. Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel and took a photo of the roasting crab legs. The crab legs should be done when they turn red, but they are just starting to roast, so there's still a long way to go. As time passed, Lin Shan noticed that the mist over the sea was gradually approaching the island and the sunlight began to dim. It would soon be dark. Looking at the time, it was 6:30. It seemed that by 7 o'clock, it would be completely dark. Lin Shan glanced at the crab legs and claws in the fire pit. They were already a bright red, so they should be fully cooked right. Looking at the approaching mist, he sighed, forget it, I'll just take them out whether they are cooked or not. After saying this, Lin Shan began to pick up the crab legs and claws one by one and threw them into the room. Soon all 6 legs and 2 big claws were thrown in. Lin Shan followed in and closed the door. Although the door was shabby, it was better than leaving it open. At 7 o'clock, suddenly the entire world went dark, but the next second the lights on the lighthouse lit up. Looking at the dim light, Lin Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The completely dark environment just now had almost suffocated him. The fear of darkness has existed since ancient times. After a sigh of relief, Lin Shan walked directly to the stairs and quickly reached the 2nd floor. Sure enough, the white candle flame in the brazier had grown tremendously, filling the entire brazier. This brazier had a diameter of a full meter. So big, it seems that under normal circumstances it won't be blown out unless in special situations. Then Lin Shan looked outside only to find that everything was shrouded in mist and nothing was visible. After all, the light could only dispel the mist within 3 meters. After glancing a few times, Lin Shan went down directly There was nothing to see as long as the mist didn't come in. It was fine. After all, the system had mentioned that the mist was very dangerous, though it was unclear what the danger was. After coming down, Lin Shan found that the outdoor fire pit was also enveloped by mist, so there was a bit of shadow in that area. But the next second, Lin Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes as he saw a shadow flash by, and the next moment the fire pit went out. What the hell? Are there monsters? Lin Shan took out the black iron spear, looking warily at the door as the fire pit was just 2 meters in front of the door, and the mist was only 1 meter away from the door. Lin Shan stared at the door, his palms sweating, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. The unknown always instills fear. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Shan finally confirmed that the unknown presence wouldn't break in. What was that just now? A sea beast? Or something else? Lin Shan put away the black iron spear, murmuring with lingering fear. Seeing the wide-open window, Lin Shan hurriedly closed it, finally feeling a bit more at ease. Then he eagerly opened the chat channel. What the hell? That scared me to death. There are monsters in the mist. The mist is very dangerous. Didn't the system already explain that at the beginning? My roasted fish. It's all gone. I envy you guys with meat. I can only gnaw on black bread. Hey, has anyone gone into the mist? What kind of idiot would go in there to die? You better not go into the mist. A friend of mine, his name Faded, didn't make it back to the lighthouse in time and was engulfed by the mist. In less than a few seconds he was gone. Hiss. That terrifying. No, didn't he see the mist gradually approaching the island? Why didn't he hurry back to the lighthouse? Well, his island's shore is muddy, so he was inevitably slower. Anyway, he's gone now. Many others who also had muddy shores were relieved to see this, thankful they returned early, otherwise they might have ended up dead outside. Damn it. Everyone be careful. The sea beasts are attacking my door, and what? Sea beasts climbing ashore, and that can't be right. The system clearly stated sea beasts don't appear during the beginner phase and never initiate attacks. Are you certain it's a sea beast? And wait, something's happening here too, but it doesn't look like a sea beast. It's a sea demon, a fishman, and a fishman. A mermaid. Damn bro, send the picture. In mermaid my foot. I've got one too, this kind of fishman. Picture in, oh my god, my eyes. Why would you do this to me? Lin Shan curiously opened the image. In clearly shot from the lighthouse above, the photo showed a 4-limbed fishman poised to smash the dilapidated wooden door. Judging from the photo, the fishman stood no taller than 1.2 meters and was grotesquely ugly. And damn it, everyone kill this fishman. I just looted a wooden treasure chest. Huh, how did you pull that off? Simple, our wooden door is riddled with holes. Just thrust your weapon straight through one and strike its head. Otherwise, it'll flee. Don't ask me how I know. That's simple. I'm trying it right now. Damn, my weapon's a dagger. What am I supposed to stab with? Oof. Mine's a bow and arrow, but I only had 10 arrows to begin with, and now just 5 remain. No idea if that's enough to finish it off. Below, a flurry of weapon drops erupted as players sharpen their blades ready to hunt fishmen. Not treasure chest. How intoxicating. Lin Shan closed the chat channel and turned his gaze toward the wooden door, quietly anticipating the fishman's arrival. After all, his black iron spear measured 2 full meters in length. Staring at the door, Lin Shan murmured to himself, could the one who extinguished the fire have been a fishman? No, given its size it couldn't possibly have snuffed out the flames in an instant. So there must be other unknown entities lurking within the mist. And suddenly Lin Shan's stomach growled, loud and insistent. He froze for a moment, then realized he'd completely forgotten dinner. Glancing down at the crab legs and claws scattered on the floor, Lin Shan picked them up one by one. They still held warmth. The crab meat inside remained steaming hot. Before him lay 8 crab legs and 2 massive claws. Given his appetite, even finishing a single claw would be a challenge, let alone devouring them all. He decided to sell them. In keeping 1 large claw and a single leg, Lin Shan snapped a photograph and reopened the chat channel. Lin Shan, photo attached. Giant crab legs, 10 wood or stone per leg, claws 20 units each. First come first served. Damn, cooked already. Whoa, this is the 2-player. Legend need a charm. I'm cute and cuddly. Brother upstairs, you're not quite right in the head, are you? Shallow sea crab. Legend, you're incredible. I can't even touch it. Then how do you know its name? Well, though I couldn't overpower it, I wore it down until it foamed at the mouth, and then struck the final blow. Haha, in respect. Haha, photo attached. Wait, you've already traded, and the smart ones traded ages ago. Everything sold out. Damn you all. Couldn't you leave something for those of us still starving? But there's still black bread, right? Actually, fishmen aren't strictly inedible, are they? Photo. Ugh. Why haven't I encountered any fishmen yet? This isn't fair. Lin Shan glanced into his pack, where 60 wood and 30 stones now gleamed, nodding in quiet satisfaction. His stock now stood at 274 wood and 142 stones. Though he still didn't know how to upgrade the lighthouse or island, these materials were clearly foundational, so more was always better. Bang! A thunderous crash against the door jolted Lin Shan so violently he nearly dropped the crab leg he'd been gnawing. Bang! 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 In snapping back to awareness, Lin Shan instantly set aside the half-eaten crab leg and fixed his gaze upon the wooden door. A fishman. Took you long enough. In watching others boast about their treasure chests, Lin Shan had watched with envy. Now finally his turn had arrived. Though the wooden door appeared battered and frail, others had tested it thoroughly. Even after over 10 minutes of relentless pounding, the door remained intact, though the lighthouse's energy reserves dipped by a mere 1%. Since the lighthouse's crystal sustained the eternal flame, and since fishman assaults drained that energy, everyone had begun guarding their doors. Sight a fishman, kill it immediately. And no one knew how to restore the lighthouse's energy, so every drop saved was precious. And bang, bang, bang. Damn it. Shut up already. So eager to die. Lin Shan cursed aloud, then strode toward the door, black iron spear in hand, ready to deliver a fatal thrust, straight through a crack, straight into the skull. Within the chat, a seasoned player had already dissected the fishman's weaknesses in meticulous detail, a forensic expert who, after slaying one, dragged it inside and performed a full anatomical analysis. She was also the undisputed top-ranked player, Huang Xian. In her series of dissection images sent shivers down every spine, especially among those who'd scoffed at the notion of a woman holding the one spot. Now they cowered like hatchlings, trembling hearts pounding with residual dread. Lin Shan studied each image carefully. Huang Xian's annotations were exhaustive. Anyone with basic intelligence could grasp the fishman's vulnerabilities. As her analysis explained plainly, judging by the musculature in its hind limbs, the fishman lacked speed on land, but underwater, naturally, it was an entirely different creature. Its raw strength was unremarkable, but its teeth were razor-sharp, needle-like fangs. A bite meant losing at least a chunk of flesh. Thus, on solid ground, a cautious fighter could dispatch a fishman effortlessly. Thanks to Huang Xian's insights, even an unexpected encounter outside the lighthouse held overwhelming odds of victory. Lin Shan was utterly awestruck. True, he'd been a mediocre student, but that never hindered his admiration for true mastery. After all, his high school math classes had been taught by the P.E. teacher. That said everything about the quality of his alma mater. And can you imagine a burly 1.8-meter tall man waving a math textbook around, rambling incoherently for minutes on end? And then, after a full 15 minutes of utter nonsense, the math lesson somehow morphed inexplicably into another P.E. class. Shaking his head to clear such memories, Lin Shan approached the wooden door, poised to locate the fishman and deliver his killing strike, when suddenly a blood-red eye appeared in the doorway's gap. Damn! The sudden appearance of a blood-red eye startled Lin Shan. How could one not be scared when it suddenly appeared in the doorway? Most importantly, it was not the doorway below, but the one above. The owner of this eye was at least 2 meters tall. Lin Shan quickly tightened his grip on the black iron spear and readied himself to unleash an ice crystal shot. The blood-red eye stared at Lin Shan intently, filled with malice, making him extremely uncomfortable. What the hell is this creature? Shouldn't it be a fishman? Lin Shan cursed softly as he looked at the blood-red eye above the doorway. However, the blood-red eye merely fixed its gaze on him without making any other moves. Being stared at like this made Lin Shan involuntarily feel a bit of fear. Wait, Lin Shan suddenly realized that the blood-red eye was getting closer. No, wait, he was slowly moving toward the wooden door. Damn it, Lin Shan discovered that he couldn't look away. Was this the power of the blood-red eye? What Lin Shan did not know was that his own eyes were gradually turning blood-red, looking just like the eye above the doorway. Thud! The tip of the black iron spear pressed against the wooden door, just managing to stop Lin Shan from advancing. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had tightened his grip on the black iron spear earlier. Although his body was being unconsciously influenced, his mind was still intact, at least unable to react. Now that he was temporarily safe, Lin Shan calmed down. The owner of the blood-red eye should also be unable to break through the wooden door, or else it would have barged in and killed him while he was being controlled. He was currently fixated on the blood-red eye, and it was clearly enforced by the other party. As long as he couldn't see that eye, he should be able to break free from the control, right? Could he use a projection screen to block his line of sight? Thinking of this, Lin Shan focused his mind to try to open the system panel. The system responded, ding. Detection shows that the Tower Guardian is under mental control and cannot open the system panel. Note, this restriction was designed to prevent individuals from using mental control abilities to manipulate other Tower Guardians for profit. Lin Shan cursed inwardly, damn. I'm about to die here, are you out of your mind? The mental control of a monster cannot be compared to that of others. Damn it, am I really going to die here? The blood-red eye above the doorway flashed a hint of confusion, not understanding why the other party still hadn't come closer. Seeing this, Lin Shan began to curse again. Clearly the intelligence of the blood-red eye was severely lacking, but could see that he was blocking the door with the black iron spear. But damn it, he was about to be killed by this stupid blood-red eye. Lin Shan felt his hands starting to lose strength while his feet kept moving. The system chimed. Ding. You have a private message, do you want to check it? Lin Shan, who was feeling a bit hopeless, suddenly felt as if he had grabbed onto the last straw and quickly called out in his heart. Yes, yes, yes. Boom. Hoo hoo hoo. Lin Shan sat on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes fixed on the chat panel in front of him. The message was very simple, 11. After a few minutes, Lin Shan finally calmed down and slowly formed an ice crystal in his hand. Damn it, even if the wooden door was gone, he would still kill that blood eye. Go. Whoosh. The ice crystal instantly flew toward the wooden door and hit the blood eye perfectly, perhaps because he had been staring at it for so long his body instinctively targeted the blood eye. Roar. Boom. Crack. The ice crystal exploded, instantly covering the entire wooden door with a layer of ice. At the same time, Lin Shan also heard a strange howl, possibly from the owner of the blood eye. Lin Shan caught a glimpse of the wooden door with his peripheral vision, noticing it was pitch black inside, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Damn, I must get something that can immunize against mental control in the future, Lin Shan said fiercely. After the danger was averted, he finally had the mood to check his life-saving message. Ding. 11. Another message appeared, and the content was exactly the same. Lin Shan exclaimed, 11. Isn't this clearly insulting my intelligence? He immediately typed in his answer and clicked reply. On the other side, the person who sent the message looked at the reply and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hee, it's really you. Finally found you. The reply displayed 11 biceps. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Lin Shan scratched his head and decided to ignore it. Closing the private chat page, he turned his attention back to the frozen wooden door. The wooden door was completely frozen, with the opening blocked by ice. After checking a few times and confirming there was not a hint of blood, Lin Shan finally felt completely at ease and then activated the lighthouse energy. Hiss, only 40. Did I just consume 40 hours of energy in one go? Lin Shan felt a bit helpless, but if given another chance he would still do the same. Gurgle, his stomach growled again. Lin Shan glanced at the wooden door once more and then returned to grab the crab claws and start gnawing on them. To be honest, even though he added nothing, the taste was still quite good, somewhat sweet, and the meat was not tough, quite delicious. He didn't know if it was due to the high energy consumption or the excessive shock, but Lin Shan actually finished eating both the crab legs and claws. Mind you, that was enough for 3 or 4 people. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Shan suddenly felt sleepy, which was due to his severe mental fatigue earlier. The drowsiness came suddenly. Lin Shan yawned as he approached the wooden bed and then lay down directly. Before long, he fell asleep. Time quickly reached midnight. In the next moment, the mist began to swirl, and from the area illuminated by the lights, strange black shadows could occasionally be seen flitting through the mist. At the same time, inexplicable and strange sounds echoed. However, Lin Shan, who had fallen into deep sleep, was completely unaware. Meanwhile, many people in the chat channel were discussing the terrifying scene, clearly indicating that there were indeed terrifying entities within the mist. Fortunately, they wouldn't come out of the mist. Such a scene kept many people awake, filled with fear. Time passed slowly, and soon the sky began to brighten. At the same time, the mist gradually receded. As sunlight hit Lin Shan's face, he groggily opened his eyes, but in the next moment, he turned over facing away from the sun to continue sleeping. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the system's notification woke him up. System ding. Congratulations to all Tower Guardians for successfully surviving to the second day. The control panel and the manufacturing station are now being deployed. The control panel is the device that manages the lighthouse and the island, which includes upgrades, energy replenishment, and more. The manufacturing station is the device for creating items. Lin Shan suddenly opened his eyes and then saw 2 devices slowly appearing at the edge of the stairs against the wall. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but sit up and walk over. System announcement ding. Congratulations to the Tower Guardian Huang Xian for being the first to upgrade the lighthouse, receiving the first place reward in area 888888888. Bronze treasure, chest 1, random candle 1, random blueprint 1. What? So fast? Lin Shan no longer hesitated, quickly arrived at the control panel, opened the interface, directly clicked on the lighthouse page, and then clicked upgrade. With his basic materials, there was no reason he shouldn't succeed in upgrading. Indeed. System ding. Do you wish to consume 100 wood and 100 stone to upgrade the lighthouse? Lin Shan quickly clicked confirm, fearing that in the next moment, he might not even be second or third. System announcement ding. Congratulations to the Tower Guardian Lin Shan for being the second to upgrade the lighthouse, receiving the second place reward in area 888888888. Black iron treasure, chest 1, random candle 1, random blueprint 1. Congratulations to the Tower Guardian Lu Shur for being the third to upgrade the Lighthouse, receiving the third place reward in area 88888888. Wooden treasure, chest 1, random candle 1, random blueprint 1. Seeing the continuous announcements, Lin Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it had been just a second later, he would have become third. Although the second place is quite unsatisfying, I suppose I will have to accept it for the sake of the rewards, Lin Shan muttered as he looked at his second place status. It's definitely not that he's afraid of that formidable Huang Xian, the ruthless one who dissects mermen. Then Lin Shan looked at the attributes of the lighthouse, which had already changed. Name lighthouse type lighthouse rating white 2, main effect white candle special effect none energy 100 upgrade conditions wood 174200, stone 42200. Evaluation a lighthouse that has become slightly sturdier, at least it's not so drafty now. Lin Shan observed the room. The overall size hadn't changed, still spacious, but the holes in the walls, doors, and windows were significantly fewer, making it look much sturdier. The places where wind could enter had also decreased. It seems that after upgrading another level or two, it should be completely secure. Next, Lin Shan looked at the upgrade conditions for the island. Name tidal island type island rating white 1, effect small amount of tree resources special effect tidal effect doubled area 3000 square meters upgrade conditions stone 421000. Evaluation this is a rare island that significantly alleviates the time of high tide, giving you more time to fish. However, correspondingly, the tidal island is also more likely to attract marine creatures. 1000 stones. Such a large quantity. That's 10 times the requirement for the lighthouse. Lin Shan said in surprise. Shaking his head, he closed the page and turned to look at the manufacturing station. Opening the manufacturing station, there were two options. 1. Basic furniture manufacturing. 2. Blueprint manufacturing. Lin Shan first clicked on basic furniture manufacturing to take a look and found that it contained various wooden furniture, such as wooden beds, wooden tables, and wooden chairs, all brand new. These were much better than the remaining wooden bed and table he had. Lin Shan checked the manufacturing requirements and found that they all required just one wood. Looking around the room and thinking for a moment, Lin Shan clicked on the wooden bed and a wooden chair. As for the table, well, it should be replaced too. Consuming 3 woods, the manufacturing station began the production. After checking the manufacturing time, it would take half an hour each. Lin Shan then exited basic furniture manufacturing and clicked on blueprint manufacturing, but it was empty. Seeing this, Lin Shan took out the blueprint for toilet paper. There was a small groove on the manufacturing station, which seemed to be the place to place the blueprint. After placing the toilet paper blueprint into the groove, a prompt from the manufacturing station popped up. Manufacturing station detected blueprint. Would you like to record it? Of course, Lin Shan clicked confirm. Manufacturing station, recording complete. Lin Shan immediately clicked to view. Name toilet paper rating white 1, effect none, evaluation clean and hygienic 100 natural, everyone says it's good, silky. Manufacturing material wood 1741. Lin Shan immediately clicked to manufacture using up all his wood. Soon I will sell all of it for stone, let's say a ratio of 10 to 1. With the island upgrade, I'm sure I can take first place. Lin Shan said confidently. After all, this is toilet paper. Who doesn't need it? It's clean and natural, suitable for both men and women. Checking the time, it takes 1 second per pack, around 20 sheets each. Fortunately, it's packaged, although unpackaged would sell. 2 packaged is easier to sell. Next is the highlight of today, the rewards for upgrading the lighthouse. As usual, let's open the treasure chests first, and then check the random items. Lin Shan said with a smile while receiving the rewards. System obtained black scale long sleeve 1, green algae, head 1, sharp iron axe 1. 3 items. Not bad, Lin Shan said with a satisfied smile. There had been discussions in the chat channel yesterday that the items from treasure chests were not fixed. Some opened 1 item, while others opened 3 or 4. Name black scale long sleeve type equipment rating green 3, effect none, evaluation this long sleeve is made from the scales of the black phosphor sea beast, possessing good defensive power. At least the juvenile shallow water crabs cannot break through the defense provided your body is strong enough. Starting with a set of green 3 equipment is nice. Lin Shan said with satisfaction. He then took off his coarse cloth clothes, which were the beginner's clothes, and put on the black scale long sleeve. Tisk all black, if it's nighttime who would see me? After inspecting it, Lin Shan complained. He moved his body but felt good, not restrictive at all. After all, these 2 pieces of equipment had adjusted to fit perfectly. After finishing his inspection, Lin Shan turned his gaze to the second item. Name seaweed cap, category item rarity green 1, effect attracts rare marine creatures, description a living seaweed organism native to coastal waters, ideal as bait. During low tide, it may yield unexpected rewards, or nothing at all. I recall a sizable depression near the rocky shore. Once the tide recedes, I'll head over and scout it. If suitable, I'll set up a baiting spot there. He murmured aloud after recalling the location, gazing thoughtfully at the seaweed cap. Name sharp iron axe, category weapon rarity, white 7 effect, increases, tree felling efficiency, description, a keen-edged axe, exceptionally swift at felling ordinary timber. Lin Shan examined it briefly, roughly 1.2 meters in length, indeed well suited for chopping wood. Yet regrettably, he had no immediate need for it. Those few trees on the island were its sole source of greenery. Lin Shan would never cut them down unless driven to absolute desperation. All right, the chest contents are fully reviewed. Next come the random candle flame and the random blueprint. Let's begin with the blueprint. System notification: blueprint acquired. Hearth blueprint. Name: Hearth blueprint. Category: blueprint rarity, green 1 effect. Enables the crafting bench to fabricate a hearth. Description: a functional hearth, providing warmth and fire. Lin Shan glanced at it twice, then placed it directly onto the crafting bench and confirmed the record. Finally, he turned to the random candle flame, the true prize. Name: random candle flame. Category: special item rarity, blue 6 effect, grants a candle flame of green 6 to blue 9 rarity upon use. Description: a reward reserved exclusively for the top 3. Lin Shan blinked, then activated it immediately. System notification acquired. Abyssal blue candle flame. Name: abyssal blue candle flame. Category: candle flame rarity, blue 6 effect, dispel sea mist within a 600-meter radius. Special effect, draws certain unusual entities. Description: an exceptionally rare special candle flame. Each variant is coveted by countless lighthouse keepers across the realms. A blue 6 candle flame, and it clears mist within 600 meters. Then, can I even venture out to forage along the shore at night? Lin Shan exclaimed, elated. Without delay, he opened the control panel, navigated to the lighthouse interface, and selected flame replacement. System notification: ding. Warning. Upon flame replacement, the new flame will consume the old one. Proceed with replacement. Lin Shan paused, startled. So if he later acquired a higher rarity, but ordinary, candle flame, would this rare abyssal blue flame be irrevocably lost? TCH. Though admittedly inconvenient at this stage, the abyssal blue flame is already extraordinarily advanced. Worry about the rest when the time comes. He confirmed the replacement instantly. At once, the humble white flame in the lighthouse brazier vanished, replaced entirely by the shimmering abyssal blue flame. The abyssal blue flame glowed with a deep crimson hue edged in faint cerulean, not an eerie blue light, thankfully. That would have been unsettling. Gazing at the 174 rolls of toilet paper now filling his pack, Lin Shan grinned. Heh. First place on the island. I'm coming for you. He then opened the chat channel. Since the system had yet to announce low tide, many players were surely idling there. After all, with no other diversions and solitude pressing in, the chat was their only tether to shared humanity. It offered a fragile but vital sense of safety, that quiet reassurance of not being utterly alone. Lin Shan typed, toilet paper for sale. Image attached. 10 stones per roll. Limited stock. First come, first served. Toilet paper. Damn it. Why didn't you show up sooner? Perfect. I've got to go right now. Bye. Huh. Didn't you say you were selling toilet paper? Why can't I see a single roll? Ugh, snatched clean. Art. That fast. I just tapped. Of course. It's not like there aren't dozens watching this channel. 174 rolls. Not nearly enough. Senior brother Lin Shan, please. My sister desperately needs toilet paper. I'm on my period. Poor sister upstairs. Period. I don't believe you. Show me proof. Ugh, shrimp head guy. Sister. I grabbed some, 1/2. Just give me 5 stones. Really? Thank you so much, big sis. For that title, big sis, I'll gladly take the honor. Here, little sister, your toilet paper on the house. Hey, big sis, do you need a little brother? One who'll call you big sis every day? Just feed me, and I'm yours. Get lost. Phew, I'm envious. Is this what it feels like to be a top-tier player? He just raked in thousands of stones in seconds. The top 3 each receive a random blueprint. And since I haven't seen toilet paper listed anywhere, it must be the blueprint Lin Shan drew. Seems useless. Useless. It's sold out in a blink. Don't you grasp its value? Do you squat without paper? Wipe your mouth without it. This thing's flying off the shelves. Sigh. I'm tired of saying it, I'm just so envious. Our region has 2 long-standing elite players, senior brother Huang Xian and senior brother Lin Shan. But with this island upgrade, Lin Shan has clearly overtaken Huang Xian. The eternal runner-up has finally risen. Senior brother Huang Xian, do you trade stones? 2 wood for 1 stone. Lin Shan remained unaware of the chatter unfolding in the channel. Staring at his now empty inventory, he stood momentarily stunned. TCH. I knew it'd sell well, but not this well. Miscalculated entirely, he sighed, resigned. He'd originally planned to accumulate 100 stones before exchanging them for wood. enabling continued production and sales of toilet paper. Instead, demand had obliterated his entire stock in an instant. Shaking his head, Lin Shan opened the control panel, accessed the island interface, and tapped upgrade. System announcement ding. Congratulations, Lighthouse Keeper Lin Shan. You are the first to upgrade your island in region 88888888. Reward 1 bronze, chest 1 random island special effect 1 random blueprint. Lin Shan opened his mouth to laugh, only to freeze the next moment. System announcement ding. Congratulations, Lighthouse Keeper Huang Xian. You are the second to upgrade your island in region 88888888. Reward 1 black iron chest 1 random island effect trait 1 random blueprint. Lin Shan. What the hell? Did he cheat? Is it activated? This guy, definitely activated. Lin Shan muttered under his breath, gazing at the system announcement. He acquired stones by selling toilet paper. A simple, efficient method as production was swift and sales brisk. That was how he'd amassed 1,000 stones in such a short time. Yet Lin Shan had seen no trade request or transaction notice from Huang Xian. Baffling. Could it be her skill, or perhaps an innate talent? Lin Shan furrowed his brow in brief contemplation, then dismissed the matter. After all, he had won this round. Better inspect the rewards. Claim. Item name bronze chest, category common chest, rank blue 2, effect none, appraisal in ordinary bronze chest. Nothing remarkable. Blue 2. Wooden chests are ranked white, black iron chests green, and bronze chests blue. So yellow must denote the next tier up. Wooden, black, iron, bronze. Logically, the next would be silver and gold. Beyond that remains uncertain. Lin Shan, however, had never encountered any special chests. Creak. The chest sprang open. System acquired creamy strawberry seed 1 furniture upgrade card 1. Only 2 items. Lin Shan frowned slightly, scanned indeed. Item name creamy strawberry seed, category plant, rank green, the 6th effect yields creamy strawberries upon cultivation, appraisal truly infused with rich cream flavor. Not only aromatic and decadent, but luxuriously smooth in texture. This fruit is widely cherished. Lin Shan examined the seed resting in his palm. Truth be told, it was his first time seeing a strawberry seed. Still, given its size, comparable to a soybean, wasn't that perfectly ordinary? Without further hesitation, he planted it directly into the damp, somber soil, the very medium for which it was intended. The somber soil was already moist, so no watering was needed. Item name furniture upgrade card, category special item, rank blue. I effect upgrades furniture items rank blue or lower, ascend 1 major tier, capped at blue. I appraisal a rare upgrade artifact. Comfortable living begins with thoughtful design. Lin Shan blinked, then placed the card atop the control console. He owned no furniture worth upgrading, and storing it in his inventory would waste space. Here it would suffice. Lastly, Lin Shan turned to the final reward, random island trait, a unique boon reserved exclusively for special islands. Item name random island trait, category special item, rank blue 6, effect upon use grants an island trait rank between green the 6th and blue 9. Appraisal island traits are indispensable for development, yet traits may conflict, pose hazards, or entail unforeseen consequences. The Tower Keeper's judgment is paramount. Use immediately. System acquired Coral Coast. Item name Coral Coast, category island trait, rank blue 3, effect upon integration coral zones manifest along the shoreline. Note these zones remain submerged, unaffected by tides. Appraisal coral coasts are rare and resource-rich, naturally attracting marine life drawn to coral habitats. Blue 3. Coral Coast. I wonder how it will manifest once integrated. Lin Shan murmured curiously, then initiated integration. System ding. Island reconstruction in progress. Do not leave the lighthouse. Glancing at the notification, Lin Shan peered out the window and saw the boundary between the rocky reef and sandy shore sink downward. So that's where the coral zone will form. Never expected it to submerge like that, he murmured, astonished. After a few more curious glances, Lin Shan shifted focus to the final schematic. System acquired exquisite single bed schematic. Item name exquisite single bed schematic, category one-time schematic, rank green. The 9th effect requires spirit wood 2 cotton 1 ice weave silk 1, yields 1 exquisite single bed upon activation. Appraisal, congratulations, you've obtained a fully materialized schematic, a rare one-time artifact. Lin Shan studied the schematic with mild surprise, then exclaimed, a pre-materialized schematic. Even though it's one muse, it's exceedingly rare. Excellent, excellent. He activated it instantly. System acquired exquisite single bed. The bed in his inventory far surpassed the wooden bed still being crafted at the workbench, in elegance, craftsmanship, and sheer presence. Remembering the wooden bed on the workbench, Lin Shan hurriedly opened the interface and canceled its construction. Fortunately, he'd initially selected a chair instead. Only then did he examine the exquisite single bed's attributes. Item name exquisite single bed category furniture rank green. The ninth effect slightly enhances sleep quality and mental restoration appraisal wake refreshed, such as the quiet power of a truly fine bed. Green the ninth. That settled it. He abandoned the idea of using the furniture upgrade card. Had the bed been ranked green the third or lower, he'd have upgraded it without hesitation. Without delay, Lin Shan stowed his shabby default wooden bed into inventory and placed the exquisite single bed in position. Before him lay a pristine white mattress, cool and supple to the touch. How utterly sublime it would feel to lie upon it. At that thought, he sank down onto it. Ah, this is comfort incarnate. Now this is a bed fit for a human being. Eyes closed, Lin Shan smiled, deeply satisfied. After a moment, he opened his eyes to gaze at the ceiling, slightly improved from yesterday, and declared Destiny's Gift, activate. Destiny's Gift, 10 days lifespan, cost none. Lin Shan stared dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. What a lifespan? 10 extra days. Huh, surely this defies all natural law. He bolted upright, staring incredulously at the gift before him. From ancient times to now, how many have yearned for immortality? And yet here within my own talents lies the power to extend life itself. Can this truly be real? Truth or illusion? I'll know the moment I claim it, he murmured. Though 10 days, will I even notice? After all, he was barely 23, still in the prime of youth. Claim? Lin Shan blinked. No sensation, no change, no response whatsoever. No feeling at all. Seriously, not even a hint of a reaction. Lin Shan murmured. Looking at the system's tide retreat reminder, Lin Shan couldn't help but open the projection panel to check. Today's weather pleasant and sunny. Weather effect normal. After the tide recedes on your island, there will be plenty of wood. Lin Shan closed it expressionlessly and then complained trash. He then stood up and walked toward the door. Slap. Lin Shan almost fell. What? With a puzzled expression, he looked down at what was blocking his feet and saw a wooden treasure chest splendidly positioned at the entrance. A wooden treasure chest. Where did it come from? Lin Shan said with confusion, but he quickly realized was it dropped by the blood eye last night. After all, he learned from the chat channel that mermen drop treasure chests, so it wouldn't make sense for the blood eye not to drop one. Understanding the source, Lin Shan smiled brightly and opened the chest. System obtained coconut bread X1. That's it. Lin Shan looked blankly at the disappearing treasure chest, bewildered. Just one bread. Seeing the bread appear in his backpack, Lin Shan fell silent. So this treasure chest just gave him breakfast. The coconut bread was just an ordinary food item with a white rating of 3, providing only some fullness and a slightly better taste with no other effects. Crunch crunch. Lin Shan expressionlessly ate the coconut bread while watching the gradually receding sea. He was currently standing at the junction of the coral area and the rocky area. The coral area was quite deep. Lin Shan estimated it to be at least 4 to 5 meters deep. Looking at the fish swimming among the corals, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder this coral area is resource-rich. There are fish so soon. Their islands had just appeared, which meant that this sea area was previously empty, so there were practically no creatures around the islands. However, after a day, many ordinary marine creatures had appeared. Lin Shan looked at the rocky area and noticed several small crabs scurrying about the size of a thumb, as well as small shrimp and fish. The longer the time passed, the more marine life would be attracted to the area around the islands. It could be imagined that later on no one would be lacking food. However, in the early stages, there was still a shortage not only of food, but also of various trace elements needed by the human body, such as salt and vitamins. Soon half an hour had passed, and the tide officially receded. Lin Shan glanced at the coral area. The water was now about 3 meters deep before stepping into the rocky area to begin his search. After just a couple of steps, he saw many pieces of wood. Thinking of today's weather effect, Lin Shan shrugged helplessly and began to collect them. He collected wood all the way to the beach area without seeing a single sea beast, gathering 67 pieces of wood and 2 wooden boxes. Not to mention there was indeed a lot of wood. He then started heading toward the beach. At a glance, Lin Shan immediately spotted something conspicuous, not a treasure chest. Wow, what a huge seashell. Looking at the 2-meter-tall seashell in front of him, Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. After circling around it, he discovered that this enormous seashell was empty. Knock knock. It's thick, but what use is it? Looking at the large seashell in front of him, although he didn't know what it was for, Lin Shan still decided to collect it, or it might come in handy later. After adding it to his backpack, Lin Shan was surprised to find that this large seashell had a fairly high rating. Name Falling Star Seashell. Category Material. Rating Green 4. Effect None. Evaluation: the old shell of the falling star seashell placed by the sea has a chance to attract hermit crabs and is also a crafting material. Attract hermit crabs. Such a big seashell, how big must the hermit crabs be? Lin Shan was a bit surprised, but then he remembered the juvenile shallow water crabs and mantis shrimp could grow more than a meter long, so it wasn't too strange. After collecting the falling star seashell, Lin Shan continued on to gather wood and stones. There was indeed a lot of wood, but he hardly saw any stones. However, the most important thing was that he hadn't seen a single treasure chest. No way. Is my luck really this bad today? Or are they all in the coral area? Lin Shan looked at the nearly ending beach area with a helpless expression. He crouched down looking at the coral area beneath the water, pondering whether to go down. Although he could breathe underwater due to the deep-sea shark pearl, the dangers beneath the sea were still unknown. However, this coral area also belonged to his island, so it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? However, if he encountered sea beasts like mantis shrimp in the water, he might not be able to handle it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan decided to dive. Mainly because he was currently in a beginner phase, sea beasts wouldn't attack him proactively, which was a safety guarantee. As for the nighttime mermen, perhaps they were not classified as sea beasts, but as some kind of sea demon. Splash. A sound of falling water echoed. A slight wave stirred on the surface of the sea. Lin Shan had already submerged into the water. Feeling the smooth breathing, Lin Shan was astonished and discovered that he felt empowered in the water. And it wasn't an illusion. Whoosh. With a gentle movement, Lin Shan swam out several meters in just a second. Lin Shan thought to himself, could it be that the water attribute extraordinary trait makes me stronger underwater? It's possible, otherwise why would there be different attributes? Of course, the deep-sea shark pearl must also have an effect, as it was one of the ocean's favored beings. Now his agility in the water was even faster than on land, allowing him to search for resources without any worries. Wandering among the corals, Lin Shan admired the colorful corals, which were beautiful. Meanwhile, there were plenty of resources, though he didn't see any basic resources like wood or stones. During this time, Lin Shan also spotted 2 wooden treasure chests, and with no sea beasts guarding them, he was able to claim them for free. After the Tide Island leveled up, its area increased by 1,000 square meters, now totaling 4,000 square meters. However, it was still small with a diameter of only about 70 meters, not to mention that some parts were submerged underwater. Curiously, Lin Shan swam to the edge of the island and looked down. He gasped. The visibility was unknown, but below was pitch dark. His island was just floating on the surface of the sea with no support underneath, not a traditional island in the conventional sense. Looking at the dark sea bottom, Lin Shan couldn't help but picture a multitude of giant sea creatures lurking below. After shuddering from a chill, Lin Shan immediately swam back, thinking about it was terrifying. With a splash, Lin Shan turned once more and, finding no resources, emerged from the coral zone. After wiping his face, Lin Shan opened his backpack and found, apart from 2 wooden treasure chests, only a starfall conch shell, some wood and stones, and 2 wooden boxes. If it weren't for the coral zone, I wouldn't have gained much this morning. After his lament, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse. 2 wooden treasure chests, one marked as white 2 and the other as white 1, both ordinary wooden chests. However, Lin Shan had no complaints as they were free. Opening the 2 chests directly, what more ritualistic feeling could be desired from a 1- and 2-star wooden chest? 2 chests yielded 3 items. Lin Shan glanced inside. A 1 contained a bottle of pure water, 2 black breads, and a whiteboard dagger labeled as white 1. No wonder there are no sea beasts guarding it. With these meager items, it's hardly worth anything. Lin Shan commented. 1 wooden box contained water apples, while the other was empty. After some thought, he decided to keep both wooden boxes as containers. 1 wooden box can hold 10 water apples, and Lin Shan currently had 8, so he placed them in 1 box, leaving the other for the black bread. If the black bread is stored upright, 1 wooden box can hold dozens of them. After organizing, the table looked much cleaner. Next, Lin Shan approached the crafting table and chose to turn all the wood he had gathered today into toilet paper. He had collected a total of 138 pieces of wood, enough to produce 138 packs of toilet paper. He planned to sell half the wood and half the stone. As the 138 pieces of wood were fed into the crafting table, it immediately began to operate. Meanwhile, Lin Shan took out the newly crafted wooden chairs and tables from the crafting table, replacing the old wooden table. Now the room contained a delicate single bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair. Did I forget something? Oh right, the green algae head. Lin Shan opened his backpack, checked the attributes of the green algae head, and then walked out. He needed to set up the green algae head, an essential bait for attracting prey. Soon Lin Shan arrived at the rocky area. Upon reaching a large depression, he smiled and said, "Fortunately, this place hasn't turned into a coral zone, otherwise it would be a waste of such a good pit." This pit, although not very large, has a diameter of about 3 meters and a depth of around 1.3 meters, making it the largest in the entire rocky area. Some seawater remained at the bottom. This depression was not completely sealed. There were small gaps in the rocks about half a meter high, allowing small fish to escape, while larger ones could not. Taking out the green algae head, Lin Shan threw it in. Now let's see what the next low tide brings. I hope for some good results. Watching the green algae head sink to the bottom, Lin Shan said with slight anticipation. Next, he headed to the edge of the small forest and took out his black iron spear to practice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each thrust of the spear towards the tree trunk, the 2-meter black iron spear saw Lin Shan training at a height of about 1.5 meters, aiming merely for accuracy. Additionally, Lin Shan needed to adapt to the 30-pound black iron spear, which was quite heavy. It was manageable for a short period, but would be tiring over time. Huh, 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 bang, bang, bang. Each thrust into the tree trunk left a mark, and as time passed, over an hour slipped by quickly. Phew, that was exhausting. Lin Shan wiped the sweat from his brow, sighing. Putting away the black iron spear, he shook his slightly trembling hands. That would be enough for today. Lasting over an hour was already commendable. As Lin Shan walked towards the lighthouse, he pondered slowly. Everything takes time. It cannot be rushed, especially for someone like him, who has no foundation. If not for his regular exercise, he wouldn't have been able to endure even an hour. Upon returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan sat on the chair, took a bottle of mineral water with his slightly trembling hands, and drank it all in one go. Refreshing. Glug glug. Lin Shan checked the time on the panel. It was already 1:30. No wonder I'm hungry, it's already noon. Lin Shan looked at the mantis shrimp in his backpack. They seemed quite fresh, but he wasn't sure if they were still edible. On Blue Star, mantis shrimp that have been dead for over 4 or 5 hours are not advisable to eat, as they can upset the stomach. Alright, I can check their properties. Lin Shan slapped his forehead and chuckled. He then clicked to check and found that they were indeed inedible. The evaluation explained that slightly rotten mantis shrimp could cause diarrhea. What a shame I can't eat them, or I guess I'll just use them as bait, Lin Shan said, somewhat disappointed. He looked at his table, which still had 5 black breads and 1 exquisite bread left. Lin Shan immediately picked up the exquisite bread and started munching on it, as it wouldn't keep as well as the black bread. After consuming 1 exquisite bread, he was already 80 full, not to mention the portion was indeed generous. After drinking a few sips of water, Lin Shan noted that he only had 2 bottles of pure water left. Water is rather scarce, while food can still be obtained from catching some seafood. Water is a bit troublesome, Lin Shan said somewhat helplessly. He wondered if he could trade the toilet paper for water. The possibility seemed slim, as toilet paper wasn't essential, but water was. At the crafting table, the 138 packs of toilet paper had been completed. Lin Shan opened the chat channel and began to advertise. Looking at the chat channel, apart from casual conversations, most were about trading items. After all, apart from Lin Shan, who possessed lighthouse coins, others likely had no currency. Lin Shan started browsing through the messages. With over 900 people, there were bound to be some lucky ones who could offer decent items. Unfortunately, after scanning, he found nothing worthwhile, or rather it was just that the items he valued had prices that were too high. For instance, one seller was offering coconuts at 50 units of wood or stone each. Why not just go rob them? There were also some selling fish, but Lin Shan was already full. Time passed quietly. Ding. Reminder: in half an hour the seawater will begin to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. The tide reminder popped up. Only then did Lin Shan close the chat channel. Wow, has it really been over an hour without me noticing? Indeed, casual chatter is the easiest way to pass the time, especially in a chat channel with over 900 participants. Half an hour passed swiftly. During this time, Lin Shan fed all the wood earned from selling toilet paper into the crafting station to continue production. This trade would only remain profitable in its early stages, offering a mere tenfold return. He had struck it rich. In total, he sold 138 packs of toilet paper, earning 690 units of wood and 690 units of stone, more than enough to upgrade his lighthouse once again. Yet Lin Shan was in no hurry to upgrade the lighthouse. Not yet. A white sterrated lighthouse likely offered no further rewards. He wondered whether a green sterrated one might grant prizes for top 3 rankings. Out he went, to gather from the sea. Lin Shan soon arrived at the boundary between the rocky zone and the coral zone, 2 locations he anticipated most eagerly. One was a rocky depression where he had seeded green algae, the other a similar hollow baited with pistol shrimp carcasses. These carefully prepared fishing spots ought to yield something worthwhile. I hope a pleasant surprise awaits me, Lin Shan murmured with a gentle smile, then set to work. As expected, driftwood appeared first. Today's weather conferred no special advantages. While gathering driftwood, he scanned every crevice among the rocks for hidden fish, shrimp, or crabs, and indeed he spotted many, though all were too small to be worth taking. Clearly, Lin Shan's island was gradually becoming known to marine life across the surrounding waters. Suddenly something unusual caught his eye. A ship's anchor. Could such a thing truly wash ashore? This anchor was modest in size, barely over 1 meter tall. Lin Shan immediately stowed it in his pack. Its weight was formidable, several hundred gene. Name discarded anchor category material tier white 4 effect none description in anchor abandoned long ago. Can be smelted into iron ingots at the forge. The forge, a new facility. He had unexpectedly learned about tomorrow's unlocked feature. It makes sense. Today brought the operation station and crafting station. Naturally tomorrow will unveil further tools. Perhaps after the 3-day beginner phase concludes all systems will finally be fully accessible. Lin Shan gazed thoughtfully at the item description and murmured softly to himself. Resuming his search, he quickly reached the first baited depression, the smaller one prepared with pistol shrimp. Lin Shan peered eagerly into the hollow, only to find the mangled remains of the pistol shrimp already half consumed. He paid it no mind. After all, it was merely bait. Instead, he swept his gaze across the depression's perimeter, and sure enough, the effort had paid off. Fish and crabs now thronged the hollow in greater numbers than before. All were common species, no sea beasts among them. Yet soon Lin Shan noticed a fish unlike the rest. It emitted a faint silvery luminescence. This glow resembled that of resources like driftwood or stone, subtle, deliberate, as if designed to draw attention. Without hesitation, Lin Shan leapt into the depression. The crabs and fish feasting on the shrimp carcass ignored him entirely, continuing their meal unperturbed. To them, sustenance mattered above all else. Everything else was mere illusion. Lin Shan, equally undistracted, strode directly toward the softly glowing fish, his aim precise. He seized it deftly. Slap, slap, slap. The fish flailed wildly. I'll hit you. Hit you. But its efforts were futile. Lin Shan examined it briefly. It weighed roughly 3 to 4 gene, then checked its attributes. He had just discovered that touching any object revealed its properties, especially vital for living creatures, which could not be stored in his pack. Name red flower brow fish category fish tier green. The first effect consuming grants an extremely low chance to gain 1 random transcendent attribute description, a species of spirit fish. Higher tier spirit fish yield stronger effects when eaten. No preparation by a master chef dramatically enhances their potency. Note consuming 10 specimens guarantees 1 transcendent attribute. A spirit fish that boosts transcendent attributes. Excellent. This fish not only sated hunger, but also held potential to strengthen his abilities. Truly a wondrous find. Lin Shan's eyes gleamed with delight as he regarded the red flower brow fish before him. Slap, slap, slap. Fine. I'll keep you lively for tonight's dinner, Lin Shan said with a grin, observing the fish's vigorous tail thrashing. Slap, slap, slap. Ah, you agree. Huh. Admirable awareness. I like that. The fish stared back with blank, unblinking eyes. Slap, slap, slap. First he needed to keep it alive. Its efficacy might fade if it perished too long. Lin Shan placed the red flower brow fish into a smaller depression, filled it with seawater, then crushed a crab, and offered the pieces as sustenance. Wait here. I'll return for you shortly. Be good. The fish ignored him, completely devouring what it believed to be its final meal. Unaware that this truly was its last feast, the fish feasted on. Once secured, Lin Shan turned his anticipation toward the larger depression, baited with green algae, hoping at the very least for another red flower brow fish. Gathering driftwood as he walked, he soon reached the rim of the large depression and peered down, brimming with expectation. Crack! A colossal shallow sea crab clicked its claws rhythmically below. Their gazes met. The crab clicked insistently, stirring with restless energy, yet remained restrained, bound by the limitations of the beginner phase. Lin Shan paused, startled, then quickly recovered. He had anticipated sea beasts drawn by the green algae and now began assessing the situation calmly. This shallow sea crab was noticeably larger than the first he'd encountered, still immature and thus no true threat. Scanning the depression, Lin Shan soon spotted a treasure chest. Unexpectedly, a black iron chest. A black iron chest. Phew, fortune smiles upon me. Lin Shan whispered, eyes alight. Within the depression, the crab was little more than a stationary target. It lacked the ability to climb out. Even if it managed to scale the edge, Lin Shan would simply strike it back down with his black iron spear. With mounting excitement, he grinned. Heh, hear that? Time to test an hour's worth of training. Watch me pierce its eye. Ding. His black iron spear struck the crab's carapace, producing a light metallic chime and leaving a faint mark. His strength fell short, otherwise the black iron spear would have pierced the immature crab's shell. Lin Shan shook his hand. The shell of the shallow sea crab still had a bit of hardness. Under attack, the shallow sea crab immediately scuttled towards Lin Shan, but unfortunately it was in a pit and needed to climb out to attack him. Bang! The black iron spear swept directly across the shallow sea crab's legs, causing the crab, which was trying to climb up, to fall back into the pit. Crack! Crack! Looking at the clawing crab, Lin Shan laughed. No need to think, ooh, I won't let you up. With that, the black iron spear struck again. This time the shallow sea crab was closer, so Lin Shan stabbed directly, aiming for its eyes. Thud! Crack, crack, crack. The black iron spear accurately pierced the shallow sea crab's eye, causing it to struggle violently, its massive claws clamping around the spear, trying to pull it out. But how could Lin Shan allow the shallow sea crab to pull out the black iron spear? He firmly resisted, and for a moment the two began to grapple. Hiss! Lin Shan could feel himself being pushed back slightly. Clearly, in terms of pure strength, the shallow sea crab was much larger than him. However, sheer strength alone is useless. Lin Shan glanced around and quickly found a suitable reef, then slowly propped the tail of the black iron spear against it. Now the shallow sea crab was grappling with the reef, but it was destined to be in vain. It's a pity I didn't bring a big hammer, otherwise with 80 strikes it would be done in a flash. Looking at the shallow sea crab struggling against the reef, Lin Shan laughed. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan directly approached the back of the shallow sea crab and jumped down. As everyone knows, crabs cannot see behind themselves and cannot clamp anything, they're making it a safe zone. Sneaking up to the back of the shallow sea crab, Lin Shan rubbed his hands together and slowly pressed against the crab's shell, starting to push. Go! With Lin Shan's kind assistance, the shallow sea crab moved forward a few steps, causing the black iron spear to sink even deeper. Crack! After about 10 seconds, the black iron spear directly pierced through the shallow sea crab's shell. Damn, that was close. Lin Shan exclaimed as he saw the tip of the black iron spear protruding out. Now the shallow sea crab was dead, unable to survive. Looking at the shallow sea crab lying in the water pit, Lin Shan did not check immediately, but walked towards the black iron treasure chest. I wonder what star rating this black iron treasure chest is. Lin Shan murmured with anticipation, then stored the black iron treasure chest in his backpack. Upon checking, he found the name was very long. Wow! Is there a prefix? I struck it rich. Lin Shan exclaimed happily. Name: black iron treasure chest of light water, category ordinary treasure, chest rating 5, effect none, evaluation a treasure chest with a prefix has a chance to obtain items related to the prefix. There's the setting. However, the wooden box I obtained earlier indeed contained sea salt, but that was an effect enhancement, while this one has no effect. Lin Shan first expressed his confusion, then nodded, and said after putting away the black iron treasure chest, he pulled out the black iron spear, then stored the 2 claws in his backpack. He left the remaining shallow sea crab for bait. After smashing the crab shell open with the black iron spear, Lin Shan left and continued on. Soon he walked out of the reef area and onto the beach. I'm picking. The resources in the beach area are the most noticeable, and since the beach is flat, any dangers are easily visible. One could say that among all coastal areas, the beach is the safest. However, relatively speaking, the resources on the beach are also quite ordinary. Lin Shan quickly finished picking up the resources on the beach, which were just some stones and wood and nothing else. Finally, it was the coral area. Looking at the corals underwater, Lin Shan jumped down and began searching. Soon he discovered a shiny shell that was even brighter than the red flower eyebrow fish. Immediately Lin Shan's eyes lit up and he swam over quickly. After picking it up, he directly checked its attributes. Name: pearl shell, category shellfish, rating green 1, effect has a chance to contain pearls, evaluation a type of shellfish that can generate pearls with various kinds, among which the generated pearls have a chance of being special types. Looking at the palm's eye shell, if it contains a pearl, I wonder how big it would be. After storing it in his backpack, Lin Shan continued to explore. Half an hour later, Lin Shan finally climbed up from the junction of the coral area and the reef area. Huff! After shaking his hair and wiping the water off his face, Lin Shan headed towards the location where the red flower eyebrow fish was released. The rare resources in the coral area were quite abundant, among them 2 pearl shells, 1 wooden treasure chest, 1 sea cucumber, and many other rare resources. However, Lin Shan noticed that most of them were resources that could grow, so he did not collect them, but let them develop and expand. Among them, there was a type of coral called blood-red coral, rated at blue 1 star, and it was small, thriving in the coral area, and would gradually grow as long as it wasn't eaten by sea urchins or starfish. Name: blood-red coral, category coral, rating blue 1, effect purifies water quality, increases spiritual energy, replenishes vitality, evaluation blood-red coral, a rare variety among corals, not only purifies impurities from seawater, but also increases the energy concentration in the area. Additionally, blood-red coral is an extremely rare material with wide applications. This is the attribute of blood-red coral, but real blood-red coral is only half the size of a palm, indicating that it is a newly formed resource. Moreover, since it is a resource that can grow, Lin Shan chose not to pick it, but to leave it in place to continue growing. After catching the red flower eyebrow fish, Lin Shan headed towards the lighthouse. While walking, he opened his backpack to check the harvest from this coastal trip. Black iron spear, wood 64, stone 927, black iron treasure chest of light water 1, shallow sea crab claw 2. In addition, there is also 1 red flower eyebrow fish, 1 sea cucumber, and 2 pearl shells. This is the harvest from this coastal trip, which is actually quite good. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan began preparing to cook dinner. However, this time Lin Shan planned not to build a fire outside the lighthouse, but inside. All he needed to do was to make a fireplace. Lin Shan checked and found that making a fireplace required 20 stones, which was quite simple. He clicked to craft, while also collecting 790 rolls of toilet paper, planning to sell them later. After taking one last look at the fireplace being made, Lin Shan went out to catch fish. As the sky gradually darkened, he checked the time and realized it was already past 6. By 7 o'clock, it would be completely dark. The fireplace was quickly set up, and at the same time Lin Shan had also prepared the fish, skewering it with dry twigs. Given the current conditions, roasting fish was the only option. As for the sea cucumber, Lin Shan planned to roast it along with the crab claws, but this time he would crack open one side of the claws, allowing room for water and the sea cucumber, while adding a bit of sea salt. As flames began to rise in the fireplace, dinner was also starting to be prepared. Taking advantage of the roasting time, Lin Shan decided to open the treasure chest and the pearl shell to see what was inside. Let's start with the pearl shell. After glancing between the treasure chest and the pearl shell, Lin Shan finally looked at the pearl shell and said. Looking at the tightly closed shell, Lin Shan directly picked up a dagger and pried it open. Soon he managed to open one. Upon opening, he found only the snow-white flesh of the shell without any pearls. Feeling a bit disappointed, a piece of scallop appeared among the crab claws. He then opened the second one. A pearl. A white pearl roughly the size of a thumb lay quietly within the shell. Name: white pearl. Category: material. Rating: green 1. Effect: none. Evaluation: an ordinary white pearl, but of excellent quality. Maritime traders may find it very interesting. It looks nice, but unfortunately it's just an ordinary pearl. After playing with it for a while, Lin Shan placed it on the table. He then turned to the black iron treasure chest, which was the highlight of the day. System obtained: light water iron shield, iron rack, blueprint, just 2 items. Am I just not suited for opening treasure chests today? Or is it because I haven't made any offerings? Lin Shan lamented helplessly. However, the light water iron shield. Clearly, it is part of the light water series of equipment. Name: light water iron shield. Category: shield. Rating: green 7. Effect: lightweight, sturdy. Evaluation: the light water iron shield is made from light iron, or not only is it very lightweight, but also exceptionally sturdy. Lin Shan took it out from his backpack. The light water iron shield wasn't small, measuring about 50 centimeters in length, 30 centimeters in width, and appearing to be 1 centimeter thick, yet it was very light. It weighed only about 10 kilos. A shield this big weighs only about 10 kilos. No wonder it's called the light water series. It really is quite light. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. Such a large shield would weigh at least 10 kilos if made of solid wood, let alone iron. After satisfactorily storing it in his backpack, Lin Shan looked at the second item, which was a blueprint. A blueprint could also be found in the black iron treasure chest. Name: iron rack, blueprint. Category: blueprint. Rating: green 1. Effect: allows the crafting table to learn to manufacture iron racks. Evaluation: iron racks are ordinary defensive structures. After a quick glance, Lin Shan walked directly to the crafting table and clicked to record. Taking a look, the crafting materials required 1 iron block. He didn't have any iron blocks, but he did have an abandoned ship anchor. He wondered how many iron blocks it could be decomposed into. Boom. A loud sound of expanding flames erupted. Lin Shan instinctively looked out the window, only to see that the sky had completely darkened, revealing a sprinkle of stars. There are so many stars. Looking at the bright stars in the night sky, Lin Shan sighed. In the city, one could hardly see any stars at night, let alone such a sky filled with them. After observing for a moment, Lin Shan looked at the island and discovered that under the glow of the eerie blue candlelight, the entire island radiated a soft light, making it particularly conspicuous in the dark night. While the range of the mist clearing is much larger than the island, exposing the entire island above the sea. I hope it doesn't attract the attention of sea creatures. Looking at the pitch-black sea, Lin Shan said with a hint of worry. For the next while, Lin Shan checked the progress of the roasted fish while occasionally glancing at the seaside. With the mist around, he could be certain that his island wouldn't be completely exposed to the sea. Unlike now, there was no sense of security. Everything was completely exposed beneath the sea. Watching the shimmering surface of the sea illuminated by the flames, Lin Shan couldn't help but imagine unknown giant beasts lurking below. Damn, don't scare yourself. After shivering, Lin Shan shouted helplessly. Let's eat some fish. The aroma of the roasted fish had already wafted out. It should be ready after a little longer. The crab claws were also nearly done, and the seafood soup was ready. Once he forcibly shifted his attention back to eating, Lin Shan indeed no longer felt that inexplicable fear. Eating is life. It's hot. It was obviously very hot, but he refused to spit it out, instead eating while blowing on it. Soon the entire red flower eyebrow fish was devoured, leaving only the fish bones and head. He placed the finished red flower eyebrow fish on the shell of the crab claw, planning to throw it away by the sea tomorrow. Wow, I ate a 3 to 4 kilo fish, yet I still don't feel full. When did I become such a big eater? Lin Shan rubbed his belly surprised. Fortunately, he still had seafood soup. The 2 crab claws were also ready. He intended to save the whole one for breakfast tomorrow, while the other one, which had been opened, would be for the seafood soup. The boiling broth looked very appetizing. Time to eat. Lin Shan accurately picked up a piece of scallop with his twig chopsticks. It was quite large, about the size of a ping-pong ball. Hiss, so delicious. Lin Shan said happily. Indeed, when eating, his mood improved. Soon after being wealthy, Lin Shan started selling toilet paper in the chat channel at the same price, 10 wood for 690 packs of toilet paper. This time he didn't need stones. Selling wood would allow him to make more toilet paper. As soon as he mentioned it in the chat channel, it was sold out in an instant. Lin Shan was not surprised at all. When nature calls, it is in a sense even more important than eating. So until others opened up toilet paper, he could sell as much as he could make. The crab claws were also successfully exchanged for tomorrow's breakfast, and the person trading with him was one of those he had seen before with the self-exploding talent, the one who received a random food item every day. His name was Zhang Yi, and they had already added each other as friends, as he was the only one who could consistently obtain food. Tisk, if I could make 6900 packs of toilet paper from 6900, what I could sell for 6900, would monopolizing the business really pays off? Lin Shan smiled as he approached the crafting table and turned all the wood back into toilet paper. With over 900 people, no matter how much he crafted, it would never be enough. At least it would need to be several times the number of survivors before it would start to stagnate. Unbeknownst to Lin Shan, at the crafting table, waves began to ripple across the surface of the sea. It takes 1 second to produce a pack of toilet paper, so for 6,900 packs, it will take about 2 hours. With nothing else to do, Lin Shan opened the chat channel and watched others show off, as show-offs are everywhere regardless of the place. As soon as he opened it, he saw someone having fun. Do you guys know? The giant claws of the shallow sea crab almost caught me, but fortunately I dodged in the end. Damn, after all that talk, you were actually running away from the shallow sea crab. Why boast so much? Why don't you use the methods of the big shots? The shallow sea crab is slower than us, and didn't the big shots say you can lure them to the lighthouse and close the door to fight? The big shots methods are effective, but they consume a lot of lighthouse energy. No need, didn't other big shots already count it? Wooden treasure chests have few good items, not worth it unless you encounter a black iron or higher treasure chest. After all this talk, I haven't even seen a single shallow sea crab. Damn it, in 2 days I've only picked up 4 wooden treasure chests, and the best one is only 3 stars. By the way, why doesn't Big Shot Huang Xian make a strategy for the shallow sea crab? Huh, you upstairs, have you never caught a crab? The shallow sea crab is just a bigger crab. Its weaknesses are obvious, just don't attack from behind. No way. I wonder if the fishmen will come today. Yeah, the fishmen are weak and drop treasure chests. I hope they come today. Only the fishmen can't break the wooden door, otherwise you guys would be screaming. Big Shot Huang's strategy is always pinned. What are you afraid of? The weaknesses are already fed to you on a silver platter, and you still won't take them. Seeing the chat channel mention the fishman, Lin Shan was momentarily stunned, so the treasure chest at the entrance this morning was dropped by the fishmen. It should have been killed by the ice crystal shooting wave, but what about the body? Was it eaten by something in the mist? I wonder if Blood Eye is dead or not. If he isn't dead, will he come again today? Lin Shan looked at the barrage in the chat channel and murmured, Come, it seems they are coming. The fishmen are here. Everyone hurry up and take action. Damn, the fishman on my side actually has a knife. Although it's tattered. Awesome, the fishman here is carrying a treasure chest. Is this a gift for me? This fishman really knows how to fish. I like it. Jealous I don't have any fishmen here. Maybe it's not time yet. Lin Shan, huh? The fishmen are coming. Lin Shan turned off the chat channel, stood up, and walked to the window to look towards the sea. Under the glow of the blue candlelight, the entire island was clearly visible. Then Lin Shan's hair stood on end. There were too many. Countless fishmen were continuously swimming ashore, just the ones that landed on the island already numbered over a dozen, and the waves in the sea continued to ripple. Clearly, there were still fishmen swimming up from the seabed. Oh my gosh, they are indeed too conspicuous. The group of fishmen did not immediately head for the lighthouse. Instead, they wandered along the shore, but obviously they were not unwilling to come ashore, but waiting for the remaining fishmen in the sea to land. After more than half an hour, the sea surface finally calmed down, replaced by a dense mass of fishmen on the shore. Lin Shan counted there were 38, of which 13 had weapons. The fishmen without anything numbered 19, while the ones carrying treasure chests were 5, and there was one fishman that looked like a leader. Not only was its size 2 circles larger than the other fishmen, the weapon it held was also better than the tattered weapons of the other fishmen, and most importantly, it wore a crown. Fishman King. Lin Shan looked at the fishmen leading the way to the lighthouse, puzzled. Looking at the dark mass of fishmen, Lin Shan couldn't help but opened his backpack again. It was already the nth time he checked. In the backpack, the number of wood and stones had already exceeded 3450. That's right, they had sold all the toilet paper, which gave him confidence, because after the upgrade, the energy of the lighthouse would fully recover. Over 3,400 wood and stones should be enough for me to upgrade to white 9 stars, right? If calculated, that means 8 chances to fully charge the energy. That should be enough for me to get through this crisis, right? Lin Shan silently watched the approaching group of fishmen and murmured. Although it was dangerous, if he could kill all these fishmen, the rewards would be substantial. Not to mention those 5 fishmen carrying treasure chests represented 5 treasure chests, let alone the fact that fishmen also had a chance to drop treasure chests. That's right, fishmen do not drop treasure chests 100 of the time. This has been mentioned by someone in the chat channel. The coast is not far from the lighthouse at the center of the island, about 20 meters away. It originally was 40 meters, but a third of it has already been submerged by the rising tide. A few minutes later, the group of fishmen surrounded the lighthouse. Fortunately, Lin Shan had already closed the windows in advance, otherwise he would really be afraid that the fishmen would jump straight in. Guala wula, gula wala. The fishmen outside began to make noise, seemingly discussing how to attack. Lin Shan frowned as he looked through the doorway, then glanced at the fishmen closest to the door, about half a meter away, staring blankly at the wooden door, waiting for the Fishman King's command. Standing so close. Then I'll take you down first. Lin Shan looked at the fishman, holding a knife in front of him, and whispered. Then the black iron spear slowly extended out of the doorway and quickly stabbed towards the fishman's head. Thud! The black iron spear successfully pierced through the fishman's head, then quickly retracted. Thud! The dead fishman fell to the ground without moving. Suddenly there was silence outside. All the fishmen stared blankly at the fallen fishman. After a few seconds, the Fishman King, who regained his senses, shouted angrily, and then a group of fishmen began to attack the wooden door. The tattered weapons continuously struck the wooden door, constantly depleting the energy of the lighthouse. Lin Shan took a quick look and breathed a sigh of relief. The speed of depletion wasn't too fast, just a 1% drop in lighthouse energy for one wave of attacks. Moreover, the frequency of the fishman's attacks was not high, roughly every 2 to 3 seconds for a round. This meant that with 100 lighthouse energy, it could withstand at least 300 seconds. However, Lin Shan noticed that only 4 or 5 fishmen could attack the wooden door. If the other fishmen went to attack the windows, the energy consumption of the lighthouse would double. Therefore, Lin Shan definitely would not sit idly by. He directly counterattacked at the door with the black iron spear. Lin Shan could not possibly tolerate the sight of a swarm of diminutive merfolk battering his wooden door. Not in the least. And so, a soft, precise thrust. Swift, decisive, unerring. Another merfolk crumpled beneath the black iron spear. Voila! A nearby merfolk nudged its fallen comrade, bewildered. Why had it ceased its assault? With a shove, the corpse collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Walla walla. Walla walla. Upon witnessing yet another fallen kin, the merfolk erupted into furious cries and redoubled their assault, hacking wildly at the wooden door. The slain merfolk were dragged aside without ceremony. No space for corpses. Fueled by rage, their strikes grew swifter and deadlier from every 2 or 3 seconds, now landing every 1 or 2. Their blows also struck with greater force. Lin Shan paid no heed to their fury. Through the narrow aperture in the door, his black iron spear darted in and out like a serpent's tongue, each withdrawal trailing crimson blossoms. One merfolk after another fell. Within moments, 7 or 8 lay dead beneath that unrelenting spear. The fallen were hauled away, their weapons seized by weaponless comrades, who then joined the frenzied siege upon the lighthouse's wooden gate. The lighthouse's energy reserves dwindled rapidly, soon perilously low. Lin Shan also noticed that once the lighthouse's energy dipped below 50%, the azure candle flame visibly dimmed, and its radiant reach shrank from 600 meters to 300. Clearly, the flame's intensity was tied directly to stored energy. It made perfect sense, yet this was no time for reflection. Lin Shan strode to the control console, opened the lighthouse interface, and immediately initiated an upgrade. In an instant, the lighthouse ascended from Y-tier 2 stars to Y-tier 3 stars, and its energy surged back to full capacity. Yet a grave complication arose. Lin Shan gazed at the undamaged wooden door, and a wry twitch tugged at his lips. Well, the aperture is gone. Upon closer inspection, he realized the door wasn't truly intact. The breach had vanished, leaving only slender fissures, barely wider than a fingertip, 3 or 4 in total. Alas, they were far too narrow for the black iron spear to pass through. Trouble. I've slain 16 merfolk. 22 remain, including the merking. If left unchecked, no amount of energy will suffice. Lin Shan murmured grimly, eyes fixed on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless pounding never ceased. The merfolk attacked with tireless zeal. After long deliberation, Lin Shan resolved to deploy ice crystal projectiles. Now that the merfolk clustered tightly before the door, a single ice crystal detonating among them would claim 3 or 4 lives. Provided sufficient water affinity, transcendental attributes were channeled into its formation. Indeed, the crystal's destructive power scaled dramatically with input. Yet restraint was prudent, unleashing excessive force near the door risked draining the lighthouse's energy entirely, leaving Lin Shan utterly exposed. After all, the last ice crystal, forged from a mere 2 points of water affinity transcendental attribute, had consumed 40% of the lighthouse's energy. Though the White-Tier 3-star lighthouse might withstand greater strain, caution dictated prudence over peril. Regrettably, the door and windows faced opposite directions, denying him any opportunity for stealthy ambush through glass. Without hesitation, Lin Shan sprinted up to the lighthouse's second-floor lantern chamber. Peering down, he confirmed the merfolk massed densely before the entrance. Though those nearest the door remained obscured, the vantage was more than adequate. Lin Shan instantly coalesced an ice crystal in his palm and cried, "I fire." It plunged downward, piercing straight into the heart of the merfolk throng, striking one squarely before detonating instantly. Boom! The crystal exploded, spreading a wave of glacial mist. Merfolk within its radius froze solid, encased in brittle, gleaming armor of ice. The merfolk struck directly, shattered into glittering shards. By the heavens! A crystal forged from just 2 points of transcendental attribute. This much devastation. 21 merfolk halved in a single blast. Lin Shan whistled in astonishment. This time the merfolk recoiled, not from ordinary blows, but from transcendental force. The surviving merfolk scrambled back to the merking, chattering frantically in panicked tones. Chittering and shrieking, the merking bristled with fury, until as it prepared to shove its trembling retinue aside, it spotted another ice crystal streaking toward them. Of course, it had gathered its followers close. How could Lin Shan possibly miss such an opportunity? Truly, heaven aids me. Shall they not be annihilated to the last? This is a 2-point ice crystal. But in the next breath, Lin Shan's pupils contracted sharply. A fireball slammed headlong into the crystal, triggering a violent conflagration. What in the... Lin Shan stared stunned. Soon sea winds scattered the mingled steam of ice and flame, and the merfolk horde reappeared unbroken. Then Lin Shan's breath caught. When had the merking acquired a staff? HSS. Is the merking itself a transcendental being? Or is it the staff's doing? He murmured, eyes locked on the artifact. Walala. The merking raised its voice toward Lin Shan atop the tower. Alas, species and tongues were worlds apart. What are you squawking about? I can't understand a word. Lin Shan retorted, and almost reflexively loosed another ice crystal downward. Voila! At the sight of the returning projectile, the merking brandished its staff in outrage, the tip blazing with searing light, before launching a fireball skyward. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes. Now he was certain the fireball emanated from the staff. Was it then a transcendental weapon? He glanced at his remaining water affinity transcendental attributes. 6 points. Enough for 6 more ice crystals. Time for one final test. Another ice crystal descended. The merking's enormous eyes widened in disbelief. How could its staff unleash such power repeatedly? Its confusion was understandable. Possessing a staff itself, it assumed all transcendental abilities must flow from such artifacts. Yet, even astounded, the merking raised its staff once more, and another fireball soared upward, colliding with the descending crystal. But in the next heartbeat, a second ice crystal pierced the veil of rising steam and struck the merking square in the chest, its gaze frozen in utter disbelief. Then, boom, the crystal detonated. The merking shattered into glittering frost dust. Its staff clattered onto the ground, rolling several times before coming to rest. With the death of the fishman king, the remaining fishmen panicked. After a flurry of chaos, they hurried towards the sea. Seeing the fishmen fleeing in disarray, Lin Shan could not let them escape. Quickly descending the stairs and opening the door, he chased after them. Fortunately, the fishmen were not very fast on land, their flippers making it difficult to run quickly. Hello, the hunting moment has arrived, Lin Shan said with a cold smile, holding the black iron spear. Facing an enemy stronger than oneself, one would only die faster. Thus, the first fishman was swiftly executed by Lin Shan from behind. Pulling out the black iron spear, Lin Shan continued the pursuit. 1, 2, 3 fishmen fell, and soon only 2 remained, just a few meters away from the sea. Victory was in sight, and the big eyes of the 2 fishmen sparkled with hope. Clapping sounds echoed. They had already stepped into the water. Crack! The last fishman was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture at the shore. Lin Shan flicked the black iron spear and laughed. How could I let you escape? Thus 38 fishmen met their tragic end on Tidal Island, while the mastermind behind it all walked joyfully towards the shore. Because among the fishmen by the sea, not every fishman dropped a treasure chest. From the 38 fishmen, he only recovered half a wooden treasure chest, including the chests on the fishmen carrying them. However, the Fishman King did drop a black iron treasure chest. Just as Lin Shan arrived at the shore to pick up the wooden treasure chest, golden subtitles suddenly appeared in the dark sky. World System Announcement Ding. Congratulations to Lin Shan, the first tower defender from Area 88888888, for obliterating the sea monster tribe, rewarding all tower defenders in Area 88888888. Bronze treasure chest X1, a black iron treasure chest X1, wooden treasure chest X1, appraisal ability crystal X1. The world system announcement echoed 3 times in the night sky, with glittering golden subtitles appearing. Even the mist over the sea could not block it. Once this world announcement was made, whether they were asleep or fighting off sea monsters behind wooden doors, everyone erupted in excitement. Everyone was discussing Lin Shan, and many envied the people from Area 88888888, especially those from Area 8888888 and Area 88888888. One wished for one more 8, while the other wished for one less 8. The people from Area 88888888 were the most excited. In the chat channel after the first appearance of the amazing Lin Shan, a flood of messages began totaling over 900 repetitions of Lin Shan is amazing. Unfortunately, Lin Shan was too busy to open the chat channel, otherwise he would have flaunted a bit. After gathering all the treasure chests dropped by the fishmen, he began to collect the bodies. The fishmen's bodies couldn't just be left on the island, could they? After some thought, he decided to throw them into the rocky area as bait. Fortunately, the fishmen weren't very heavy, weighing about 40 to 50 pounds. There were about 26 fishmen's bodies left, the rest were just ice remnants. Lin Shan quickly swept them into a pile, packed them in crab claw shells, and discarded them. After more than an hour of processing, everything was finally cleaned up. Phew, that was exhausting, but now I can finally check today's harvest properly. After returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan first took a few sips of water before he began to tally up. First, the treasure chests dropped by the fishmen, a total of 13 wooden treasure chests ranging from 1 to 3 stars, 1 black iron treasure chest, and a pile of broken weapons which he discarded outside the lighthouse. 1 staff from the Fishman King. This was the haul from today's fishmen, and next came the system rewards. First, the shared rewards for Area 88888888. Bronze treasure chest X1, black iron treasure chest X1, wooden treasure chest X1, appraisal ability crystal X1. Next came his personal exclusive rewards. System congratulations Tower Defender Lin Shan, you have received exclusive rewards: extraordinary attribute treasure chest X1, random purple 1 to 9-star ability crystal X1, random special equipment X1, legend level 1. Lin Shan directly claimed the rewards and gazed at the densely packed treasure chests, muttering to himself, "I struck it rich, this is a windfall." Lin Shan smiled widely. After a few minutes, he slowly calmed his excitement and began to organize the loot. First, he stacked the 1-star wooden treasure chests together, then the 2-star, followed by the 3-star, then the black iron treasure chest, the bronze treasure chest, and finally the extraordinary attribute treasure chest. Finally, he placed the appraisal crystal and the random purple ability crystal along with the random special equipment and the staff on the wooden table. After everything was organized, Lin Shan directly started to open the 1-star wooden treasure chests. The 1-star wooden treasure chests were all dropped by the fishmen, totaling 7. Soon Lin Shan finished opening them, obtaining 8 black bread, 5 pure water, 68 wood, and 41 stone. Lin Shan was not surprised by this. Wooden treasure chests really didn't contain anything good. Aside from the black bread and pure water, they mostly yielded basic resources. Next, he opened the 2-star and 3-star wooden treasure chests one by one. He obtained 9 black bread, 11 pure water, 142 with 71 stone, a white 3-star iron pot X1, water apples X3, and a complete set of white 1-star cotton clothes. The iron pot and cotton clothes came from the 3-star wooden treasure chests. After organizing the items obtained from the wooden treasure chests, Lin Shan turned his attention to the black iron treasure chests. Black iron treasure chests, I wonder what good things will come out. There were a total of 2 black iron treasure chests, both rated green 3-star. However, the black iron treasure chests from the system rewards had an effect with a 10 chance of yielding high-rated items. Crack. System obtained smokeless charcoal blueprint X1, fishman gills X1. Huh? What did he see? Fishman gills. What is this used for? Name smokeless charcoal blueprint. Category blueprint rating green 1. Effect allows the crafting table to learn to make smokeless charcoal evaluation. Smokeless charcoal not only does not emit choking smoke, but also burns longer and at a higher temperature. He immediately recorded it for the crafting table. Then he looked at the fishman gills. Name fishman gills. Category special item rating green 5. Effect underwater breathing evaluation. The gills of a fishman, when stuck behind the ear, allow for brief underwater breathing. Huh. Lin Shan was somewhat surprised. These fishman gills turned out to be quite a good item. Especially for those with the coral coast, it was truly a treasure. Very good. Lin Shan happily placed it on the wooden table and then looked at the black iron treasure chest from the system rewards. Crack. System obtained farmland blueprint X1, bronze crossbow X1. 2 items not bad. Name farmland blueprint. Category one-time blueprint. Rating green 6. Effect after use gain farmland with 1 to 9 plots. Evaluation a one-time blueprint that requires no materials, you just use it. Oh, Lin Shan's eyes brightened a bit. Farming is crucial on the island, especially knowing that a prolonged lack of fruits and vegetables could lead to scurvy. With that thought, Lin Shan directly clicked to use it. System obtained farmland X1. Name farmland. Category building. Rating green 6. Effect has 6 planting plots. Evaluation farmland can shorten crop growth time, a favorite for farmers. Notice, 1 plot of farmland can only grow 1 type of crop. 6 plots. Not bad, that's decent. Lin Shan was very satisfied and prepared to place it near the grove. As for why not near the lighthouse? That's easy to guess, it could be easily destroyed by intruders. Lin Shan then eagerly looked at the second item. Name bronze crossbow. Category weapon. Rating blue 1. Effect penetration. Evaluation when shooting with arrows, the feathered arrows will have a certain penetration power, easily piercing the shells of shallow sea crabs. A blue 1-star ranged weapon. This will make defending the tower much easier. I can just shoot down from the second floor. Lin Shan was extremely pleased, but unfortunately, he had no feathered arrows. He thought to check the chat channel later to see if anyone had dropped feathered arrows or blueprints. Very well, next is the bronze treasure chest. Please be good, don't let the black iron chest outshine you. I don't ask for yellow, a blue 9 would be fine. Lin Shan looked at the bronze treasure chest, muttering to himself. He then put his hands together and began to whisper, Heavenly Lord, I am willing to offer the life of every person in the world channel for 1 day, in exchange for a big drop from the bronze treasure chest. Then he opened it. Creak. System obtained bronze arrow rain X1. What? Just 1 item. Lin Shan looked at the prompt in disbelief, then reluctantly opened his backpack, his brows furrowing at the newly appeared item. Having opened so many treasure chests, Lin Shan had a suspicion that the fewer items inside a chest, the higher the item's rating. However, in the early stages, it was still better to have a larger quantity of items. But since it had already become a reality, Lin Shan could only click to view. Name bronze arrow rain. Category special equipment. Rating blue 7. Effect triple shot bronze arrows. Evaluation, this is a special equipment for the arrow tower, which can only be equipped on the arrow tower. Lin Shan suddenly remembered that someone in his area seemed to have obtained a special arrow tower. I could ask about that later. This item is undoubtedly powerful, but unfortunately, it is exclusive equipment. Lin Shan shook his head helplessly and then looked at the last treasure chest, the random extraordinary attribute treasure chest. Name random extraordinary attribute treasure chest. Category special treasure chest. Rating black 9. Effect upon opening will definitely appear extraordinary fruit, extraordinary items, extraordinary abilities, or extraordinary techniques. Special effect, 50 chance of extraordinary techniques. Note, this is a reward for the brave. Black. What level is that? Lin Shan looked puzzled at the black rating, murmuring in confusion. The known ratings are white, green, blue, yellow, purple. Could it be that black is above purple? It seems not. I remember last time I got a deep sea treasure chest which was yellow 9-star, and it also displayed the deep sea mermaid pearl, which was purple and showed its level. And the black rating hasn't shown the corresponding color. So purple must not be above black, but another color. Lin Shan speculated. There are still several rating colors left, and after pondering for a moment, he shifted his attention back to the treasure chest. Lin Shan approached the fireplace, picked up 3 dry branches, and lit them in the fire pit. He then adjusted his clothing, coughed twice, and began to pray. Guanyin Bodhisattva Tathagata Buddha, Jade Emperor, 3 purities above, please bless me, with a great explosion from the treasure chest. After completing the ritual, he tossed the dry branches which served as incense into the fire pit and rushed to the treasure chest to open it directly. Creak. System obtained extraordinary fruit X1, extraordinary fruit X1, extraordinary fruit X1, extraordinary technique X1. Hiss. Did it really explode? Lin Shan murmured in disbelief, and in the next moment, he eagerly checked. Name extraordinary fruit. Category heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Rating green 1. Effect consuming it randomly increases 1 point of extraordinary attribute. Evaluation, the lowest level of extraordinary fruit, yet still a treasure sought after by countless people. Lin Shan then looked at the other 2 extraordinary fruits. One was green 3-star. After consuming it, it could increase 3 points of random extraordinary attribute, and the other was blue 1-star. After eating it could increase 10 points of random extraordinary attribute. Lin Shan looked at the attributes and said a total of 14 points of random extraordinary attributes. I hope they all increase the water type extraordinary attribute. After all, the highest extraordinary attribute Lin Shan currently had was the water-type extraordinary attribute. 3 extraordinary fruits, but they are different in shape and color, clearly not of the same kind. The smallest was about the size of a strawberry, while the largest was the size of a water apple. With 3 extraordinary fruits, Lin Shan consumed them directly. There was no need to keep such things, they needed to be eaten sooner or later. Lin Shan suddenly felt his body heating up, but it quickly returned to normal. What the heck? Is it because of the extraordinary fruit? But it didn't have this effect before, Lin Shan said with some confusion. He opened his personal panel to check. Name Lin Shan. Strength extraordinary being. Talent gift of fate. Abilities ice crystal shot underwater breathing. Extraordinary attributes water 14, fire 3, wood 2 mysterious 5, physique 1. Evaluation a novice extraordinary being with 1 extraordinary attribute just exceeding 10 points. I gained extraordinary attributes in wood mysterious and physique. Extraordinary physique. Lin Shan was puzzled. If physique has extraordinary, then what about strength and agility? Shouldn't they have some too? It seems that the recent warmth in my body must be due to the extraordinary physique, right? I wonder what effect it has. It must be related to my body. Could it be that I have turned into flesh? Lin Shan glanced at his arm, feeling that the muscles had become somewhat firmer. Was it just his imagination? After pondering for a moment, Lin Shan took out the black iron spear. Wow, it's so light. Lin Shan was somewhat surprised as he weighed the black iron spear in his hands. Originally, he thought the 30-gene spear was a bit heavy, but now it felt much lighter, at least a third lighter. It seems that the extraordinary physique indeed enhances the body. My strength has increased significantly, Lin Shan said with excitement. After the excitement, Lin Shan's gaze turned to the techniques in his backpack. This is the crux of the matter. Name extraordinary technique. Category technique rating black 9 effect upon use. It will form the most suitable technique for the user special effect. While forming the technique, it will also establish a professional designation. This is a reward for the brave. Evaluation. This is the beginning of an extraordinary family. Another black rating. Could it be that black is a special rating? Lin Shan said with confusion. However, this effect is quite impressive. Not only do I obtain a technique, but I even gain a hereditary profession. I wonder if the second and third places enjoy the same treatment. Lin Shan muttered as he directly used it. System forming the technique, please wait. System forming the profession, please wait. After glancing at the system prompt, Lin Shan ignored it and instead focused on the items on the table. He looked at the 4 items on the table. After considering, let's check the staff first. Name Fireball Staff. Category extraordinary weapon rating green 6 effect Fireball 03 evaluation. A low-level extraordinary weapon can cast a fireball spell of the fire element 3 times a day. Indeed, it's a pity it's of no use to me. I can sell it here at this stage. It should sell well. After saying that, Lin Shan turned his gaze to the other 3 items, thought for a moment, and picked up the appraisal crystal stone. Name appraisal crystal stone. Category ability crystal stone rating blue 9 effect appraisal learning requirement none evaluation. From my appraisal experience, this is a piece of junk. He learned it directly. Instantly, the appraisal crystal stone transformed into a beam of light and surged into Lin Shan's forehead. Having experienced it once, Lin Shan was not alarmed. As the appraisal technique entered his forehead, a rush of information about the appraisal technique flooded his mind. After a moment, Lin Shan finally came back to his senses. Rubbing his forehead, could it be that every time I learn an ability, there will be a similar experience? If that's the case, then when learning abilities in the future, I must do so in a safe place like within a lighthouse. With the appraisal technique, I will be able to check the attributes of sea beasts and sea demons. However, according to the information on the appraisal technique, the results depend on both parties' mental strength. In other words, if the opponent's mental strength is relatively high, it may not yield much information. Conversely, if the opponent's mental strength is lower than mine, then the appraisal information will be very detailed. Moreover, the mysterious extraordinary attributes can resist the appraisal technique with a priority higher than that of extraordinary mental strength. What I mean is my 5 points of mysterious extraordinary attributes can at least offset the opponent's 5 points of mental strength. Not bad. I didn't expect to discover one of the functions of the mysterious attributes so quickly. After checking the appraisal technique information, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. Finally, Lin Shan turned his attention to the random purple ability crystal and the random special equipment on the table. Name random purple ability crystal 1 to 9 category special item rating purple 1 to 9 effect. After use randomly, obtain a purple ability crystal from 1 to 9 special effect guaranteed. For this is a reward for the brave. Evaluation. The color purple, isn't it quite delectable? High-level abilities, extraordinary attributes below 100 points have no qualification for use. Just a little chicken. Lin Shan glanced at the evaluation and then clicked to use it. System obtained Starlight Technique Crystal Lin Shan directly clicked to view name Starlight Technique, Crystal Category Ability Crystal, Rating Purple 7 Effect Starlight Attack Starlight Defense Starlight, Healing Learning Requirement, at least 10 points of Mysterious Extraordinary Attributes Evaluation, a perfect ability integrating attack defense and healing, but its usage requirements are strict. If the Mysterious Extraordinary Attributes are below 300 points, it is not recommended for use. Of course, if you have less than 100 Mysterious Extraordinary Attributes, you don't even have the qualification to use it. Looking at the Starlight Technique crystal before him, Lin Shan had a premonition that if he were to learn it now, there would be a bang and his whole head would explode. This ominous feeling came out of nowhere, but left Lin Shan somewhat shaken. Lin Shan looked at the learning requirements, and then complained, 10 points of Mysterious Extraordinary Attributes. I can't believe it. Even if I don't die, I would become an idiot. It requires at least 100 points of Mysterious Attributes, right? Since I can't learn it at this stage, you'll just store it in my backpack to gather dust. Just one more to go. Name Random Special Equipment Category Special Item Rating Purple 6 Effect. After use, obtain a piece of special equipment ranging from Purple 1 to Red 1. Evaluation: Special equipment is unique and possesses special effect attributes. Purple is followed by Red. It seems that black is indeed special. Lin Shan murmured as he looked at Red 1. He then directly used it. Come on, give me something magnificent. System: obtain the Key of Destiny. Name Key of Destiny unique category special equipment rating Red 1 can grow effect Mysterious 10 and mental strength 10 special effect Door of Destiny evaluation. Destiny is everywhere. No one knows what lies behind the Door of Destiny. Tip: a rare unique growth equipment that requires a soul contract to bind. Use it. Lin Shan blinked, absorbed it, and then excitedly shouted, "Oh yeah, I got something great. It's so magnificent. Wait a minute." Lin Shan suddenly stopped, staring blankly at the golden key in his hand, and wondered, soul contract. How do I make a contract? Blood binding, I understand, but what about this soul? Just as Lin Shan felt perplexed, the Key of Destiny in his hand suddenly emitted a faint golden light, while the gift of destiny flickered, as if responding and resonating. Then Lin Shan inexplicably formed a contract with the Key of Destiny. Huh? Lin Shan stared blankly at the Key of Destiny in his hand, wondering how he had inadvertently formed a contract. However, after the contract, he understood the specific effects of the Door of Destiny. To put it simply, it is to summon a door and then unlock it with the Key of Destiny, but what lies behind the door is entirely unknown. However, behind the Door of Destiny, there will generally be something that the user urgently needs. Yet summoning the Door of Destiny requires not only a significant amount of Mysterious Extraordinary Attributes, but also waiting for the Key of Destiny to be fully charged. Scratching his head, unable to make sense of it, Lin Shan simply stored the Key of Destiny in his mind. Indeed, after the contract, the Key of Destiny remained in his mind, and he wondered how such a large key could fit in there. Or perhaps the mind is just a vague concept. Having seen it all, one could say it was a great harvest. Lin Shan looked contentedly at the items on the table and the floor. His backpack had only 10 slots, so most items were stored in the lighthouse. The backpack contained only the items he needed. After glancing at the extraordinary techniques and professions forming, he decided to ignore them. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel. He wanted to initiate a trade. While everyone has a bronze treasure chest, now let's see if there are any good items available. Lin Shan said with some anticipation. Also, he still needed arrows for the bronze light crossbow in his hand. He wondered if anyone had opened the arrow blueprint. I've struck it rich, brothers and sisters. I've opened a blue-rated item. Thanks to the great Lin Shan. Indeed, it's amazing. Other areas must be envious and jealous, right? Upstairs, that's awesome. Not amazing. Really? Family, I've obtained an item with extraordinary attributes. Do you know what it's for? Extraordinary attributes. It should be what one needs for abilities, right? Upstairs, I know this. I've opened an extraordinary weapon. It can release wind blades, demonstrating a bit of wind-type extraordinary power. Extraordinary weapon. Hiss, I'm envious. There's nothing to envy. Oh, I've also opened an extraordinary weapon, but it can only be used once a day. Huh. Upstairs, I'm able to use it twice. What? Why? By the way, what rating do you have? Green 4-star. I'm green 3-star. Darn it, just 1-star difference. The chat channel was lively. After all, everyone now had bronze treasure chests, and opening good items deserved to be flaunted, right? After lurking for a while, Lin Shan began his business. Everyone, I offer one extraordinary weapon: fireball staff, attribute image, fishman gills, attribute image, bronze arrow, rain, attribute image. Holy crap. Everyone look. I've caught a wild big shot. Catch your sister, that's a big leg. Get out of the way, don't block my way to hug the big leg. Big shots are always big shots, all good items. Aunt. Big shot, what's the price for that bronze arrow, rain? I want it. Huh. Upstairs, I remember your lighthouse is a special lighthouse and arrow tower, right? Damn. I want the fishman gills. Half of my seaside is a coral area, but there hasn't been much. Isn't the coral area a rare sea area? Yes, my island is Coral Coast Island and half or 2/3 of the area is Coral Coast. I'm right at half. Damn, the fireball staff is gone and you guys are still chatting. Smart people have already made secret bids. What? Damn, you guys are a bunch of bastards stealing my stuff. Fools, too many people and too little porridge. Surely the quick get the goods and the slow miss out. Lin Shan glanced at the flood of trading information, blinking in disbelief at the sheer volume. In an instant, there were over 10,000 messages. However, most people were looking for sponsorship. Lin Shan directly filtered them out. Thankfully, the chat channel had such a function, otherwise having to open them one by one would be exhausting. After thinking, Lin Shan decided that his 3 items were all above green quality, and the bronze arrow rain was even blue 7-star, so the minimum trading requirement must be at least green or higher. Having thought of this, Lin Shan filtered out all the ratings below green instantly, leaving only a couple dozen trading messages. He opened the first message. Big shot, big shot. I want the fireball staff. Please, please. Image. Clicking the image directly, he found it was a green 3-star dagger placed on a snow-white thigh. Lin Shan widened his eyes in disbelief, and then exclaimed, "Do I look like a shallow person?" Humph. Silently saving the image, he ruthlessly closed the trading information. Then he clicked on the second, third, and so on, quickly finishing. In total, there were over 100 genuine trading offers, among which several looked quite good. With over 9,000 people online, there must be quite a few who obtained good items. Remember, the bronze treasure chest can yield blue items, but unfortunately, aside from one person, no one else had blue items available for trade. Thinking this, Lin Shan clicked on one trading message. Big shot, big shot. I want the bronze arrow tower. This is all my materials, please choose. Image. The items weren't many. The other party had clearly displayed all their green and above items, including some blue ones likely from opening bronze treasure chests. Lin Shan, your lighthouse is a special lighthouse, an arrow tower. Chen Bailey, big shot, you know me. Hee, that's right, my lighthouse is indeed an arrow tower. Lin Shan, I'm quite curious about the attributes of the arrow tower. Can you send them to me? Chen Bailey, sure, no problem, just a moment, big shot. Chen Bailey, big shot, done. Here, take a look. Image. Lin Shan clicked to view. Name Lighthouse, category Lighthouse, rating white 4, main effect green candle flame, special effect arrow tower, energy 73. Evaluation. This is a lighthouse that can launch arrow rains. Each launch consumes 1 of energy. A lighthouse is still a lighthouse, but with a special effect. It seems that all subsequent lighthouses can become special lighthouses, but those who obtain them at the start get a head start. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Shan muttered, "Thank you. How about we trade this blue-rated item for this green one?" Chen Bailey, let's trade. Thank you, big shot. Lin Shan nodded, and then clicked on the trade. He wasn't worried about being scammed. The system would ensure that both parties completed the trade, so there was no concern about the other party suddenly withdrawing their items after he confirmed the trade. The transaction was completed swiftly. A bronze rain of arrows was taken from the backpack, and 2 new items were added. Name mixed bait, category item, rating green 4, effect attracts marine life. Evaluation. You are uncertain about what it will attract. Will it be sea fish, sea beasts, or mermaids? The green algae head attracted shallow water crabs, and since they came with a black iron treasure chest, Lin Shan was quite interested in the bait. Name incomplete heavy iron spear, category weapon, rating blue 3, effect penetration, heavy. Evaluation. An incomplete heavy iron spear, its intact rating would be at least blue 8. This spear was meant to replace the black iron spear. Then Lin Shan clicked on another transaction info, which was for exchanging a fireball staff. The other party offered a green 8-star item, but it was unclear whether it came from a bronze or black iron treasure chest. Although the 8-star rating is 2 stars higher than the 6-star fireball staff, this isn't how it works. The fireball staff is something to be kept as a trump card. The price is certainly set a bit high. Lin Shan, brother, are you sure you want to exchange your item for the fireball staff? This is a good item. Chen Jinlin, that's right, boss, a 1 for 1. Lin Shan, why call you boss? Aren't you also a boss? By the way, do you have arrow feathers? Chen Jinlin, just joking, boss, how could I compare to you? I don't have arrow feathers, but one of my friends has a blueprint for a black iron arrow. However, it requires iron blocks, so it can't be made. Lin Shan, I see, then let's trade first. If iron blocks appear later, I'll contact you. Let's add each other as friends. Chen Jinlin, no problem, definitely. The transaction was completed quickly. Name Qingyan headscarf, category extraordinary equipment, rating green 8, effects spiritual power 4. Evaluation. An extraordinary equipment made from the tail feathers of a blue bird containing a small amount of spiritual power attributes. In the long run, this transaction favored Lin Shan, but for now the other party had the advantage. As long as both sides were satisfied, isn't that what trading is all about? If you're doing well, then everyone is doing well. After selling the fireball staff, the transaction information instantly decreased by 70 to 80%, clearly indicating that most people came for the fireball staff. Unfortunately, the other offers were not impressive, not even a single green 5-star item. It was all just for fun. It's a joke, after all, the fireball staff itself is a 6-star item. Finally, the value of the Fishman Gills is similar to the bronze rain of arrows, depending on personal demand. For those in need, it can fetch a good price. For those who don't need it, it's just average. It's still a 5-star special item, so I won't exchange it for anything lower than 6 stars. Lin Shan murmured as he opened the remaining transaction information to check. He quickly eliminated 90% of the transaction information, leaving 3 options. One individual was trading a green 6-star weapon, a long sword. Lin Shan glanced at it and ultimately dismissed it since he was currently using a spear. One cannot bite off more than they can chew. Since he was initially dealing with spears, he should practice with the spear well. Next, the second person's information was similar to Chen Jianlin's, offering all green or above items for him to choose from. Lin Shan hadn't looked into this one closely yet. The last one offered was a green 7-star item, a ship's lantern, which could dispel sea fog within a 3-meter range. Lin Shan was somewhat tempted by this item, but decided to first see what the second person had to offer. He would hold on to this for now, and if the second person had nothing good, he would trade for the lantern. He closed the transaction information and reopened the second person's transaction info to start checking. The other party clearly had more items compared to Chen Bailey. After all, they were from a special island, the Coral Island. Even if they could only die for a short time, it was much better than an ordinary coastline. There were a total of 6 items, 4 green and 2 blue. For trading, I will definitely start with the better ones, Lin Shan said with a grin. Then he clicked to view the details. Name: siren sound shell. Category: special item. Rating: blue. 3. Effect: enchantment evaluation. A shell that records the enchanting voice of low-level mermaids, capable of releasing an enchanting sound to charm all life within a 10-meter radius. Lin Shan was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "It doesn't distinguish between enemies and allies." Rubbing his chin, he thought this would be quite good for Chen Bailey, as the lighthouse would remain unaffected. He turned to the second blue item. Name: purple coral. Category: coral. Rating: blue. 2. Effect: purifies water quality, absorbs toxins. Evaluation: purple coral is a relatively rare quality among corals, capable of absorbing toxins from water to purify it. Purple coral? Did they just pluck it like that? Lin Shan said puzzledly, knowing that he had to nurture his own blood-red coral, yet the other party simply harvested it. Looking at the coral before him, although he wasn't sure if it could still survive, he decided to go with this one. Mainly because the ship's lantern was not very useful at the moment. The fog was too dangerous for beginners like them to explore. Lin Shan, are you there? Wang Feng: I'm here, boss. I've been waiting for you. Lin Shan: purple coral, want to trade? Wang Feng: of course. You don't know, boss, I still have quite a bit of purple coral in my coral area, but unfortunately they are all in the depths, and I dare not go down. Seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and then remarked, I see, so this is the initial benefit of obtaining the coral area. I'm a bit envious. How did you manage this? The trade was completed, and the purple coral was now in hand. Lin Shan looked around and murmured, seems like there's nothing else to do. He thought for a moment, oh right, toilet paper. Lin Shan opened his backpack and took a look. Due to the Fishman invasion earlier, he had traded his toilet paper for wood and stone. Now he had 2,470 pieces of wood and 3,289 pieces of stone in his backpack. He checked the chat channel and found that no one had obtained the toilet paper blueprint yet. Lin Shan then crafted all the remaining wood into toilet paper, and afterward, he could finally go to sleep. After all, it was already past 10 p.m. He needed to wake up early tomorrow, wondering how many sea beasts would be attracted by all those fishmen. Then he lay down on the bed preparing to sleep, though he felt a bit unaccustomed without a pillow and blanket. Finally, Lin Shan remembered he had a set of cotton clothes and used them as a pillow, mainly because it wasn't very cold, yet likely due to the pleasant weather of the previous 3 days. He awoke without a trace of dreams. When Lin Shan opened his eyes, sunlight had already spilled into the room. Dawn has broken. Yawning deeply, he sat upright at once. Grabbing a bottle of purified water, he rinsed his mouth and splashed cold water on his face. Immediately, his mind sharpened, fully alert. He opened the interface to check the time, 6:30 am. Then he glanced at today's weather effect. Today's weather: clear skies and gentle breeze. Weather effect: rare. After the tide recedes, treasure chests discovered on your island have an increased chance of upgrading. A favorable effect today: chests may upgrade. Excellent. I like this. Lin Shan chuckled softly. Before long, it was 7 o'clock. Ding. Reminder: the tide will begin receding in 30 minutes. Seize the opportunity to gather resources. System announcement: ding. Congratulations to all Tower Guardians for enduring through day 3. The following new features are now unlocked. Forging bench deployed. System: ding. Deployment successful. Trading system activated. System ding. Harbor facilities deployed. System ding. Deployment successful. After reading the announcements, Lin Shan murmured, "So the forging bench is unlocked today. Does that mean Chun Jinlin's black iron arrows can finally be crafted?" He paused, then decided to wait until high tide before asking. Glancing at the control panel, crafting bench and newly installed forging bench, all lined up side by side, he shrugged helplessly. The room had grown noticeably narrower. Toilet paper. Seeing the crafting bench reminded him last night he'd turned every scrap of wood into toilet paper. 24,700 packs. After stowing them away, Lin Shan opened the trading system. The trading system featured 2 tabs: regional market and global market. The distinction was immediately apparent. The global market tab remained grayed out, clearly still inaccessible. Lin Shan tapped the regional market tab and began browsing. The instructions were straightforward. Each tower guardian owned a personal shop with 10 listing slots, meaning a maximum of 10 items per day. Stacks were unlimited. After selecting an item, one simply set its price and confirmed. Since every shop was independent, clicking any player's profile in the chat channel would directly open their storefront. Most importantly, no transaction fees. That detail pleased Lin Shan immensely. He listed all the toilet paper at 10 units of wood per pack. Within moments, the marketplace flooded with densely packed listings, goods of every conceivable kind. After glancing briefly, Lin Shan closed the interface and opened the chat channel to promote his stock. Finally, he turned his attention to the harbor. A new harbor tab now appeared on the system interface. He tapped it without hesitation. Name: harbor. Category: island structure. Rank: white eye. Effect: none. Appraisal: a dilapidated, derelict harbor. No merchant would ever consider docking here. Upgrade requirement: with 0-100. System tip: the harbor is a vital structure. Upgrading it attracts seafaring traders and serves as the gateway for tower guardians venturing off island. Having reviewed its attributes, Lin Shan picked up his breakfast, a single black rye loaf and half a bottle of purified water, and stepped out of the lighthouse chamber. There it stood, just left of the lighthouse, the harbor connected by a dirt path winding from tower to shore. Lin Shan glanced around and realized the window offered a clear view of it. The tide hasn't receded yet. I'll inspect the harbor first. With that, he began walking toward it, nibbling his breakfast as he went. Before him stretched a rickety wooden pier, the harbor itself, jutting from the sandy shore. Indeed, it was utterly decrepit. Its length measured roughly 10 meters, extending nearly 2 meters beyond the island's edge, likely to prevent ships from colliding with the landmass. Lin Shan stepped onto it cautiously. Immediately, the planks groaned and creaked beneath his weight. TCH. Just as rotten as it looks. Though shabby, the pier held firm under his solitary tread. Soon after, the tide receded completely. Lin Shan ceased examining the pier and prepared for tidal-pooling. He was already on the sandy zone. No need to trek all the way to the coral and reef boundary. Let's start at the harbor and circle the perimeter. Muttering to himself, he surveyed the newly exposed shoreline. First came the scuttling little tyrants, crabs. Then came the basics, driftwood stones. It seems an ecological web is gradually forming around this island. The longer we remain, the richer the surroundings become. Watching crabs skitter across the damp sand, Lin Shan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then he began his daily tidal-pooling expedition. The sand zone remained unchanged, still just wood and stone, so Lin Shan soon reached the coral zone. What in the world? Rainbow mantis shrimp. At the junction of sand and coral, he spotted one, over 2 meters long, gleaming with iridescent hues, nestled among the reefs. Lin Shan stared astonished at the shimmering creature underwater, then noticed it was enthusiastically devouring the corpse of a shallow water crab. Gazing at the radiant beast, Lin Shan whistled low. Combat underwater bore no resemblance to land-based fighting. At least unaided, he stood no chance against such a creature. Only his ice crystal projectiles might tip the scales. Right. The system granted me the identification art. Let's scan this rainbow mantis shrimp first. Ding. Identification initiated. Scanning targets, transcendental attributes, none detected. Identification successful, 200 accuracy achieved. Name: rainbow, azure armored shrimp. Tier: common. Innate talent: lightning launch. Abilities: rigid carapace, ambush, predation. Transcendental affinities: aquatic, 4, metallic 7. Appraisal: a newly matured sea beast. Though ranked common, a single blow from this rainbow azure armored shrimp would send you straight to meet your great-grandmother. Extended appraisal: its carapace possesses the rigid carapace trait. Excellent material for crafting lightweight armor. Staring at the readout, Lin Shan blinked in disbelief, then murmured, common tier strength, but one punch sends me to my great-grandmother. That's astonishing. Then he recalled Earth's mantis shrimp, capable of shattering clamshells and glass, and nodded slowly in understanding. Look at that shallow water crab it's feasting upon. Underestimate the rainbow mantis shrimp, and this is your fate. The colorful mantis shrimp in the coral area continued to munch on crabs completely still. Lin Shan felt that a shot from the ice crystal could deal with it in one blow, but first he wanted to see if there were any treasure chests nearby. Soon Lin Shan discovered a treasure chest, a black iron chest. It was located on the coral about 2 meters in front of the mantis shrimp. A black iron chest. There's no way I can avoid attacking now, Lin Shan murmured as he watched the colorful mantis shrimp. Slowly Lin Shan began to dive. Whether it was due to the excessive water-type attributes or the deep-sea pearls effect, he moved swiftly underwater. Moreover, he stirred up hardly any turbulence. Soon he arrived about 3 meters behind the colorful mantis shrimp and then stopped, knowing that going any closer would be risky. The ice crystal gradually formed in his hand, and instantly the surrounding seawater began to turn icy. Lin Shan felt something was wrong as sure enough the colorful mantis shrimp sensed the change in the seawater and began to turn around. Lin Shan had no choice but to quickly condense the ice crystal. In no time an ice crystal infused with 5 points of water-type energy was formed, and he threw it. Whoosh! It shot towards the colorful mantis shrimp. As the ice crystal was launched, Lin Shan noticed that the seawater along its path formed strands of ice shards. With a crackling sound the ice froze, and Lin Shan focused to see that the colorful mantis shrimp had been completely encased in ice, slowly floating to the surface. Wow, the power of 5 points of extraordinary energy is quite substantial, huh? Wait, it's still alive. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise, watching the colorful mantis shrimp slowly moving its eyes within the ice. After all, it wasn't just 1 or 2 points, it was a whole 5 points. Huh. Suddenly Lin Shan checked the identification result of the mantis shrimp and saw its extraordinary attributes 4 points of water-type energy. Could it be that it can resist an attack of the same attribute? That's possible. Even if it can't completely negate it, it should be able to reduce the damage and effects of attacks of the same type, right? Thinking this way, it was no longer surprising. Lin Shan murmured to himself. Then, seeing that the colorful mantis shrimp was gradually adapting, Lin Shan did not use the ice crystal attack again. Instead, he quickly swam up and pushed the frozen mantis shrimp towards the shore. Brr, it's a bit cold. Lin Shan shivered involuntarily, then looked at the slowly moving colorful mantis shrimp within the ice, realizing that not all of it was frozen. There was still some water inside, explaining why the mantis shrimp could still move. Soon Lin Shan pushed the big ice block onto the shore, glad it was in the sea. He took out his heavy iron spear and looked at the mantis shrimp in the ice, saying, "This is a blue 3-star weapon. You should feel honored to die by it." With that, Lin Shan gave the spear a slight flick and aimed for the mantis shrimp's head, preparing for a fatal strike. Then with a strong thrust, crack! The heavy iron spear broke through the ice layer like a hot knife through butter, accurately hitting the mantis shrimp's head and breaking through the other side of the ice. Lin Shan remarked, "A bit of extraordinary physique attribute must have at least doubled our strength." Of course, the heavy iron spear's ability to break through the ice so smoothly is also due to its sharpness, weight, and the fact that it is, after all, a blue-rated weapon. After confirming the colorful mantis shrimp was dead, Lin Shan directly tossed it aside, planning to deal with it later. For now, he would focus on retrieving the treasure chest. With a splash, Lin Shan quickly swam back to the black iron chest guarded by the mantis shrimp and collected it. Glancing at the mangled corpse of the shallow sea crab, without the mantis shrimp's intimidation, many small fish crabs and shrimp came over to peck at it. Then Lin Shan stood up. "By the way, where should I place the purple coral for it to thrive best?" When he traded, Lin Shan discovered that the purple coral was alive, so it could reproduce within the coral area. After some thought, he glanced at the blood-colored coral area, unsure if the two would compete for resources, so it was better to keep them separated for breeding. Huh, sea urchins. Suddenly Lin Shan stopped and looked at the sea urchins on the coral below, quickly swimming down. Sea urchins generally eat algae on corals, right? Luckily, they weren't starfish. Some starfish seem to eat coral polyps, right? Well, it's hard to say. As long as there is no human interference, the island's ecosystem is gradually improving and should maintain a balance. After all, on Blue Star, humans were the greatest destroyers. After a couple of glances, Lin Shan continued on. Apart from the black iron chest guarded by the colorful mantis shrimp, Lin Shan found 3 pearl shells and a green 3-star sea fish in the coral area. Unfortunately, he couldn't catch it in the water. Although Lin Shan was already quite agile in the water, he still couldn't catch up to the fish. Of course, using a spear to poke would make it easier to catch a fish. Splash! The seawater cascaded off Lin Shan. I finally understand the resources appearing in the coral area are treasure chests and seafood. After wiping the water off his face, Lin Shan said, "Next I should focus on the key area, the reef zone. I wonder how many sea beasts will be attracted by all those fishermen corpses from yesterday." Looking for a higher rock to observe, Lin Shan quickly spotted a taller reef. He jogged over and climbed up. Once up there, Lin Shan saw quite a few sea beasts, from shallow sea crabs to mantis shrimps, and even discovered new sea beasts. 1256. His 8 sea beasts. That's a decent number. It was worth the hours I spent hauling fishermen corpses yesterday. 8 sea beasts should yield 5 or 6 treasure chests, right? Not all sea beasts will have treasure chests, just as not all treasure chests are guarded by sea beasts. Among the 8 sea beasts, 3 shallow sea crabs were gathered in a rock pit, apparently eating something. 2 other crabs were hiding under a separate rock. There were also 2 mantis shrimps together, and finally 1 new sea beast, which looked like a type of sea fish. Of course, these were just the visible sea beasts. It was still unknown if there were more hidden in the shadows. So many big seafood, too bad there's no freezer, Lin Shan murmured with a hint of regret. Carefully weaving among the reefs, searching for supplies, while meticulously checking the shadows for any hidden sea creatures. 20 corpses of mermen, even if some have been washed away by the sea, at least half should remain, right? Therefore, the sea creatures I just saw are definitely not all of them. There must be more hidden out of sight. Looking at the small pool ahead, Lin Shan avoided stepping into the water. What's that? Lin Shan suddenly noticed something, cautiously glancing around for any signs of sea creatures before slowly approaching. A golden sea conch. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise, examining the conch before her. Picking it up, she found it was an empty shell, quite heavy with a texture and feel similar to gold. Let me see what this thing really is. Name: golden conch. Category: special item. Rating: blue. 3. Effect: summons ships. Evaluation: the conch can summon ships, but no one knows what type of ships will be called forth. It could be a merchant ship, a pirate vessel, or even a ghost ship. The ships summoned have a rating up to double that of the conch's rating. Is it actually gold? A golden conch, and it's a special item. What a profit. Lin Shan happily stored it in her backpack. Then Lin Shan continued her exploration, this time observing even more carefully, knowing that the golden conch was not large, only about the size of a palm. If it got stuck in a crevice of the rocks, it would really be hard to see. Soon Lin Shan encountered her first sea creature. Seeing the large fish stranded below the pool, she couldn't help but chuckle. Tisk stranded, huh? Let me help you out. This fish measured about 3 meters in length, its nose especially long, nearly half a meter. Faced with this new sea creature, Lin Shan naturally wanted to appraise it. Otherwise, what was the point of learning the appraise skill? Name: sword-nosed fish. Strength: ordinary. Talent: none. Ability: endurance. Burst: extraordinary. Attributes: water. 6, a sword. 3, gold. 1. Evaluation: the sword-nosed fish, with a nose shaped like a sword, swims swiftly in the water, and with its nose sword, it has substantial lethality. Excessive appraisal. Evaluation: the sword of the sword-nosed fish can create extraordinary weapons. The underwater sword, which is one of the most favored weapons among novice water-type extraordinary beings. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Looks like I have gained a bit from this. He who told you to be greedy? Lin Shan took out her iron spear and jabbed it towards the sword-nosed fish's head. Thud! The iron spear successfully pierced through the fish's head, and instantly the sword-nosed fish began to struggle. Clap, clap, clap. The tail made a continuous slapping sound, and seeing this, Lin Shan nervously looked around, fearing it might attract other sea creatures. Indeed, a shallow sea crab was drawn over. Squeak, squeak. Watching the approaching shallow sea crab, Lin Shan helplessly pouted, then condensed an ice crystal, and as the crab drew nearer, directly through it. Crack. Instantly, the entire shallow sea crab was frozen solid. Lin Shan noticed that with his water-type extraordinary attribute exceeding 10 points, the power of the ice crystal shot had also increased somewhat. This should be one of the signs of increased strength. A person with 100 points of extraordinary attributes compared to one with 10 points using the same ability and investing the same 1 point of extraordinary attributes, the power would definitely be different. The struggling of the sword-nosed fish below was becoming weaker, and soon it stopped moving altogether. Mainly because the iron spear was still lodged in its head, it died so quickly. Jumping down, Lin Shan directly chopped off the sword-nosed fish's sword nose with the spear tip. I didn't expect there to be a sword handle bone inside the flesh. No wonder it can be made into an underwater sword. Lin Shan marveled at the sword nose in her hand. Then she put the nearby wooden treasure chest into her backpack, took the sword nose, and left. As for the fish meat, I'll leave it for bait. Mainly because I can't take it with me, and my backpack is already full. With 10 slots, I've already occupied 6, leaving only 4 slots. This is after I left the bronze crossbow and mixed bait in the lighthouse room, freeing up 2 more slots. With the fish sword in hand, Lin Shan planned to throw it directly onto the island. With her current strength, throwing a fish sword weighing about 10 pounds was more than enough. After waiting for a while, she could just pick it up again. Next, she continued her exploration, occasionally picking up some wood, and soon Lin Shan arrived at the largest reef pit, where 3 shallow sea crabs were squeezed together. Squeezed so tightly they can't even escape. What are you all doing? Lin Shan remarked as she looked at the crabs below. Glancing around the pit, she found nothing, likely held down by the shallow sea crabs. Tap, tap. Lin Shan poked with her iron spear. The shallow sea crabs began to struggle when Lin Shan touched them, but unfortunately the 3 crabs were stuck so tight they couldn't move at all. Damn it, I might as well just break them into ice chunks. Lin Shan directly used ice crystal shot, the kind that required 2 points of water-type extraordinary attributes, aimed at the 2 shallow sea crabs that were closer together, and then shot down. Bang! Crack! With a slight effort, the last remaining shallow sea crab caused the other 2 to turn into ice chunks, while it itself had half of its claws turned to ice. Now Lin Shan finally saw what was below. Oh no! A huge loss. A tremendous loss, she exclaimed. Because below there were 4 red flower eyebrow fish, which could increase extraordinary attributes. And judging by the nearby remains, it was clear there had been more than 4 at first. MOMO coins, no wonder so many shallow sea crabs were attracted here. If it weren't for the small size of the reef pit, there might have been more than 3 shallow sea crabs. Among the remaining 4 red flower eyebrow fish, 2 were already missing a piece of meat or a head. Only the 2 in the middle were intact. Lin Shan quickly jumped down and casually stabbed one of the culprits, a shallow sea crab, with her spear. Did you see that? I've avenged you. In your spirit, do let your companions know to come and play with me. After saying this, Lin Shan took her iron spear and pried open the crab's shell, adding some seawater, then placed the still living 2 red flower eyebrow fish inside before heading towards the inner island. These are fish that can increase extraordinary attributes. They deserve serious attention. Looking at the 2 red flower eyebrows fish happily nibbling on the crab meat inside the shell of a shallow sea crab, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction and smiled. As long as you have an appetite, enjoy your meal and try to get a bit fatter. After placing it on the inner island, Lin Shan continued on. Back in the rocky depression, Lin Shan glanced at the other 2 mangled red flower eyebrows fish, wondering if the fish meat could still enhance extraordinary attributes. The result was clear: it could not. Shaking his head in disappointment, Lin Shan kicked the nearby shallow sea crab and continued on. He had already killed 5 sea beasts, and on the surface there were at least 3 more. Lin Shan carefully explored with his heavy iron spear. It was his tidal island that doubled the receding tide time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be so patient. In the chat channel, someone had already compiled statistics. Everyone's receding tide time varied, but did not differ too much, mostly fluctuating between 2 to 4 hours. Hearing a cracking sound from the rocky area ahead, Lin Shan immediately crept over. What first caught his eye was a wooden treasure chest, followed by a shallow sea crab that was making a cracking sound, albeit missing one of its pincers. Oh, missing a pincer. Did you lose a fight over food with other shallow sea crabs last night? Lin Shan teased. Then, holding his heavy iron spear, he walked out. If he couldn't even defeat a half-damaged shallow sea crab, there would be no point in continuing. Humans only fear the unknown. Of course, known weapons, firearms, are also quite fearsome. As long as something is known to kill, there is no room for fear. When adrenaline kicks in, even a dog can kill you. Crack! The shallow sea crab waved its remaining large claw, and just as Lin Shan took his attacking stance, it surprisingly ran away. Watching the agile shallow sea crab scurry away, Lin Shan was momentarily stunned. It ran away, he murmured. Then he glanced at the treasure chest, wondering if the guardian beast of the chest didn't necessarily have to stay near it. Or perhaps when it believed it was at a disadvantage, it could abandon the chest and escape. Scratching his head, Lin Shan decided not to think about it anymore. After putting away the wooden treasure chest, he continued on. Anyway, just charge ahead. In the next rocky area, Lin Shan discovered 2 sea beasts hidden beneath the rocks, a large mantis shrimp and what appeared to be a giant shell. Looking at the shell before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smiled. Good stuff, let's identify it. Name: giant carnivorous shell. Strength: ordinary. Talent: none. Abilities: stony. Extraordinary attributes: stone 5, water 3. Evaluation: an ordinary giant carnivorous shell that lurks in rocky or coral areas, then opens its shell to attract prey. Excessive identification. Evaluation: the shell of the giant carnivorous shell is extremely hard. Even green-rated weapons cannot break through its defenses, but using acidic liquids can soften it, allowing for easy processing afterwards. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Shan looked at the giant carnivorous shell with its mouth wide open and thought it best to use ice crystal shot to kill it, mainly because he was afraid that the heavy iron spear would pierce it and get stuck, making it troublesome to pry open later. Since even green weapons can withstand it, then 1 point of extraordinary attribute ice crystal shot should be just right. With the ice crystal gathering, Lin Shan shot at the giant carnivorous shell, waiting for food. Crack! Instantly, the meat of the giant carnivorous shell was frozen solid, and its shell was also frozen, thus unable to close. Lin Shan walked over, knocked on it, and smiled, good, hard as a rock. These 2 shells can serve as temporary water storage. After putting the entire giant carnivorous shell into his backpack, Lin Shan continued to exit the rocky area. This time he discovered a total of 14 sea beasts and collected 5 treasure chests, 4 wooden treasure chests, and 1 black iron treasure chest. In addition to the treasure chests harvested from the coral area, today's total haul included 2 black iron treasure chests, 4 wooden treasure chests, 3 pearl shells, 83 pieces of wood, 27 stones, 1 giant carnivorous shell, 1 swordfish bill, and 2 red flower eyebrows fish. There was also 1 high-value special item, the golden conch. After finding the swordfish bill, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse with a red flower eyebrows fish happily swimming in the crab shell. One of the red flower eyebrows fish had already been cleaned by Lin Shan, prepared for lunch. The island is still a bit too small. It's time to upgrade the island. As Lin Shan walked towards the lighthouse, he murmured to himself. After returning to the lighthouse room, he first placed the cleaned red flower eyebrows fish by the fireplace to roast. There were still remnants of the wood pile from last night, so the flames quickly flared up. After placing the fish, Lin Shan went to the crafting table and turned the wood he had traded for toilet paper back into toilet paper, a total of 24,843 pieces of wood. Looking at such an abundance of wood, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is truly a lucrative business. I hope others take longer to find the toilet paper blueprint so I can sell more." Then he returned to the fireplace, preparing to calculate today's harvest. First, Lin Shan placed the shell of the giant carnivorous shell and the swordfish bill outside, since the room was not large and they took up space. As for the red flower eyebrows fish, well, it had a much better treatment as it was currently resting in the shallow sea crab shell under the table. Next, Lin Shan looked at the 3 pearl shells, thought for a moment, and placed them in the shallow sea crab shell to keep them until later when he would open them while making fish soup. Now only the treasure chests remained. First, he opened the 4 wooden treasure chests. Lin Shan first checked the ratings of the treasure chests, since today's weather effect could enhance their star ratings. 1 3-star, 2 5 stars, and 1 8-star. Let's start with the 3-star one. System wood 23, stone 12, purified water 3. Next was the 5-star treasure chests. Those above 3 stars all had prefixes. 2 5-star wooden treasure chests, one with an iron prefix, and the other was the previously obtained sea salt wooden treasure chest. After opening them, he received 10 iron blocks and 1,000 grams of sea salt. The last 8-star wooden treasure chest had a rather impressive prefix called the blueprint wooden treasure chest. Name: blueprint wooden treasure chest. Category: ordinary treasure chest. Rating: white 8. Effect: 100 chance of yielding blueprints. Evaluation: a chest containing blueprints, but it will not yield blueprints higher than green 8. It was so simple and straightforward, definitely a good item. After reviewing the treasure chest's blueprint attributes, Lin Shan opened it immediately. System acquired blueprint. Moonlight healing pill, moonlight grass 10. Seems I've obtained something extraordinary. Lin Shan exclaimed in awe, gazing at the blueprint in his hand. He then strode directly to the crafting bench, tapped record, and opened the crafting interface to inspect it. Name: moonlight healing pill. Category: medicine. Rank: green, tier 3. Effect: treats injuries and certain minor ailments. Description: a masterfully crafted elixir by an eminent apothecary. Not only composed of widely available ingredients, but also conveniently shaped into compact portable pills. Its efficacy exceeds expectations beyond healing wounds. It even alleviates mild fevers and cold symptoms. An excellent find, a true replacement for toilet paper. The chest had yielded 10 moonlight grasses, enough to craft 10 pills. Shall I try crafting them now? As Lin Shan tapped the crafting command, he examined the moonlight grass's attributes. Name: moonlight grass. Category: herb. Rank: white, tier 3. Effect: slight curative properties. Notes: a common herb. So unremarkable that it wouldn't even qualify as medicinal were it not for the moonlight healing pill's existence. Common. Common is perfect. I was half worried it might be rare. Lin Shan smiled contentedly. Unfortunately, all 10 specimens lacked roots, otherwise he'd have considered cultivating them. His fertile field currently held only milky-flavored strawberries. 5 plots remained empty. Well then, the wooden chest is done. Next, the black iron chest. Let's see. Does either bear a prefix? Lin Shan chuckled, glancing at the 2 black iron chests resting on the floor. Name: ship black iron chest. Category: standard chest. Rank: green, tier 9. Effect: guarantees a vessel. Description: ships. Indispensable for Tower Guardian's maritime expeditions. Once the harbor upgrades to white, tier 9 ship construction unlocks, though only the most basic white-tier vessels may be forged. A ship E. Let's open it and see. System acquired Lightwater Iron Swift ship. Name: Lightwater Iron Swift ship. Category: vessel. Rank: blue, tier 6. Effect: exceptional lightness and speed. Appraisal: forged from Lightwater iron. This vessel combines remarkable durability with extraordinary buoyancy, enabling unparalleled swiftness upon the waves. It is among the most coveted ships afloat. System ding. Detected vessel. Initiating transfer to harbor. Lin Shan hadn't finished absorbing the stats when the system notification flashed before him. System ding. Transfer successful. Lin Shan rushed to the window and gazed toward the harbor. where a massive vessel now rested at anchor. Good heavens, such a colossal ship. Can I even steer it alone? Lin Shan murmured, astonished, staring at the towering hull. It measured at least 10 meters in length. From waterline to deck stood roughly 2 meters, 3 meters including the submerged hull. Its hull gleamed with the distinctive bluish-gray hue of lightwater iron, identical to that of the lightwater iron shield he carried. After a brief appraisal, Lin Shan turned away. One chest remained unopened. He turned to the final chest. Alas, a mere green tier 3 chest bearing no prefix. He opened it without delay. System acquired iron ward longsword. Lin Shan glanced at its attributes: a standard green tier 3 weapon. Unexceptional, yet serviceable when paired with his lightwater iron shield. The morning's haul had been fully reviewed. Now came lunchtime. Lin Shan lifted the roasted red blossom eyebrow fish, sprinkled it lightly with sea salt, and savored every bite. The flavor was pleasing, utterly free of fishy tang, enhanced by the subtle salinity of the sea salt. Truly delectable. In no time the Frito-Fergin fish vanished, though regrettably no special effect triggered. After draining an entire bottle of water, Lin Shan sighed wryly. My appetite has surged dramatically since attaining this transcendent constitution. Sated and refreshed, he suddenly recalled. He hadn't yet used today's innate talent. Instantly he activated it. Gift of Fate, Beginner's Guide to the Transcendent Path. Cost none. Lin Shan's eyes sparkled. He accepted it without hesitation. So slender, just a few pages. Lin Shan remarked, surprised, holding the slim volume. Then he opened it. Beginner's Guide to the Transcendent Path, compiled by the Transcendent Path and the Scholar Path. 1. First, the prerequisite for becoming a transcendent. To walk the transcendent path, one must first possess an innate transcendent attribute, the essential foundation required to wield transcendent abilities. 2. Once endowed with such an attribute, you may begin cultivating it. Upon reaching 10 points in any single attribute, congratulations. You have officially entered the ranks of novice transcendents. Yet possessing an attribute alone does not suffice to earn the title transcendent, hence the designation novice. 3. To become a true transcendent, you must awaken at least one transcendent ability. Only then do you truly step across the threshold into the transcendent realm. The above constitutes foundational knowledge. Below follows an overview of transcendent attributes. 1. As universally known, 5 elemental attributes form the core foundation: fire, water, earth, metal, and wood, the most fundamental elemental transcendent attributes. Beyond these lie rarer elemental variants: wind, ice, shadow, light, and lightning. None superior or inferior in rank, yet their associated abilities tend toward exceptional potency. 2. In addition to elemental attributes, 3 corporeal attributes exist: transcendent strength, transcendent constitution, and transcendent agility. Practitioners of these paths are often dubbed transcendent brutes, a term scholars use dismissively for their logic resists scholarly discourse. 3. Rarest of all are esoteric attributes: mystery, spirit, space-time, and knowledge. These are profoundly uncommon. Those who manifest them are exceedingly scarce, far outnumbered by both elemental and corporeal transcendence. That concludes the first page, clear, concise, and effortlessly comprehensible. So, am I already a qualified transcendent? Lin Shan stroked his chin and smiled. After finishing her laughter, Lin Shan turned to the next page. Surely after reading the first page, everyone must be curious about how extraordinary individuals can enhance their powers. How can one acquire extraordinary abilities? The following content will provide you insights on how extraordinary beings can elevate their strengths. First, one of the simplest ways to enhance one's power is to improve extraordinary attributes. But how can extraordinary attributes be obtained? Surely before becoming extraordinary, everyone must have consumed some foods that can enhance these attributes, right? In addition to these extraordinary beings that can grant you extraordinary attributes, there are also rare treasures from heaven and earth that can significantly enhance your attributes. There's also a very simple method, which is to increase extraordinary attributes through equipment. However, this enhancement is temporary unless it's a special piece of equipment that can recognize its master. Second, how can extraordinary abilities be obtained? This is likely a concern for many novice extraordinary individuals. There are several methods to acquire extraordinary abilities. 1. The simplest method is to buy. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round, thus purchasing extraordinary ability crystals is straightforward but costly. 2. Picking up what others have left behind, whether bought from street vendors, inherited from family, or obtained from ruins, all is fine. 3. Attending an extraordinary academy is both the simplest and the most challenging method. For those with talent, this is quite easy. For those without talent, but with money, it is also manageable. However, for those without talent and without money, this method is the most difficult. Entering an extraordinary academy not only teaches you how to properly enhance and utilize extraordinary abilities, but also imparts valuable knowledge along the way. Note: I Luo Linxian am one of the mentors at the Lihua Academy. If you bring this manual to the Lihua Academy and successfully enroll, you can come to me with any questions. Upon reading this, Lin Shan smirked and remarked, "Is this an advertisement?" At that moment it did seem quite tempting. However, does successfully enrolling with this manual imply that one is recognized by this mentor? So is there a reward system? Tisk, indeed, the phenomenon of competition for scrolls exists in every world. This was the second piece of content as she turned the page. After reading the first 2 pages, I believe all the novice readers now have some understanding of extraordinary individuals, right? Now please purchase the Extraordinary Advancement Manual to unlock the following content. Oh wow. This is blatantly pulling down one's pants to fart. Lin Shan rolled her eyes at the last page, feeling like they said something, but also said nothing at all. So how do I purchase it? I got this all for free. Ugh, is this really how it works? With only half a clue. This is frustrating. Lin Shan sighed in exasperation. After flipping through, she found only 3 pages, with 2 pages containing information and 1 page being useless fluff. Since there was no way around it, she had to accept it. After all, having this bit of information was already quite good. Clapping her hands on the Extraordinary Entry Manual, Lin Shan contemplated whether to share it. This world has hundreds of billions of tower guardians, and each region has around 1,000 people, leading to several 100,000 regions. Lin Shan suddenly realized the detail. The region she was in was the ATTTTTTTH region, which is already beyond hundreds of thousands. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shan gave up. Who cares about that? Perhaps the regional ranking does not start from 1. Or maybe they are not even the first generation of tower guardians. Returning to the original topic, since there are subdivisions, it implies that individuals in these regions should have a certain role. However, currently lacking information, she knew nothing. Therefore, sharing this Extraordinary Entry Manual should be more beneficial than harmful, right? After all, there isn't any truly meaningful information in it. It can be considered general knowledge. Lin Shan also contemplated and agreed. Indeed, since no one was discussing with her, she would just view it from a personal perspective. But free is impossible. Although I got it for free, you can also just take it for free. Lin Shan murmured. Then she opened her personal trading shop, set a limit on the Extraordinary Manual, and upon checking the current population, it showed 93218 people. No way. Over 6,000 people died in 3 days. Lin Shan muttered in surprise. Not thinking deeply, it was alarming. When she did, that equals over 2,000 people dying per day. Moreover, if considering all regions, that could amount to over 100 million. While thinking about it like this is quite terrifying. No wonder it's called the Lighthouse survival. Looking at the declining population, Lin Shan felt speechless. After all, this was not something she could change alone. In the end, she was just an ordinary person, so why overthink it? Shaking her head to dismiss the negative emotions, Lin Shan began to set the price. Let's directly set it at 10 pieces of wood or stone per person. Once everyone contributes, it will be opened up for everyone to see. Lin Shan murmured. Fortunately, this personal shop could be designed this way, otherwise selling just this manual would have been quite difficult. The main thing is that this item can be shared. After finalizing, Lin Shan skillfully opened the chat channel and began to speak. Lin Shan. Hey everyone, I have something good in my personal shop. Image Extraordinary Entry Manual, come and take a look. Oh wow. Did you all see what I discovered? It's a wild expert. A wild expert is something you can never find even if you look for it. Upstairs, are you sure your head isn't missing? Extraordinary Entry Manual. No wonder they're an expert, they even have something like this. Wait, everyone has to contribute 10 pieces of wood and stone. Is the expert afraid of being bought out and not published? Hurry up and contribute. Ew, I'm so eager to see the extraordinary individuals. Exactly. This is extraordinary power. Do you still have time to chat? Hurry up. I've already contributed. 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 7, 8, 5. Add it up. Alright, let's take a look. I've finished looking. Why do you have to be this quick? I was just kidding. Haha. Lin Shan glanced at her backpack, instantly finding an increase of 67410 wood and 257940 stone. Ugh, I've struck it rich. Now I have an abundance of basic materials. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of basic materials in his backpack, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile widely, feeling as though he had transformed into a dragon king. Indeed, it's essential to harness the power of the masses. You just look, in just a few minutes am free from the constraints of basic materials. Hee. Lin Shan was brimming with pride. With so many basic materials, wouldn't it be a waste not to upgrade the lighthouse, the island, and the port? Let's upgrade. Lin Shan murmured as he walked towards the control panel. After upgrading the lighthouse, the energy will be replenished. Should I wait until I find an energy source before upgrading? Lin Shan gazed at the lighthouse panel where the energy stood at 78 and couldn't help but murmur to himself. He currently only had 1 low-level energy stone in hand, and it was a dim one at that. He wondered how much energy it could replenish. Just in case he'll check this later. After thinking it over, Lin Shan opened the island panel, which could be upgraded without any worries. Currently, Tidal Island is rated white 2 stars, and the upgrade materials require 2,000 stones, which is a trivial matter. Lin Shan said with a smile, and then clicked to upgrade. Instantly, the island transformed into white 3 stars. After glancing at the materials, it increased by 1,000, now totaling 3,000. Oh, there are absolutely no rivals here. Upgrade for me. 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars. 9 stars. A total of 3,500 stones were consumed. Name Tidal Island, Category Island, rating white 9, effect a small amount of tree resources, special effect tidal effects, doubled coral coast, area 1 square meters, upgrade requirement heart of the island. Evaluation, this is a rare island that can greatly alleviate the duration of high tides, giving you more time to gather resources. However, correspondingly, Tidal Island is also more likely to attract marine creatures. The area has increased to 120 square meters. This will significantly boost resource availability. But what is the heart of the island? Looking at the island's latest panel, Lin Shan first expressed excitement, then confusion. After pondering for a moment, he decided to ignore it for now, he would find out later. He then clicked on the port and began the upgrade. The operation was the same, directly upgrading from white 1 star to white 9 star. Name port, Category Island building, rating white 9, effect none, existing ships light water iron fast ship. Evaluation, an ordinary port, perhaps some average merchants will be willing to trade here. Upgrade requirement 100 wood 100 stones island must reach green 1. System prompt, the port is one of the important buildings. Please upgrade the port as much as possible. The port will attract merchants from the sea and will also serve as a facility for guardians to venture out. Lin Shan turned to look out the window and found that the port had completely transformed. It was no longer a lonely, dilapidated wooden bridge, but a row of 9 positions with 9 wooden bridges. And the light water iron fast ship was docked in the first row. Not bad, now it looks like a proper port, Lin Shan said with satisfaction. In the following time, Lin Shan went out to practice his shooting skills, though it was just ordinary thrusts, sweeps, and smashes. As time passed, 2 hours quickly flew by. Lin Shan had returned to his room to drink water and rest. According to the previous days, the tide would recede around 3 o'clock. Looking at the time, it was just past 3 o'clock. It seems that the extraordinary physique has a restorative effect on stamina. Lin Shan twisted his arm and then spoke. His stamina recovery speed was clearly abnormal. Although he wasn't exerting much effort during his training with the spear, a heavy iron spear weighing dozens of pounds was still no small burden. If this were back on Blue Star, his arms would have been weak for at least a day or 2. Ding. Reminder, in half an hour the seawater will begin to recede. Please seize the opportunity to gather resources. After glancing at the prompt, Lin Shan walked outside. After upgrading the island to 9 stars, the area had increased to 100 square meters, which was quite substantial, so he set off early. Just to take a look at the port and the ships, what's going on here. After exiting, Lin Shan casually closed the door and headed towards the port. Not bad, looks like something now. Let's check out the ships. Upon arriving at the port, Lin Shan looked at the wooden bridge path before him with satisfaction, which had transformed from a dilapidated small bridge into a brand new 2-meter wide wooden bridge. Thud, thud, thud. Stepping on it no longer made the creaking noise. Lin Shan arrived directly at the light water iron fast ship and gazed at the 10-meter-long, over tundra-high vessel. Could he really operate it alone? Upon boarding, Lin Shan began to examine the light water iron fast ship, which looked somewhat like a speedboat. Looking at the cockpit before him, Lin Shan curiously observed it. The cockpit was quite simple, containing a steering wheel and other necessary equipment along with 2 buttons and a display screen, though it was currently dark. Lin Shan looked at the 2 buttons, one labeled autopilot and the other start ship. Seeing this, Lin Shan directly clicked start ship. Instantly, the previously dark display screen lit up, followed by a voice. Captain. Hello, I am the spirit of the light water iron fast ship, honored to serve you, Captain. Lin Shan was taken aback upon hearing this. It seemed even more advanced than what he had on Blue Star. He couldn't help but ask, ship spirit, what does that mean? The ship spirit replied, report to the captain, the ship spirit is the essence of each shipborne when shipbuilders successfully create a vessel. A ship without a spirit cannot navigate through the misty sea. Because the ship spirit records the ports, it will not get lost in the misty sea. A ship without a spirit can only rely on the captain's skills. Lin Shan instinctively looked towards the sea's mist upon hearing this. Even though it was broad daylight, the mist was so thick that one couldn't see their fingers in front of them. Looking at the mist over the distant sea, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask, ship spirit, is this place called the Misty Sea? Does this mist exist all over the Misty Sea? Also, are there any creatures present within the mist? The ship spirit replied, report to the captain, the original name of the Misty Sea is unknown to anyone. Perhaps it was not always called the Misty Sea, but the reason it was given that name is due to the mist that envelopes its surface. This mist can only be dispelled through special means. As for what exists within the mist, I apologize, Captain, as I have just been born and do not have knowledge in this area. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan asked with curiosity, "Then how do you know about the Misty Sea?" The ship's spirit replied, "Report to the captain that knowledge is inherent to the ship's spirit from the moment of its birth." Hearing the words of the ship's spirit, Lin Shan nodded. Indeed, this ship does look freshly crafted. However, since the ship is built by shipbuilders and can give rise to a ship spirit, then the shipbuilders must also be on a transcendent path, just like scholars write. Lin Shan, ship spirit, can you take me out to explore the sea now? Ship spirit, Captain, you aren't prepared with a ship lantern. If you enter the misty sea like this, you will be engulfed by the mist. Lin Shan was taken aback and said, "Oh, right, the ship lantern. But ship spirit, I've seen the properties of a ship lantern. It can only dispel the sea mist within a radius of 3 meters. 3 meters, which is even shorter than the length of your ship. Ship spirit, Captain, the ship lantern is equipped for the ship. Once equipped, it will dispel the mist within 3 meters centered around my ship body." Lin Shan nodded in understanding. It made sense. After all, it's called a ship lantern, not a human lantern. He continued chatting with the ship spirit until the tide completely receded before leaving the vessel. By the way, Lin Shan also gave the ship spirit a name. After all, he couldn't keep calling it ship spirit, could he? After disembarking, Lin Shan began to gather resources from the sea. The island had grown larger, so he decided not to collect wood and stones, deeming it a waste of time. It would be quicker to sell toilet paper instead. Moreover, he wasn't in need of wood and stones at the moment. Since he was already off the ship, Lin Shan decided to start gathering from the beach. Although the island has grown larger, the beach still looks the same, filled with stones and wood. Lin Shan looked at the scattered wood and stones helplessly, stating, "The beach area quickly passed, and next was the coral area." Splash! Lin Shan jumped directly into the water and began searching. Oh, a pearl shell. These things are quite abundant in the coral area. I wonder what effects those rare pearls have. After collecting the pearl shell, Lin Shan continued his search. The marine life in the coral area was evidently more plentiful. He spotted lobsters, crabs, mantis, shrimp, and more, indicating that the ecosystem was beginning to improve. After swimming for a while, Lin Shan discovered a black iron treasure chest. Fortunately, there were no guardian beasts present. He quickly stowed away the treasure chest and continued. What's that? A bronze treasure chest. Looking at the object at the edge of the island, Lin Shan was somewhat surprised. The next moment, Lin Shan's face lit up and he began swimming over. There were no sea beasts around. It seemed to be another treasure chest without a guardian beast. Suddenly, a light sound entered his ears, and Lin Shan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be a shallow water crab? He immediately stopped and turned around, yet still saw no sea beasts. Strange. Where did that cracking sound come from? Lin Shan muttered to himself. Unable to figure it out, he turned his gaze back to the bronze treasure chest just as he was about to reach for it. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the sky. World System Announcement Ding. Congratulations to the 7,654,329th Guardian Gerald Frank for exterminating the second Sea Demon clan. Rewards for all Guardians in the 7,654,329th area. Black Iron Treasure Chest 1, a Wooden Treasure Chest 1, Identification Stone 1. The World System announcement repeated 3 times, causing a commotion in the regional chat channel. In the 7,654,329th area, Gerald Frank looked at the last dead merman in front of him and sighed in relief at the announcement echoing his name from the sky. He then exclaimed in amazement, "I really don't know how that person named Lin Shan in the 88,888,888th area managed to kill the entire merman clan the next evening. If it weren't for the yellow 3-star bomb he obtained from a talent treasure chest, I really wouldn't have been able to finish them off today." Gerald couldn't help but glance at his own talent. Name: Talent Treasure Chest. Category: Talent. Rating: Unknown. Effect: can designate one treasure chest to become a talent treasure chest. Everyday evaluation: I feel this treasure chest has good things, so I decided it's you. This morning he designated a black iron treasure chest, turning it into a talent treasure chest, and then opened a powerful yellow-rated bomb. The moment Gerald saw the bomb, he decided to hunt down the merman clan. However, when deciding to use this item, Gerald also posted information in the chat channel stating that each person needed to pay him 10 wood or 10 stones. After all, the reward for second place was quite generous. Normal people wouldn't refuse this. It's not just that the identification stone alone was worth that small price. Not to mention, Gerald was also the big shot in their 7,654,329th area. Killing the sea beast first, upgrading the lighthouse and the island, everything was Gerald's doing. Lin Shan looked up at the system announcement in the sky with surprise, not expecting the second place to appear. Now only the third place was left. Crack. Lin Shan began to look around again. This was the third time he had heard the cracking sound. Once or twice could be a hallucination, but 3 times felt suspicious. Yet after looking around besides the corals, he still found nothing. It was truly strange. If there was indeed something, it could only be this bronze treasure chest. Lin Shan remembered a little brat saying that Sherlock Holmes once said, that is to eliminate all impossibilities, whatever remains no matter how improbable, is the truth. So there can only be one truth, which is that the cracking sound came from this bronze treasure chest. Crack. Now Lin Shan could see clearly and hear clearly. What the heck? This treasure chest actually moves. Did it just open its lid, then close it again? No wonder it made that cracking sound. Lin Shan said in astonishment. Then he cast an identification spell on it. Lin Shan thought that this bronze treasure chest might very well be one of those treasure chest monsters that often appear in games. Name: bronze treasure chest monster. Strength, transcendent talent, treasure space ability, disguise, bite, transcendent attributes. Wood 4, a metal 13 evaluation. Look, what do I see? A bronze treasure chest. No, this is a bronze treasure chest monster, a creature that resides within the chest. Defeating the treasure chest monster yields better rewards than an ordinary treasure chest. Excessive identification evaluation. The bronze treasure chest monster is not suited for the underwater environment. It feels like it can't breathe. You can take the opportunity to stab it when it opens its mouth. Looking at the identified attributes, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It really is a treasure chest monster. Lin Shan directly took out the heavy iron spear and began to wait slowly. Judging by the frequency of the cracking sound, just now in a few minutes the treasure chest monster would exhale again. Yes, it should be an exhale, right? One could say that if this were on land at such a close distance, the treasure chest monster might have already launched an attack. But unfortunately, this is underwater, which is essentially his territory. After all, Lin Shan can breathe underwater, giving him a significant advantage. Finally, after waiting for 2 minutes, Lin Shan saw the treasure chest monster opening its mouth. Then ate eye poke. The heavy iron spear plunged straight into the throat of the treasure chest monster, lodging itself in a way that prevented the monster from closing its mouth. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the treasure chest monster immediately shed its disguise and sharp teeth emerged from around the treasure chest along with a bloody tongue. The tongue quickly wrapped around the heavy iron spear, trying to pull it out. Seeing this, Lin Shan would never let the treasure chest monster succeed. He firmly grasped the tail of the spear and thrust it down forcefully. Clearly underwater, the treasure chest monster was already at a disadvantage, not to mention that Lin Shan had the added advantage of extraordinary water attributes, allowing him to move through the water as if he were a fish. Looking at the treasure chest monster with its mouth agape, Lin Shan began to grip the heavy iron spear and started spinning in place. Instantly, the interior of the monster was shredded by the spear's tip. Hey, underwater, any flashy move is indeed easier to execute, Lin Shan said with satisfaction, looking at the lifeless bronze treasure chest monster, smiling contentedly. As the bronze treasure chest monster died, blood flowed from its mouth, quickly attracting a number of sea fish. Lin Shan, seeing this, hurriedly stored the corpse of the bronze treasure chest monster into his backpack. Almost forgot the smell of blood would attract hunters. It's important to note that this is not a real land island, but an island floating on the sea. Heaven knows what giant sea beasts lurk in the dark depths below. After storing the treasure chest monster, Lin Shan continued on. He soon arrived at the location of the purple coral. After checking it and finding it thriving, he felt at ease. Then he looked at the blood-red coral and found it had grown a bit. Indeed, this kind of small coral should be nurtured. After all, this island is his own and won't run away, so why not keep it? Next, Lin Shan found a wooden treasure chest, but it was being guarded by a mantis shrimp. Lin Shan now knew that sea beasts could also flee, so he directly condensed an ice crystal and charged at the mantis shrimp. Sure enough, the mantis shrimp immediately bolted, leaving the island and diving down. Lin Shan effortlessly obtained the wooden treasure chest. Finally, Lin Shan saw 2 small pearl clams, but they were much smaller than the first one he collected, looking like they were still juveniles, so he decided not to take them and let them grow. Splash! The seawater cascaded down the dark-scaled long sleeves. Lin Shan wiped the water off his face and looked towards the reef area, which had considerably expanded. I suddenly realized that among the 3 areas, the reef area is the most dangerous. That's a bit unexpected, Lin Shan said with a smile as he gazed at the reef area before him. Originally, the coral area should be more dangerous, but who would have thought that he would start with a deep-sea mermaid pearl? This granted him the ability to breathe underwater, significantly reducing the difficulty. The difference between being able to breathe underwater and not being able to is like heaven and earth. After shaking off the water from his body, Lin Shan set off. Holding the heavy iron spear, he cautiously began to explore the reef area. Among the 3 areas, the reef area took the most time, mainly because the various reefs obstructed his line of sight. Unlike the coral area where the corals also easily obstruct vision, he could still see the bottom from above. Soon Lin Shan discovered two shallow sea crabs fighting. Why are they fighting? He said in confusion, watching the shallow sea crabs not far away. After identifying them, he realized they were fighting over mating rights. Lin Shan suddenly looked bewildered. Aren't you two underage? What mating rights? Can juvenile shallow sea crabs even reproduce? Feeling perplexed, he glanced around and quickly spotted a smaller shallow sea crab hiding under a nearby rock crevice, its color lighter than the two above. After looking around and finding no treasure chest or other items, Lin Shan decided not to disturb the two brave crabs fighting for love. He took a detour. Continuing to explore, Lin Shan swiftly moved between the reefs. Fortunately, there weren't too many gaps in this reef area, otherwise he would have to crouch down to look everywhere, which would be really hard on his waist and feet. Bang! Love at first sight. A mantis shrimp suddenly sprang out as Lin Shan jumped down. Lin Shan then obtained a mantis shrimp mount. Looking at the mantis shrimp before him, Lin Shan felt a bit dazed. The most absurd part was that the mantis shrimp seemed not to notice that someone had suddenly appeared on its back and continued to crawl. What a surprise. Where is this silly mantis shrimp going? Lin Shan said curiously while sitting on the mantis shrimp. Moreover, through the shell of the mantis shrimp, he could see the flesh inside. Slurping, Lin Shan suddenly felt a bit tempted. It was full of flesh. He wondered how delicious it would be to eat. Soon the mantis shrimp arrived at its destination, where Lin Shan also spotted a black iron treasure chest. Wow, I didn't expect it to be a guardian mantis shrimp. Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. After the mantis shrimp arrived around the black iron treasure chest, it circled around, and after finding nothing, it finally stopped. Up until now, it hadn't discovered that there was someone on its back. Lin Shan was a bit speechless and almost let the temporary mount the mantis shrimp go. But unfortunately, who could resist its delicious flesh? Tempted, Lin Shan took out the heavy iron spear and decisively pierced the mantis shrimp's head. With one strike, the mantis shrimp didn't even get a chance to struggle. Tisk, what a pity. If it weren't for the flesh, I wouldn't have the heart to strike Lin Shan's side before storing the mantis shrimp and the black iron treasure chest, then continued on. Today's haul was quite good. 1 bronze treasure chest monster, 1 wooden treasure chest, and now with the addition of a black iron treasure chest, that made 3. Mainly he was curious about what good things were inside the corpse of the bronze treasure chest monster. Now Lin Shan headed towards the reef pit. After all this morning, there were still the remains of 2 red flower eyebrow fish there, which should attract quite a few sea beasts. Soon Lin Shan arrived near the large rock pit. Due to the island's upgrade, its area had directly doubled and the layout of all the rocks had undergone significant changes. There's nothing here. Lin Shan looked at the empty pit in confusion and said, it can't be. This is supposed to be a prime spot. How strange. Lin Shan walked over and looked down. To his astonishment, it was completely empty. There was nothing at all, not even the remains of the shallow sea crabs or the corpses of the red flower eyebrow fish from the morning. It was clean, too clean. What's this? Suddenly Lin Shan noticed a viscous substance on the rocks, seemingly secreted by some kind of creature. Viscous fluid. It seems a new sea beast has appeared. Lin Shan murmured softly. Looking at the trace of the viscous substance, which was about 10 centimeters long, that length was a bit exaggerated. If this fluid was indeed secreted from a body, it would imply that the creature's width was at least 8 or 9 centimeters. As for the length, it must be over 8 meters. Lin Shan stroked his chin, wondering what kind of creature in the sea would secrete such fluid. A blind eel. Apart from that, Lin Shan couldn't think of any other creatures. Of course, this was the Lighthouse world. Who knew what bizarre creatures existed in the misty sea? Have you seen a juvenile crab over a meter tall, or a mantis shrimp 1.5 meters long? Forget it, there's no point in pondering. Let's follow the trail and see what we find. Having made his decision, Lin Shan set off in the direction the viscous fluid was leading. Along the way, he was surprised to discover 2 wooden treasure chests. The viscous fluid near the chests clearly indicated that there had likely been guardian beasts at those chests. The question was whether they were eaten by this unknown sea beast or chased away. Damn it, what does this unknown sea beast want? Could it be that it intends to make this place its nest? That's rather bold. Lin Shan complained while continuing to follow the trail. Just then a strange roar caught Lin Shan's attention. Looks like I found something. That call is quite unpleasant. Lin Shan quietly approached and peeked in, his pupils instantly narrowing. Huge. Long. Thick. It was extremely large, long and thick. Goodness, what a massive creature. From the looks of it, it should be a type of sea eel, just a bit too big. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. This sea eel was the largest creature Lin Shan had seen since arriving here. If he encountered it in the sea, he would surely be doomed. I must identify it, definitely need to identify it. Name shallow sea dark eel. Strength extraordinary, talent none, ability mucus secretion, wave sensing, extraordinary attributes water 11, constitution 2, strength 1. Evaluation. The shallow sea dark eel is commonly found in shallow seas, and its body secretes extremely viscous mucus, which not only helps it catch prey, but also defends against predators' attacks. Excessive identification. Evaluation. Adult shallow sea dark eels can move on land for short periods, mainly relying on mucus secretion for movement. However, if they do not touch water for a long time, the mucus will gradually deplete, and the mucus is extremely afraid of cold. When frozen, it loses its stickiness. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, secretly thinking 11 points in water extraordinary attributes. Hiss, that's a bit high, and it has extraordinary constitution and strength. Damn it, if that dark eel hits me, I won't end up flattened, will I? Fortunately, it fears cold, which is just my advantage. Lin Shan thought, relieved that ice crystal shot could be activated with water extraordinary attributes, otherwise he would truly have no way to deal with this dark eel. 1 point in extraordinary constitution attribute significantly boosts Lin Shan's strength, endurance, and more. Not to mention the opponent has 2 points in it, in extraordinary strength, which clearly indicates a specialization in power, so the enhancement must be even greater. Crack. Lin Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. This power was able to snap the shell of a shallow sea crab in one go. Indeed, the shallow sea dark eel before him had turned this place into a hunting ground, even if it wasn't using it as a nest. No wonder he had only seen treasure chests along the way and no guardian beasts. So they were all eaten. After the shallow sea crabs died, the shallow sea dark eel began to feast on them. He couldn't help but wonder if an adult shallow sea crab could defeat this dark eel. The juvenile shallow sea crabs were already over a meter tall, surely the adults would be a few times larger. Lin Shan stroked his chin, planning to slay this shallow sea dark eel. While leaving it alive could help him clear out the shallow sea crabs and other sea beasts this creature could come ashore. Heaven knows if it would sneakily crawl up the lighthouse in the middle of the night. This fellow is a hidden danger, it's better to kill it. The opponent's water extraordinary attributes are 11 points, so I need to invest at least 12 points in water extraordinary attributes for ice crystal shot. After all, I only have one chance. Looking at the dark eel eating the crab, Lin Shan murmured to himself. Based on the attributes of the shallow sea dark eel, its abilities mainly relied on mucus to entangle its enemies and then crush them with brute force. As for the wave sensing, it should be for detecting waves in the water, and it probably wouldn't be useful on land. After confirming his plan, Lin Shan began to gather ice crystals, investing 12 points of extraordinary attributes. The chilling aura was frightening, and a few snowflakes appeared around him. Meanwhile, the shallow sea dark eel was still focused on feasting, completely unaware that a sixth sense behind it was preparing to ambush it. As the ice crystal formed, Lin Shan glanced at the shallow sea dark eel, waiting for the right moment. Finally, when he saw the shallow sea dark eel stick its head into the shell of the shallow sea crab, Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he instantly launched the ice crystal. In fact, with the extraordinary attributes and mental acuity, Lin Shan had vaguely felt that he could control the direction of the ice crystal with his mental power. He had trained this a few times. Although it wasn't very obvious, he could still vaguely sense an inexplicable pull which greatly improved his accuracy. Whoosh! The ice crystal swiftly charged toward the shallow sea dark eel, and the bone-chilling cold instantly made the feasting dark eel shudder. Instinctively, the shallow sea dark eel immediately secreted a large amount of mucus. The next second, the ice crystal struck the shallow sea dark eel, and a series of cracking sounds ensued, which were not the sounds of the dark eel chewing, but of ice forming. The secreted mucus was instantly frozen, entombing the shallow sea dark eel, while its massive body was penetrated by the ice crystal. However, the shallow sea dark eel was not dead yet, as it had not hit a vital spot. But the outcome was already determined. Lin Shan emerged from behind the rocks with his heavy iron spear. Lin Shan dared to step forward because after freezing the shallow sea dark eel, he had impulsively cast an appraisal and discovered a newly added debuff, severely wounded and frozen. That was why he now emerged so boldly, otherwise he would never have been so reckless. Thud! Thud! He lightly tapped the eel's frozen head with his heavy iron spear, producing a crisp hollow sound. Lin Shan, hey! Who gave you permission to trespass upon my territory? Now you've lost your life right here. With that, he thrust the spear straight toward the eel's skull. Crack! Lin Shan frowned slightly. The resistance was unexpectedly firm. Not only was the ice itself dense and unyielding, but the eel's skull proved equally resilient, perhaps even elastic. Staring at the shallow puncture wound he'd just made, Lin Shan's brow tightened, yet in the next breath his expression eased. Of course, it was only natural. The ice crystals were forged from 13 points of transcendent attribute. Hardness was to be expected. You've suffered enough. Freedom is just moments away. Let me try again. He muttered to the frozen eel before striking once more. This time, unimpeded by the ice, the spear pierced cleanly through the entire skull. The eel's pupils dilated instantly, then slowly dimmed, its life extinguished. It hadn't even stirred. Frozen solid, it had no chance to resist. Only then did Lin Shan withdraw his heavy iron spear and carefully examined the colossal corpse before him. In theory, sea beasts should possess usable parts, like the iridescent carapace of the seven-colored shrimp or the rostrum of the swordfish. Yet this shallow sea dark eel yielded no such appraisal results. It must lack any harvestable components, Lin Shan murmured, gazing at the icy hulk. He glanced left and right, then resumed his exploration, leaving the eel behind on the reef as bait. Perhaps due to the eel's presence, Lin Shan encountered no further sea beasts, but he did discover another wooden treasure chest. After all, the eel must have surfaced from this direction, otherwise Lin Shan wouldn't have encountered the shallow sea crabs or the roe-filled shrimp earlier. By the end of this tide-gathering expedition, Lin Shan had collected 4 wooden treasure chests, 1 black iron chest, and 1 bronze chest monster. Combined with his morning haul, today's yield was already exceptionally bountiful. Today's tasks are complete. Tomorrow marks the end of the novice period. I wonder what changes await. Lin Shan murmured softly as he walked toward the lighthouse. Back at the lighthouse, he emptied all his chests at once: 4 wooden chests, 1 black iron chest, 1 bronze chest monster, its tongue lolling, and a single pearl oyster. Also 1 roe-filled shrimp. Lin Shan suddenly glanced at his iron pot, measured it with his hands, and realized, if coiled tightly, the shrimp would still fit inside. Yet one problem remained: he lacked sufficient fresh water. His only viable option, therefore, was to roast it directly over the fire. He had already replaced all firewood in the hearth with smokeless charcoal, a single log yielding 10 briquettes, highly durable, intensely hot, and, most crucially, completely smokeless. Most importantly, it produced no smoke. Watching the charcoal ignite, Lin Shan mused thoughtfully. If temperatures drop, demand for this charcoal should surge. Once the charcoal glowed steadily, he placed the shrimp atop the flames. Then, glancing at the red flower eyebrow fish still swimming cheerfully within the crab shell, he decided to keep it alive for tonight's midnight snack. Tonight, then, would bring the long-awaited treasure chest opening. Lin Shan turned to the chests and grinned. Yet his gaze paused when he saw the bronze chest monster, and after a moment's reflection, he opened the chat channel. Everyone had just returned. At this hour, the channel buzzed with either dinner boasts or idle banter, the peak of activity. Lin Shan promptly uploaded both the monster's attributes and its image, then closed the channel without a second glance. He missed entirely the flood of echo replies below. Respected senior, that chest monster's stone is huge. And others alike. Just as Lin Shan rubbed his palms together ready to open the chests, a system chime rang out. What in the world? Can't I even open my chests in peace? Lin Shan grumbled irritably, then turned to read the notification. System ding. Congratulations, Tower Guardian. Your unique profession has been generated. Please check your interface. System ding. Congratulations, Tower Guardian. Your unique ability has been generated. Please check your interface. Lin Shan. Oh, so it's my profession and ability that just manifested. Ha. I admit I raised my voice a bit just now. Surely the system won't hold that against me. No reply. Then I'll take your silence as consent. Without delay, he eagerly opened his interface. Both profession and abilities resided under the character attributes panel. Lin Shan tapped directly into his own interface. Name: Lin Shan. Power level: transcendent being. Path: magic female. Talent: gift of fate. Abilities: ice crystal shot, underwater breathing, appraisal, art, spear shatter. Transcendent attributes: water 14, fire 3, wood 2, mystery 5, constitution 1, spirit 4. Appraisal: a novice transcendent being, whose single transcendent attribute has just surpassed 10 points. Wait, why are everything's entries grayed out? And what on earth are those asterisks hiding? Lin Shan stared utterly bewildered at his interface. As he gazed, both his talent, gift of fate, and the fate key simultaneously flared with radiant light. Instantly, his path and newly acquired ability dissolved into indecipherable glyphs. What's happening? Did something glitch, or has the system been infected? His confusion deepened. Under the dual influence of gift of fate and the fate key, his original path and abilities began resetting, not through the system, but beyond it. Watching his path and ability remain stubbornly scrambled, Lin Shan froze, then groaned. Did it erase them entirely? Surely not. When several minutes passed with no resolution, he sighed, closed his interface, and redirected his attention to the chests. He began opening the wooden chests, but his demeanor was distracted, his thoughts still entangled with his profession and abilities. After all, this was his profession. Could mere treasure chests possibly compare? With a click, a 3-star wooden treasure chest was opened by the distracted Lin Shan, who glanced at the items before turning his attention to another chest. Clearly, Lin Shan's thoughts were still focused on his profession and abilities. Another click, another wooden chest was opened, this time a 6-star one with a prefix. A wooden treasure chest for forging. Lin Shan glanced at it and continued to open chests. The next 2 wooden chests were both 3-star and without prefixes. After opening all 4 wooden chests, Lin Shan eagerly checked his personal attributes panel, then expressionless closed it. Still a garbled mess. Is the system really malfunctioning? It can't be right. Lin Shan complained in exasperation. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Shan looked at the black iron chest, discovering it was a 5-star black iron chest known as the wheat black iron chest. Wheat. Lin Shan was momentarily taken aback. Was it the wheat he was thinking of? Impatiently, he opened the chest. The system announced, acquired 10 water spirit rice, seeds 1 fertilizer. Wow, it really is wheat. And it's seeds, eh? And it comes with fertilizer. Quite comprehensive, Lin Shan said in astonishment. He then clicked to view the attributes. Name: water spirit rice seeds. Category: crop. Rating: green 3. Effect: can be planted. Evaluation: water spirit rice is a type of low-yield spirit rice. Not only are the grains plump, but consuming them can also enhance one's water attribute. Note: only a small amount can be obtained, but no one knows how much water spirit rice one must eat to gain it. Lin Shan looked at the 10 seeds in his hand, about the size of yellow beans, and couldn't help but smile. Good stuff, I'll plant them first. After saying that, Lin Shan glanced at the pippy shrimp grilling nearby, noticed it hadn't turned red yet, and headed straight for the small grove. The fertile land was set up next to the small grove, and Lin Shan even surrounded it with stones. 6 plots of fertile land, one of which had already been planted with milky-flavored strawberries, which were now beginning to sprout quickly. Taking out the water spirit rice seeds, Lin Shan planted them directly. He was surprised to see there was still space to plant in the fertile land plot. Wasn't it said that only one type of plant could be grown in each plot? Or could it be because all the seeds in his hand were water spirit rice? With this in mind, Lin Shan planted them repeatedly, 1 seed, 2 seeds, and soon he had planted 5 seeds, filling the fertile land plot. 5 seeds. I wonder if other plants are the same. Quickly, all 10 water spirit rice seeds were planted. Next, Lin Shan took out the fertilizer, which according to the introduction could accelerate crop growth and slightly increase yield. After all, it was a pack of green 3-star quality fertilizer. It displayed that it could be used 5 times, and Lin Shan directly applied it to both the wheat and the strawberries. As the fertilizer entered the soil, the milky-flavored strawberry sprouts began to grow rapidly, quickly developing leaves, albeit still very small. Returning to the lighthouse, Lin Shan finally turned his gaze towards the bronze treasure chest monster. I wonder what good things I can get. He opened the lid of the treasure chest monster, looking at its jagged teeth and the bloody mess inside, and for a moment he hesitated. But all the treasures of the treasure chest monster were stored in its belly. Damn, how disgusting. If only I had a pair of disposable gloves right now, Lin Shan said helplessly. The treasure chest monster was about the same size as a treasure chest, but that didn't mean its stomach space was small. After all, it had a treasure space. Regardless, it was a bronze treasure chest monster. Lin Shan couldn't let disgust stop him forever. He had to adapt eventually. Finally, he slowly extended his wicked right hand and cautiously reached into the monster's mouth. After a bit of rummaging, he finally touched something. With a rip, he pulled out an object. In his hand was a crystal. Lin Shan, a crystal. Could it be a power crystal? Immediately, he impatiently clicked to view namespace crystal. Category: item. Rating: blue 3. Effect: can expand system backpack. Evaluation: the lowest level space crystal can expand 3 backpack slots. Usage method: click to use in the backpack slots. Space crystal. Increase backpack slots. Good stuff. I didn't expect the treasure chest monster to have such good collectibles. Delighted, Lin Shan placed it into his backpack and clicked to use it. With the space crystal leading the way, Lin Shan looked at the treasure chest monster with renewed interest, his eyes gleaming. Without hesitation, his small hand reached in. He rummaged around and quickly pulled out another item. Then he continued and pulled out another one. In the end, the treasure chest monster yielded 4 items, and then its body slowly dissipated just like a treasure chest. Looking at the 3 items on the ground, one of them was also a space crystal, albeit a blue 2-star one, which could only increase 2 slots, so he used it directly. Now Lin Shan's backpack had 15 slots. Next, he looked at the 2 items lying on the ground. Name: treasure chest monster crystal core. Category: material. Rating: blue 9. Effect: can be used to manufacture space equipment. Evaluation: a rare treasure chest monster crystal core can be used to create space equipment. This blue 9 crystal core can forge a 10 cubic meter space equipment. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to find a master who can forge space equipment. Treasure chest monster crystal core. Good stuff indeed, but unfortunately it's not useful right now, Lin Shan said somewhat regretfully. Perhaps in the future when he obtained the blueprint for space equipment, it would come in handy, otherwise, as the evaluation said, he'd have to find a master who could forge space equipment. After placing the crystal core on the table, Lin Shan looked at the last item. Name: water sliding boots. Category: extraordinary equipment. Rating: blue 3. Effect: water sliding 1 water attribute. Evaluation: shoes made from sea beast and touring fish skin possessing the ability to slide on water. Once the sliding effect is activated, it allows the user to glide on the water, requiring consumption of water attribute energy. Water sliding boots. Sliding on water. Lin Shan murmured as images of himself gliding across the ocean surface surfaced in his mind. Check it out. Lin Shan hastily shook his head, dispelling the strange images from his mind. He found them rather absurd. Still, the shoes were decent. He promptly swapped them for his coarse hemp boots. Not bad. Finally replaced the newcomer's triad hemp robe, hemp trousers, and hemp shoes. Lin Shan smiled contentedly. With that, all treasure chests had been opened. There remained one pearl oyster, but Lin Shan had already tossed it into the shallow water crab shell enclosure, where it rested alongside the 2 earlier oysters and the crimson-browed fish. Suddenly, an aroma wafted through the air. Lin Shan glanced at the mantis shrimp. It had turned a vivid crimson. It's cooked. He seized the black iron spear and lifted the mantis shrimp from the hearth. Now that he possessed the heavy iron spear, the black iron one served solely as a hearth rack. Black iron spear epsilon omicron psi. So I've truly been cast aside. Clutching the weapon, Lin Shan strode out of the lighthouse. It wasn't yet 5:30. The sky remained light. As twilight deepened, Lin Shan set to work. Crack, crack, swiftly stripping away the mantis shrimp's carapace. Instantly, its fragrant flesh filled the air, especially the rich golden roe, a true delicacy. So aromatic. Just the scent makes my mouth water. Lin Shan salivated audibly at the sight of the enormous roe before devouring it eagerly. Oil glistened on his lips. Delicious, he mumbled indistinctly, gulping down bite after bite until the entire roe vanished. He'd even devoured half the shrimp meat. With a satisfied belch, Lin Shan wiped his mouth with a tissue and sighed. Eating well does have its merits. Pure, unadulterated indulgence. As dusk fully settled, sea mist surged inland with the encroaching darkness. Yet in the next breath, the lighthouse's ethereal blue flame flickered alight. Its radiance held the mist at bay, halting its advance precisely 600 meters offshore. Lin Shan gazed toward the harbor vessels. From the ship spirit, he knew sea beasts and sea demons spared unmanned ships, so their safety was assured. That is, unmanned vessels. Should they detect human presence aboard, however, neither beast nor demon would show mercy. Harbors posed a different threat entirely. Sea monsters might even dismantle them outright. Still, repairs were possible with raw materials, hardly a grave concern. After glancing briefly at the shoreline, Lin Shan returned inside the lighthouse and tossed the used tissue into the hearth, where it flared and vanished. Watching the ash dissolve into embers, Lin Shan murmured, "Tomorrow marks the end of the novice phase. I wonder what changes await." He opened the chat channel, its participant count unchanged. Evidently, the acquisition art had greatly enhanced everyone's chances of survival. The art allowed precise assessment of relative strength, enabling each person to gauge with sober clarity whether victory was attainable. He scrolled through the chat again, still abuzz with idle banter and speculation about tomorrow's transformations. Clearly, morale had lifted markedly. His post about the treasure chest mimic had been pinned. Beneath it, users flooded the channel with "Senior Brother Awesome" and similar exclamations. Others vowed to always appraise chests first, to discern whether they concealed mimics. Some asked whether the mimic's loot held value. After browsing for a while, Lin Shan closed the chat and opened his personal interface, fixating upon his garbled destiny path and abilities. "I'll watch you closely. Just when will you finally restore?" Lin Shan growled, lying rigid on his bed, eyes wide and unblinking upon the corrupted interface. Half an hour passed, still gibberish. Then 90 minutes, still gibberish. 3 hours, still gibberish. After that, silence. Lin Shan had long since shut his eyes, drifting unknowingly into slumber. Time slipped by. Perhaps because this was the final night of the novice phase, no sea creatures ventured ashore, an unusual reprieve. Or perhaps the merfolk had simply been eradicated. Yet what of the crimson-eyed entities? Were they denizens of the mist itself? The lighthouse's azure flame repelled only the mist, not whatever horrors lurked within it. And who could say whether such beings might emerge even briefly beyond the fog's veil? Time dwindled, 11:59. 1 minute remained until day 4. Boom. Lin Shan jolted awake. Boom. Another thunderclap shook the tower. He flung open the window. Is it raining on? Boom. Thunder rolled once more. Above, storm clouds churned violently, lightning flashing intermittently, a prelude to tempestuous fury. TCH, barely past the novice phase and already rushing in with crisis. Lin Shan muttered, exasperated. If the storm intensified, would the island itself be submerged? Worse still, tsunamis loomed as a grim possibility. Listening to the rising drumbeat of rain and thunder, Lin Shan frowned and reopened the chat channel. Everyone was discussing the impending deluge. Though rainfall remained light, even common sense dictated it would soon escalate. Closing the window, Lin Shan ascended to the lighthouse's upper chamber. Relief washed over him upon confirming no rain penetrated the structure. If the sacred flame were extinguished, calamity would follow. Rain stayed out, but wind seeped in, though mercifully it failed to reach the flame. After verifying all was secure, he returned to his room. Crack, crash, thunder, and rain hammered relentlessly against the walls. Lin Shan sighed. Tonight many shall lie sleepless, especially those whose lighthouses remained unupgraded. Yet once elevated to Tier 3, structural integrity was complete. Surely no one's lighthouse remained below Tier 3. What Lin Shan didn't know was that countless others now frantically upgraded their lighthouses, most like him having deliberately slowed progression, uncertain how to acquire energy reserves. Thus some lighthouses still gleamed only with pale Tier 1 light. Lin Shan flopped back onto his bed, checked his interface, and met only chaos. He sighed, defeated. Better out of sight, out of mind. He shut his eyes to sleep. Moments later, tisich. The rains made it bitterly cold. Lin Shan opened his eyes again, approached the hearth, and fed it a dozen charcoal logs. Whoosh! The flames roared higher, gradually warming the chamber. Estimating the fire would last until dawn, he settled back into bed, finally at ease. Boom! Thunder still rumbled across the sky. Immense, unobstructed, for no buildings stood in the open sea to dampen its roar. Tonight would be sleepless for many. Yet Lin Shan slept soundly, bathed in the warm, flickering glow of the hearth. Outside, the rain intensified, pouring relentlessly until 6 o'clock the next morning. Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes. Yes, he had been roused by the thunder. Listening to the torrential downpour beyond the walls, he let out a soft yawn and murmured, "Has it been raining all night?" He flung open the window, and instantly cold rain lashed his face. Damn! He slammed it shut. Do you have to be this dramatic? Wiping rainwater from his cheeks, Lin Shan snapped, fully awake. He then approached another window and carefully cracked it open. This time no rain blew in, for the wind did not blow from that direction. Holy hell, this rain is insane. Dense as a curtain, visibility less than 10 meters. Lin Shan muttered, astonished. But with this much rain, maybe I can finally enjoy a proper hot bath. He glanced toward the iron pot beside the hearth, capacious enough to hold roughly 50 liters. More than enough for a luxurious soak. Without hesitation, Lin Shan seized the pot and began filling it. Once 2/3 full, he placed it atop the hearth to heat. After glancing at the simmering water, he blinked. Had he forgotten something? All right, my profession and abilities. Instantly recalling yesterday's garbled interface, Lin Shan hurriedly opened his personal panel to inspect it. It's not still glitching, is it? Good, no more corruption. Yet his abilities had vanished, replaced by an additional talent. His former abilities had evidently been converted into innate talents. Huh, so that glitch was this powerful. Lin Shan stared, surprised at his updated attributes panel. Name: Lin Shan. Rank: Transcendent Path. Omen Weaver. Talents: Gift of Fate, Fates, Enchantress. Abilities: Crystal Ice, Shot, Underwater Breathing, Appraisal. Transcendent Attributes: Water 15, Fire 3, Wood 2, Mystery 5, Constitution 1, Spirit 4. Appraisal: A Novice. Transcendent. Only one attribute has just surpassed 10 points. What does a Fates Enchantress even mean? Aren't enchantresses supposed to be women? Lin Shan instinctively flexed his biceps. Huh. Oh wow. Turns out my PE teacher's bad habit stuck with me after all. Snapping back to reality, Lin Shan chuckled awkwardly. Then he tapped the Omen Weaver path to view its details. Name: Omen Weaver. Category: Fate Path. Tier: Unknown Path. Ability: Mystic Perception Path. Boon: Mystery 10, Spirit 10. Appraisal: Omen Weaver, the 9th stage along the Fate Path. Only the bearer knows their true abilities. Among all paths, those beyond the common ones manifest uniquely. 2 Omen Weavers may possess utterly different powers, yet their ultimate trajectories remain broadly aligned. The Fate Path is exceedingly rare. There are virtually no precedents to guide one. Every step must be forged through solitary exploration. Omen Weaver. Lin Shan frowned, puzzled. In the next instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. Details on the Omen Weaver path and its associated abilities. Rubbing his temples, Lin Shan gathered his thoughts. Just one path ability. Mystic Perception. Allows me to sense hidden truths, things unknown to others. He pondered aloud. This path ability doesn't seem particularly impressive. But according to the data, each path stage grants 3 abilities. I hope the other 2 prove far more formidable. Still, judging by its title, Omen Weaver, the 9th stage of the Fate Path, it doesn't exactly scream combat prowess. It feels underwhelming, yet the Fate Path itself sounds awe-inspiring. Could my passive talent be influencing this? Otherwise, why would both my talent and my path bear the word Fate? At least the path boon is substantial. Mystery 10, Spirit 10. And this is only the beginning. These bonuses will surely grow as I advance. Closing the path interface, Lin Shan selected his newly acquired talent to inspect it. Let's see what Fate's Enchantress truly entails. As he tapped it open, he murmured, name Fate's Enchantress, category talent, tier unknown, effect Fate Enchantress, appraisal Enchantress. A title synonymous with power. Each enchantress is singular, her existence itself a mark of eligibility. A threshold crossed into the extraordinary. Incidentally, enchantress is purely nominal, not necessarily gendered. Though most enchantresses are women, men exist among them. And some aren't human at all. Again, enchantress is merely a name inherited from the first generation who were all women. Staring blankly at the description, Lin Shan felt utterly bewildered. None of it made sense. Damn it. I've never grasped the value of knowledge so acutely. He grumbled, exasperated. Back then my PE teacher drilled into me that muscles were everything. Now I'd love to pin him to the ground and rub his face in the dirt. Yet the memory of his teacher's towering 1.9-meter frame and biceps the size of his head promptly quelled any rebellious impulse. He stared intently at the effect Fate Enchantress line, but nothing further unfolded. Scratching his head, he sighed, fine. I'll figure it out later. Right now, hunger calls. Time to eat. He approached the table, crouched, and peered into the shallow sea crab shell, where a crimson-browed fish still swam lazily. He nodded approvingly and smiled. Still alive, good sign. Yesterday's corrupted interface had made him forget the fish entirely. Now he slid his dagger beneath the shell's rim and carried it toward the window to begin processing. Tisk TSK, perfect weather for a thorough rinse, he said as he butchered the crimson-browed fish. Soon it lay cleaned and ready, pristine and gleaming. With this abundance of fresh rainwater, perhaps a warming fish soup is in order. He gazed up at the deluge. Indeed, the storm had turned sharply chill, especially with the window ajar. Even without direct wind, threads of cold air slipped inward, whispering across his skin. Slurp, not bad, delicious, Lin Shan said happily while holding the fish soup. Indeed, in the end, Lin Shan decided to make fish soup, and after adding a bit of salt, the taste was exquisite. Sipping the fish soup and then eating some fish meat and scallops, it was just wonderful, especially in this thunderstorm weather, so leisurely. But will the sea water recede in this weather? Lin Shan murmured as he looked out at the rain and mist outside. Indeed, the thunderstorm had intensified just a moment ago, and the visibility was now blurred just 5 meters away. It's hard to imagine. It seems that not only will the tide not recede, but it's fortunate if the island doesn't get submerged. But the island is floating on the sea surface, it shouldn't get submerged, right? After all, as the water level rises, the island rises too, doesn't it? Thinking about it, Lin Shan directly opened the chat channel. What the heck? Everyone, this rain has gotten heavier again. Damn it, I got soaked yesterday, and now I feel a bit under the weather. Does anyone have cold medicine? Looking to buy. The lighthouse didn't get upgraded yesterday, and the rain blew in through the cracks. My room is still damp, it's uncomfortable. The only good thing about the rain is that I can finally take a nice bath. I haven't bathed for 3 days, and feel like I'm marinating. Upstairs, send me a picture. 1, 2, 3. Wow, is the building starting to tilt again? Who can make a wooden barrel or basin? While it's raining now, I need to stock up. If you can stock up, do it. After all, the newbie period has passed. Who knows what will happen next? Collecting wooden barrels and basins. Why not just dig a pit directly from the wood? Upstairs, you obviously haven't tried it. The wood is incredibly hard. Even my green short sword struggles to dig a pit. That's true, but using an axe would make it easy. A few swings would do it. It must be specialized skill, right? After all, axes are for chopping wood. Just kidding, my big axe is already itching for action. With one swing, even the shallow sea crabs get split in half. It's almost 8 o'clock. Do you think the tide will recede today? Just kidding, in this weather, even if the tide recedes, would you dare to go out? Exactly, I'd rather stay in the lighthouse. It's too dangerous to go out in this weather. What the heck? Guys, do you know what I just saw? What? A tsunami. A tsunami. Oh crap. In this weather, it's very easy for a tsunami to occur. Huh. Can our lighthouse withstand a tsunami? Normally, a wooden lighthouse like ours can't withstand it at all, but ours is clearly not normal. So I really don't know. No need to guess, my lighthouse just got hit by a tsunami and lost 30 of its energy. Damn, this is a white 3-star lighthouse. How can it not withstand 3 tsunamis? Damn it. My white 2-star lighthouse lost 50 of its energy in one go. Fortunately, I still have supplies, so upgrade quickly. Why is there no tsunami here? No, I don't have one either. If it's thunderstorming all day, then basically none of us can escape the fate of facing a tsunami. Has anyone encountered a tsunami? Lin Shan, who was sipping fish soup, paused, but after thinking about it, it seemed normal in this weather. Premonition, you sense unusual fluctuations in the air. A tsunami will strike in 10 minutes. Huh. Lin Shan looked at the information in confusion. Oh, wasn't this his premonition ability? Mysterious perception. Why did it trigger suddenly? A tsunami will strike in 10 minutes. Lin Shan murmured. After quickly finishing the fish soup, he closed the window and ran up to the second floor of the lighthouse. He wasn't afraid of the tsunami. According to the chat channel, it would only knock off 30 of the lighthouse's energy, and he had plenty of basic materials, so he was completely unconcerned. However, the candlelight was a bit precarious, so Lin Shan had to ensure the candlelight remained unaffected to feel at ease. Soon 10 minutes passed. Whoosh! A series of unusual sounds reached Lin Shan's ears. Is the tsunami here? Lin Shan moved slowly at the staircase looking outside, but unfortunately the rain and mist obstructed his view. Bang! A massive tremor struck without warning. The tsunami slammed into the island. What the heck? That must be over 10 meters high. The enormous tsunami temporarily blocked the rain, allowing Lin Shan to see clearly. He nervously watched the approaching tsunami. As long as it didn't extinguish the candlelight, everything would be fine. Bang! The lighthouse began to shake violently. Lin Shan stared intently at the surrounding windows and discovered that the seawater seemed unable to enter. A faint energy barrier was blocking the seawater's invasion. Lin Shan watched as the tsunami swept past the lighthouse and the island gradually moving away. He even saw a multitude of sea beasts, sea demons, sea fish, and even treasure chests mixed in with the seawater. They slid past him so clearly. Wow, this is truly terrifying. If it were on Blue Star, a 10-meter-high tsunami would crush this wooden lighthouse to smithereens. As Lin Shan muttered, he opened the panel, discovering that the energy was down to 20. What the heck? It directly knocked off 50 of the lighthouse energy in one go. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. Frightened, he quickly ran down and clicked to upgrade the lighthouse. After a while, the lighthouse was renewed, turning into a white 4-star, and the energy was restored to 100. Seeing this, Lin Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some tsunamis come in waves, and those are the most deadly. If he didn't upgrade the lighthouse in time, he would be waiting for the lighthouse's energy to run out and be turned to rubble. Lin Shan opened his personal panel and looked at today's weather. He hadn't checked before, so now he wondered how long this weather would last. Today's weather: thunderstorm, weather effect, disaster. A tsunami will occur. Lin Shan couldn't help but twitch his mouth all day. Damn it. After checking the chat channel, he found someone had already posted about today's weather effects, so Lin Shan didn't need to elaborate. Time slowly reached 8 o'clock amidst everyone's fear. In the past, there would already be notices about the tide receding, and now a notice appeared, but it wasn't about receding tides, it was about new rules, which also meant the newbie period had officially ended. Lin Shan, along with all the tower guardians, couldn't help but glance at the system prompt, their faces filled with seriousness. System ding. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully passing the 3-day beginner period. What awaits you next will be the true challenge. System ding. The restriction on sea beasts not actively attacking tower guardians has been lifted. System ding. The permanent weather condition has been lifted. It will be sunny and clear. From now on, the weather each day will become unpredictable. System ding. The restriction on going out to explore has been lifted. All tower guardians can set sail for adventure through the port. System ding. The restriction on maritime traders has been lifted. In the future, your islands will receive visits from maritime traders. System ding. The restriction on pirates has been lifted. In the future, your islands will also attract pirate invasions. System ding. Silver treasure chests, golden treasure chests, special treasure chests, and other high-level treasure chests have been introduced. System ding. The countdown to the lifting of the island shielding is 30 days. Be aware, after the shielding is lifted, your islands will be truly exposed in the fog sea. System ding. The above content is for this update. It will be updated again in 30 days. System ding. It has been detected that today's weather disaster is too severe, and since all tower guardians are not yet prepared, the system has reduced the tsunami's power by 80. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Shan scratched his head and said, "No wonder I've been unable to find any treasure chests above bronze level. Oh, it turns out I hadn't invested anything." Speaking of which, the deep-sea chest I obtained at the beginning was indeed thanks to the weather effects. Wow, I really am quite lucky. Going out to sea. Maritime traders. Pirates. Does this mean these entities might have existed all along? At least during the beginner period, the system kept them out. Lin Shan frowned at the word lifted. If it were just a lifting or investing, he wouldn't think much of it, but it specifically says unlocked. Especially, Lin Shan looked at the last piece of content, the countdown of 30 days to the lifting of the island shielding. Then after 30 days, they would face the true appearance of the fog sea, right? From what he learned from the ship spirit, Lin Shan already knew that the fog sea had locals, possibly past tower guardians or original inhabitants. In any case, after 30 days, the hundreds of billions of tower guardians will be truly exposed in front of all forces. After looking at the system prompts a few more times, Lin Shan closed the system prompt. There was no need to think too much about it. Given the current situation, pirates should be the most dangerous existence along with sea beasts, I need to be careful of sea beasts initiating attacks first. Lin Shan sat in the chair watching the flames in the fireplace murmuring. As for the subsequent prompts, Lin Shan was somewhat surprised. However, upon reflection, the power of the tsunami was no joke. Suddenly, Omen, you sense a massive energy fluctuation in the air. In 12 minutes, 3 consecutive waves of tsunamis will strike. Omen, you sense that in the third wave of the tsunami there is a sunken ship mixed within the waves. Perhaps you can do something. Looking at the two omens before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. 3 consecutive waves of tsunamis. A sunken ship. Lin Shan tossed a piece of charcoal into the fireplace, glancing at the first day omen, and said somewhat astonished, mystical perception can sense even this. It seems I underestimated the ability of mystical perception. Although it is passive, it seems unexpectedly powerful now. Before long, 11 minutes passed, and Lin Shan had already arrived at the control panel, gripping it tightly. Thankfully, the control panel was fixed in place. Soon the final minute passed, and the tsunami arrived as expected. Bang! The entire island shook, and then it was the lighthouse. Bang, bang, bang. The lighthouse shook continuously, and Lin Shan gripped the control panel tightly, watching the energy on the lighthouse page drop from 100 to 60 in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Shan was internally shocked. What the heck? A direct drop of 40. Bang! The second wave of the tsunami landed less than 10 seconds after the first. The lighthouse shook again, and energy plummeted from 60 to 40. Is the power reduced by half? Will the third wave be smaller too? Lin Shan looked at the depleting energy in surprise and exclaimed. However, after a dozen seconds passed, Lin Shan still didn't feel any vibrations, and his brows furrowed. Something was off. The intervals were too long. Lin Shan thought for a moment and decisively clicked to upgrade the lighthouse. In an instant, materials were consumed, and the lighthouse upgraded from white 4-star to white 5-star. Half a minute later, rumble. A tremendous tremor occurred. This wave's power was even greater than the first. What the heck? Is it necessary to be this harsh on me? Lin Shan clung tightly to the control panel, complaining. Bang! Crash! Another tremor shook the lighthouse as the tsunami struck it. Lin Shan watched the energy drop rapidly. Instantly, it fell from 100 below 50, and the speed of the decline was still rapid. In the end, the lighthouse was left with only 10 energy, emitting a red emergency signal. What the heck? This isn't right. How could so much energy be consumed? 90. Lin Shan murmured in shock. After a while, coming back to his senses, Lin Shan clicked to upgrade directly. Instantly, the lighthouse upgraded from white 5-star to white 6-star. Looking at the restored energy, Lin Shan finally felt relieved and then rushed upstairs. He had a certain hypothesis he needed to verify. Damn! Sure enough, as soon as he came up, Lin Shan saw a sunken ship lodged on the lighthouse, currently stuck there. I told you a mere tsunami couldn't possibly directly take down 90 of the energy. It wasn't a complete tsunami. Plus, there was that crashing sound. Lin Shan looked at the sunken ship before him and immediately decided to go in and take a look. After all, deep-sea treasure chests tend to appear in the depths of the sea and within sunken ships. Whoosh! Lin Shan directly jumped from the second floor into the sunken ship and began to search quickly. Who knows when the next wave of tsunami will come? So chaotic. Looking at the state inside the sunken ship, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. After all being dragged along by the tsunami, it was normal for things to be in disarray. Lin Shan searched quickly and soon discovered a treasure chest. Yes, it was an ordinary treasure chest, not a system treasure chest. The treasure chest was being crushed under a pile of wood. Lin Shan went over, smashed the lock violently, and opened it to take a look. Lighthouse coins. Collected. He then searched through the pile of wood and soon found 3 more boxes filled with lighthouse coins, all about the same size. Lin Shan rose and resumed his search. The interior of the ship was a wreck, and rummaging through it proved rather troublesome. After several minutes of searching, he finally spotted a treasure chest, one of those system-style chests. The golden chest before him made Lin Shan's eyes light up with delight. A golden chest. Jackpot. He swiftly put it in his pack and continued his search. Unfortunately, the wreck was riddled with holes. Much must have been swept away by the tidal surge. Before long, Lin Shan had thoroughly inspected the entire ship. Careful work, since a sunken vessel counted as a high-tier resource spot. Finally, he ran up onto the deck and to his surprise found something worthwhile. What kind of fish is this? He murmured, studying the specimen with curiosity. The fish was not large, only about half a meter long, but its body was blue and emitted a faint glow. As for its appearance, it was certainly edible looking. Might as well appraise it. Name Shanghai Hanyu Deep Sea Cold Fish. Category Sea Fish. Rating Blue 3. Effect when consumed increases 1 to 3 points of ice type supernatural attribute. Description: an extraordinary fish dwelling in the deep sea. Eating it grants ice affinity, and it seldom ventures to the surface. Extra appraisal Shanghai Hanyu melts when exposed to heat, so it is best eaten as sashimi, paired with Han Ningwa cold lemon fruit, its effect is enhanced. Holy, this is a good find, give it here. Lin Shan exclaimed with joy upon reading the attributes. He snatched the Shanghai Hanyu and headed back to the lighthouse room. Another omen had appeared in a little over an hour, another tidal surge would strike. So cold. Lin Shan shivered involuntarily as he held the fish, feeling its chill even through the skin. Back in his room, he softened instantly, though he was dripping wet and had to dry himself by the stove. As for the Shanghai Hanyu, he set about preparing it. Sashimi must be as fresh as possible, and soon 2 bowls of sliced fish lay ready. As for the bowls, they were made from coconuts retrieved from the chest he had opened earlier. Staring at the raw fish, Lin Shan frowned. To be honest, he had never eaten raw food before and hesitated, yet this was a guaranteed way to increase his supernatural attribute. He could not let such an opportunity pass. At last, he picked up a slice that radiated a cool aura and placed it in his mouth, swallowing hard and determinedly chewing. Hey, this actually tastes pretty good. Lin Shan was surprised. The flesh was springy and crisp, slightly sweet, free of fishiness, with a pleasantly bracing coolness. It was more satisfying than he had expected. Finding the flavor agreeable, Lin Shan ate slowly, slice by slice. Afterwards, he opened his character panel and found his ice-type supernatural attribute had increased by 2 points. A middle value. Not bad. He glanced at the other bowl, rubbed his belly. Between the morning flower eye fish soup and half a Shanghai Hanyu, he was nearly full. Come to think of it, I already gained attribute points, and I only ate half. Will the remaining half still grant attribute increases? He stroked his chin, puzzled, then decided to appraise the rest. When in doubt, appraise. Name: processed inferior Shanghai Hanyu fillet. Category: food. Rating: blue 1. Effect: consuming it increases 1 to 2 points of ice-type supernatural attribute. Comment: why squander such a fine, extraordinary ingredient like this? Extra appraisal: a single Shanghai Hanyu cannot provide its effect twice. Lin Shan's mouth twitched. He muttered, I prepared it with a dagger. It's not that badly butchered, alright. But since it still conferred attribute points, it could be sold. Lin Shan opened the chat channel to begin looking for a buyer. Then he noticed the player count had dropped by hundreds and fell silent. The chat barrage was full of despair and fear. This round of tidal surges was too powerful and too frequent. 1 or 2 might be bearable, but many in succession left no one unscathed. A loss of hundreds of players sounded small until one considered the time. It was not yet 9 o'clock. In less than an hour, over 100 had perished. Damn it. I wonder if other regions are plagued by thunderstorm weather too, Lin Shan said gloomily. He opened the character list in the chat channel and immediately found his target. The name was listed just below his, occupying second place. He clicked to private message. Lin Shan, Huang Xin, big shot. Want some fish? Picture attached. On the other end, Huang Xin, who was watching the fire, glanced at the sudden incoming message. When she saw who it was, a thrill ran through her. Could it be that idiot finally remembered me? She exclaimed, eager as she opened the message. But her smiling face quickly fell. Huang Xin ground her teeth in low anger. Bastard, when will you ever remember me? Damn it. She puffed her cheeks in a huff and opened the picture. A food item that increases supernatural attributes. Huang Xin blinked and gave a small offended snort, muttering, at least you had the decency to come to me first to trade. But the next moment, she bit back into irritation. Lin Shan, I need an item of equal quality in exchange. Want it or not? If not, I'll ask the third-rank player. Huang Xin fell silent, then angrily clicked to trade. She offered a blueprint image and confirmed the trade, then beside the bed began to pound the quilt in frustration. You damn Shan. You stinky Shan, you still haven't remembered me. How could you forget your big sister so quickly? She shouted at the quilt. Fine. It's only been 5 years, and you already forgot. What a memory. I'll give you 3 days. 3 days to remember, or I'll make you recall the fear of being ruled by me. The quilt protested. First of all, I didn't offend you. The bed chimed in, me neither. Lin Shan felt a little surprised and smiled. He hadn't expected Huang Xin to be so generous as to trade a blueprint for the fish. She was a bit foolish, just like a true big sister figure. He had chosen to trade with Huang Xin not only because she ranked first, but also because she had once saved his life. Thinking of that big sister, Lin Shan fell silent for a moment and sighed, I wonder which area she's in now. I hope she's still alive. Just as he was about to inspect the blueprint, a system message popped up. Notice half an hour until the tide recedes. Seize the opportunity to search for resources. Lin Shan stared at the prompt and slowly typed a question mark. What the hell? If I'm reduced to typing a question mark, that proves there's nothing wrong with me. This weather. Are you seriously asking me to go out to glean the shore? Lin Shan complained helplessly. Looking at the prompt before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In such weather, even with the ability to breathe underwater, he wouldn't dare to go out to fish, let alone anyone else. A careless move could lead to being swept away by a tsunami, and at that point one could only sink to the ocean floor. However, Lin Shan suddenly recalled his premonition and murmured, I can know the timing of the next tsunami's arrival. If that's the case, I could utilize the time difference. Take the opportunity to fish. In such weather, sea beasts wouldn't come out to hunt, would they? They should all be hiding in their lairs. How should I put it? It seems like I might actually have a chance. Lin Shan nodded and said it's decided. After this wave of tsunami passes, I'll go out to fish. As long as there are treasure chests, I won't care about anything else. After all, one can't just stay in the room all day long doing nothing. Next, Lin Shan began to sort through the lighthouse gold chests and the golden chests he had brought from the sunken ship. First, there were 4 boxes filled with lighthouse gold. Lin Shan directly smashed the locks of the remaining 3 boxes and, looking at the gold inside, began to pile it into his backpack. So much, more than the gold I obtained from the deep-sea treasure chests at the start. Lin Shan exclaimed as he grabbed the gold and stuffed it into his backpack. After 10 minutes, Lin Shan finally emptied the first gold chest and opened his backpack to take a look. Lighthouse gold 29753. Wow. That's almost 30000 lighthouse gold. According to the current gold price on Blue Star, over 700 per gram. Wow, how much is this worth? Lin Shan marveled and then put all the lighthouse gold back. Just knowing the amount of gold was enough, there was no need to occupy valuable space in his backpack. Then he began to grab the other 3 gold chests one by one. Half an hour later, the 4 lighthouse gold chests had revealed 4 more numbers. The first gold chest 29753, the second 27971, the third 31297, the fourth 28987. Combined, the 4 lighthouse gold chests contained over 100,000 plus the first chests more than 1300 gold. Wow, just like that I became rich. After placing all 4 lighthouse gold chests in front of his bed, Lin Shan couldn't help but murmur, I wonder how much purchasing power lighthouse gold has. Sea merchants should be able to use lighthouse gold, right? Shaking his head and no longer pondering these distant matters, Lin Shan turned his attention to the golden chest, which was a high-tier treasure just released today. Excitedly clicking to view it, he murmured, I don't ask for much, just give me a 5-star rating. Name: confused golden chest. Category: ordinary chest. Rating: purple, 4 white, green, blue, yellow, purple. Effect: confusion reduces chest items by 1, but not below 1. Evaluation: obviously, it is confused. After all, did it just ride the winds and waves as soon as it appeared? Lin Shan twitched his mouth and then complained, good lord, not only are you confused, I'm confused too. What the heck is a treasure chest? Why are you confused? Lin Shan scratched his head and cursed, damn it, I didn't know the prefix could have a negative effect. If I had known, I would have preferred a 3-star one. What use is this star rating to me? Though feeling speechless, Lin Shan had no other choice. He could only accept it. At least a 4-star rating should yield better items. Creak. Wow. As expected of a golden chest, this lid is quite heavy. After opening the chest, Lin Shan said in surprise. System: obtained golden fruit 1, random defense construction blueprint. Looking at the 2 new items in his backpack, Lin Shan couldn't help but glance at the ceiling to prevent his tears from falling. Damn, that means I originally had 3 items. So frustrating. After shouting for a while, Lin Shan finally lowered his head to start checking. The outcome was already determined, but complaining was useless. Besides, this golden chest was originally a windfall. Name: golden fruit. Category: extraordinary fruit. Rating: purple, 1. Effect: after use, can freely choose to increase an existing extraordinary attribute by 20 points. Evaluation: the legendary golden fruit is produced by the extraordinary plant, the golden tree. Each one can lead to bloodshed and is coveted by countless extraordinary beings. The main point is that the golden fruit has no drug resistance, meaning that if you have an endless supply of golden fruit, theoretically, you could infinitely increase your extraordinary attributes. Of course, the premise is that you can handle the rapid increase in extraordinary attributes, and the golden fruit is also extremely rare and scarce, as the golden tree flowers every 100 years and yields less than 20 fruits at a time. Looking at the attributes before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but stroke his chin. This attribute was impressive, able to freely choose 20 points of extraordinary attributes. But if he remembered correctly, a green extraordinary fruit adds 1 point for 1 star, the blue one adds 10 points for 1 star. Logically speaking, a yellow 1 star should add 100 points, and a purple 1 star should add 1,000 points, right? Or is it because of this drug resistance? Lin Shan looked at the drug resistance mentioned in the evaluation and couldn't help but murmur. Thinking of the deep-sea cold fish earlier, which could only take effect once, perhaps consuming too much would also produce resistance. Lin Shan rubbed his hair and helplessly said, forget it, why think so much? Just flaunt it. Looking at the fruit before him that seemed to be made of gold, Lin Shan ground his teeth and said, I hope it won't break my teeth. It looks pretty hard. After some thought, Lin Shan still chose to nibble cautiously. Crunch. It was easy to bite off. Looking at the golden fruit flesh, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and then ate it all in bites. The golden fruit wasn't large, about the size of an apple. It seems tasteless. Also, it surprisingly has no seed. Disappointing. System obtained 20 free attribute points after seeing the prompt. Lin Shan directly opened his character panel. After some thought, Lin Shan added 15 points to his mysterious extraordinary attribute. Although his main power was the ice crystal shot, his destiny was mainly based on the mysterious attribute, so it definitely needed to focus on the main attribute. After adding 15 points, the mysterious attribute became 33 points, of which 3 points were the percentage boost from the Key of Destiny. As for the remaining 5 free attribute points, he'll add them to extraordinary physique first and leave the rest for later. Tisk, a mysterious extraordinary attribute of 15 points. I feel nothing, but even a slight extraordinary physique warms my body. Lin Shan chuckled. The slight improvement in extraordinary physique is quite evident, probably due to his current weak physique. Once his extraordinary physique increases, it may not be as noticeable. Then Lin Shan looked at the second item opened from the golden treasure chest, a random defense construction blueprint. Name: Random Defense Construction Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Rating: Purple 5. Effect: upon use, randomly obtain a defense construction blueprint ranging from Purple 1 to Red 3. Comment: Defense construction blueprints are used to arm the island facilities. After glancing at the attributes, Lin Shan clicked to use it directly. System obtained Extraordinary Energy Cannon Blueprint. Name: Extraordinary Energy Cannon Blueprint. Category: One-time blueprint. Rating: Purple 6. Effect: build an Extraordinary Energy Cannon. Comment: Extraordinary Energy Cannons are commonly found on the walls of coastal cities and large ships, mainly used for defending against the invasions of sea beasts and mermaids. One shot delivers tremendous power, but it also consumes a vast amount of energy. Looking at the blueprint before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but be astonished. A cannon. An energy cannon. How impressive. Tisk, with this energy cannon, what do I have to fear from pirates? If they dare to come, I'll send them off with a single shot. Lin Shan boasted. After stowing away the blueprint, he began to prepare. In stormy weather, going out to sea for the first time feels a bit thrilling, Lin Shan murmured as he looked at the torrential rain outside. Before long, an hour passed, and the tsunami arrived right on time. Lin Shan hurriedly closed the window. Bang! The tsunami crashed directly onto the lighthouse, causing its energy to drop instantly. However, it stood firm, although a sunken ship nearby was swept away by the wave. A semi-transparent energy shield would defend around the candlelight on the second floor, but in the rooms below, if you had the window open, the seawater would not show you any mercy. It surged right in. Of course, Lin Shan didn't discover this. It was mentioned by someone in the chat channel. In stormy weather, the consumption of energy in the lighthouse is much faster than in normal weather. Coupled with the intermittent tsunami crashing down, energy consumption decreases at an alarming rate. Fortunately, everyone has some basic resources that can elevate the lighthouse by 1 or 2 levels. In the trading channel, various basic materials were being traded back and forth. Moreover, Lin Shan noticed that each person's collected materials that could elevate by 2 levels were prioritized for those who were lacking in materials. The people in my area are truly infuriating. Sigh. You guys are infuriatingly kind. You're making me cry. Lin Shan sighed, then decided to keep 5,000 wood and stone as his basic materials, putting the remaining hundreds of thousands up for trade. Then Lin Shan quietly sent a message in the chat channel. You guys are infuriatingly kind. I have over 100,000 wood and stone all on loan, so remember to pay me back after today. There are too many people. Don't borrow randomly if it's not urgent. Wow. A big shot has appeared. Wow. The big shot is here with supplies. Wow. Great job, big shot. Wow. Are you a firefighter, big shot? Wow. I don't know what to say, just wow. Wow. Forgive my lack of culture, I can only say wow. Wow. Big shot, you saved my life. My lighthouse almost got smashed to pieces by the tsunami. Thankfully, the loan came just in time. Wow. Upstairs, big shot, this isn't a loan, this is a borrow, and there's no interest. Loans have interest. Wow. Upstairs, borrowing also has to have interest. I once borrowed 1,000 from my best friend, and she wanted me to pay back 1,100. I immediately called the police because of that 1,100. Wow. Upstairs, sister, how are you? Then a flurry of wows followed, and seeing Lin Shan's plight, he could only close the chat channel. In his personal trading store, Lin Shan was surprised to see that he had lost a few thousand wood and stone. He thought it would all be gone at once, but it turned out he lost only half. As expected, the people in my area are truly infuriatingly kind. Next time I'll sell toilet paper a bit cheaper, let's say for 9 pieces of wood. Lin Shan murmured with a touched expression. Lin Shan looked at the lighthouse panel and found that energy had decreased by 14. Clearly 10 was due to the recent tsunami while 4 was consumed by the storm. It seems that after reaching White Star 6, the lighthouse has gained some resistance against tsunamis that have been weakened by 80. At least it won't collapse after just 2 or 3 hits. Lin Shan opened his backpack to take a look. Backpack 15 slots, Starlight Crystal 1, wood 50,000, stone 50,000, broken heavy iron spear, golden law conch 1, 10 slots should be enough, right? After all this time going out to sea, he needed to act quickly, as long as he got the treasure chest the rest could be handled as needed. Lin Shan looked at his backpack, stroking his chin, murmuring. Suddenly a premonition popped up. Premonition: you sense unusual fluctuations in the air. A tsunami will strike in 180 minutes. Lin Shan, a tsunami is going to hit in 3 hours. What a gift from heaven. Lin Shan immediately stood up, then walked to the door. Just as he was about to open the main door, he suddenly remembered something. Stopped, turned back to the window, and opened a crack to look. Upon discovering that the wind was not blowing towards the door, he closed the window with relief and walked towards the main door. Open the door and step outside. Splash. As soon as he stepped out, the sound of the torrential rain echoed through the skies. Wow. I didn't notice it in the room, but the noise outside is really loud. Hiss, it's a bit cold. Lin Shan held the heavy iron spear and walked towards the sea through the storm. The strong winds were the reason he was able to stand firm despite the spear adding over 30 pounds of weight. Phew. The visibility is really short, isn't it? Lin Shan said helplessly. Forget it, let's first check how the port is doing. After walking along the small path for more than 10 minutes, Lin Shan finally arrived at the port. Looking at the port, which now had only a few wooden pillars left, he couldn't help but smirk. Goodness, this is a bit too tragic. Then Lin Shan began to search for the lightwater iron fast boat, and soon saw that the ships were still floating safely on the surface of the sea, even without a port. Boom. Thunder still rumbled across the sky. Immense, unobstructed, for no buildings stood in the open sea to dampen its roar. Tonight would be sleepless for many. Yet Lin Shan slept soundly, bathed in the warm, flickering glow of the hearth. Outside, the rain intensified, pouring relentlessly until 6 o'clock the next morning. Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes. Yes, he had been roused by the thunder. Listening to the torrential downpour beyond the walls, he let out a soft yawn and murmured, has it been raining all night? He flung open the window, and instantly cold rain lashed his face. Damn. He slammed it shut. Do you have to be this dramatic? Wiping rainwater from his cheeks, Lin Shan snapped, fully awake. He then approached another window and carefully cracked it open. This time no rain blew in, for the wind did not blow from that direction. Holy hell, this rain is insane. Dense as a curtain, visibility less than 10 meters. Lin Shan muttered, astonished. But with this much rain, maybe I can finally enjoy a proper hot bath. He glanced toward the iron pot beside the hearth, capacious enough to hold roughly 50 liters. More than enough for a luxurious soak. Without hesitation, Lin Shan seized the pot and began filling it. Once 2/3 full, he placed it atop the hearth to heat. After glancing at the simmering water, he blinked. Had he forgotten something? Ah, right. My profession and abilities. Instantly recalling yesterday's garbled interface, Lin Shan hurriedly opened his personal panel to inspect it. It's not still glitching, is it? Good. No more corruption. Yet his abilities had vanished, replaced by an additional talent. His former abilities had evidently been converted into innate talents. Huh. So that glitch was this powerful. Lin Shan stared surprised at his updated attributes panel. Name: Lin Shan. Rank: Transcendent Path. Omen Weaver. Talents: Gift of Fate, Fates, Enchantress. Abilities: Crystal Ice, Shot, Underwater Breathing, Appraisal. Transcendent Attributes: Water 15, Fire 3, Wood 2, Mystery 5, Constitution 1, Spirit 4. Appraisal: A Novice. Transcendent. Only one attribute has just surpassed 10 points. What does a Fates Enchantress even mean? Aren't enchantresses supposed to be women? Lin Shan instinctively flexed his biceps. Huh. Oh wow. Turns out my PE teacher's bad habit stuck with me after all. Snapping back to reality, Lin Shan chuckled awkwardly. Then he tapped the Omen Weaver path to view its details. Name: Omen Weaver. Category: Fate Path. Tier: Unknown Path. Ability: Mystic Perception Path. Boon: Mystery 10, Spirit 10. Appraisal: Omen Weaver, the 9th stage along the Fate Path. Only the bearer knows their true abilities. Among all paths, those beyond the common ones manifest uniquely. 2 Omen Weavers may possess utterly different powers, yet their ultimate trajectories remain broadly aligned. The Fate Path is exceedingly rare. There are virtually no precedents to guide one. Every step must be forged through solitary exploration. Omen Weaver. Lin Shan frowned, puzzled. In the next instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. Details on the Omen Weaver path and its associated abilities. Rubbing his temples, Lin Shan gathered his thoughts. Just one path ability. Mystic Perception. Allows me to sense hidden truths, things unknown to others. He pondered aloud. This path ability doesn't seem particularly impressive, but according to the data, each path stage grants 3 abilities. I hope the other 2 prove far more formidable. Still, judging by its title, Omen Weaver, the 9th stage of the Fate Path, it doesn't exactly scream combat prowess. It feels underwhelming, yet the Fate Path itself sounds awe-inspiring. Could my passive talent be influencing this? Otherwise, why would both my talent and my path bear the word Fate? At least the path boon is substantial. Mystery 10, Spirit 10. And this is only the beginning. These bonuses will surely grow as I advance. Closing the path interface, Lin Shan selected his newly acquired talent to inspect it. Let's see what Fate's Enchantress truly entails. As he tapped it open, he murmured, name Fate's Enchantress, category talent, tier unknown, effect Fate Enchantress, appraisal Enchantress. A title synonymous with power. Each Enchantress is singular, her existence itself a mark of eligibility. A threshold crossed into the extraordinary. Incidentally, Enchantress is purely nominal, not necessarily gendered. Though most Enchantresses are women, men exist among them. And some aren't human at all. Again, Enchantress is merely a name inherited from the first generation who were all women. Staring blankly at the description, Lin Shan felt utterly bewildered. None of it made sense. Damn it. I've never grasped the value of knowledge so acutely. He grumbled, exasperated. Back then my PE teacher drilled into me that muscles were everything. Now I'd love to pin him to the ground and rub his face in the dirt. Yet the memory of his teacher's towering 1.9-meter frame and biceps the size of his head promptly quelled any rebellious impulse. He stared intently at the effect Fate Enchantress line, but nothing further unfolded. Scratching his head, he sighed, fine. I'll figure it out later. Right now, hunger calls. Time to eat. He approached the table, crouched, and peered into the shallow sea crab shell, where a crimson-browed fish still swam lazily. He nodded approvingly and smiled. Still alive, good sign. Yesterday's corrupted interface had made him forget the fish entirely. Now he slid his dagger beneath the shell's rim and carried it toward the window to begin processing. Tisk TSK, perfect weather for a thorough rinse, he said as he butchered the crimson-browed fish. Soon it lay cleaned and ready, pristine and gleaming. With this abundance of fresh rainwater, perhaps a warming fish soup is in order. He gazed up at the deluge. Indeed, the storm had turned sharply chill, especially with the window ajar. Even without direct wind, threads of cold air slipped inward, whispering across his skin. The sound of raindrops hitting the rocks and puddles echoed with a rhythmic patter. While the rain masked his movements, it also concealed the presence of sea beasts, making no difference. Navigating carefully between the rocks, the devastation in the rocky area was worse than that on the beach, as the crevices between the rocks easily trapped items. Damn, after today am I going to have to clean this up? How long will it take? Lin Shan instinctively grumbled. However, Lin Shan soon realized that while these things looked unimpressive now after the thunderstorm passed, it might be the time for great harvest. After all, Lin Shan was only giving a cursory glance, picking up treasure chests when he spotted them and not searching carefully if he didn't see any. He needed to return to the lighthouse before the tsunami arrived. Though he wouldn't die as he could breathe underwater, who knows where he would be swept away to. Whether he could return to the island was another matter. Damn, there's too much stuff, it's a hassle. Lin Shan looked at the chaotic mess, feeling helpless. It not only obstructed his search for treasure chests, but also slowed him down considerably. Opening the panel, he saw that 2 hours and 21 minutes had already passed, leaving only about 10 minutes to return to the lighthouse. Helpless, Lin Shan had to make a quick decision. He decided to ignore anything that wasted time and quickly walk through the rocky area. At this moment, the advantage of his extraordinary physique emerged. If it were before, he would have lost body heat long ago. Now, after more than 2 hours in the icy thunderstorm, he was still lively. With time pressing, Lin Shan began to move quickly, not bothering to check the corners, but advancing along the route. He picked up treasure chests whenever he spotted them, and soon Lin Shan found his first treasure chest in the rocky area. A bronze chest, not bad. After acquiring a chest, Lin Shan felt noticeably happier. He quickly arrived at a large rocky pit which often had sea beasts, so treasure chests were more common here and less likely to be swept away by a tsunami. Turning a corner, Lin Shan exclaimed, "What the hell? Where's my dragon pit? It's gone." Instinctively, he started to assess the situation. Is this a shell? It's huge, even bigger than a falling star sea snail shell. Lin Shan approached and tapped at him. A muffled sound came from it, thick and solid. Let's identify it. Name: Deep Sea Nurturing Shell. Category: Special Item. Rating: Purple 7. Effect: Nurturing Protection. Breath Masking. Excellent Growth Evaluation. The Deep Sea Nurturing Shell is specially crafted by the deep sea merfolk for young mermaids. Residing within the nurturing shell, the young ones are not only protected, but their potential is greatly enhanced. Did the tsunami steal the home of the deep sea merfolk? It even brought me the Deep Sea Nurturing Shell. Lin Shan clicked his tongue and decisively placed it in his backpack. Then Lin Shan looked at the rocky pit. Indeed, there was nothing else. It was normal, as it was just filled by the nurturing shell. Having obtained a good purple item, Lin Shan's mood became even better, and he felt like he was walking on air. However, he didn't see another treasure chest on the way. In response, Lin Shan was very generous and expressed his understanding. Soon he returned to the port, greeted Xiao Ai, and then headed back to the lighthouse. He opened the door, quickly entered, and then shut the door. The sound of the rain immediately diminished. Drip, drip. Lin Shan's clothes were dripping wet, producing a steady dripping sound. Damn, it's really cold, this rainwater. After a shiver, Lin Shan grumbled. While searching for treasure chests in the rain, he felt a bit cold, but his focus on the search kept him from noticing it much. Now that he was back in the lighthouse room, the contrasting temperature made him feel the chill. It's a good thing I didn't mention in the chat channel that the resources in the thunderstorm were good. Just this cold rainwater would make an ordinary person catch a cold after getting wet for half an hour. While adding charcoal to the fireplace, Lin Shan muttered. He then took off his black-scaled pants and black-scaled long sleeves, placing them by the fireplace to dry. Sitting there in his underwear, Lin Shan began to check his backpack to see what he had harvested during today's thunderstorm. He had collected a total of 2 black iron chests, 3 bronze chests, 1 relic chest, 1 wooden chest, and 1 deep-sea nurturing shell. This was the haul from today's sea gathering. If there hadn't been a tsunami, Lin Shan felt his harvest could have doubled. 6 ordinary chests and 1 special chest. I really struck it rich. Lin Shan grinned widely. Alright, let's start with the wooden chest, keeping the special chest for last. Lin Shan stroked his chin and smiled. He arranged the 7 treasure chests in a row and immediately began to open the first wooden chest. Crack. System obtained with 30 stone, 30. Lin Shan immediately grimaced, and then looked at the second black iron chest, which was 2 stars. Crack. System obtained cute tiger set 1 broken iron broadsword 1. A fierce tiger pfft, a cute tiger set. Can black iron chests even yield set equipment? How impressive. Looking at the set of tiger patterned clothing in his backpack, Lin Shan clicked to check it. Name cute tiger set, category ordinary clothing, rating white, 3 effect none, evaluation. This is the recently popular animal series pajamas. Not only is it very soft, but it's also very warm. Oh, pajamas. Lin Shan felt speechless. He had thought that black iron chests couldn't possibly yield set equipment. After taking out the cute tiger pajamas, Lin Shan felt even more speechless because it was clearly designed for girls and too small for him. Despite looking a bit like a skinny dog, he still had biceps and abs. Damn, I'll have to sell it. It's a good item for others. At least it prevents feeling cold while sleeping. Lin Shan thought for a moment, deciding to list it in the personal shop. He would auction it. Whoever bids higher would get it, and he wouldn't keep any basic resources. Then he glanced at the broken iron broadsword, a normal green, 1-star weapon, trash, and would deal with it later. Next, Lin Shan looked at the third black iron chest, which was 3 stars. System obtained iron block 10, a water bucket 1. A water bucket. Good stuff. Lin Shan directly took the water bucket out of his backpack and saw that it was a huge metal bucket capable of holding at least 50 liters of water. Not bad, a good item that can hold both seawater and boiling water. After opening the treasure chest, let's fill it with hot water. Then Lin Shan looked at the treasure chest again. There are still 3 bronze treasure chests, 1 relic treasure chest, and a deep-sea nurturing shell. As per usual, starting from the lowest rated one. The first bronze treasure chest is rated 3 stars. Indeed, the 3 bronze treasure chests have a minimum of 3 stars and a maximum of 7 stars. Click. System acquired purple bamboo shoot 1, bronze dumbbell 1, bamboo shoot. Lin Shan curiously opened his backpack to check. Name purple bamboo shoot, category plant, rating green, 5 effect edible, medicinal, evaluation. Planting a bamboo shoot today will yield a bunch of bamboo shoots next month. I think bamboo grows quite fast, right? If I plant it, won't the entire island be full of bamboo later? Looking at the medicinal effect of the purple bamboo shoot, Lin Shan couldn't help but say, but medicinal? Can bamboo shoots be used as medicine? Seeing the medicinal effect left Lin Shan somewhat confused. He knew it could be eaten since he had tried pickled bamboo shoots, but as for the medicinal properties, he really didn't know. Let's set that aside for now. Next, he turned to the bronze dumbbell. Name bronze dumbbell, category item, rating blue 1, effect weight adjustment from 10 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms, evaluation. When I can lift 1,000 kg, my fist will be larger than a sand pot. Oh, dumbbell. This is pretty good, a 1,000 kg. It can be freely adjusted. I wonder how much I can lift now. Lin Shan said somewhat excitedly. The heavy iron spear weighs over 30 pounds for Lin Shan now. Although it felt a bit heavy at first, it's already quite easy. After reaching a 2-point extraordinary physique, his strength increased noticeably. Taking out the bronze dumbbell, Lin Shan glanced at it. It's in the initial state of 10 kg. On the left side of the bronze dumbbell, there's an adjustment setting currently showing 10 kg. Lin Shan directly began to adjust it. The heavy iron spear weighs over 30 pounds, and it's already somewhat easy, so doubling it should be no problem, right? Let's try 70 pounds. After adjusting, Lin Shan grasped the handle and lifted it. 70 pounds seems quite easy. Looking at the bronze dumbbell in his hand, Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. Lin Shan tried to extend his arm. It was manageable, and lifting it high wasn't a problem either. Put it down, let's adjust to 100 kilograms and see. While it's not as easy as 70 kg, it's still manageable. I feel like maintaining it for an hour won't be a problem. Lin Shan said, somewhat astonished. With the boost from 2 points of extraordinary physique, it's still quite high. After all, even though Lin Shan used to exercise regularly and lifted dumbbells, often it was around 30 to 50 pounds each time. Moreover, it was all training, which is different from now. Lin Shan became interested. He wanted to see where his limit lies. 100 kg. It's a bit heavy, but swinging it for a few minutes is still manageable. 150 kg. It's heavy, let's switch to 110 kg. That's about my limit. Phew. To lift a 220-pound dumbbell, how much force would that generate? At least 200 pounds, right? Lin Shan said, panting slightly, feeling somewhat excited. Bang! Breaking through Lin Shan felt a tremor. He didn't mind it, or wasn't it just a tsunami? He was used to it. He put down the dumbbell and approached the control panel, then waited quietly. A few seconds later, bang! The lighthouse vibrated. However, it quickly returned to calm. Lin Shan checked the energy on the control panel and found it still at 68. It seemed the earlier tsunami had reduced it by about 15. I can still hold on for a bit, so let's not upgrade yet. Returning to the fireplace, Lin Shan continued to open treasure chests. Now opening a blue 4-star bronze treasure chest. The prefix is Agile bronze treasure chest. The other one is a 7-star with the prefix Violent bronze treasure chest. System acquired: Agile monkey claw 1, lightweight gloves 1, green grapefruit 1, 3 items. Not bad. First, let's check the Agile monkey claw. It's a claw-type weapon rated blue 1-star. After taking a look, he set it aside to sell later. Next, he looked at the lightweight gloves. Name: lightweight gloves. Category: extraordinary equipment. Rating: blue 3. Effect: lightweight. Agile evaluation: a low-grade extraordinary equipment with added lightweight flavor and agility runes, allowing the wearer to increase their attack speed by a few points. Not bad, just what I needed. Ooh, I don't have glove-type equipment, so I'll wear them. Looking at the gloves on his hands, Lin Shan moved his hands. He indeed felt much more agile. This is good. Then he turned to the last item. Name: green grapefruit. Category: extraordinary fruit. Rating: green 1. Effect: eating it increases a bit of wood or wind attribute. Evaluation: an extraordinary plant growing on cliffs. The fruit of the green grape tree, due to the environment in addition to wood attributes, also has some wind attributes. Extraordinary fruit. Does this count as hitting the jackpot? Lin Shan said, somewhat unexpectedly. Then he opened his personal attribute panel. He has 2 points in wood attributes, but none in wind attributes. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shan stored the green grapefruit, planning to ask around in the chat channel if anyone has water or ice attributes. The harvest from this treasure chest is quite substantial. Thus, Lin Shan looked toward the next treasure chest, filled with anticipation. The click sound rang out again. System acquired: violent rabbit ears 1. Oh my goodness. Lin Shan looked at the pink rabbit ears in his backpack and couldn't help but exclaim. 1 item. I can somewhat understand that, but what's with the rabbit ears? And they're pink. Do you think you're a Kirin rabbit or something? Looking at the pink rabbit ear decoration, Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. But since it was already open, what could he do? He could only check the attributes. After all, it still had the word violent in it. Name: violent rabbit ears. Category: extraordinary equipment. Rating: blue 9. Effect: extraordinary strength 3. Violent strike evaluation: extraordinary equipment made from the ears of the violent rabbit leader. It is said that the extraordinary blacksmith who forged this equipment has now joined the muscle club. Moi. Lin Shan couldn't help but widen his eyes. This effect seems a bit impressive. Not to mention the violent strike, just the 3 points of extraordinary strength alone could place this equipment at the top among blue-rated items, right? But this damn girly pink, any white rabbit ears would do. Looking at the pink bunny ears of the girl before him, Lin Shan hesitated for 3 seconds before decisively putting them on. What a joke, he was the only person on the entire island who would see him. Besides, with such a high bonus, even if someone saw it, what would it matter? If others knew about his attributes, they would be too busy trying to snatch it away to laugh at him. Impossible. The bunny ears moved slightly, and Lin Shan said in surprise, what the hell? This is interesting. It really feels like I have bunny ears. I can even control them. The bunny ears moved continuously under Lin Shan's control, going from initial disdain to now being addicted. Indeed, even tough guys have a pink heart. After a while of enjoyment, Lin Shan turned his gaze to the bronze dumbbell on the ground. Let me see, with 3 points of extraordinary strength attribute, how much strength can it increase? Lin Shan said curiously as he picked up the bronze dumbbell. Light, too light. Lin Shan said in surprise. You must know that the bronze dumbbell weighs 220 pounds, yet he lifted it effortlessly. Lin Shan tested again, doubling the weight of the bronze dumbbell. 400 pounds. 1 lift. Easy, still easy, so let's add more. 600 pounds. 800 pounds. Finally, when the bronze dumbbell reached 820 pounds, Lin Shan finally felt some strain. Hiss. It provided a full 600 pounds of strength. That means 1 point of extraordinary strength at least increases the strength of an adult. Normal adult males have arm strength between 100 to 200 pounds, and 1 point of extraordinary strength increases it by 200 pounds. With such strength, a person with extraordinary power would have at least 2,000 pounds of strength. Lin Shan smacked his lips. With this kind of power, it seems that in the early stages, extraordinary physique, extraordinary strength, and extraordinary agility are the best extraordinary attributes for them. Excited, the pink bunny ears on Lin Shan's head kept swaying. It felt like an added external organ, however there was no sense of hearing, although it could move. After the test was completed, Lin Shan no longer disliked the pink bunny ears that looked like a girl's. What's wrong with pink? Tough guys love pink. Finally, Lin Shan looked at the last treasure chest, the relic treasure chest. This was a special yellow treasure chest. Oomph. With a muffled sound, the relic treasure chest was opened by Lin Shan. System obtained: Goliath Prototype Unit 1A, Energy Supply Chamber 1, Forbidden Experiment Unit Blueprint 1, 3 items. Did the Violent Bronze Treasure Chest give me a discount? Or did the hundreds of billions of Tower Guardians get sacrificed for a day of my lifespan? Lin Shan murmured in surprise. But I didn't even pray to any gods. That's strange. Forget it, no matter what, it's a good thing. Let me see what they are first. Lin Shan opened his backpack to check. Oh my. Lin Shan looked at the doll in the backpack in surprise and exclaimed, what the hell? Is this a doll? It's so lifelike. Looks just like a real person. Lin Shan curiously clicked to check it. Name: Goliath Prototype Unit. Category: Relic. Rating: Purple. 3. Effect: Recognized Master. Combat Evaluation: The Goliath Prototype Unit is a product of a certain super empire created using extinct technology, considered an unfinished product. After recognizing the master, it will fight for its master for a lifetime. To recognize the master, one can use blood recognition or soul recognition. Note: the Goliath Prototype Unit is an unfinished product. If perfected, it will greatly enhance its rating. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan couldn't help but be shocked. The technological content is definitely a reflection of reality in science fiction. It's not a doll, it's a mech girl. Does it still need to recognize the master? Then let's recognize the master first. Lin Shan directly took out the Goliath prototype. Bang. Oh, that sound, one can tell it's very heavy, at least over 1,000 pounds, right? Looking at Goliath collapsed on the ground, Lin Shan directly decided on the name Goliath for her. Lin Shan couldn't help but scrutinize her, as she looked no different from a young girl with short white hair and a delicate face. Super cute and attractive. Lin Shan couldn't help but pinch Goliath's cheek. It feels just like real. The outfit looks like a high-tech bodysuit, perfectly accentuating Goliath's figure. Let's recognize the master first. Lin Shan murmured. Lin Shan didn't understand soul recognition, so he could only use blood recognition. However, looking at Goliath before him, Lin Shan was a bit confused. Where should he drop the blood? After thinking for a moment, he directly pricked her forehead. Then under Lin Shan's gaze, the drop of blood was directly absorbed by her snow-white skin. Lin Shan was surprised to find that her originally colorless skin began to show a hint of color. In other words, it became somewhat rosy, no longer just pure pale. Then under Lin Shan's astonished gaze, Goliath slowly opened her eyes and her eyes began to move. Initially, they were a bit dazed, but soon they became lively. Then Goliath instantly locked her gaze on Lin Shan, sat up, knelt on one knee, one hand behind her back and the other on her chest, and then a cold voice echoed. Goliath, Goliath, I fight for you, master. Lin Shan was stunned, as she looked no different from a real person. After the shock, Lin Shan came back to his senses, mainly because he had a high-tech ship spirit like Xiao AI before, so Lin Shan accepted it quite quickly. Lin Shan, so your name is Goliath. Stand up. Goliath, yes. Then she slowly stood up. Lin Shan estimated that she was about 168 meters tall, slightly shorter than him. But for a woman, that's considered tall. Lin Shan, Goliath, what is your main ability? Goliath, replying to master. Goliath is a combat type designed for battle. Therefore, my main purpose is combat. Lin Shan nodded and said, now I know. What I want to know is how strong are you? Goliath, upon hearing this, paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Shan, blinked, and said, replying to master, if you are the unit of measurement, Goliath can defeat 100 of them. And it's still easy. Oh, well, let's not mention that part. Lin Shan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He didn't know what to say. His current strength shouldn't be considered weak, right? But Goliath's strength seems extremely terrifying. If she can defeat 100 in reality, how many would he be able to beat? Looking at the motionless Lin Shan, Galia couldn't help but ask, master, did Galia say something wrong? Lin Shan waved his hand and replied, no, how could that be? Galia said, master, is there anything you need me to do? Lin Shan replied, not at the moment. Galia, you can sit on the chair for now. Galia replied, yes, master. She obediently went to the chair and sat down. Surprisingly, the chair fully supported her weight. It should be noted that Galia's weight starts at least over 1,000 pounds. Suddenly, Lin Shan seemed to remember something and slowly lowered his head. Smack! Lin Shan covered his eyes in disbelief. He had totally forgotten that he was completely unclothed. In other words, he had just been fully exposed in front of Gallia. This was more outrageous than walking a bird under the moonlight. Damn, would he be considered an exhibitionist? He took a glance at Gallia, and she was sitting obediently on the chair with her hands on her thighs looking like a good child. Noticing Lin Shan looking at her, Gallia blinked, and then asked, "Master, do you have any instructions?" Lin Shan waved his hand, and then picked up the black-scaled pants and black-scaled long sleeves preparing to put them on. But the next moment Gallia's voice came through. "Master, your clothes are already wet. Gallia does not recommend you to wear them as wet clothes are not good for your health and are also very uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Lin Shan's body stiffened. It would have been better if she hadn't said it now that he felt embarrassed. Lin Shan replied, "Well, I can't just be naked, can I?" Gallia said, "Master, you can sit by the fireplace, that way you won't catch a cold." Lin Shan said, "Huh, that's not it. I mean, I can't just be naked in front of you." Hearing Lin Shan's words, Gallia widened her eyes in confusion. But the next moment, upon seeing the combat suit on her own body, she suddenly realized that since the master was naked, how could Gallia still be wearing clothes? That would be such a disrespectful act towards the master. Gallia should reflect on this. Gallia exclaimed, "I see now. Master." Gallia understands. Lin Shan was momentarily puzzled. "What did you understand? I don't quite get it." Feeling somewhat bewildered, Lin Shan ignored Gallia and looked at the other two items in the backpack, which clearly matched Gallia. Name: Energy Replenishment Pod. Category: Special Equipment. Rating: Purple. 3. Effect: Replenishes energy, optimizes, upgrades the body energy. 100. Evaluation: An energy replenishment pod specifically designed for Gallia's prototype body by a certain super empire not only replenishes the energy of Gallia's prototype body, but also optimizes and upgrades it. Optimizing and upgrading the body is specifically prepared for Gallia's prototype body, and corresponding blueprints are needed for optimization and upgrading. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Shan nodded. In simple terms, it's Gallia's bed for resting and replenishing energy. He pondered, this one is a bed, so the next blueprint shouldn't be Gallia's complete form blueprint, right? Lin Shan looked at the second item of blueprint, and its name was the Forbidden Experiment Body Blueprint. Name: Forbidden Experiment Body Blueprint. Category: One-time blueprint. Rating: Purple. 1. Effect: Exclusive to Gallia's prototype body. Can be used within the Energy Replenishment Pod. Evaluation: Exclusive blueprint for Gallia's prototype machine. The Forbidden Experiment Body is a completed mature technology. Its technological content is incalculable, and the rating itself is the rating of the Forbidden Experiment Body Blueprint. Lin Shan couldn't help but click his tongue. Just the rating of a single piece of paper reached purple 1 star. What would the value of this technology be rated at? Red, or even higher? Looking at the attributes of the items before him, Lin Shan felt puzzled. Whether it was Gallia the Energy Pod or the Forbidden Experiment Body Blueprint, none of them seemed to be items that a yellow-rated treasure chest could produce. A yellow 7-star treasure chest produced 3 items that formed a set, and to top it off, all of them were purple-rated. It felt strangely odd. What Lin Shan didn't know was that relic treasure chests were vacant and belonged to a non-renewable limited edition. Thus, the items within relic treasure chests were filled with uncertainty, but generally, they wouldn't be too exaggerated. If a relic had not been explored by anyone, its value would be the highest. If it had been explored, one could only hope that some small corners remained undiscovered. Alright, the treasure chest has been opened. Now all that's left is the deep-sea nurturing shell. And I still haven't used today's talent. However, the deep-sea nurturing shell is quite large, so I won't take it out just yet. Let's see what surprises today's talent will bring me. Lin Shan looked at the deep-sea nurturing shell in his backpack and murmured. Then he clicked to use the talent, the Gift of Destiny. Gift of Destiny. Today's good luck is doubled. Cost after good luck: 3 days of bad luck. Lin Shan. Smack. Lin Shan slapped his forehead in regret, thinking, if I had used this from the start, who knows how much I would have gained. But how much good luck do I have? Regardless, having double the good luck is definitely a tool for opening treasure chests and finding treasure, right? Damn it. Lin Shan yelled in exasperation. Gallia, hearing this, tilted her head in confusion, looking at Lin Shan with a puzzled expression, wondering if she had done something wrong. She looked down and saw that her combat suit was already gone. Or did she need to learn from the master and squat in front of the fireplace? It must be that, otherwise why would the master shout out in anger? It was clear he was upset with Gallia. Thinking this, Gallia stood up from the chair and walked towards the fireplace. It was only a few steps away. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached, and Lin Shan instinctively turned to look. Hiss. His eyes widened. What in the world was he seeing? Lin Shan stared intently at the approaching Gallia until she crouched down beside him. Suddenly, it was like an elephant stretching out its trunk, a turtle poking its head out to prepare for a hunt. Oh! Lin Shan instinctively squeezed his thighs, feeling like he was about to lose control. Gallia, where are your clothes? Lin Shan asked, somewhat muffled. Galea blinked at his question, then pointed to the chair and said, in response to the master, they are on the chair, look. Lin Shan forcibly redirected his gaze back to today's gift of destiny. However, his eyes were vacant, clearly indicating that his thoughts were not on this matter, and they kept drifting uncontrollably towards Galea. Galea, on the other hand, felt nothing. She blankly imitated Lin Shan's posture, crouching down to look at the campfire. One was distracted while the other felt that her actions were right. Lin Shan found it increasingly difficult to suppress the primal power within him. After all, he was a hot-blooded young man, and it was hard to keep himself in check. The gift of destiny was outright rejected. If it were morning, that would be fine, but now it was no longer worth it. Hiss. Galea, you should put on some clothes, or it feels like something bad is going to happen. Lin Shan said hoarsely. Upon hearing this, Galea blinked in confusion, then nodded. The master's words were to be heeded. She then stood up. Instantly, Lin Shan turned his head away as the spring scenery was fully revealed. Wow. This unexpected treat made it impossible for Lin Shan to suppress himself any longer. He wanted to pounce directly. A peculiar strand of hair stood up straight from Galea's white hair. Galea immediately spoke up, detected that the master has indecent thoughts. Affection level insufficient, cannot engage in indecent activities. In the next second, Galea appeared behind Lin Shan and delivered a swift chop. Slap. With a soft sound, Lin Shan fainted. Seeing this, Galea hurriedly caught him. Looking at the unconscious Lin Shan, she blinked in confusion, wondering if she had activated the alarm system. After a moment of confusion, Galea picked up Lin Shan and placed him on the bed. Then she walked towards the chair and put on her clothes as it was the master's command. Then she stood guard by the bed. Hiss, why is my neck so sore? Lin Shan murmured softly. Master, you are awake. A melodious voice rang out, and Lin Shan was momentarily stunned before quickly opening his eyes. What the heck? Why was there someone else in his lighthouse room? Startled, Lin Shan jumped up and went on high alert. Galea looked at the series of actions from her master, perplexed. What was going on with him? Seeing the girl, Lin Shan blinked and quickly recalled what happened. Slap. How embarrassing. He slapped his face with one hand, feeling awkward. Suddenly, Lin Shan remembered something and looked down. Still empty, this wouldn't do. He needed to put on some clothes. Clothes are protection, they are restraint. Forget it, I can't think of anything else. Walking to the fireplace, he picked up the already dried black-scaled long sleeves and black-scaled pants. Lin Shan asked in confusion, Galea, how long have I been asleep? Galea replied, Master, you have been asleep for 42 minutes and 53 seconds. Lin Shan was astonished. Has it almost been an hour? Fortunately, there was no tsunami, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Lin Shan suddenly noticed that the sound of rain outside seemed to have diminished. Curious, he approached the window and opened it. The sound of rain poured in. Premonition, you feel a certain fluctuation. The rain will begin to lessen in 3 hours and stop in 5 hours. It's going to stop raining. Does that mean there won't be a whole day of thunderstorms? Looking at the premonition, Lin Shan muttered to himself. He then opened the panel to check the weather forecast. Today's weather: thunderstorm weather effect, normal rain gradually decreasing. Seeing the weather effect, Lin Shan let out a sigh of relief. If the tsunami lasted a whole day, who knows how many people would die. Lin Shan thought for a moment, opened a photo, and began to look at it. Indeed, it was the third one. System ding. Permanent weather cancellation, sunny and beautiful. This was the one. The following weather would be unpredictable. So does that mean it could be sunny 1 second and then stormy the next? Lin Shan speculated. Yes, indeed, the weather at sea is quite unpredictable and changes easily. Just as he was about to close the window, Lin Shan suddenly turned his head to look at the bucket. Right, he hadn't filled it with water yet. With that thought, he picked up the bucket and started collecting rainwater. Galea asked, Master, do you need Galea's help? Lin Shan replied with a smile, No need, just filling some rainwater, it will be quick. By the way, Galea, why did you suddenly knock me out? This was something Lin Shan needed to clarify as it concerned his safety. Can the machine that recognizes the master still attack the master? Isn't that completely upside down? Galea responded, Master, you triggered the affection alarm system. Without sufficient affection, indecent activities are not allowed. This was designed by my father. Lin Shan asked, Your father? Is he your creator? Galea replied, Yes, my father said that Galea was modified from his daughter and is a unique entity. However, Galea does not have her father's memories anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but frown. So Galea was actually an artificial being, similar to a character like Android 18. If that were the case, then the technology of that super empire is quite impressive, or simply put, was it just Galea's father who was impressive? However, Lin Shan thought again, if the affection level was sufficient, could he engage in indecent activities with Galea? Just thinking about it made him feel energized. Galea's peculiar hair stood up again, but after a few shakes it lay back down. Clearly, Lin Shan's indecent thoughts only flashed by. Once the rainwater was filled in the iron bucket, Lin Shan directly placed it on the fireplace to boil. After all, rainwater cannot be consumed directly. Oh, boiled water brings peace of mind. After all, he was someone who grew up drinking boiled water. What should he do next? Oh, right. Lin Shan opened the chat channel and looked around only to find that no one had mentioned the change in weather. Lin Shan took a screenshot of the weather change and sent it out. Instantly, the chat group exploded. After taking a look, Lin Shan didn't pay much attention anymore. He glanced at the number of people, noting that there were over 10,000 fewer. Now the count was 84739 people. Natural disasters are unavoidable. Others facing the tsunamis must be stronger than him because their islands are not as large as his. Without relief, the tsunami's force would only increase, consuming more energy. This was also because Lin Shan had taken out his wood and stone as a loan, otherwise the number of people would have been even more. I hope that when the next tsunami weather arrives, everyone's islands will be incredibly large enough to no longer fear the impact of the tsunami. Lin Shan sighed. In the lighthouse room, Lin Shan sat on the bed while Galia occupied a chair. Lin Shan asked, "Galia, how much do you remember about yourself now?" Galia blinked in response and said, "Master, besides my combat skills and superpower usage, I have very little memory left." Galia only remembered that after my father created me, I was sealed away by him. You are the second person I have met besides my father, Master. Lin Shan stroked his chin upon hearing this. So Galia was sealed away right after her creation. And then for unknown reasons, she became a relic treasure chest. That means Galia has no understanding of the Misty Sea at all. Lin Shan asked, "What combat skills do you possess? And what does superpower mean?" Galia replied, "Master, combat skills are the highest fighting techniques of the Empire. A master, I seem to be unable to articulate it." Lin Shan, puzzled, inquired, "What's going on?" Galia said, "Master, whenever I mention key words, I forget them. Now I remember. Master, my combat skills are the Empire's most. 3 so frustrating I can't say a word. This feeling is so uncomfortable." Seeing Galia puffing out her cheeks, Lin Shan shook his head and smiled. "All right, Galia, no need to say more. You must have been restricted after all. It was during that time for you. The Empire's highest techniques, it's normal to have restrictions." Galia apologized. "I'm sorry, Master. It's my fault for being useless." Lin Shan smiled wryly. "It's fine, this is not your fault. Why apologize? You probably can't explain superpowers either, right?" Galia nodded in frustration after trying. Lin Shan pondered. The superpower Galia mentioned must refer to extraordinary attributes. It might just be a difference in naming. Lin Shan asked, "Then Galia, even if you can't say it, you can use it, right?" Galia nodded and shook her head, saying, "Master, I can only use those low-level combat techniques now. The advanced combat techniques seem not fully unlocked yet, as is the case with superpowers. I can only use lightning-type superpowers and metal-type superpowers." Lin Shan remarked helplessly, "What kind of limitation is this? Limiting strength? That seems unnecessary." Galia said, I vaguely remember that it seems to be a restriction set by my father. He probably didn't want me to completely turn into some kind of machine, allowing me to have my own personality." Lin Shan speculated upon hearing this. If pieced together, the fragmented information suggests 1. Galia is likely an artificial being created from a real person, and the father she mentioned might truly be her dad. 2. Galia's father might have a very cliché story. Perhaps he modified Galia into an artificial human to revive or restore her. 3. While modifying Galia, her father probably recorded the Empire's highest techniques and superpowers onto her, and possibly did so secretly. This could explain why Galia was sealed away. Perhaps it was discovered. To prevent any risks, he personally sealed her away. 4. The restrictions on Galia were set by her father to ensure she doesn't become a war machine developed by the Empire, but rather an entity with an independent personality. Or perhaps it is Galia's own will or soul. 5. There isn't enough information to make further assumptions. Lin Shan asked, "Galia, can you train me?" Galia blinked and replied, "Train? Master, I don't know how. I can fight, but training? I don't understand." Lin Shan said, "It's simple. When you have nothing to do, you just need to train with me by the seaside." Galia said, "Master, if I punch, you'll be knocked out." Lin Shan exclaimed, "Don't you know how to control your strength?" Galia responded, "Master, I can." Lin Shan said, "That's fine. When training with me, just suppress your strength to be on par with mine. The focus is on techniques, even if you have restrictions and can't articulate them. But using them in practice shouldn't be a problem, right?" Galia blinked, then happily nodded and said, "No problem, Master. You're so clever." Galia exclaimed, "Oh my god. Of course, aha." Lin Shan first felt embarrassed, then shamelessly laughed. "Why does this feel like I'm tricking a child? Is it just my illusion? There's nothing much to do next." Lin Shan looked around the somewhat messy room and started tidying up. After all, the tsunami had tossed things around quite a bit. Seeing this, Galia also began to help clean up. Working together, the lighthouse room was quickly tidied up. Everything was back to its previous state, either on the table or under it, making full use of the limited space to store items. Outside the lighthouse, there were still the ship's anchor and the falling star seashell. Lin Shan wasn't worried about the anchor being swept away by the tsunami, but what about the seashell? Thinking of this, Lin Shan opened the window to check. It's empty. Looks like it was swept away. Fortunately, it was just a green 4-star material, otherwise I would have lost big. How do I make the lighthouse room bigger? Lin Shan initially sighed, then curiously asked, how do I raise it to the green rating? With a slap, he closed the window to prevent raindrops from splattering inside and returned to the bed to wait. After all, it's neither low tide nor stopping rain. A few days ago, I practiced marksmanship in the small grove. Now I can only chat with Galia. I opened the chat channel to chat idly with everyone. Also, regarding the green grapefruit, I inquired in the chat channel and found that no one had any fruits with other attributes, so I had to consume it myself. Mainly because I don't know how long the shelf life of this extraordinary fruit is. However, from past experience, such heavenly treasures usually don't last long, so I took a bite. Crunching down, the taste was quite good, very similar to that of the green fruit. Juicy and sweet. Time passed swiftly in idle chatter, and soon 3 hours had gone by. The rain had lessened considerably. What was once a torrential downpour had now transformed into a mere ordinary rain. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 2 o'clock and the next tide would soon begin. Ding! Reminder, in half an hour the tide will start receding. Seize the opportunity to gather resources. Just as I was thinking about the tide receding, you popped up right away. Quite proactive, aren't you? Lin Shan remarked, looking at the prompt before her. The rain wouldn't stop for another 2 hours, so this time, they would have to go shelling in the rain. With half an hour left, Lin Shan opened the chat channel out of boredom. Woohoo! Everyone, in half an hour we can go shelling. But the rain hasn't stopped, has it? Yeah, what if we catch a cold? Just kidding, this little rain is nothing compared to the downpour from this morning. The sky has cleared. The rain has stopped. Haha, we're good to go. Hey, you 3 clowns are just too amusing. But the rain hasn't stopped yet. Hey, adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt. No talking, just get to work. I still owe Lin Shan a debt of 300 wood and 300 stone. Right? I owe 2. Indeed, the tsunami weather effects have already passed. Time to repay. Guys, my island has a sunken ship stuck in it. What to do? Half of the island is gone. Does this mean I have half less space? What? A sunken ship? Aren't you lucky? Huh. Lucky for what? What good stuff could be in a sunken ship? I don't know. Then why are you so excited? I used to be a sailor, so seeing a sunken ship naturally makes me a bit excited. In the midst of their light-hearted banter, half an hour slipped by in an instant. Tap, tap, tap. Upon opening the door, the sound of rain hitting the ground greeted them. It was much lighter than the previous torrential downpour. The visibility had returned to normal, at least without the rain mist. Lin Shan said, Jalea, I'm going to go shelling. Do you want to come along? Master. Jalea wants to stay by your side at all times. Lin Shan chuckled. Not necessary, but if you want to come, just keep up. With that, Lin Shan stepped directly into the rain. Oh right, Jalea, don't forget to close the door. Jalea nodded and replied, got it. Master. Bang. The lighthouse energy suddenly decreased by 1. Oh. Jalea blinked, wondering if she had done it too forcefully. But it felt so gentle. Jalea, what are you doing? Hurry up and come over. Lin Shan called out. Jalea replied, oh, Master, I'm coming. Jalea dashed over, covering the distance of several meters in less than a second and arriving right behind Lin Shan. Lin Shan didn't notice Jalea's speed. He was walking along the path towards the port. Lin Shan and Jalea followed closely, quickly reaching the port. Looking at the port, which now only had columns remaining, Lin Shan shrugged, helplessly wondering how many materials it would take to repair such a port. Then Lin Shan looked at Xiao Ai, who was still quietly sitting at the port. Lin Shan asked, Xiao Ai, how do you feel? Xiao Ai replied, Captain, I'm fine, just a bit bored. Captain, when are you going out to sea? Lin Shan scratched his head and said, well, I'm not sure either, let's see. Although the new rule stated that one could go on adventures at sea, the outside was shrouded in fog, wasn't it? At the very least, there should be a ship's lantern or some item to dispel the fog, right? Besides, what would happen if pirates showed up while he was out adventuring? What if traders appeared at sea? Therefore, until these issues were resolved, it would be difficult to embark on sea adventures. However, Lin Shan turned to look at the curious Jalea beside him. He now had Jalea with him, but someone had to stay behind. Xiao Ai said, okay. Xiao Ai is always here ready for Captain to use. Lin Shan replied, then Xiao Ai, I'm off to go shelling. Xiao Ai said, wishing Captain a bountiful harvest. Jalea blinked her eyes, staring curiously at the ship in front of her, wondering how this thing could open its mouth when it didn't even have one. Lin Shan said, Jalea, let's go. Jalea responded, coming. Looking at the messy beach, Lin Shan felt a headache coming on. Sure enough, that irresponsible jerk from the tsunami had wreaked havoc and then left him to clean up the mess. Lin Shan sighed. Speaking of which, since Jalea has acknowledged me as her master, can she use my backpack? Let's ask. Lin Shan turned to Jalea and asked, Jalea, can you use my backpack? Jalea looked puzzled, wondering what a backpack was. Seeing Jalea's confused expression, Lin Shan instantly understood it would seem she couldn't. Lin Shan said, all right, never mind. Jalea, did you see all this junk? Just throw everything that isn't glowing into the sea. Jalea nodded in response. This she could do. Then she started working busily, tossing various debris into the sea as if they had no weight at all. Lin Shan nodded and began picking up wood and stones, occasionally checking the dead fish to see if any were fresh. Unfortunately, it was just a thought, as the tsunami had passed several hours ago. Before long, Lin Shan discovered a treasure chest amidst a patch of unknown grass. This chest was entangled in some seaweed-like substance. If it weren't for the faint glow, it would have been easy to overlook. A black iron treasure chest. Not bad, what a good start. Lin Shan smiled as he cleared away the seaweed, revealing the true face of the chest. Jalea looked at the black iron treasure chest, pondering if her master liked such boxes. Next on the beach, Lin Shan searched for resources while Jalea was busy tossing things. Fortunately, it was still raining, so the noise from the trash being tossed into the sea was covered by the sound of rain. Otherwise, it might have attracted curious sea beasts or sea demons. The thunderstorm had passed, and many sea creatures had come out to hunt. Beneath the island in the deep sea, countless massive creatures occasionally swam past from the depths under the island. Lin Shan, of course, was unaware. He was currently looking at a second treasure chest, feeling quite pleased, even if it was a wooden one. Indeed, surviving great calamities brings good fortune. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Lin Shan laughed. Although the earlier rewards from taking risks that morning were even better. With a clap, Jalea threw some trash into the sea behind Lin Shan. To be precise, it wasn't really trash, it was merely some dead corals or decayed wood. There were also some dead fish and shrimp. These items could actually provide a habitat for small creatures such as crabs, shellfish, mantis shrimp, and small octopuses. Lin Shan instructed Jalea to clean it up, mainly to facilitate the search for resources during low tide. However, Lin Shan did not ask Jalea to clean up the dead fish and shrimp, as they could be used to attract marine life. The beach was still quite fast. It remained the same with the most wood and stones, and there was only one black iron treasure chest and one wooden treasure chest. Soon Lin Shan and Jalea arrived at the coral area. Looking at the corals beneath the sea, Lin Shan turned to Jalea and asked, Jalea, can you swim? Jalea instinctively nodded at the question, but quickly realized. Jalea replied, a master, I should be able to write. But I have never been in the water. Lin Shan responded, I see. Then let's go down together and check it out. If it doesn't work, you can just stay on the shore and follow me along. Jalea nodded and replied, okay. Splash. Lin Shan jumped directly into the coral area. Splash. Seeing this, Jalea followed suit and jumped in. The splash she made was much larger than Lin Shan's. As soon as Jalea hit the water, she sank straight down. Along the way, after observing Lin Shan's swimming posture, she started to imitate it. Soon Jalea managed to swim in place effortlessly. It seems like the seawater doesn't carry Jalea at all. She blinked, then began to move, feeling that she should be able to swim right. The imperial techniques also included water combat. It wouldn't be possible to sink straight down as soon as one hit the water right. Quickly, Jalea understood how to move in the water, although it consumed quite a bit of energy. Even without engaging in combat, the energy expenditure in water was about 3 times higher than on land. Lin Shan looked at the motionless Jalea and couldn't help but murmur, weren't you just moving? Why are you suddenly so still? You didn't take in water, did you? Just as Lin Shan was about to dive down to check, he saw Jalea quietly floating up. It didn't look like she was swimming, or it seemed more like she was flying. As Jalea approached, Lin Shan pointed to the water's surface and swam up. Splashing out of the water, Lin Shan looked at Jalea and asked, how does it feel? Jalea replied, Master, I found the water combat mode. Once I switched over, I could move freely in the water, but the energy consumption has increased significantly. Lin Shan then asked, consumption? By the way, Jalea, can you self-replenish energy? Jalea responded, Master, under normal circumstances, I can maintain balance. In a dormant state, I can recover 1 of my energy per hour. Lin Shan said, so being in the water will exacerbate energy consumption. Jalea nodded. Lin Shan said, in that case, Jalea, just stay on the shore and watch me. If there's any danger, you can come down to help me later. Hearing this, Jalea hesitated for a moment, but after seeing that the coral was only a few meters deep, she nodded. The master's words are truth. Then Jalea flew directly to the shore and began to keep an eye on Lin Shan. Lin Shan said, it really is a flying mode. I'm envious. Shaking his head, Lin Shan submerged back into the water and began to swim. The coral area was not significantly affected by the tsunami except for some debris and many dead corals. There were no other changes. Soon Lin Shan spotted a shining pearl shell. Previously, after obtaining a pearl shell and finding a white ordinary pearl, there was nothing more. After putting away the pearl shell, Lin Shan continued to swim. Soon he saw the first treasure chest in the coral area, which was clearly placed on a huge coral, emitting a faint white glow. Lin Shan looked around and did not find any traces of sea beasts. However, he noticed something unusual. The coral next to the treasure chest had a somewhat rounded shape. After carefully examining it for a while, Lin Shan was certain that it was definitely not coral, but rather a sea beast's disguise. Only one type of creature could achieve such a level of positioning. An octopus. Let's identify it. Lin Shan activated the identification technique, and instantly the identification was successful. Sure enough. Name: coral octopus, strength, extraordinary talent, environmental camouflage, color change ability, binding, touch, whip, tentacle, shedding, regeneration, extraordinary attributes, water 13, spirit 2, physique 3, extraordinary strength 2, evaluation on land. It is not your opponent, but in the sea you are not its opponent. Excessive identification evaluation. The coral octopus has a bad habit of continuing to camouflage until the prey is within half a meter before launching an attack. Experienced fishermen often exploit this trait to easily catch the coral octopus. Oh, the weakness is exposed. Evaluation. You have the ability. How do you see this? Lin Shan chuckled inwardly. Then the heavy iron spear appeared in his hand. Next, Lin Shan stealthily approached above the coral octopus about a meter away, raised the heavy iron spear, and directly thrust it toward the coral octopus head. Although the coral octopus had an extraordinary physique of 3, as a soft-bodied creature, it was utterly unable to withstand the piercing of the heavy iron spear and was directly pinned to the coral. Having been attacked, how could the coral octopus continue to camouflage? It instantly began to flail its arms. Its 8 tentacles were constantly waving. After failing to touch the enemy, they quickly wrapped around the heavy iron spear and attempted to pull it out. Lin Shan would never let that happen. Gripping the spear's handle tightly, he pressed down hard. Although his extraordinary physique wasn't as high as that of the coral octopus, his extraordinary strength surpassed it. Thus, the advantage in this contest lay with Lin Shan, especially since he was attacking from above, giving him an even greater edge. His feet kept swimming, firmly resisting. After 3 or 4 minutes, the coral octopus finally ran out of strength and its tentacles spread out. However, Lin Shan did not let his guard down easily. Instead, he began another identification. As expected, the coral octopus was playing dead. You clever little thing. Too bad you can't foresee that I've activated a cheat. Lin Shan thought with a grin, then began to turn his hands. Instantly, the coral octopus began to struggle again, but it was already too late. As the coral octopus finally perished, Lin Shan directly stowed the corpse into his backpack. Given the excess appraisal evaluation, it meant that if the old fisherman caught it, it was certainly edible. After putting away the coral octopus, Lin Shan turned his attention to the treasure chest. A silver treasure chest. Not bad. Lin Shan happily stored the chest in his backpack, as the coral octopus truly justified the price of a silver treasure chest. After all, without the excess appraisal evaluation, one would have to fight first just to determine the outcome. Judging by the attributes of the coral octopus, Lin Shan estimated that even if he could win, it would consume a considerable amount of time. By then, the tide would have risen. On the other side on the shore, Golia watched as her master effortlessly dealt with the sea beast, finally loosening her tightly clenched hands, nearly jumping in to assist. However, Golia firmly remembered her master's command to only assist when there was danger. The earlier scene was clearly one where her master maintained the upper hand throughout. Upon seeing her master start to move, Golia quickly followed along the shore. In the water, Lin Shan found several pearl shells. It seemed there were quite a few, but the probability of opening a pearl appeared to be very low. Nonetheless, he still collected them, since his dinner consisted solely of a large octopus. Although that octopus was already sufficient for both him and Golia. Indeed, Golia could eat. After all, she was a synthetic being, not a robot. Soon Lin Shan arrived at the junction between the coral area and the rocky zone. Splash. After climbing ashore, Lin Shan wiped his face of the watermarks and said, next time I should bring a net bag or something. Otherwise, carrying these pearl shells in my clothes is quite inconvenient. Master Golia can help carry them, Golia exclaimed. Hearing this, Lin Shan waved his hand and said, no need. This time in the rocky area, they'll leave it to you, Golia. They'll just watch from behind. Golia's eyes brightened at his words, and she smiled. Okay, master, leave it to Golia. She patted her chest, causing a delightful tremor that made Lin Shan's eyes widen. After all, Golia's combat suit was of the tight-fitting type, showcasing her figure perfectly. Lin Shan stroked his chin, contemplating that the cute tiger outfit from the lighthouse could be worn by Golia. All right, Golia, it's up to you, Lin Shan said. Golia nodded excitedly, and then strode towards the rocky area. She appeared a bit silly and adorable. Lin Shan silently thought as he followed behind. Soon they encountered the first sea beast, a juvenile shallow water crab, and it was an adult one. Upon seeing the 3-meter-tall shallow water crab, Lin Shan could not help but widen his eyes. Wasn't the difference between adult and juvenile too great? Lin Shan began to appraise it. It was an elderly shallow water crab over 100 years old, with its golden attributes surpassing 30 points, and its abilities reached 5, with 2 talents. The shell was covered with a thick layer of coral, but it did not hinder the movements of the elderly shallow water crab at all. Judging from the excess appraisal evaluation, he was no match. Lin Shan knew, without looking at the evaluation, that he was not a match. Unless he possessed some mysterious ability, for his mysterious extraordinary attribute had exceeded 30 points, but unfortunately he did not. Lin Shan turned to Golia. He saw that Golia had already switched to battle mode, her expression becoming serious. In the next moment, Golia dashed forward at incredible speed, leaving Lin Shan only able to catch a glimpse of her shadow. Then he heard a loud bang, and to Lin Shan's astonishment, the elderly shallow water crab had collapsed, splitting cleanly in half. Awesome! Incredible! Lin Shan instinctively shouted as he looked at the deceased elderly shallow water crab. The next moment, Golia appeared before him. Golia exclaimed, "Master! Golia has completed the extermination mission." Seeing Golia with a face full of eagerness for praise, Lin Shan was momentarily stunned. It was quite a contrast, but of course this was also due to him being Golia's master. Lin Shan smiled. "Golia, is amazing you took down that big crab in one go." Golia squinted her eyes and grinned happily at the praise from her master. Watching Golia's silly smile, Lin Shan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, then glanced around. With such a large crab lying here, wouldn't it at least grant me a silver treasure chest? After searching for a while, Lin Shan spotted a treasure chest beneath the elderly crab's massive claw, but unfortunately, it was a bronze treasure chest. After stowing the chest, Lin Shan looked at the massive crab and murmured, "With such a big crab, will the meat be of poor quality?" However, looking at the body split in two, revealing the crab meat, it still had some translucence. Lin Shan said, "Golia, wait, such big claws, I seem to have no place to roast them. The fireplace isn't big enough." In the end, Lin Shan had to let go of the large claws, but 2 of the crab legs could still be taken down by Golia. On the journey ahead, Golia swept through all the sea beasts that appeared in sight, none lasting more than 3 seconds. Lin Shan couldn't help but chuckle. Tisk, this overwhelming sense of security is off the charts. Due to Golia, their speed through the rocky area had greatly increased, and so they had already completed their coastal task and were heading back to the lighthouse. Lin Shan opened his backpack to check the afternoon's haul. In total, he had collected 2 wooden treasure chests, 2 black iron treasure chests, 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 large octopus, 2 legs of elderly crabs, 1 mantis shrimp full of roe, and 8 pearl shells. The mantis shrimp was what Golia wanted to eat. After returning to the lighthouse, the rain had lessened significantly, and in 2 hours it would cease completely. Lin Shan looked at the time. It was still early before 6 o'clock, so he decided to open the treasure chests first. He took out all 6 treasure chests. Golia curiously watched the scene before her. To be honest, she didn't understand why her master cared so much about these chests. They didn't seem particularly special. Lin Shan did not notice Golia's puzzled gaze. He looked at the 6 treasure chests, pondered for a moment, and decided to start with the silver treasure chest. The minority obeys the majority, perfect in every way. The silver treasure chest was rated 3 stars. With a snap, the chest opened in Golia's curious gaze, and as the contents began to fade, Golia was left stunned. System obtained: island route 1 silver oil lamp, 1 energy stone 3. The island route. Could it be? Lin Shan murmured as she looked at the items that emerged from the silver treasure chest. She then clicked to check the details. After glancing at the bewildered Golia, Lin Shan opted to reveal the item's attributes so that Golia could see as well. As Golia blinked in surprise at the suddenly appearing page, her curiosity got the better of her, and she reached out only to pass right through it. I can't touch it," Golia said in confusion. Lin Shan replied, "All right, Golia, stop playing around and focus on the attributes." "Oh." Golia reluctantly withdrew her hand and turned her attention to the attribute panel. Name: island route, category item, rating yellow, 3, effect grants a route to an unknown island when used. Note: designed for use by ship spirits. Evaluation: the island route is an essential item for the sea adventurers, providing a clear path through the misty sea, ensuring they do not lose their way. Additional note: the islands indicated by the island route are all unknown. However, a higher rating means greater rewards, but also signifies higher risks. Lin Shan muttered while looking at the properties of the island route. Lin Shan couldn't help but murmur, "Indeed, it's a tool for sea exploration. I should let Xiao AI use it later to see how far it goes." Next, Lin Shan clicked on the second item. Name: silver oil lamp, category ship lamp, rating yellow, 4, effect dispels fog within a 40-meter radius. Evaluation: a necessary item for seafaring. This lamp was specially developed solely for the purpose of dispelling fog. Lin Shan nodded appreciatively. This was vastly superior to the previous ship lamp. A distance of 40 meters is sufficient for Xiao AI to navigate safely. This is the role of the ship's spirit, as the spirit of the vessel its control over the ship is 100%. Lastly, there are the energy stones, only 3. Lin Shan frowned at this, then said, "Is it really that difficult to obtain energy stones?" "Only 3 from a silver treasure chest." Name energy stone. Category energy stone. Rating blue. 9 effect replenishes energy. Evaluation. This is a standard level energy stone, one of the sources for replenishing lighthouse energy, and can also be used to restore extraordinary attribute energy. Energy is the hardest currency in the lighthouse world, no exceptions. The effect is akin to the dim low-level energy stones he previously obtained. After all, they are all energy stones. Lin Shan took out an energy stone and handed it to Galia, inquiring, "Galia, how much energy can this energy stone replenish for your energy storage?" Galia accepted the energy stone and examined it before responding, "Master, if used for the energy storage, it can restore 2 of energy." Lin Shan was somewhat surprised by this. Is the consumption of the energy storage really that high? No, it should be. How is the energy capacity of the energy storage so high? At least 50 energy stones are needed to fill it completely. Lin Shan clicked his tongue, thankful that the energy storage started out full. Doesn't that mean he saved 50 energy stones? After a moment of reflection, Lin Shan turned his gaze to the bronze treasure chest. He opened it. System obtained shark bait 1. Lin Shan looked at the item before him helplessly. Just 1. Although a single item can often yield something beyond its level, this shark bait was obviously something straightforward. Despite his reluctance, Lin Shan clicked to check it. Name shark bait. Category bait. Rating yellow. 1 effect attracts sharks. Evaluation. OMG. Look, we did it. It's a silver shark. What a pity it's not a golden shark. Lin Shan looked at the evaluation in confusion. Silver shark. Golden shark. Is it a special shark? So this shark bait does have some use after all, Lin Shan murmured. Then Lin Shan looked at the remaining treasure chests, 2 black iron chests and 2 wooden chests. He decided to open them all at once. System obtained wood 20, stone 30. System obtained stone 10, black bread 2, purified water 1. System obtained iron block 10. System obtained black iron crossbow, arrow blueprint 1. Upon seeing the black iron crossbow arrow blueprint, Lin Shan suddenly remembered that he had intended to ask Qin Jianlin for help, yet he unexpectedly obtained the blueprint himself. Lin Shan took a look at the blueprint. The black iron crossbow arrows are meant for use with crossbows rated at white 3. He headed straight to the crafting table, clicked to record, then checked the crafting details. 1 iron block can craft 10 crossbow arrows. Not bad. The bronze crossbow isn't automatic, so Lin Shan plans to use it for home defense. Especially since during the last invasion by the fishmen, having a crossbow in hand would have made for a chaotic slaughter. Of course, his ice crystal shot is even more impressive. Lin Shan asked, "Galia, how's the fire doing?" Galia blinked at his question, turned to look at the fireplace. The coal inside was still quietly burning, though not as vigorously as before. Seeing this, Lin Shan shook his head helplessly and tossed a pile of charcoal into the fire. Galia felt a bit down, having forgotten the task her master had set for her. Lin Shan, however, didn't notice Galia's dejected mood. He was currently dealing with the coral octopus. The coral octopus was quite large, so he decided to discard the body and only cook the tentacles. After cutting off the tentacles, Lin Shan tossed the massive body into the trash bin, which was currently a shallow crab shell, serving as a garbage can. Next, Lin Shan took the black iron spear and began to skewer the octopus tentacles. As for the shrimp, they were easier to handle. After extracting the shrimp threads, he simply tossed them into the fire. Then Lin Shan started grilling the octopus tentacles over the black iron spear. To ensure they cooked faster, he had sliced them into pieces, which were now piled up into a small mound. In addition to grilling, he also boiled some in an iron pot. Fortunately, the charcoal was hot enough, and the tentacle meat quickly released a fragrant aroma as he sprinkled a bit of salt on top. Lin Shan said, "Galia, bring over that wooden table we just made." Galia promptly nodded and grabbed the wooden table, placing it behind Lin Shan. Galia said, "Master, the wooden table is here." Lin Shan nodded and began to take the grilled octopus slices off the black iron spear, placing them on the wooden table, then continued skewering and grilling more. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Shan stepped out of the lighthouse room with the food scraps in hand. The rain had stopped and night had quietly fallen. Galia followed closely behind him. With the flicker of candlelight, Lin Shan was able to see the path clearly. He first went to the rocky area and threw the food scraps in, treating it as bait. Looking at the rocky area submerged by the sea, Lin Shan observed for a moment, wondering what the scene would be like if he went down now. However, Lin Shan quickly dismissed this reckless thought. Lin Shan said, "All right, let's go check on Xiao Ai." Galia nodded in response. When they arrived at the port, it looked completely transformed. Lin Shan had repaired the port at the control panel, and fortunately the repair cost was not high. It only required 1,000 pieces of wood. Lin Shan directly led Galia onto Xiao Ai's deck. "Xiao Ai," said, "Captain, why have you come here so late?" Lin Shan smiled. and replied Xiao AI. I obtained a route to the islands, so I came to share it with you. Xiao AI replied, a route to the islands. I didn't expect you to acquire such a good thing so quickly, Captain. Lin Shan responded, just lucky. By the way, how do you use this island route? Xiao AI said, Captain, just throw the island route onto the ship, and then Xiao AI will be able to use it. Lin Shan nodded, then took out the island route and tossed it onto the deck. In the next moment, the island route slowly vanished. A few seconds later, Xiao Ai's voice rang out. Xiao AI said, Captain, I already know the location of the island. It is approximately 1300 meters from the port. 1300 meters. Lin Shan remarked, that's not too far, Xiao AI. How long will it take you to make a round trip at your speed? Xiao AI replied, Captain, a round trip for Xiao AI in a straight line will only take about 30 minutes. Lin Shan nodded in approval. This time was sufficiently short, allowing him to take Jaliyah out to sea for an adventure tomorrow. In that case, even if there were any problems on the island, they could return in time. Of course, if Jaliyah knew the way back, it would only take a few minutes. Lin Shan took out the ship's lantern, hung it on the designated hook in the cockpit, and then left. Back in the lighthouse room, Lin Shan stretched, feeling quite exhausted from the day. Oh, finally, he could rest well. Not only Lin Shan, but the other tower guards also felt mentally drained, with some having already fallen asleep. During the thunderstorm, the tsunami kept everyone on edge, and after they relaxed, they had to rush to the sea, so they hardly rested, which was certainly tiring. Lin Shan yawned and glanced at the cute tiger outfit on the bed. All right, this was for Jaliyah to wear. He picked up the cute tiger outfit and handed it to Jaliyah, saying, Jaliyah, wear this outfit, so you don't have to keep wearing your battle clothes. Seeing this, Jaliyah's eyes brightened. Oh, after all, no girl dislikes pretty clothes. The cute tiger outfit was not only adorable, but also fluffy. Many women liked this type of sleepwear. Indeed, in Lin Shan's view, this cute tiger outfit was only suitable as sleepwear. If worn outside, it would be ruined after a little exposure to seawater. Lin Shan asked Jaliyah, do you want to rest? However, the energy replenishment chamber can't fit right now. The room is too small. Looking at the somewhat cramped room, Lin Shan stroked his chin, wondering if he should upgrade the lighthouse to a white 9-star. However, from 1-star to now 6-star, the room size had not changed. So even if he upgraded to 9-star, it probably wouldn't change either. Most likely the room would only expand when reaching green rating, right? Lost in thought, Lin Shan simply fell onto the bed and fell asleep. Seeing this, Jaliyah carefully adjusted Lin Shan's position, then covered him with a blanket and sat on the bed, beginning to daydream. She could also rest, but she didn't want to sleep right now. Oh, after all, she had no idea how many years she had slept. It was not easy to be awakened by her master, so Jaliyah didn't want to fall back into darkness. After all, sleeping requires closing one's eyes. Looking at the cute tiger outfit in her hands, Jaliyah's hair tuft swayed slightly before it sank back down. If Lin Shan could see the affection level, he would notice that it was continuously rising above Jaliyah's head. Affection level 1, affection level 1. After glancing back at Lin Shan for a moment, Jaliyah turned her gaze back to the cute tiger outfit in her hands, then stood up and began to take off her battle suit. As the battle suit was removed, under the glow of the firelight, a beautiful silhouette was dressing on the wall. Lin Shan yawned, smacked his lips, and sat up. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he suddenly noticed something was off. Lin Shan looked around the room. He noticed it was much cleaner and tidier, no longer in a chaotic state. Did you do this, Jaliyah? Huh. You put on the cute tiger sleepwear. Jaliyah, wearing the cute tiger outfit, was sitting in a chair. When she heard Lin Shan's question, she nodded and replied. Jaliyah said, Master, while I saw you sleeping at night, I felt a bit bored, so I tidied up a little. Lin Shan smiled and said, not bad, tidying up has made the space feel much larger. And Jaliyah, you look very cute in the cute tiger sleepwear. Hearing this, Jaliyah looked down at the cute tiger outfit she was wearing. It felt fluffy, soft, and smooth. Indeed, it was much more comfortable than the battle suit. Mainly because the battle suit felt like not wearing anything at all, as it was designed to fit Jaliyah's figure perfectly. Lin Shan rinsed his mouth with seawater, then scooped a bowl of cold boiled water from the bucket, rinsed his mouth, and washed his face. Seeing this, Jaliyah tilted her head slightly, then followed suit, mimicking Lin Shan's exact steps. Breakfast was just black bread. Lin Shan picked up a piece of black bread, gave one to Jaliyah, and then started munching on it. With his extraordinary physique boosting his body strength, Lin Shan found it easy to chew on the black bread, though it didn't taste very good. After finishing breakfast with the black bread, Lin Shan directly utilized his talent. Yesterday's talent effect was one that was better used sooner rather than later, so Lin Shan had already decided to use his talent every morning after getting up. Omens, you feel a mysterious language. In 8 hours, a sea merchant will arrive at the port. Just as Lin Shan was about to use his talent, he saw the omen. Lin Shan couldn't help but feel surprised as an omen suddenly manifested before him. Had it truly become sensitive enough to perceive even such subtle shifts? Though the omen revealed only the final outcome, offering no further context. Much like a tsunami warning, it might declare that a tsunami will strike in 3 hours, yet remains silent on its scale, intensity, or precise trajectory. It was akin to being told a friend is coming to visit without any indication of how they'd arrive, by carriage, on foot, or from some unexpected direction. Nor did it disclose the visitor's purpose. The omen delivered only the bare result, all else remained veiled in silence. Yet even so, it was more than sufficient for Lin Shan. 8 hours. It's now around 7:50 am. So the maritime merchants should reach the harbor by approximately 4 p.m. Plenty of time for one daring voyage beyond the waves. He then turned his attention to his innate talent and activated it. Fate's gift island core cost random reduction of 1 transcendent attribute. Lin Shan blinked in astonishment. The island core. Already. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The talent remained unchanged. Was there even a choice to consider? Lin Shan accepted without hesitation. An island core materialized in his palm. Simultaneously, one of his transcendent attributes diminished. Glancing at the attribute panel, he found his wood affinity had decreased. I've eaten those chinky fruits for nothing, Lin Shan remarked with a wry smile. He examined the island core closely. It resembled a miniature model of an island, delicately crafted and faintly luminous. Next, he reviewed its attributes, the key to island advancement. These details would prove vital later, and the number of such cores might yet increase. Name island core category unique artifact tier black 9-star effect upgrades the island, expands its territory, and establishes its foundational form. Description: the island core is a rare artifact required for island ascension. Its origin remains shrouded in mystery, yet it may be obtained from treasure chests ranked gold or higher. Moreover, islands along designated island routes possess a high probability of yielding treasure chests bearing the prefix island. Certain special chests may also contain island cores, and chests explicitly marked with the island prefix yield them with exceptional reliability regardless of chest type. Beyond enabling ascension, the island core also expands territorial area and can even generate an entirely new foundational island. Note: some mistakenly believe the island core originates from shattered islands, a notion both baseless and illogical. After reading the description, Lin Shan scratched his head awkwardly. Truth be told, he was one of those mistaken souls. He'd assumed the core must come from dismantled islands, only to discover he'd been utterly wrong. Then again, who among the current lighthouse keepers possessed the strength to destroy an island? Even an unupgraded foundational island stood far beyond their capacity to breach. Tossing the island core lightly in his palm, Lin Shan strode to the control console and opened the island's attribute interface. Its sole upgrade requirement was plainly displayed: 1 island core. He clicked upgrade without delay. Instantly, the core dissolved into a shimmering light that flowed into the console. Then a system prompt appeared. System ding. Island ascension in progress. Lighthouse keeper, do not leave the lighthouse. Lin Shan hurried to the window, threw it open, and gazed out. Gloria joined him at the sill. Together they watched in awe as the island surged outward with astonishing speed, its topography shifting and reshaping before their very eyes. Lin Shan immediately glanced toward the harbor, relieved to see it shielded by a translucent white aura, untouched and intact. After all, he'd only just repaired it. Xiao Ai, meanwhile, was gently carried along by the expansion, but she too shimmered with a soft white radiance, ensuring her safety. 3 full minutes passed before the island finally stilled. System ding. Island ascension complete. Lin Shan swiftly reopened the attribute interface to inspect the changes. Name, title, all category island tier green 1-star resources timber unknown minor mineral vein undiscovered special effects doubled title influence coral coast area 2/0 SQ. Upgrade requirement stone 1/0 description. At last, the first step has been taken. Congratulations. Gazing upon the newly elevated green 1-star rating and the expanded area, nearly doubled in size, Lin Shan smiled with quiet satisfaction. Not bad. Now green 1-star, and nearly twice the landmass. He then turned his attention to the unknown minor mineral vein. This unknown likely means I simply haven't discovered it yet. If it proves to be iron, or will it then manifest as minor iron vein? He pondered briefly, then murmured aloud, still, shouldn't the first island ascension grant a personal reward? The next moment, a system announcement blared forth. World system announcement ding. Congratulations to Lighthouse keeper Lin Shan of region 88888888, the first to ascend an island to green 1-star. All lighthouse keepers within region 88888888 receive silver chest 1, energy stone chest 1. The announcement echoed thrice, so loud even deep sleeping sluggards jolted awake. Upon realizing the reward didn't apply to their own region, they erupted into furious curses, clearly still reeling from morning grumpiness. Lin Shan stared blankly at the broadcast. He'd expected a regional notice, not a global proclamation. though puzzling the reward was real. Every keeper in Region 88888888 received the shared bounty, including Lin Shan. He now turned to his personal rewards. System ding. Congratulations, Lighthouse Keeper. You have earned the following personal rewards: Golden Chest 1, a minor low-grade energy stone vein 1, random island special effect 1. 3 exceptional rewards, especially the energy stone vein. With it, Lin Shan's lighthouse could now operate at full capacity. Elsewhere, Huang Xen glared sullenly at the island core she'd just acquired through trade, puffing her cheeks in frustration. As she tapped upgrade, she muttered crossly, "How infuriating. Before I always held the upper hand. But here everything's flipped upside down. Grr. That wretched Lin Shan. Daring to overtake me. Impossible. Umph. The top spot at the lighthouse belongs to me, and me alone." With that, Huang Xian flung open the trade market and began searching with renewed determination. The World System announcement ding. Congratulations to the Guardian from Area 88888888. Huang Xian for being the second to advance their island to Green Level 1, rewarding all Guardians in Area 88888888. Bronze Chest 1, a Energy Stone, Chest 1. The World System announcement echoed again. This further drew attention to Area 88888888, which was already the subject of much discussion, especially among people from other regions whose eyes were filled with greedy looks as they gazed at the announcement in the sky. Unfortunately, they could only watch. One morning, as two people appeared on the world announcement, the residents of Area 88888888 felt an overwhelming sense of pride. If the world chat channel were open, they would surely boast about their achievements. Hee. They haven't even receded from the tide yet, and have already obtained 4 chests. This is truly unbelievable. Within the chat channel of Area 88888888, the repetition of phrases praising Lin Shan and Huang Xian re-emerged. Not only that, they began to discuss whether they should give back to the great figures who had secured rewards for them. This idea garnered unanimous agreement from everyone. After further discussion, they all reached a consensus. Lin Shan stared in surprise at the system announcement in the sky, astonished that he had been exposed so quickly after just getting there. "Hiss, I suddenly feel a phantom pain in my chrysanthemum sigh," Lin Shan complained. But how did Huang Xian manage to do it? Could it be that she possesses a unique talent? After pondering for a moment, Lin Shan decided to let it go, as they were all figures from the same area. It's more important to look at the rewards. The current rewards include 1 golden chest, 1 silver chest, 1 bronze chest, 2 energy stone chests, 1 small low-level energy stone vein, and 1 random island special effect. One could say it was quite generous. Galia looked at the chests on the ground, her face filled with confusion, as they hadn't even gone out yet. Where did the master obtain those chests? Lin Shan ignored Galia and focused on the chest before him, deciding to start with the bronze chest. After all, yesterday, he began with the highest rated silver chest. He decided to do the opposite today, right? With a snap, the bronze chest opened. System obtained sharpening stone 1, bright fire candle 1. Lin Shan looked unexpectedly at the second item, the candle flame. He first examined the sharpening stone, which had an effect of maintaining weapons and could be used 10 times. Next, Lin Shan turned his attention to the bright fire candle. Name: bright fire candle. Category: candle. Rating: blue 1. Effect: dispel sea fog within a radius of 20 meters. Evaluation: the bright fire candle is a common type of candle favored by fishermen for its cost effectiveness. Not bad, at least it's much better than a regular white candle. It can fetch a good price. Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction. After all, it came from a bronze chest, which was already quite good. The chests rewarded by the system range from 1 to 3 stars, with the golden chest being 3 stars, the silver chest being 2 stars, and the bronze chest being 1 star. Lin Shan then turned his gaze to the silver chest. Since he had already opened the bronze chest, it indicated that his luck was quite good today. With another snap, he opened the silver chest. System obtained space rack 1. Lin Shan clicked to view. Name: space rack. Category: spatial item. Rating: yellow 6. Effect: contains 100 space compartments for time stasis. Evaluation: the space rack, made from a large number of space stones by a high-level alchemist, is the best hiding place to prevent theft. This is a good item. It has arrived just in time. Now those equipment and materials no longer have to take up space. Lin Shan looked at the space rack before him, feeling extremely satisfied. The rack is not large, just 2.4 meters high and 2 meters wide, which is much better than the items scattered everywhere. Although Galia had tidied up last night, it was still taking up a lot of space. After taking out the space rack, Lin Shan instructed Galia to place the items inside. Galia turned to look at the space rack in front of her, nodded after understanding how to use it, and then began to prepare to tidy up. However, after taking a couple of steps and glancing at her cute tiger pajamas, Galia blinked. Wearing the cute tiger pajamas while tidying up could easily get them dirty, so she decided to change back into her battle outfit. Meanwhile, while Galia was changing clothes, Lin Shan was excitedly gazing at the golden chest, thus perfectly missing the opportunity for a visual feast. Golden chest, are you kidding? How could the girl be more fragrant than me? Lin Shan, yes, you're the most fragrant, so will you give a huge explosion? Golden chest, oh then I'm not fragrant anymore. Lin Shan directly opened the golden chest. System obtained golden heart fear technique, crystal purple advancement scroll, 3 items. Not bad. Lin Shan nodded with a smile. Isn't this much better than the bewildering golden chest? Although the bewildering golden chest did provide some decent items. Name golden heart category special item rating purple 5 effect modification replacement evaluation. The golden heart, a special item made from the heart of a golden shark, can be transformed into extraordinary organs to replace the heart, thus acquiring a powerful physique and special abilities. Note it is best not to attempt this lightly if one's extraordinary physique is not above 100 points. Looking at the attributes of the golden heart, Lin Shan was taken aback. Replace the heart. Goodness, what kind of black technology is this? After pondering for a moment, Lin Shan exclaimed, how should I put it, if this is used while having transparency in one's heart, could it save a life? It feels like it has potential, let's keep it for now. Mainly because 100 points of extraordinary physique, how long would that take? Name fear technique, crystal category ability, crystal rating, yellow 9 effect, learn fear technique. Upon use evaluation, the fear technique, when applied to a target, evokes the target's most feared thing, causing negative effects such as form collapse. Note that the fear technique is primarily a mental ability. If the target's mental strength exceeds yours, the fear technique will not take effect. If the opponent's mental strength is twice yours, the fear technique may rebound. A mentally based ability. Not bad, this ability is quite good, I'll learn it. Lin Shan said with satisfaction. After all, his fate is based on mystery and mental attributes, right? Looking at the addition of the fear technique to his abilities, Lin Shan could not be more pleased. Next, Lin Shan turned his gaze to the last item, the purple advancement scroll, and could roughly guess its function just by its name. It should be used to promote items. Name purple advancement scroll category special item rating purple 6 effect use on items rated purple star level 1 to 6. If used on items rated yellow, it will promote them to purple rating, but will not exceed purple 6 stars. Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This item is quite good. Whether upgrading a purple item or advancing a yellow 6-star item, both are excellent choices. Moreover, as he looked at this item, Lin Shan turned to glance at Julia, who had changed back into her combat outfit. When did she change her clothes? And she didn't even call out to me. A thought flashed through Lin Shan's mind. It should be noted that Julia's rating is only purple 3 stars. Although this rating is due to her incomplete form, using this to increase her star level should enhance Julia's strength, right? The main point is that Lin Shan currently doesn't have any items more useful than Julia. In that case, why not directly strengthen Julia? After all the materials recorded on that forbidden experiment body blueprint, well, Lin Shan took a glance and directly put it away, since it's not something he can access at this stage. Thus, Julia will maintain her combat power at this stage for quite a while. Of course, with the opening of Imperial combat techniques, Julia's combat power will still see some improvement. But the foundation remains unchanged. Therefore, the best use for this purple advancement scroll is on Julia. After all, other items will eventually be eliminated as his strength increases, but Julia won't. Her potential is extremely high, especially after successfully upgrading to the forbidden experiment body. After coming to a decision, Lin Shan directly called out, Julia, come here for a moment. Julia, who was organizing items, looked at Lin Shan in confusion, then put down what she was holding and walked over. Julia, master, is there something you need? Lin Shan took out the purple advancement scroll and directly used it on Julia. In an instant, as Julia looked on in confusion, the purple scroll in Lin Shan's hand transformed into a beam of purple energy and entered her chest, disappearing without a trace, clearly having entered her body. Immediately, Julia looked down at her chest. No damage. She raised her head in confusion to look at Lin Shan, blinking before asking, Master, what was that? Before she could finish her sentence, Julia closed her eyes and collapsed. Damn. Lin Shan, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim, instinctively reaching out to catch her, only to be knocked to the ground by Julia. Ugh, I forgot Julia was quite heavy. Lin Shan said in pain. It's really strange. Julia's body is soft, yet her weight is scientifically unreasonable. Sitting up, Lin Shan looked at Julia, who had fallen into a deep sleep and could only lift her with great effort, then walked towards the bed. With too much force, the pink rabbit ears on her head kept swaying. Fortunately, with these rabbit ears, Lin Shan could manage to carry Julia. Crack. After placing Julia on the single bed, the bed let out a cracking sound, but since it was a green 9-star piece of furniture, it could still hold her. Seeing this, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. After Julia wakes up, he would use the furniture upgrade card on the single bed. Shaking his arms, Lin Shan returned to the treasure chest, looking at the last 2 treasure chests, the energy stone treasure chests. Name energy stone treasure chest category special treasure chest rating purple 3 effect after opening guarantee to receive energy stones. Evaluation energy stone treasure chest a special treasure chest containing energy stones. Besides energy stones, it contains only energy stones. Opening it can yield a large number of energy stones, and there is a possibility of obtaining high-grade energy stones. Lin Shan directly opened both energy stone treasure chests at once since they would only yield energy stones. System acquired energy stones 78, high-grade energy stones 22. System acquired energy stones 89, high-grade energy stones 8. Looking at the energy stones in his backpack, Lin Shan couldn't help but smile. Now he could finally upgrade the lighthouse without any worries. Then Lin Shan looked at the last 2 items. Ding. Reminder, in half an hour the seawater will begin to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. The system prompt appeared on time. Lin Shan did not pay it any mind. After all, there was still half an hour. He then looked at the small low-level energy stone vein. Name small low-level energy stone vein category island resource rating yellow 9 evaluation. The small low-level energy stone vein is a strategic level resource highly contested by various forces upon its appearance. The capacity of a small vein can yield at least 3 low-level energy stones and has the chance to produce ordinary grade energy stones. Lin Shan nodded. As expected, he had previously obtained a dim low-level energy stone. He clicked to use it, and the system prompt appeared. System ding. Usage failed. Island area insufficient. Seeing this, Lin Shan directly placed it in the space rack. This capacity cannot be used for a while. He then turned his gaze to the last item, the random island special effect. This is different from the coral coast I opened before. Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim. Name random island special effect category special item rating purple 9 effect. After use, randomly obtain island special effects ranging from purple 1 star to red 1 star. Evaluation a high-quality island special effect. This is a special item that can initiate extremely rare island effects, and it may even yield unique island special effects. After reading, Lin Shan couldn't help but curl his lips and began to grumble. Lin Shan, if it were yesterday, he would have accepted the good fortune directly, but unfortunately missed it. So should I use it now or wait until tomorrow to use the gift of fate and see if I can obtain good fortune again? Lin Shan leans towards using it now. After all, the gift of fate is filled with uncertainty. Not to mention his extraordinary technique has directly turned into the fate, which he has no place to complain. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Shan ultimately chose to use it directly. Rather than gamble on the gifts of fate tomorrow, it was better to use it now. The earlier you use it, the sooner you enjoy it. System acquired affinity. Name affinity unique category island trait rating purple 9 can grow effect easily attracts various races to come special effect island master synchronization effect evaluation affinity a rare unique island special effect. You will possess an island that is filled with affinity in the eyes of various races, and they will be very willing to visit the island. Affinity not only acts upon the island but also affects the island master. Looking at the attribute panel before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Affinity. There is such a special effect. How should I say this? Is this effect good or bad? Lin Shan muttered. Although it is unique and can grow, this effect and special effect left Lin Shan feeling a bit conflicted. Understanding it was easy, what Lin Shan feared was that just a second after adding the island trait, his island might be crushed by a giant beast from the sea. In the sea tribe, who knows if there are leviathans or such giant beasts? After some thought, Lin Shan decided to load it in. After all, since it was already obtained, there was no reason not to use it. The integration of affinity was silent and unnoticed, unlike the coral coast, which required some transformation. Alright, I've finished looking at everything. Now it's time to wait for the tide to recede and gather sea creatures. After stretching, Lin Shan said. He glanced at the window and noticed that the sea water had already begun to slowly recede. The tide is going out. Let's go gather some sea creatures. Lin Shan smiled. As for Gulia, she had yet to awaken. Anyway, there was no rush to venture out to sea, so it didn't matter if Gulia woke up a little later. Bang! After closing the door properly, Lin Shan set off towards the beach. Upon reaching the beach, he first greeted Xiao Ai. Lin Shan, good morning, Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, good morning, Captain. Huh, Captain, why do I feel like you look much more handsome today? Lin Shan chuckled in response. What do you mean I look more handsome today? Haven't I always been quite handsome? Xiao Ai, well, even if you say that, I still feel that today's captain is even more attractive to the elves. Lin Shan smiled and didn't respond. Instead, he said, Xiao Ai, I am off to gather sea creatures now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai immediately replied, wishing the captain a bountiful harvest. As Lin Shan walked along the beach, he couldn't help but think that Xiao Ai's previous behavior was likely due to the effect of affinity. Who would have thought it would make me look more handsome? Not bad, I like it. In a delightful mood, Lin Shan found even the wood and stones on the beach pleasing to the eye, and he deliberately bent down to pick some up. Then all the way to the coral area, although Lin Shan didn't see a single treasure chest on the beach, his mood was still quite good after all he had become handsome. Looking at the fish swimming below, Lin Shan nodded and smiled. It seems the ecosystem is gradually becoming complete, not to mention anything else food will be more than sufficient in the future. Splash. A huge splash of water erupted, startling the nearby fish away. Lin Shan didn't pay attention to this. Instead, he got up in the water. The coral area was not as clear as the beach. There were many gaps among the corals. Moreover, the island had expanded nearly twice its size, and the terrain of the coral area had changed a lot, requiring Lin Shan to readjust. Soon Lin Shan spotted the first sea beast of the day, along with a black iron treasure chest behind it. Damn, the shallow sea dark eel looks much more terrifying in the water. Indeed, the sea beast that appeared in Lin Shan's eyes was the shallow sea dark eel. Notably, the last one he saw was not as long as this one. This shallow sea dark eel appeared to be about 10 meters long. Truly, being in the water compared to on land creates a significant visual disparity. After assessing its attributes were quite similar, it just had one more point in water-based extraordinary attributes, and one more point in extraordinary strength. Looking at the shallow sea dark eel circling the black iron treasure chest, attempting to defeat it in the water felt unrealistic. Therefore, he could only try to scare it away. Thinking of this, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at his newly acquired ability, Fear Technique. The shallow sea dark eel possessed no extraordinary mental power, which would maximize the effect of his Fear Technique. I wonder how effective it will be. Let's wait and see. After saying that, Lin Shan cast Fear Technique at the happily swimming shallow sea dark eel. A dark beam of light shot out from between his brows, moving swiftly and instantly penetrating into the head of the shallow sea dark eel. Upon seeing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This Fear Technique is hard to defend against. It seems that mental type abilities tend to possess some indefensible characteristics. Whoosh. The shallow sea dark eel, previously swimming cheerfully, began to dart around frantically, as if something was chasing it. Its mucus was being secreted frantically, and in an instant the nearby water was filled with expanding mucus, causing Lin Shan to frown. Fortunately, the shallow sea dark eel soon dashed out of the coral area, swimming towards the deep sea. Otherwise, if it continued to flail around, the entire coral area would have been covered in mucus. However, looking at the surrounding mucus and the fish trapped within it, unable to move at all, this was not acceptable. Lin Shan immediately took out his heavy iron spear and began to guide it. Thankfully, it was in the water, making it easier to direct. The mucus clumps were all connected, so he only needed to hook one. Upon reaching the boundary, Lin Shan took out a stone and stored the heavy iron spear in his backpack. Otherwise, it would be difficult to retrieve it. Then he pressed the stone against the mucus, and with the stone's movement, all the mucus smoothly sank into the deep sea. Now the coral area is much cleaner. The remaining mucus doesn't need to be worried about, as it will gradually fade away. Lin Shan swam back and collected the black iron treasure chest that was covered in mucus before continuing. While swimming, he thought to himself, it seems that the effect of the Fear Technique is quite powerful. Not bad, it truly deserves its rank of yellow 9 stars. This makes me even more curious about the Starlight Technique. Unfortunately, the precondition for the Starlight Technique requires 300 points of mysterious attributes, and anything above yellow is purple. The Fear Technique has no preconditions. It seems that purple is a threshold. No guardian beast in the bronze treasure chest. Nice, I'll take it. Pearl shell. I'll take it. Giant lobster. I'll take it. Next, Lin Shan continued to gather everything. Lin Shan now collects everything he sees. Soon the entire coral area was completed, yielding a total of 8 pearl shells, 2 black iron chests, 1 bronze chest, and 1 wooden chest. Indeed, there were no silver chests today, which is somewhat regrettable. While in the water, Lin Shan looked at the reef and suddenly had an idea to leap quickly from the sea to the surface, breaking through the water and striking a handsome pose on the reef. What was the result? Well, he almost fell flat on his face. Damn, my balance isn't good enough. I need to enhance my training regimen. After steadying himself, Lin Shan remarked. With a stylish toss of his hair, he set off towards the reef area, the heavy iron spear firmly in his grip, exuding an air of arrogance. His expression was quite brazen, and as he moved, he adopted a somewhat sneaky demeanor. Anyone unaware might mistake him for a thief. As Lin Shan moved, he paid attention to the surroundings, since the terrain had changed considerably, so it was wise to be cautious. Crack, crack. Lin Shan turned to look at the reef on his left. Oh, was there a sound from that direction? Upon hearing the noise, Lin Shan's eyes darted, and indeed, there was something. He stealthily approached. Reaching the edge of the reef, the muscular Lin Shan did a cat-like peek. The pink rabbit ears on his head were still swaying. What is this? Lin Shan looked at the source of the noise, his face filled with bewilderment. What lay before him was quite peculiar. It resembled a shark, but with a large nose, thick lips, and a big head. rather unsightly. When faced with an unfamiliar creature, what should he do? Time to use the identification skill. Lin Shan directed the skill towards the unknown being. Name: crispy skin shark. Strength ordinary, talent none, ability explodes on impulse, toxic blood, extraordinary attributes water 3, poison 3. Evaluation: the crispy skin shark is the foolish shark among sharks, not very aggressive, but it loves to explode, a foolish creature that self-destructs, an existence that brings misfortune to anyone who sees it. Yet the crispy skin shark tends to gather where boats are, and then it explodes. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan was left dumbfounded. Crispy skin shark explodes on impulse. What a foolish shark. It seemed Lin Shan's voice startled the crispy skin shark, and in the next second it exploded. Boom. What the hell? Seeing this, Lin Shan's pupil shrank, and he quickly retreated. Clap, clap, clap. The surrounding reefs were instantly smeared with dark blood. Yikes. It stinks. After catching a whiff of the foul odor in the air, Lin Shan quickly covered his nose and complained. The black blood clinging to the reef not only emitted a terrible stench, but also appeared to have a strong corrosive effect. Lin Shan grimaced, glanced around, and upon finding no treasure quickly retreated. It was just too smelly. Once he left the stinky area, Lin Shan gasped and complained. As expected of a foolish shark, it didn't explode before I arrived, but it did as soon as I got here. So there must be other creatures nearby for it to explode, right? It has to have company, even in death. No wonder it's so annoying. Bah. Next time I encounter one, I'll definitely use ice crystals first and freeze it into a statue. Let's see how it explodes then. And why is it called the crispy skin shark instead of exploding shark? If there were old fishermen around to hear Lin Shan, they would explain it's called the crispy skin shark because its skin is indeed very fragile. Generally, most sharks have thick and tough skin, but not the crispy skin shark. Its skin can crack with just a slight press, releasing toxic blood, which is how it hunts. Crispy skin shark, come and bump into me. Other fish don't come near me. This pleasant mood suddenly turned sour. Holding the heavy iron spear, Lin Shan continued on, but after the explosion from the crispy skin shark, he became increasingly cautious in his movements. After a while, Lin Shan finally spotted the first treasure chest among the reefs, and it was a bronze chest. However, glancing at the large lobster nearby, Lin Shan couldn't help but nod and smile. Finally, the lobster sea beast has appeared. I said it before, the crab sea beast and the mantis shrimp sea beast have shown up, so it stands to reason that the lobster sea beast would also be here. There's no reason for the lobster sea beast not to be here. Looking at the large lobster ahead, Lin Shan first used his identification skill. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Ordinary strength, then there's nothing to fear. Besides, lobsters are much weaker on land compared to crabs and mantis shrimps. This lobster sea beast has large pincers which are much more threatening than lobsters without pincers, but on land they are about the same. With this large lobster before him, Lin Shan felt that the normal lobsters he had caught in the coral area suddenly seemed less appealing. The lobster sea beast lay motionless on the ground. Judging by its extraordinary attributes, it was no match for him, so Lin Shan decided to sneak around for a surprise attack. No way. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. If caught by those large pincers, it wouldn't be a joke. If I can sneak attack, why not? He is no reckless fool. Even with Lin Shan's current strength, he could break free, but he would still get hurt, right? Not to mention, there is a protruding reef behind the lobster sea beast. Lin Shan could choose to leap from there and pierce the lobster sea beast's forehead. With his current strength, this was entirely feasible. After all, this lobster had no metal-type extraordinary attributes, meaning its defense was quite average. Just as he stealthily approached that protruding reef, Lin Shan was surprised to find a black iron chest wedged within the cracks of the reef. Nice, this is a piece of cake. I'll take it. Lin Shan smiled happily, stowing the chest away before carefully climbing up the reef. Looking down at the large lobster sea beast, Lin Shan prepared to make a leap of faith. During the identification, it was noted that the lobster sea beast could not attack from behind, so he could attack freely from its back. Lin Shan shouted, "Take this, a strike of Mount Tai." Bang! Crack! The heavy iron spear, aided by gravity, pierced through the lobster sea beast's head, while Lin Shan himself landed heavily on its back. As a result, the lobster sea beast was instantly knocked to the ground. Clearly, Lin Shan had underestimated his own weight. Although the lobster sea beast was large, its weight was still considerable, not to mention the force of a sudden drop would only make it heavier. Hey, stop faking it, get up now. Lin Shan kicked the lobster sea beast and shouted. The creature, however, ignored him completely, lying utterly still. Could it really be crushed to death? Lin Shan murmured, bewildered. The sinking iron spear chimed inwardly. Did I not pierce straight through its skull? The lobster sea beast retorted, exactly. There's an iron rod lodged in my head. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shan shrugged it off and stowed both the beast and the bronze treasure chest into his pack. He then resumed his journey. Nothing extraordinary occurred. Only a few juvenile shallow sea crabs and mantis shrimps appeared. Meanwhile, near a rocky crevice, Lin Shan discovered another bronze treasure chest. Beyond that, no other notable items surfaced, so Lin Shan turned back. His haul, nevertheless, was far from meager. 8 pearl oysters, 3 black iron chests, 3 bronze chests, 1 wooden chest, 1 lobster sea beast, and 1 ordinary lobster. Those silver, gold, and special tier chests had long been unlocked. Evidently, they remained exceedingly rare. Before long, Lin Shan returned to the lighthouse chamber. He glanced first at Goria, who still lay unconscious on the bed. After confirming she showed no signs of distress, he turned away. He strode toward the control console, intending to upgrade the lighthouse. With ample spirit stones now secured, energy restoration was no longer contingent upon the lighthouse's own evolution. Name: Lighthouse. Category: Lighthouse. Tier: White. 9 Primary effect: Azure Candle Flame. Special effects: None. Energy: 100. Ascension requirement: Lighthouse Flame. Core evaluation: 8. Base tier Lighthouse. Useful only for dispelling faint maritime mists, nothing more. Lighthouse Flame Core. Of course, it's yet another unfamiliar item. Most likely I'll need to sail to distant islands to seek it out, perhaps among the ruins of abandoned lighthouses. Lin Shan sighed as he read the ascension requirement, then closed the lighthouse interface and opened the island panel to begin upgrading. 50,000 stones were consumed, instantly elevating the island to green, the 4th star, and expanding its area by 30,000 square meters, reaching 42,000 square meters total. Out of stones. Let's check the trade system, see how much has been repaid. Lin Shan remarked, glancing at his nearly depleted reserves. He then approached the crafting bench and produced 50,000 rolls of toilet paper. Toilet paper never lacked demand. Even those who crafted it themselves turned a modest profit. Upon opening his personal trading stall, Lin Shan was astonished to find all lint stones and timber not only fully repaid, but augmented by roughly 1/3. At the same time, a red notification dot blinked persistently beside the system's mail icon. Why is there still a dot? Didn't I claim all rewards already? Lin Shan murmured, puzzled, and tapped it open, whereupon a torrent of notifications flooded the screen. System alert: ding. Chen Xixin has gifted you 3 spirit stones. System alert: ding. Lin Dali has gifted you 2 spirit stones. System alert: ding. Chen Laoda has gifted you 2 spirit stones. System alert: ding. Lin Shan stood frozen, speechless. Huang Xian too stared blankly, dazed by the sheer volume of over 90,000 identical notifications. Indeed, Huang Xian had received identical gifts from every single donor. Lin Shan gazed at the accumulated spirit stones in his mailbox, 249472 in total, and instinctively drew a sharp breath. Did everyone from server 88888888 send me 2 or 3 spirit stones? He refrained from accepting them immediately and instead opened the public chat channel. Huang Xian did likewise, declining acceptance and switching directly to the chat interface. Lin Shan typed, image flood of notifications. Can anyone explain what's happening here? Huang Xian replied, image, same question. Wild high-tier players have appeared. I've snagged 2nd floor seating, so thrilled. The top-tier masters have gathered together. Rare indeed, captured in one frame. Hee, esteemed masters, this is our collective gesture of gratitude. After all, you're the ones who brought us spirit stone chests. Free looting brings joy, gifting you 2 or 3 brings even greater delight. Exactly. 1, 1, 1, 1. No, I must break formation. I shall shout it aloud. Masters are legendary. Masters, scroll upward. You'll find our communal discussion thread. Upstairs, gone. I deleted it. Why preserve a forum thread when our sole purpose is to repay Masters Lin Shan and Huang Xian? Indeed, wise words. I wholeheartedly endorse this. Mom, look. Your son's become a modern-day lay phone. Brat. Masters, please don't feel uneasy. Though the total seems immense, divided across all of us, it amounts to merely 3 or 4 stones per person. Precisely. Each of us has opened over 100 spirit stones. We're amply supplied. Lin Shan watched the cascading messages with deep warmth. Truly, these were a kind-hearted, devoted community. His efforts had yielded not loss, but abundant, unexpected returns. Very well, I accept your generosity. Henceforth, toilet paper will be sold at a 10 discount. Master, we hardly lack a single log. Haha. No way. Master's just too entertaining. Truly adorable. Hey, miss upstairs. I'm equally adorable. Brat, off with you, you wretch. I'm not some brat. I swear we're sworn enemies forever. Huang Xian added, since Lin Shan has accepted, I shall do likewise. No further hesitation. Absolutely. Masters, please, no formalities. Lin Shan closed the chat channel with heartfelt satisfaction, then finally tapped accept. Instantly, his inventory surged by over 249,000 spirit stones. Next, he withdrew 100,000 logs and 250,000 stones from his personal shop, to upgrade both the island and harbor. First, he maximized the island's tier, consuming 210,000 stones to achieve green the 9th star. Name title all category island tier green the 9th effects timber resources unknown minor mineral vein undiscovered special effects doubled title influence coral shoreline affinity bonus area 100 SQ. Ascension requirement all heart 5 weight 5-fold. I assumed it would require only 2 all hearts. Lin Shan exclaimed, genuinely startled. Closing the island interface, Lin Shan opened the harbor interface and initiated the upgrade. Name harbor category island structure rank green 9 effect none vessels owned light iron speedboat ship Spirit 1 island route recorded 13 kilometers evaluation and nascent harbor already capable of attracting seafaring travelers. Upgrade requirements 100 wood 100 stone island rank must reach blue 1. System notice the harbor is one of the most vital structures. Upgrading it diligently will draw maritime merchants and serve as a departure point for tower guardians exploring beyond the island. Upgrading from white 9 to green 9 consumed 800 wood and 300 stone. Another 100 wood required after blue. Lin Shan murmured, surprised upon reading the upgrade requirements. He then walked to the window, opened it, and gazed toward the harbor, its entire structure enveloped in a shimmering aura clearly undergoing reconstruction. After spending 800 wood and 300 stone, this harbor should now be exceptionally sturdy. After a few moments of observation, Lin Shan turned his attention away and prepared to open treasure chests and simultaneously cook lunch giant sea lobsters, regular lobsters, and pearl oysters. The preparation was simple: rinse off the shrimp urine, then toss them directly into the fire. The giant sea lobster was roasted whole in the hearth while the regular lobsters and pearl oyster meat were boiled together into a light, savory seafood stew. Once lunch preparations were complete, Lin Shan finally turned his gaze to the treasure chests, 7 of them aligned in a straight row. He began with the wooden chest. System notification gained 20 wood 1 black bread. After placing the black bread on the table, Lin Shan turned his attention to the black iron chest and decided to open all 3 at once. System notification gained 50 stone 1 black iron spear. System notification gained 70 wood 30 stone 1 purified water 1 white bread. System notification gained 10 iron ingots 1 mesh net. A black iron spear. Useless to me now, but this mesh net is excellent. It'll greatly ease coastal foraging, especially among coral reefs. Ideal for gathering pearl oysters, giant sea lobsters, or fish. Lin Shan nodded approvingly as he examined the net. All other items were stored in his spatial cabinet, freeing up 2 inventory slots previously occupied by stone and wood. As for the black iron spear, he listed it directly on his personal marketplace, pricing it at parity with same rank items. Though being a weapon, it required a Tufferone exchange. Next, Lin Shan turned to the bronze chests and opened all 3 without hesitation. System notification gained 3 seeds of milky white strawberry, 3 units of premium fertilizer. System notification gained 1 set of bed linens, duvet, pillow sheet, mattress cover, 1 toiletry set, 1 bathing set. System notification gained 1 crystal of the invisible hand. Seeing the strawberry seeds, Lin Shan rolled his eyes and sighed. The milky strawberry seeds and aquarai seedlings were washed away by the tsunami, so now I'm expected to start over. Fortunately, the fertile fields remained intact, otherwise the loss would have been catastrophic. As for the daily use items, they were indeed valuable. He retrieved each item. The bed linens included a duvet, pillow sheet, and mattress cover, all sized for a double bed, far too large for his modest single cot. The toiletry set contained a toothbrush, towel, wash cup, and even a razor. The bathing set included shower gel, shampoo, a bath towel, and an oversized bathtub. Staring at the massive bathtub, Lin Shan blinked in bewilderment, then instantly grinned. TCH, this is nothing short of a premium-scale water reservoir. Excellent. He chuckled, then placed both the toiletry and bathing sets inside the tub before shifting the entire vessel aside. Finally, the climax. Lin Shan's eyes gleamed as he selected the crystal of the invisible hand to inspect its details. Name crystal of the invisible hand category ability rank blue 9 effect conjures a semi-transparent hand that remains controllable until its energy depletes. Evaluation a manifestation of transcendent spiritual attribute. Its strength scales directly with the user's mental fortitude. Legend says its inventor was a transcendent librarian who could conjure over 100 such hands simultaneously to organize vast libraries. An ability rooted in spiritual attribute. Excellent. I'll learn it immediately. Lin Shan activated the crystal without hesitation. It dissolved into a radiant stream that vanished into his brow. Rubbing his slightly throbbing forehead, he beamed, this invisible hand, truly formidable. According to its description, every 10 points of transcendent attribute could generate 1 additional hand, With his current 15-point spiritual attribute, Lin Shan could manifest 2 invisible hands. Moreover, the ability was uniquely versatile, blending physical and ethereal mastery, capable of interacting seamlessly with both tangible matter and spiritual entities. With a mere thought, a colossal, semi-transparent hand materialized before him. At standard size, it stands 2 meters tall, impressive, and as long as I sustain focus, it persists, albeit at a steady drain on my mental reserves. And if I channel more spiritual energy, it grows larger and stronger. Thoroughly pleased, Lin Shan tested its standard mode capabilities. Glancing toward the bronze dumbbell beneath the table, he directed the invisible hand to lift it. Whoa, effortless. Remarkable. That dumbbell weighs a full 800 jin, yet it feels weightless. Satisfied, Lin Shan began pushing the hand's standard mode limits. He increased the dumbbell's simulated weight 900 jin, no strain. 1000 jin, still no resistance. Astonished by the negligible exertion, he pushed it to its maximum 1000 kilograms. Now the mental drain quickened slightly. So under normal conditions, one hand exerts force equivalent to 2000 jin. Even a mature shallow sea giant crab couldn't withstand that. Lin Shan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Powerful, unyielding. This was precisely the kind of ability suited to him. After all, his destined path centered upon mystery and spirit. A delicate aroma wafted through the air. Lin Shan inhaled deeply and turned sharply toward the hearth. Lunch is ready. With a thought, he commanded the invisible hand to retrieve the steaming giant sea lobster from the flames. Effortless. Truly, the invisible hand is a blessing for the indolent. In moments, Lin Shan manipulated an invisible hand to meticulously strip the giant lobster sea beast bare. Lin Shan smiled in satisfaction, then picked up a piece of lobster meat and began eating, delicious with a delightfully springy tender texture. A soft low hum escaped from the single bed. Lin Shan turned his head and saw Goria slowly opening her eyes. Seeing her awake, Lin Shan said with a smile, "Awake already? Perfect, you can join me for lunch." Still dazed, Goria instantly sat upright. The single bed creaked loudly under her movement, yet held firm. Goria quickly stepped down and seated herself at the table to eat. She seized a piece of lobster meat and devoured it eagerly, her cheeks soon puffing out. Meanwhile, Lin Shan ate, while simultaneously opening Goria's attribute panel to check how many stars she had gained. 9 stars. Fully maxed out. Lin Shan blinked in disbelief. With only a 1 in 6 chance had he truly struck such extraordinary fortune. What Lin Shan did not know was that this type of scroll carried a hidden amplification effect. The greater the latent potential of the upgraded target, the more dramatically its attributes would surge. Undoubtedly, Goria possessed immense potential. So full ascension was in truth entirely unsurprising. Yet Lin Shan, blissfully unaware, could only marvel at his own astonishing luck. His confidence swelled. Using his invisible hand, he retrieved more lobster abalone, and the two resumed their meal. Now that Goria was awake, training could finally begin. Though the invisible hand had altered his combat repertoire, practical experience, honed only through real-world confrontation, remained indispensable. Goria could not disclose the Empire's classified martial techniques or abilities, but she could certainly apply them. Thus, Lin Shan's training plan was simple sparring. After finishing their meal, Lin Shan said, "Goria, let's step outside for a walk to aid digestion, and then begin training." She nodded silently in reply. They left the lighthouse chamber side by side, Lin Shan glancing around before heading toward the cultivated field. The island's original small forest had vanished, leaving behind only broken stumps. Yet thanks to the island's recent upgrade, fresh saplings now sprouted abundantly across the land. Lin Shan gazed at the barren field side faintly and planted new strawberry seeds, enriching the soil with premium-grade fertilizer. Tiny green shoots emerged almost instantly. After encircling the plot with stones, Lin Shan began leisurely wandering. The island now spanned 100 square meters, its diameter exceeding 300 meters. He also searched for the rumored minor mineral vein. After half an hour of exploration, he located it. Though it remained embryonic, its formation incomplete due to insufficient island area, rendering it non-manifest. After a brief, curious inspection, Lin Shan headed toward the beach, where he walked alongside Goria. Though high tide had risen, it had not submerged the entire shore. A 2-meter-wide stretch of sand remained, ample space for training. Upon reaching the beach, Lin Shan turned to Goria and declared, "Goria, let's begin our combat training." She nodded firmly. "Understood, master." Lin Shan glanced at her bright, eager eyes, and inwardly hoped her understanding ran deeper than mere words. "Then I'm coming." "Yes." Lin Shan immediately drew his heavy iron spear and lunged forward with his self-styled left and right jabbing technique. A sharp crack echoed as Goria effortlessly evaded the glaringly flawed thrust, closed the distance, paused thoughtfully, and gently pushed. She had forgotten her own enhanced strength. Lin Shan crashed onto the sand with a thud, carving a small crater beneath him. Lin Shan sucked in a sharp breath. The force behind that push was formidable, yet he could tell she had restrained herself significantly. Still, the result was astonishingly dramatic. After regaining his footing, Lin Shan stood and urged Goria again. She nodded once more, resolute. Oh, yeah, Yamit. Within less than 2 hours, the surrounding beach was pockmarked with countless craters, each one carved by Lin Shan's own body slamming into the sand. To recover, he even consumed an entire vial of moonlight healing pills. Lying spent upon the sand, he weakly waved a hand at Goria and murmured, Goria, I am exhausted. My strength is gone. Goria blinked, then asked softly, shall we continue tomorrow, master? Yes, Lin Shan replied. But first, let's test your compatibility with the invisible hand. With that, he wove a translucent hand from spiritual energy and sent it drifting toward Goria, then gently tapped her shoulder. She glanced sideways and punched. A muffled pop boom resounded as the invisible hand exploded into dissipating wisps. What? Shattered outright. Goria, how much force did you just exert? Lin Shan stared stunned. Goria responded calmly, approximately 3,000 gene, master. Lin Shan reformed a standard invisible hand and instructed Goria, try applying 2,000 gene this time. She nodded, aimed squarely at the spectral hand, and struck. This time the hand did not vanish. It tore open a clean circular aperture. Such localized damage could be repaired using his spiritual consciousness. Lin Shan nodded approvingly. Now try 1,500 gene. Goria complied. Another precise, controlled strike. The invisible hand held firm. Its maximum output force and structural tolerance both hovered near 2,000 gene. Remarkable, Lin Shan exclaimed. Next came agility training. He conjured another invisible hand and began practicing precision grasping, using fist-sized stones instead of pebbles. As Lin Shan trained, mist parted abruptly on the distant horizon. From the clearing emerged a vessel, nearly identical in size to Xiao AI. The mist has lifted. I must have entered another sovereign's domain. Qing Yun's voice held quiet astonishment. Since she had arrived, commerce was inevitable, especially here in the virtuous zone where fair trade was guaranteed and deception unheard of. Lin Shan manipulated 2 invisible hands and began to play rock, paper, scissors. Gloria stood to the side watching intently. Suddenly Gloria turned her head towards the direction of the port and saw an unfamiliar ship slowly approaching. After blinking, Gloria turned back to Lin Shan and said, Master, a foreign ship is approaching the port. Lin Shan, who was controlling the invisible hands, turned to look at the port and indeed saw a ship drawing near. It must be a merchant ship from the sea. Let's go, Gloria, we need to head back to get the lighthouse gold coins. After taking a quick glance, Lin Shan stood up, dusted off the sand from his pants and said. Gloria nodded in agreement and followed Lin Shan towards the lighthouse. The merchant ship that had already docked at the port looked at the 2 departing figures with confusion. What was going on? Could it be that they mistook me for a pirate? Just as the merchant was pondering whether to explain, the other party walked out from the lighthouse. Are they coming to collect money? The merchant looked in surprise at the 4 treasure chests behind Lin Shan, speaking with astonishment. The 4 chests filled with lighthouse gold coins contained over 100,000 coins weighing more than 2 tons. However, with the invisible hands, it was quite easy, just a bit mentally taxing. After all, the invisible hands in their normal state could carry 2,000 gene, about 1,000 kg of items, which was just about 1 ton. Lin Shan quickly brought the treasure chests of lighthouse gold coins to the port with Gloria. Seeing the 4 floating treasure chests behind Lin Shan, the merchant was somewhat astonished. Invisible hands. That's a rare ability, and 2 of them. The island master's strength is quite impressive, the merchant thought in surprise. After placing down the treasure chests, Lin Shan shouted towards the ship, Is that a merchant ship from the sea? I am Lin Shan, the owner of this island. Welcome to your arrival. With a thud, the gangplank from the ship dropped down, connecting to the port. Then a figure descended. As the person came down, Lin Shan looked over and immediately noticed their long ears. An elf? Lin Shan thought in surprise. After the elf descended, they walked directly to a meter in front of Lin Shan and introduced themselves. Hello, Island Master Lin Shan, my name is Saria, and as you can see, I am a merchant from the sea. Saria introduced herself. Wait, what did you say your name was? Lin Shan said in astonishment. Hearing this, Saria blinked in surprise and replied, I'm Island Master Lin Shan, my name is Saria, what's the matter? Is there a problem? Lin Shan asked Saria. Saria replied yes. Lin Shan continued, Saria, can I ask you a question? Saria looked at Lin Shan in confusion. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and said, sure, but I won't answer any personal questions. Lin Shan waved his hand and smiled, it's not a big deal. I'm just curious if you can defeat goblins. Saria was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Saria finally spoke. Although I don't understand why you, Island Master Lin Shan, would ask such a strange question, it's indeed not a big deal. I can handle goblins easily, They are merely low-level monsters. Even a Goblin King would not be my match. Lin Shan nodded, and then inquired, by the way, do you accept Q coins? Upon hearing this, Saria immediately shook her head and said, Island Master Lin Shan, I only accept Lighthouse gold coins. I don't accept any other currencies. Lin Shan nodded again and smiled. Oh, alright, it's nothing. You're not the Saria I know. Huh? Not the Saria you know? Could there be another elf named Saria? Saria asked with curiosity. Lin Shan replied, yes, there is indeed another elf with the same name as you. Did you not know? She deceived 1,000,000 heroes and caused quite a mess. Hearing this, Saria expressed surprise, saying deceived 1,000,000 heroes. Really? What did she do? Lin Shan replied, oh, nothing much, just tricked them out of some Q coins, but most heroes did so willingly. Saria's eyes brightened upon hearing this. She suddenly felt admiration for the other elf, who shared her name. Q coins must be equivalent to gold coins, right? To have deceived 1,000,000 heroes, that's impressive. The other must be a veteran in the path of wealth, right? Alright, enough about that 1,000,000 hero Saria. Saria, what kind of goods do you have for sale here? Upon hearing the mention of business, Saria immediately snapped back to reality, as her path was wealth. And how does wealth come? Of course, through business. In fact, the path of a merchant would suit her better. However, Saria wasn't too fond of the levels associated with merchants, so she opted for the path of wealth instead. I have quite a few items here, Island Master Lin Shan. Would you like to come aboard my ship to take a look? Lin Shan responded, sure. Hearing this, Saria immediately began to lead the way. Island Master Lin Shan here, I mainly sell a lot of items, at least over 1,000 types. If you want to view them all, it would be quite chaotic, so if there's a specific item you need, feel free to mention it. This way I can see if I have what you're describing. Lin Shan nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, the various items on Saria's ship were laid out in abundance, making it somewhat overwhelming. Saria, do you have the heart of the island for sale? Lin Shan inquired. Nothing takes precedence over the heart of the island. Oh yes, there's the Lighthouse fire core. Saria nodded and smiled, saying, of course, that's one of our best-selling items. However, due to its popularity, I only have 5 left, and they are quite expensive. Lin Shan, feeling a bit delighted, then asked, how much is one? Upon hearing this, Saria paused a moment, and then said, somewhat dejected, oh, I forgot you're a newcomer in the good zone, and you qualify for a newcomer discount. Lin Shan asked, huh? That's quite generous. Also, what is the good zone? Saria exclaimed, Lily, manifest the discount wheel. Lily replied, okay, Sister Saria. Lin Shan, hearing this, curiously looked around. That voice must be from the ship's spirit, right? Saria said, huh? Oh, right, Island Master Lin Shan, what did you just say? Lin Shan. Celia, what do you mean by the virtuous zone? Celia replied, the virtuous zone. That's precisely the region where you Lord Islander Lin Shan reside. My zone is the virtuous zone. Then what exactly does that signify? Lin Shan asked, puzzled. Celia. The virtuous zone. Well, allow me to introduce it to you, Lord Islander Lin Shan. Firstly, all newly appointed tower guardians of your cohort are assigned to zones upon deployment. Not numbered sectors, but the virtuous zone, the wicked zone, and the common zone. Lin Shan, taken aback, exclaimed, the virtuous zone, the wicked zone, the common zone. So there's differential treatment from the outset. Celia nodded. Indeed, there is differential treatment. But please hold your questions and let me finish explaining. You can glean much from the names alone. Your region, the virtuous zone, is inhabited predominantly by benevolent individuals. Resources allocated to this zone are correspondingly abundant and diverse. The wicked zone stands in stark opposition. Its denizens range from ruthlessly vicious criminals to deceitful swindlers. None, in truth, are upright souls. Consequently, the wicked zone suffers from dire environmental conditions, yet it yields far greater chances of acquiring transcendent resources than the virtuous zone, albeit at exponentially higher peril. Lastly comes the common zone, the domain of ordinary folk. Its resource distribution is balanced and unremarkable. Lin Shan, astonished, asked, so does the wicked zone foster exceptional individuals more readily? And does the virtuous zone nurture cohesive teams, while the common zone yields unpredictable outcomes? Celia shook her head. Not quite. These zones are provisional, temporary demarcations. When their duration expires, you will confront all factions across the Sea of Mists. Bear in mind, they will not welcome new powers without resistance. Yet the Sea of Mists is vast and shrouded in impenetrable fog. Whether they even locate you remains uncertain. Lin Shan recalled the system's mention of unlocking. Was it 1 month hence, or longer? Celia, very well. I've clarified the zoning. Now draw your discount. I sincerely hope you land on 90 off. Lin Shan, sweat-dropping, retorted, why not 10 off? Celia widened her eyes in disbelief. Absolutely not. That would bankrupt me. Absolutely out of the question, especially since you're carrying 4 crates. Who knows how many lighthouse coins you possess? If it truly lands on 10 off, I'll vanish. Just like that. Lin Shan rolled his eyes. If it actually came to 10, you'd still be here. No running away. Impossible. Celia muttered sulkily, fine, draw already. 90% is ideal, 80% is acceptable, 70% barely tolerable. Lin Shan eyed the spinning wheel before him and asked Celia, "Surely you're not rigging this behind the scenes?" Celia rolled her eyes and scoffed, "How could I possibly? My integrity is impeccable. That's precisely why I was assigned to the virtuous zone. Ugh, hurry up and spin already. Do I love collecting coins? Is that a crime? Is it forbidden for elves to cherish gold? Must only dragons hoard it?" Celia huffed indignantly. Somewhere deep in an underground dungeon, Celia nodded emphatically, "Exactly. What's wrong with urging heroes to top up coins? Don't heroes benefit too? Doesn't the warehouse require upgrades? Aren't inventory slots expanding? Aren't the costumes exquisite? Isn't the revival coin indispensable?" Lin Shan surveyed the wheel before him, marked with discounts 10, 30, 50, 70, 80, and 90, 6 tiers in total. He gave it a casual spin, and instantly the wheel whirled with dizzying speed. Celia watched tense as a drawn bowstring. As its rotation slowed, her anxiety mounted further. Go on, go on. Phew, phew. Lin Shan rolled his eyes again, blowing puffs of air. You really think that'll alter its course? At last the wheel stilled completely. Celia stared at the bold 50 marker and nearly fainted on the spot. Celia, 50%. Oh no, this is catastrophic. I'm facing ruin this time. Lin Shan, then I'm delighted. Celia, what's the current price of an island core? Celia covered her face in despair. Island cores fetch exorbitant auction prices, starting at 100 lighthouse coins. Yet the market rate is merely 50000. After today's discount, it's 25000 apiece. Lin Shan drew a sharp breath. 500 lighthouse coins per unit on the open market. Auctions start at 1000. Island cores are this valuable. Clearly he needed to visit the islands granted by his island route, sooner rather than later. Lin Shan mentally tallied his lighthouse coins, roughly 13000. That should suffice to purchase all 5 island cores Celia offered. Lin Shan, Celia, do you stock lighthouse cores? Celia waved listlessly, none. They're rarer, even than island cores. Lin Shan nodded disappointed, then asked, then, do you have island routes available? Celia, island routes. Yes, I have 2. And yes, they're expensive. Lin Shan, how steep a price? Celia, the lowest tier, green rank 1 star, costs 100 lighthouse coins. Each additional star adds another 1000. By green rank 9 star it reaches 1000. Blue rank starts at 200 per star. Lin Shan frowned. Island routes are that costly? Celia, naturally. The islands these routes reveal exist independently, unfindable by anyone else but the bearer. Moreover, both island cores and lighthouse cores may be discovered there. Tell me, does that not justify their worth? Lin Shan nodded thoughtfully, then asked, what are the ratings of your 2 island routes? Celia, one is green rank 5 star, the other blue rank 1 star. Lin Shan, right? Celia, wait a moment. Let me first verify my lighthouse coin balance. Celia waved dismissively. You may grant me permission to view your coin count directly. The system authorizes this. Rest assured I'll see only that figure, nothing else. She added, your explicit consent is required, of course. Lin Shan studied her briefly, then nodded. System ding. Celia, merchant of the open seas, requests access to your lighthouse coin balance. Lin Shan glanced at the system prompt before clicking confirm. Sirium. It passed. Thank you, Island Master Lin Shan, for your trust. Siria's voice involuntarily rose, trembling slightly. Lin Shan nodded upon hearing this, as he could just buy 5 island hearts priced at 500, each now discounted to 200. 500 each 5 would be 12500. Siria, looking a bit dejected, said, hey, wait. Island Master Lin Shan, aren't you new? Where did you get so many lighthouse coins? Lin Shan smiled and replied, I was quite lucky to find a sunken ship and recovered them from there. Siria, a sunken ship. Wow, Island Master Lin Shan, did you dive into the deep sea? Lin Shan shook his head and said, no, it was brought up by a tsunami. Siria breathed a sigh of relief and said, you startled me. I thought you had become powerful enough to explore the sea. After patting her chest, Siria helplessly said, you truly are lucky, Island Master Lin Shan. So what do you want to buy? Lin Shan smiled and said 5 island hearts. Siria frowned and murmured, I knew it, oh no. I've taken a loss. Nevertheless, Siria resignedly went to fetch the 5 island hearts, as merchants must uphold their integrity, especially in the good zone. In the evil zone, however, one could backtrack, as it was easy to encounter deceitful individuals. Looking at Siria searching for the island hearts, Lin Shan suddenly remembered something and asked her, Lin Shan, by the way, Siria, do you recycle items here? Siria, just lifting the box containing the island hearts, replied, of course. Why wouldn't we? After all, we see merchants can profit from the price difference. What do you have to offer, Island Master Lin Shan? Lin Shan nodded, confirming he had some useless items such as ordinary pearls. He had already opened 4 from the pearl oysters and wondered how much they were worth. Cyria walked over holding the box and handed it to Lin Shan, saying, Island Master Lin Shan, once the transaction is confirmed, I can directly collect 12500 lighthouse coins. Lin Shan took the box, opened it, glanced inside, and then stored everything in his backpack. Looking at the 5 slots for island hearts, he nodded. Once he confirmed there were no issues, Cyria immediately made some adjustments in the air, finalizing the deal. System ding. Guardian Lin Shan. You consumed 12500 lighthouse coins to purchase 5 island hearts. Transaction completed. Cyria, transaction complete. Island Master Lin Shan, do you want to buy anything else? Lin Shan, I would also like those 2 island routes. Cyria, the green 5-star island route is 2500 lighthouse coins, and the blue 1-star is 100 lighthouse coins, totaling 12500 lighthouse coins. Island Master Lin Shan. You don't have enough, do you? Lin Shan nodded and said, Exactly, that's why I asked if you recycle items. Cyria, what do you have? I can give you a quote. Don't worry. It will definitely be fair, but the purchase price will be lower than the market price, so please understand. Lin Shan nodded and smiled, saying, I understand. He'll go get them. Cyria blinked and quickly said, Island Master Lin Shan, do you have many items to sell? If you do, I can go with you, which would make it easier for me to buy them on the spot. Lin Shan thought for a moment and nodded, saying, That sounds good. Then it'll trouble you to make a trip, Cyria. Cyria waved her hand and smiled, saying, Isn't it just to earn a bit more? Shall we leave now? Lin Shan nodded and smiled, saying, Please. Cyria, then I won't be polite. Lin Shan couldn't help but chuckle and then began to lead the way, as the island was his territory. As the host, he certainly had to treat her well. After all, it was Lin Shan, the island's master, personally leading the way. Wasn't that enough hospitality? These ordinary pearls are quite valuable in the mainland, but we are currently overseas. So my friend, I can only offer you 200 lighthouse coins each. Lin Shan, 4 pieces, let's say 250 each to make it a round number. Cyria, deal. Lin Shan. Cyria, Island Master Lin Shan, please don't misunderstand. My prompt agreement is because I can always sell them for a good price back in my clan. Lin Shan, well, I believe you. Now take a look at this. How much is it worth? It's the claws of the spirit monkey, a light water iron shield, and 2 black iron spears. Cyria, these are all low-rated weapons with very average value. The black iron spear is 50 lighthouse coins, the light water iron shield is good at 500 lighthouse coins, and the spirit monkey claws. 300 lighthouse coins. Altogether that makes 900. Lin Shan, that's still not enough. I need 12500 lighthouse coins. Cyria looked at the coin balance and said, Well, Island Master Lin Shan, you currently have a total of 8193 lighthouse coins. You're still short 4307 coins. Lin Shan, upon hearing this, stroked his chin, looking at the items on the space shelf. He didn't want to sell the good items, and the poor ones had low prices. Finally, Lin Shan's gaze settled on the energy stones, which were not only good, but also plentiful. Lin Shan, Cyria, how many lighthouse coins is 1 energy stone worth? Cyria was taken aback, and then said, Energy stones. This is a precious energy currency. Are you sure you want to exchange energy stones for lighthouse coins? Lin Shan, I have no choice. How many coins can I get for 1 energy stone? Cyria scratched her face and said, That's a bit tricky. Island Master Lin Shan, if you were trading on the mainland, 1 energy stone could be exchanged for 1 lighthouse coins, but here it's not possible. We merchants have restrictions set by the system, so 1 energy stone can only be exchanged for 100 lighthouse coins. Lin Shan nodded and said, Then I'll exchange for 4 for now. Hearing this, Cyria nodded and cheerfully said, All right, this can be considered a very profitable project. Lin Shan rolled her eyes at the words, but for the 2 island routes it was worth it. After all, the island routes could lead to the beacon's core and the island's heart. Cyria said, Okay, the island route trade is complete. Lin Shan, do you have anything else to trade? If not, Cyria will set sail soon. By the way, you newcomers can actually find island routes quite easily from treasure chests. Lin Shan was taken aback by this, but it didn't matter. Even if it could be opened, it was still quite rare, so she pondered over other items. After some thought, Lin Shan asked, Do you have any space-type items? Cyria shook her head and replied, Space-type items are quite expensive. I haven't stocked up on them. Lin Shan nodded and inquired about various weapons and equipment, but unfortunately, although they were available, their ratings were not impressive. Indeed, as Cyria explained, every merchant on the sea acquires their goods themselves, so there must be a focus on certain types. Finally, Lin Shan asked, Do you have things like good farmland? And various vegetable seeds or fruit tree seeds? Cyria nodded and smiled, saying, I have plenty of those. After all, I am a fairy, though I do have a bit of a love for money. Lin Shan asked, How many do you have? Cyria replied, Wait a moment, let me check. After saying that, Cyria began to point around in the air, and after about 10 seconds, she finally stopped. Looking at the catalog, Saria said, Linshan, there are a total of 10 ordinary fields with a white rating, all white 9 stars with 9 planting slots. Then there are 5 good fields with a green rating, 3 of which are green 5 stars and 2 are green 7 stars, along with 1 premium field with a blue rating rated at 3 stars. Next are the vegetable seeds and fruit tree seeds. While they are all ordinary vegetables, the highest being green 3 stars, but there are quite a few in number and variety. Linshan said, how many do you want? Linshan decisively replied, they'll take all the fields, and as for the seeds, I'll take them all as well. Also, do you have any fertilizers? Farming is essential after all. Besides water apples, there are no other vegetables or fruits available. Saria asked, fertilizer? No, I'm a fairy. I can just use my wood type extraordinary abilities to catalyze it. Linshan blinked, and then said, the problem is I can't do that. Saria said, no worries, I can teach you for 100 beacon coins. Hearing this, Linshan immediately replied, deal. Saria blinked in surprise, wondering if she was losing out. However, the catalysis technique was indeed very cheap, requiring only a bit of wood type extraordinary attributes to learn. After all, it cannot catalyze extraordinary plants, only ordinary ones. But the next moment, when Linshan pulled out 10 energy stones, Saria's eyes instantly lit up. This was definitely not a loss. It was completely profitable. Wait, does that mean Linshan has no beacon coins left? So he is buying good fields and vegetable seeds and fruit tree seeds with energy stones. Wow. Today Saria has encountered a benefactor. This is fantastic. Saria quickly began to tally up. Saria said, 10 ordinary good fields, 5 good fields, 1 premium good field, a big bag of various ordinary vegetable seeds, and a big bag of various ordinary fruit tree seeds. Altogether, that will be. After deducting the remaining beacon coins, the total comes to 300 beacon coins, mainly because the premium good field is a bit more expensive. Linshan asked, can it be a bit less? Saria replied, no dear, this is already the price after a 50 discount. Remembering the 50 discount, Saria almost burst into tears. Without it, her earnings would have doubled. Linshan had no choice but to take out 30 energy stones again. Saria brightened up as she received them, counting each one before contentedly putting them away in her spatial item. After receiving the energy stones, Saria excitedly said, come on Linshan, I'll teach you the catalysis technique right now. Oh, by the way, do you have wood type extraordinary attributes? Linshan nodded, indicating that he did. Saria then said, great, the catalysis technique is very easy to master. Do you have good fields here? They'll demonstrate first, and then he'll teach you how to use it. Linshan said, of course I have some, follow me. After saying that, Linshan led Saria toward a small grove. Seeing this, Galia hurried to follow. Upon reaching the good fields next to the small grove, Linshan turned to look at Saria. Saria didn't hesitate. While explaining, she began using the catalysis technique. A faint green light surged into the tender leaves of the strawberries, and in an instant they began to grow wildly, maturing in just a few seconds. Wow, these are milk-white strawberries, they're really delicious. Can I pick some? Saria exclaimed in delight upon seeing the ripe milk-white strawberries. Linshan looked at the densely packed strawberries, roughly over 100, and said, sure, by the way, will these strawberries continue to grow? Saria, while picking, answered, of course they will. The growth cycle for milk-white strawberries is 90 days, but with the aid of good fields it can be reduced by 30 days, and with fertilizer it can be reduced by another 10 days. Linshan asked, can the catalysis technique speed up the time to bear fruit? Saria shook her head and said, no, the catalysis technique can only help strawberry seedlings grow into mature strawberry plants. If you try to catalyze them into fruit too soon, they will suffer from nutrient overload and die. While learning, Linshan inquired, by the way, Saria, do you have a product list or something? It would be best if it has a simple introduction to the products, that way I can choose easily. Saria, who was munching on strawberries, blinked and said, I haven't prepared one, but now that you mention it, it seems necessary to create a product list. Linshan rolled his eyes in resignation and suddenly seemed to remember something, asking, by the way, Saria, do you have any spice seeds? Saria thought for a moment and replied, I remember having chili peppers, as for the others I'm not sure. After all, aside from you guys, no one else wants them, and they've been stockpiled for a long time. Linshan said, I see, that's fine then. This catalysis technique is really quite simple. Saria, a bit surprised, said, it is simple, but I thought it would take you a whole day. It seems you either have high mental attributes or high knowledge attributes. Alright, all trades are complete, so Saria should be leaving now. Linshan thought for a moment, but could not recall if he was missing anything, as Saria didn't sell any daily necessities. Let me accompany you for a bit. Ding. Reminder, in half an hour the tide will start to recede, so seize the opportunity to search for resources. Linshan glanced at the reminder, then opened the system panel to check, realizing it was almost 5 o'clock. Strange, isn't the tide receding a bit late today? However, after seeing the tide receding reminder, several new questions arose in Linshan's mind. Linshan turned to Celia, and asked Celia if our islands can collect treasures and resources after the tide recedes. You should be able to do so too, right? Celia shook her head and replied, not really. This is a reward from the system for you tower guardians. For the locals, or people from the mainland, they do not have such benefits. Seeing that Lin Shan wanted to ask further, Celia quickly said, Island Master Lin Shan, I don't know much about this issue either. After all, I am just a pitiful merchant at sea, barely getting by with the system's subsidies. Looking at the pretentious Celia, Lin Shan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Indeed, all the elves named Celia seemed a bit troublesome. Suppressing the urge to complain, Lin Shan said directly, then Celia, can you tell me what you can? Having stepped onto the boat, Celia turned to Lin Shan, and after pondering said, Island Master Lin Shan, what I can tell you is limited, as I am not a scholar specializing in this area. I can only share some general knowledge, which is that tower guardians must vigilantly protect their lighthouses at all times. Never let it extinguish. Also, after waiting for a certain period, you will face real dangers, not just small skirmishes. The responsibility of a tower guardian is significant, but how significant I am not entirely clear. However, one thing I do know is that elves are immortal, so the secrets they know naturally increase over time. It seems inappropriate to complain about my own race, so Celia paused and continued, anyway, Island Master Lin Shan, there are two aspects you need to pay attention to. One is the fog of the misty sea. The other aspect is that there will be signs such as the sea turning red or black. At that time, the misty sea will become extremely dangerous enough to make the sea creatures escape to land. Lin Shan, upon hearing this, looked at the distant fog, and then at the sea, saying, so are you saying that the changing color of the sea is more dangerous than the fog? Celia replied, no, the danger level is the same. According to the records of our clan, the fog of the misty sea and the sea after a mutation are in a hostile relationship, but it seems that neither can do anything to the other. Okay, I've said enough. If I keep talking, I might get my salary deducted. They'll come back next time to do business with you, she said with a grin. Just as Celia was walking away, she turned back to Lin Shan and said, the beings within the fog are not unable to leave the fog, they just prefer not to. Remember this. Also, they don't really like candlelight, so as long as the lighthouse is lit, you should be quite safe. Of course, there may be instances where they accidentally come out of the fog and discover you. After saying this, Celia let Lily steer the boat. Watching Celia leave, Lin Shan pondered the implications of her words while opening the chat channel to record everything Celia had just said. Yes, the chat channel can be used as a notebook. Of course, one person's wisdom is limited. After organizing the notes, he could post them in the evening for others to analyze. After all, he was in a benevolent district, so sharing information was only beneficial. As for Celia's last warning, Lin Shan couldn't help but recall the blood-eyed creature that had almost caused his demise. That thing must be the creature from the fog, right? Galia said, Master, the tide has receded. Lin Shan, awakened from his contemplation by Galia, looked towards the shore. Indeed, the tide had receded, revealing stones and wood on the beach along with a conspicuous black iron treasure chest. Upon seeing the black iron treasure chest, Lin Shan's eyes brightened, and he immediately tossed aside his earlier thoughts. In fact, there was no point in overthinking it now, since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well grow quickly. For them, the fastest path to growth as tower guardians was to catch the tide and venture out to sea. After collecting the black iron treasure chest, Lin Shan began to explore along the beach. Galia hurriedly followed behind. With the infinite hand ability, Lin Shan didn't even spare the stones and wood, as everything was brought to him effortlessly. Soon Lin Shan arrived at the coral area. Looking back at the clean beach, he smiled and said, it's really clean. Using the invisible hand for this is just too easy. Truly a powerful ability created by the extraordinary librarian. Amazing. Then Lin Shan looked at Galia and said with a smile, Galia, as usual, keep watch from above. If you see me in danger, come down to save me. Galia nodded and said, rest assured, Master. Galia will keep her eyes wide open. Lin Shan replied, I trust you. I'm going down now. With that, he jumped into the sea with a splash. Galia observed the surroundings. The water in the coral area wasn't very deep, only about 3 meters, and it was clear, so Galia could see everything clearly. Once in the water, Lin Shan began to search. He didn't see any treasure chests, but he did find quite a few shellfish. In addition to the pearl shells, there were also other types of shells. Lin Shan picked one up to examine it, but after discovering they were all ordinary shells, he lost interest. He forgot to bring a net bag, so he decided not to collect the pearl shells either. Leave them be, since no one would snatch them from him. Previously, he collected pearl shells mainly for the meat of the yaoju. Swiftly navigating through the corals, Lin Shan soon spotted a shallow water crab, which looked to be nearing maturity. Seeing the large shallow water crab before him, it felt entirely different in the water, exuding a different aura. Then 2 translucent hands suddenly grabbed one of its large pincers, leaving the crab bewildered. The crab stared at its immobile pincer, wondering what supernatural event had occurred. Why couldn't it move its pincer? Shallow sea crab. Oh no, I've encountered a deep sea phantom. Run. Then under Lin Shan's bewildered gaze, the shallow sea crab directly severed its two large claws and quickly made its escape, darting off the island and plunging into the sea. Shallow sea crab epsilon. Lin Shan glanced at the large claws in the invisible hand and couldn't help but blink. Crabs seem to have such escape techniques, right? With a helpless shrug, Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to bring the two large claws over, then stored his backpack and collected the nearby black iron treasure chest. Next, Lin Shan continued to swim. After a while, he discovered he had arrived at the place of the blood-red corals. My, grown quite a bit, huh? Not bad, keep it up. Lin Shan looked at the blood-red coral that had grown about 1/3 larger, feeling satisfied in his heart. Looking around, he noticed that the corals near the blood-red corals were indeed more beautiful than those in other places, probably due to the water quality. The blood-red coral is still small and can only purify the surrounding water. Suddenly, a fish emitting a faint glow slowly swam out from under a coral. Lin Shan's eyes lit up. The glowing fish indicated it was a resource possibly similar to the red flower eyebrow fish, a transcendent fish that could enhance extraordinary attributes. The invisible hand slowly appeared and began to approach the leisurely fish. With a semi-transparent advantage, the water's ripples were minimal and the fish was completely unaware of the danger. Moreover, even if it sensed danger, it wouldn't be able to identify the source, making it even more hesitant to act rashly. Then with a snap, the invisible hand closed together, trapping the fish inside. Lin Shan watched the fish swimming in circles within the invisible hand and couldn't help but smile, then began to identify it. Name: mutated blue chainbelly fish. Category: extraordinary fish. Rating: blue 1. Effect: consuming it has a chance to increase 1 point of water attribute. Evaluation: a nutritious blue chainbelly fish, said to be best eaten from its belly, but it has mutated. Excessive identification. Evaluation: an extraordinary fish mutated from ordinary blue chainbelly fish. If consumed within half an hour after steaming, it will guarantee an increase of 1 point in water attribute. Oh, Lin Shan was somewhat surprised by the excessive identification evaluation, not expecting it to reveal the consumption method as well. Speaking of which, the enhancement from extraordinary fish is much weaker than from extraordinary fruits. The blue extraordinary fruit rewarded by the system randomly adds 10 points of extraordinary attributes with just 1 star. Although it can be seen that many extraordinary fruits or fish have limits, Lin Shan directly swam to the surface and called out to Galia on the shore, "Galia, bring me the net from the lighthouse room." Galia nodded in response, saying, "Okay." After that, she dashed toward the lighthouse at an incredible speed, and Lin Shan barely had time to react before she returned with the net. Lin Shan, huh? Galia, it's just a net, you don't need to run at full speed, do you? Galia, holding the net, blinked and replied, "Galia, must ensure the master is within my sight." Lin Shan, seeing Galia's serious face, could only nod and say, "All right, as long as you know what you're doing, just throw the net down to me." Galia nodded and gently tossed the net down, landing accurately beside Lin Shan. After grabbing the net, Lin Shan waved goodbye to Galia and dove down. Then he controlled the invisible hand to slowly shrink, successfully putting the mutated blue chainbelly fish into the net. After securing the net, Lin Shan continued his search. Before long, he spotted a treasure chest, a bronze one, but there was a sea creature, a mantis shrimp. Lin Shan directly controlled the invisible hand to deliver a powerful blow to the mantis shrimp, sending it flying. After collecting the bronze treasure chest, he continued on. Unfortunately, he didn't discover any more treasure chests, but he did find plenty of shellfish, lobsters, crabs, and sea cucumbers. Of course, there were also many swimming fish. Lin Shan directly caught a few lobsters and crabs along with several shells and placed them all in the net. However, the net got tangled in the middle, as he hoped the lobsters and crabs wouldn't harm the mutated blue chainbelly fish. Splashing ashore, Lin Shan looked at the net in his hand. Since he still had to go through the rocky area, he definitely couldn't bring the net with him. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out a heavy iron spear, stuck it into the ground, and then tied the net to the spear handle. Lin Shan, he'll come back to get it after finishing the rocky area. Oh, for now, he'll just keep it safe. Looking at the sky, which was beginning to darken, Lin Shan realized they had started their sea expedition around 5 o'clock, and this speed was quite fast. Aside from the beach area that Lin Shan had cleaned with the invisible hand, he hadn't inspected the coral area, thoroughly neglecting to check many crevices or the undersides of corals. He simply glanced over and, finding no treasure chests, left directly. The sky is getting dark, Galia, let's go together. If there are treasure chests or glowing creatures, we must collect them. Lin Shan spoke to Galia beside him. Galia nodded in agreement, then followed Lin Shan into the rocky area. With the two of them acting separately, their speed increased by more than double, especially in search of treasure chests. Before long, the two emerged from the rocky area and reached the beach. It had only taken them a little over 20 minutes, essentially just a quick run-through. The haul was decent. Lin Shan found 2 wooden treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest. Gallia found a silver treasure chest and a silver conch. Thus, they had a total of 2 wooden treasure chests, 1 black iron treasure chest, 2 bronze treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 silver conch, and within the net, a mutated blue chainbelly fish, several lobsters, crabs, and shellfish. In the lighthouse room, after Linshan processed the mutated blue chainbelly fish, he placed it in an iron pot and started steaming it, casually throwing in the crabs, lobsters, and shellfish to cook. After preparing dinner, Linshan looked at today's haul. Aside from a silver conch, the rest were all treasure chests. Let's first check the effect of the silver conch. Speaking of which, he had previously obtained a golden conch as well. Name silver conch. Category special item. Rating blue 1. Effect summons ships. Evaluation a conch that can summon ships, but nobody knows what kind of ship will be summoned. It could be a merchant ship, a pirate ship, or even a ghost ship. The summoned ship's rating is up to double the conch's rating. It seems there's no difference from the golden conch, just the rating is 2 stars lower. Linshan looked at the attributes. After placing the silver law shell on the space shelf alongside the golden law shell, Linshan began to open the treasure chests. Looking at the 6 treasure chests on the ground, without further thought, he directly opened the wooden chest and the black iron chest. System acquired black bread 3. System acquired stones 10, pure water 1. System acquired black iron spear 1, clay pot 1. Upon seeing the newly appeared black iron spear, Linshan couldn't help but complain, "Is this black iron spear trying to cling to me?" Suddenly, Linshan thought of something, turned to Gallia, and said, "Gallia, forget to collect the strawberries, take the wooden box and gather them up." Upon hearing this, Gallia responded and took the wooden box to go out. As for Linshan, he looked at the clay pot in his hand and nodded slightly, thinking this is good, a porridge would taste wonderful. The seed Syria gave him should be rice or wheat seeds, right? After placing the clay pot on the table, Linshan continued to open the treasure chests. 2 bronze chests open. System acquired bronze lantern 1, a lamp oil 1. System acquired cursed gold coin 1. Only 3 items. No, should I say just 2 items. Linshan looked speechlessly at the items before him. The bronze lantern and lamp oil were clearly a set, meaning both bronze chests had yielded only 1 item each. I can guess the bronze lantern, but the cursed gold coin. That name seems a bit ominous. Linshan directly clicked on the bronze lantern to check its attributes. Name bronze lantern. Category special item. Rating blue 6. Effect can freely dispel fog within a range of 6 to 60 meters and reveal invisible units. Evaluation: the bronze lantern is a special item crafted specifically for explorers to aid them in their quests in dungeons, ruins, islands, and more. Due to its outstanding effects, the lantern has unknowingly become popular. Note the lantern's flame requires lamp oil, and this type of lamp oil is specially made. Normal lamp oil cannot be used. Looking at the evaluation, Linshan rubbed his chin, muttering, "Another new path. Why do all these paths seem so casual? I can understand the scholar's path. Syria's wealth path is a bit perplexing, but thinking about it, it doesn't seem wrong. Now there's an explorer's path too. Isn't an explorer someone who goes out on adventures? Could there be an adventurer's path? It feels like there are so many paths." Shaking his head, he decided not to think too much about it, realizing that knowing just the name of a path isn't particularly useful. Curious about the attributes of the cursed gold coin, Linshan thought, "Doesn't this look like an ordinary lighthouse gold coin?" Linshan examined the cursed gold coin in his hand, surprised. But whether it is or not, the attributes will tell. Premonition: you sense the taste of a curse. At 3 o'clock tonight, a ghost will appear. Huh. Linshan looked bewildered at the premonition, then glanced at the cursed gold coin in his hand. Good grief, it really is cursed just by picking it up. Slap. Damn. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken it out. Linshan complained as he slapped the back of his hand. Name: cursed gold coin. Category: cursed item. Rating blue 5. Effect: ghost curse. Evaluation: a coin that has been cursed. After midnight, ghosts will be continuously attracted by the curse contained within this coin. It is said that there are 108 cursed gold coins in total. Some speculate that if all cursed gold coins are collected, the collector will gain the ability to control ghosts. However, this is merely speculation, as no one has ever survived the curse brought by 10 cursed gold coins. Looking at the attributes, Linshan was somewhat surprised to discover there are indeed 108 cursed gold coins. Linshan took a look and quickly noticed a small 105 at the bottom of the coin. Does this mean that this one is the 105th coin? Creak. The sound of the door opening made Linshan turn his head, and he saw Gallia returning with the wooden box. "Gallia, master, I'm back. I picked a total of 32 strawberries." Linshan nodded and smiled, saying, "Put them on the table. After we finish dinner, we can have them as dessert." Gallia nodded in response and went directly to the table to place the wooden box down. After placing the wooden box, Gallia turned to Linshan and suddenly noticed the gold coin in his hand. "Gallia, master, this is a cursed gold coin, isn't it?" Linshan was taken aback, then asked in confusion, "Gallia, do you recognize it?" Gallia nodded and replied, yes, my father once obtained a cursed gold coin during his experiments. It was the 58th cursed coin. At midnight, it would summon powerful ghosts. He would trap them in an energy cage as experimental material. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise, what? Experimental material? Galia replied, yes, experimental material. My father studies ghosts and revived me because of that, at least that's how he explained it to me. Lin Shan, upon hearing this, looked at the cursed gold coin in front of him and suddenly didn't feel scared anymore. The ghosts were treated as experimental materials, and it seemed they were the kind that consumed a lot. The prestige of these ghosts instantly diminished. Lin Shan asked Galia, are the ghosts summoned weak? Galia thought for a moment and shook her head, saying, not weak. According to my father's statement, the rating of the 58th cursed gold coin has already reached purple 3-star. The summoned ghosts are all powerful super beings ranked from 3rd to 5th tier. Lin Shan asked, then Galia, do you know where the ghosts appear from? Galia replied him, the ghosts must be summoned from outside. Lin Shan awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had been foolish. Lin Shan said, Galia, my question is, do the ghosts find the cursed gold coin directly, or do they seek out the holders of the cursed gold coin? Galia said, according to what my father said, the ghosts will first come near the cursed gold coin before they start killing. However, it seems once they kill the holder, they will leave. I see. Lin Shan looked at the cursed gold coin in his hand, pondering. The cursed gold coin rated blue 5 will undoubtedly attract ghosts that aren't too strong, so Lin Shan wasn't particularly worried, especially since he had the ability of mysterious perception. This allows him to know when the ghosts are coming, thus reducing the threat even further. Lin Shan asked Galia, how did your father keep this cursed coin that attracts ghosts? Master, if you place the cursed coin in the spatial cabinet, it won't be detected by the ghosts. However, the ghosts have already been attracted today, so even if we put the cursed coin in the spatial cabinet now, the ghost will still come. Lin Shan smiled and said, as long as you know how to handle it, it's fine. The ghosts will only come after 3 in the morning. Knowing how to handle it, Lin Shan sighed in relief. If this thing couldn't be sealed away, it would just have to be discarded. But if this thing were thrown into the depths of the sea, perhaps no one would be able to find it again. 108 cursed coins. I wonder what kind of event would happen if they were all gathered together. As Lin Shan placed the cursed coins into the spatial cabinet, he muttered curiously, Lin Shan suddenly questioned, wait a minute, if the cursed coins can be stored in the spatial equipment, wouldn't that make collecting them quite convenient? I don't know either, Galia replied. My father never told me. Lin Shan scratched his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. It smells so good, it seems dinner is ready. Let's eat first. Sensing the aroma, Lin Shan abandoned his thoughts. After all, he only had 1 coin for now. Maybe he'd understand more once he acquired another. So he decided not to think too much and focused on eating. He used his invisible hand to extract 2 large claws from the fire pit, followed by the iron pot. As he lifted the lid, the delightful aroma wafted out. Lin Shan picked up the steamed mutated blue-chain belly fish, which he had to eat quickly. Let's eat, Lin Shan said. Galia nodded and began peeling a lobster. For Galia, eating was also a hobby. After all, she hadn't eaten real food in the laboratory, only various energy potions. The mutated blue-chain belly fish weighed about 5 pounds, which was nothing for Lin Shan. A normal person could eat 5 pounds of food, let alone Lin Shan now. Thus, within 15 minutes, Lin Shan devoured the mutated blue-chain belly fish, especially enjoying it, as there were no bones. After finishing, Lin Shan checked his attributes. His water system extraordinary attribute had increased slightly to 16 points. Not bad, he said with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the large claws. Using his invisible hand, he began to peel, as the large claws were quite tough and filled with hot juices. Thankfully, Lin Shan usually ate outside. Especially in the case of such large claws, they wouldn't fit in the fireplace unless divided into several pieces. After a hearty meal, Lin Shan patted his stomach in satisfaction, watching Galia clean up the leftovers before heading outside, ready to toss the scraps into the rocky area as bait. Although they were scraps, they were a delicacy for many sea creatures. When Galia returned, Lin Shan stood in front of the silver treasure chest, his expression solemn, holding 3 ignited charred branches, mumbling to himself. Galia looked confused at everything in front of her, finally concluding that whatever the master was doing must have a reason. So she began to learn. Lin Shan recited a phrase and Galia echoed him. 2 minutes later, Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes, looked at the silver treasure chest, and smiled. The gods have agreed to grant me a big explosion. Silver treasure chest, I advise you to be sensible. Don't be ungrateful now. The silver treasure chest remained silent. After finishing the threat, Lin Shan took advantage of the treasure chest's moment of inaction to open it. System obtained silver fruit 1, Lin Shan said. He blinked and looked again. There was still only 1 silver fruit. Name silver fruit category extraordinary fruit rating yellow 3 effect increases 14 points of free extraordinary attribute points upon consumption evaluation silver fruit, a lower tier extraordinary fruit tree compared to golden fruit each rated silver fruit can only take effect once. 14 points of free extraordinary attribute points. It really is a big explosion. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. But the silver fruit is quite inferior compared to the golden fruit, isn't it? Yellow 3-star plus 14 points, so it seems that yellow 9-star would only be 20 points, which is just the effect of a 1-star golden fruit. After glancing at it a few times, Lin Shan consumed it directly. Now his free extraordinary attribute points went from 4 points to 18 points. 14 points plus my original 4 points, that's already 18 points. That's quite a lot. I need to use some, leaving 2 points for emergencies will be fine. Lin Shan opened his character panel. Name Lin Shan strength extraordinary being fate harbinger talent gift of fate sorceress abilities ice crystal shooting underwater breathing appraisal technique fear technique extraordinary attributes water 16 fire 3 wood 2 mystery 33 constitution 2 spirit 15 ice 2 strength 3. My main attributes are mystery and spirit, but now with invisible hand I'll focus on spirit for now, as starlight technique requires 100 points of mystery and I'm still far from that. Lin Shan analyzed his extraordinary attributes. With 18 points leaving 2 points, I'll add 13 points to spirit and 3 points to constitution. As Lin Shan mumbled, he began to allocate points. In an instant, he used up 16 points of free extraordinary attributes. Immediately, Lin Shan felt his body start to heat up, which he had anticipated. Increasing constitution would cause this reaction. Also, whenever he increased other extraordinary attributes, his body would respond accordingly. For example, fire would feel somewhat hot, while ice would feel a bit cold, and so on. Lin Shan glanced out the window, then curiously remarked, by the way, the lighthouse must have some sort of defense mechanism, otherwise it wouldn't consume energy. How could ghosts get in? Galia shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Well, no, when the ghosts arrive. What should we do now? Oh right, I need to organize the seeds, plan things out, and tomorrow I can set up the fertile fields and start a joyful farming life. Lin Shan took out 2 large bags of seeds he bought from Salia, starting to sort them. Thankfully, they weren't mixed together, but rather packed in small separate bags. Lin Shan planned to outline what he needed to plant now, so that he could set up the fertile fields in the morning and then head out to sea by noon. With the identification art at his disposal, Lin Shan could effortlessly distinguish these seeds. Before long, the table was covered with neatly sorted seed packets, each small bag brimming with seeds, none containing less than 1 gene. Among the vegetable seeds, Lin Shan recognized cabbage, broccoli, potatoes, taro, and soybeans. Wheat and rice followed, accounting for half the total quantity. Fruit tree seeds came next: strawberries, water apples, pears, tomatoes, red sweet potatoes. Classified as fruit here: grapes, watermelons, mangoes, durians, and lychees. Of course, this world differed from his own, so some crop names had changed, but cultivation remained viable. The identification art's appraisal offered precise instructions, clarifying that even infertile soil would suffice. Still, growth proceeded at a natural pace. With so many seeds, Lin Shan alone could never plant them all, especially given his limited arable land. He retained 1 packet of each variety and planned to list the rest in his personal shop, enabling others, among the Ninetitha Sandplus Island dwellers, many of whom were farmers, to cultivate them. Lin Shan recalled seeing posts and chat threads showcasing edible plants. After all, islands spawned randomly. Only the most barren ones lacked even a single blade of grass. Most bore abundant flora, some of which were perfectly edible. Once organized, Lin Shan opened the global chat channel and shared everything he'd discussed with Syria, territorial divisions, distinctions between tower guardians and native inhabitants, and more. He was clearly marked. A notification popped up instantly upon sending. As soon as he posted, the message surged to the top of the feed. Wow, what lightning-fast engagement! Lin Shan murmured, watching the view count skyrocket. Once pinned, the post adopted a forum-like structure, clicking open the main content while comments appeared beneath. Highly viewed analyses naturally rose to prominence, ensuring no insightful commentary would be buried. Next, Lin Shan opened his personal shop. Fortunately, the seeds, ordinary crops, were automatically grouped into a single category. After uploading, he added a brief note in chat. I've listed various crop seeds in my personal shop. Those experienced in cultivation may purchase them, novices should refrain. Then he closed the chat channel. He priced each seed packet at 1 wood or 1 stone, the lowest possible value. He nearly opted to give them away freely. After all, others had gifted him countless energy stones. These seeds held negligible worth in comparison. Well then, everything's settled. Only the specter remains. Lin Shan sighed, then turned to Goria and asked, Goria, can you interact with specters? Yes, she nodded. My lightning-based and metal-based psionic abilities allow me to physically engage spectral entities. Lin Shan nodded approvingly. Though the specter's strength remained unknown, it seemed unlikely to overpower Goria. Moreover, no ominous premonition had surfaced, suggesting its power was modest. After all, it emerged from Curse Coin No. 105, merely a blue-tier artifact. Time slipped swiftly as Lin Shan played rock, paper, scissors with Goria, using his invisible hand. Soon it was already 250 m. 10 minutes remained until the specter's appearance. Gazing out the window, Lin Shan mused aloud. I wonder what form it will take. They come in all shapes and sizes, Goria blinked. I've never seen two identical specters, only those sharing the same origin class. 10 minutes elapsed. Then, Omen, you sense an unnatural fluctuation, as if something has just manifested. So it's arrived. Lin Shan and Goria each took position by a window. Lin Shan scanned the surroundings, but saw no trace of the specter. Was it invisible to the naked eye? Moments later, Goria's voice broke the silence. Master, I see the specter. Lin Shan hurried to her side and peered out. Sure enough, a translucent specter drifted slowly toward them. Nothing particularly striking, just semi-transparent. Not terrifying at all, he remarked, slightly disappointed. Master specters retain their most idealized mortal appearance until hostility surfaces. The terror you seek may yet unfold. Lin Shan turned to her. Goria, is that truly accurate? She nodded firmly in affirmation. Lin Shan paused thoughtfully, then activated his identification art. Name: Murking Spectre. Rank: Transcendent. Innate trait: Spectral Transformation abilities: Intimidation, Materialization, Transcendent. Attributes: Mysticism 1, Shadow 10, Spirit 10. Appraisal: the lingering spirit of a deceased Murking summoned back into the mortal realm by the Curse Coin. Caution: if the spectre perceives its slayer, it will descend into uncontrollable fury. Extended Appraisal: a spectre forcibly roused by the Curse Coin, vulnerable to a single decisive strike. I recall now. So it's the Murking. My apologies. You were shattered into icy fragments. I simply didn't recognize you at first. He murmured, sheepishly gazing at the appraisal interface. Instantly, his invisible hand materialized, and under his command glided silently toward the approaching Murking spectre. Then, snap! Like swatting a mosquito, the two invisible hands flattened the Murking spectre in one fluid motion. That's it. Lin Shan scoffed. Then, just as he prepared to dismiss the invisible hand and retire for sleep, he noticed a faint luminescence clinging to it. He immediately retracted the hand. It hovered before him moments later, bearing delicate, softly glowing blue dust. What is this? Master, this is soul powder, a rare residue formed when certain specters dissipate. Soul powder. Lin Shan echoed, puzzled, and activated identification once more. Name: Soul Powder. Category: Special Material. Tier: Blue 3. Effects: Catalysis, Cultivation, Appraisal: a rare substance born from spectral dissolution. Highly sought after by alchemists and potion masters, commanding premium prices. Extended Appraisal: in abundance, soul powder can nurture soul fruits. Consumption enhances either spirit or shadow transcendent attributes. A large amount of soul powder can also cultivate soul fruits. How to cultivate them? Just sprinkle the soul powder under an ordinary fruit tree. Lin Shan said with confusion. Lin Shan suddenly yawned, and at this moment he lost the desire to think. After all, this amount of soul powder was definitely not enough, so it was better to sleep first. There were many events tomorrow. After placing the soul powder from the invisible hand into a container, Lin Shan yawned and walked towards the bed. Galia, remember to wake me up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying this, Lin Shan lay down directly on the bed and quickly fell asleep. On the other side, Galia blinked, nodded, then moved a chair to the bedside and sat down, staring blankly. Time passed quickly and sunlight began to pour into the lighthouse room. Lin Shan's eyelids moved, but did not open. Instead, he turned over to face the inside. This way he wouldn't be affected by the sunlight. Seeing this, Galia blinked, then raised her little hand, nudged Lin Shan, and called out, Master, it's 7 o'clock. Time to get up. After calling a few times, Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes, and seeing the brightening room, he knew it was already dawn. Although he had only slept for 3 hours, Lin Shan still felt quite energetic. Perhaps it was due to the boost he received yesterday. All right, time to get up, Lin Shan said. The first thing after getting up was not to wash up, but to open the system panel to take a look. Today's weather: gentle breeze, weather effect normal. Nothing unusual happened. After reading the weather, Lin Shan nodded, and then used the Gift of Fate. Gift of Fate: mysterious, extraordinary attribute. 10 cost. No treasure chests will appear after the tide recedes today. Extraordinary attribute 10. No treasure chests can be collected in a day. Lin Shan began to feel conflicted. After sitting on the bed and thinking for a moment, Lin Shan decided to accept this Gift of Fate. After all, an extraordinary attribute of 10 was quite valuable. Most importantly, even if he doesn't go to the sea today, he can choose to go on an adventure. He had just acquired 2 island routes from Celia. After choosing to accept, Lin Shan got out of bed and took Galia to wash up. After the two finished washing up and had breakfast, they headed towards the small forest. Since he had planned everything last night, Lin Shan immediately began to set up the fertile fields upon arrival. Soon all the fertile fields were set up and he could start planting. 10 white ones, all 9-star, resulting in a total of 90 planting slots. Then there were 6 green fertile fields, 3 5-star, 1 6-star, and 2 7-star, with a total of 25 slots, although one slot had already been planted with creamy strawberries. Finally, there was one blue-rated fertile field, which was 3-star, with only 3 planting slots. After Lin Shan set up all the fertile fields, something unexpected happened. He saw the white fertile fields instantly merge into one, no longer in separate slots, and the same happened with the green fertile fields. Only the blue fertile fields remained as 3 solitary slots. So they can merge together. That's nice and convenient, Lin Shan said with some surprise. Next, he began to plant the seeds he had already planned for yesterday. However, since they had merged into one, he had to deliberately leave a gap for the different seeds. After Lin Shan and Galia worked for more than half an hour, they finally finished planting. Looking at the little mounds of soil that had formed, Lin Shan sprinkled all the fertilizer to speed up the growth of the seeds, and soon many tender sprouts broke through the soil. Finally done. According to different growth cycles, the fastest ones should mature in about 10 days, right? Lin Shan clapped his hands and smiled. However, Lin Shan looked at the slots in the blue fertile fields. These 3 slots had durian, lychee, and mango planted in them. These were all large trees who, once they grew, would they not crowd together? Lin Shan tested with the catalysis technique and found that the 2 points of wood-type extraordinary attribute were too low, and the durian tree had only grown from a sprout to half a meter tall. The wood-type energy was completely consumed. Lin Shan couldn't help but complain. Goodness, Celia didn't mention the consumption issue in advance. Ding. Reminder: in half an hour the seawater will begin to recede. Please seize the opportunity to search for resources. After glancing at the reminder, Lin Shan said, "Let's go, Galia, it's time for an adventure at sea." Just as he was about to head towards the port, he suddenly stopped and remembered that he had bought 5 island hearts from Celia yesterday, and he could upgrade them now. Patting his head, Lin Shan turned and walked towards the lighthouse. Galia saw this and quickly followed. It wasn't that Lin Shan forgot, it was just that there were too many things happening at once, causing him to overlook it. Back in the lighthouse room, Lin Shan went directly to the control panel and clicked on the island upgrade. Name: Tide Island. Category: Island. Rating: Blue 1. Effect: Tree resources unknown, small mineral resources undiscovered, unknown, small resources undiscovered. Special effect: Tide effect, doubled coral coast affinity area, square meters. Upgrade requirement: Island heart 1 stone 0. Wow. Do future upgrades require island hearts? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Lin Shan looked at the upgrade requirements with some surprise. The next moment, a loud noise echoed in the sky and the world system announcement shone brightly. World system announcement. Ding. Congratulations to Lin Shan, the first guardian from the 88888888 area, for advancing the island to Blue 1, rewarding all guardians in the 88888888 region. Silver treasure chest 1, A energy stone treasure chest 2. Lin Shan glanced at the world system announcement in the sky, then directly ignored it and looked at his personal rewards. System. Ding. Congratulations, Guardian, you have won a personal reward: golden treasure chest 1, small low-level energy stone mine 1, random island special effect 1. The personal reward is the same as last time. Looking at the personal reward prompt, Lin Shan said in surprise. The other guardians had become numb to the announcements in the sky. They all understood the principle of being one step ahead. Especially many of them had welcomed the arrival of sea merchants. Island hearts. Can't afford it. However, I can still manage to buy 1 or 2 lower-rated island routes if I bite the bullet and sell some family assets. Looking at the golden treasure chest, silver treasure chest, and energy stone treasure chest, Lin Shan turned to Galia and said solemnly, "Lin Shan, Galia, prepare some water for me. I need to perform the hand-washing ceremony. Wash away the bad luck." Galia nodded in response and then brought over a bucket of water. After washing his hands, Lin Shan shook them off and began to pray. Initially, he intended to seek blessings from Mazu, but he realized he had forgotten to use the divination cups. So he planned to wait until tonight to create a set of divination cups before seeking Mazu's protection. For now, he would just casually pray to a few deities. After mumbling for a while, Lin Shan finally opened his eyes and looked at the silver treasure chest, opening it directly. System: obtained ship upgrade scroll 1, silver sand breaking gun 1. Did we get something? Lin Shan's eyes brightened as he looked at the 2 items before him, eagerly clicking to check. Name: ship upgrade scroll. Category: special item. Rating: yellow 6. Effect: upgrades ship's evaluation. The ship upgrade scroll can directly upgrade ships rated below yellow, increasing their level by 1 major tier, but cannot exceed yellow 6 stars. This is great just in time for Xiao AI. Lin Shan then turned to the second item. Name silver sand breaking gun category weapon rating yellow 3 effect armor piercing magic breaking evaluation a spear mixed with a small amount of secret silver refined iron the addition of secret silver grants it excellent magical breaking capabilities easily piercing through energy shields. Lin Shan took out the spear which was silver white in color and had a rather ordinary design, but it was a noble weapon for breaking magic. While the more I look at it the more satisfied I am. Not bad. Gulia, you should use this spear, it will maximize its effectiveness. After playing with it for a moment, he directly tossed it to Gulia and smiled. Gulia accepted the spear, glanced at it, nodded, and said yes. Master, I will use it well. Lin Shan looked at Gulia holding the silver spear. It looked great with her silver white hair and the high-tech black patterned combat suit. It was truly cool. After taking a few glances, Lin Shan snapped a few photos for keepsake before shifting his gaze to the golden treasure chest. Open. System obtained energy defense device 1, just 1. Lin Shan's eyes widened in surprise. Name energy defense device category defense facility rating purple 5 effect activate energy shield deactivate energy shield evaluation. This is a replica of an energy defense device from a certain super empire. Its functionality is less than 1/10 of the genuine article, but its effectiveness is incredibly powerful. Note the energy defense device can expand to a radius of 500 meters from the center. The larger the shield, the greater the energy consumption. Note 1 energy stone can sustain the energy shield's full operation for 1 hour, and it can run for a minimum of 10 hours. Looking at the evaluation, Lin Shan couldn't help but glance at Gulia. A certain super empire reminded him of Gulia's evaluation, which also mentioned a certain super empire. Seeing his master looking at her, Gulia asked in confusion, "Is there anything you need, master?" Lin Shan shook his head and said no, nothing. After retracting his gaze, Lin Shan continued to examine the energy defense device in his backpack. This item arrived just in time. It can deploy a circular defense shield with a diameter of 500 meters. That should be enough to cover his current island, right? The island's area has reached 3 square meters, and Lin Shan, who was not good at math, couldn't calculate the current diameter of the island, but the lighthouse was at the center of the island. Looking out the window towards the seaside, it seemed to be around 3 to 200 meters. So the 500-meter defense shield would be sufficient. After taking out the energy defense device, Lin Shan checked the control panel and found it to be very user-friendly. The entire energy defense device is square, measuring 1 meter by 1 meter. In addition to the control panel, there are 24 slots, which should be for placing energy stones. Can it hold a maximum of 24? Maximum power for 1 day. Lin Shan nodded, then took out 24 energy stones and placed them in. Instantly, the entire energy defense device was activated, and all he needed to do next was set the range to start it. However, Lin Shan decided to verify it first to avoid being locked out. Lin Shan, Gulia, come over to verify it. Gulia nodded in response, approached Lin Shan, and watched as he operated it. Soon the energy defense device emitted a beam of light and began scanning Lin Shan and Gulia. Ding. Starting verification. After a while. Ding. Verification complete. Lin Shan, alright, done. Next, Lin Shan opened the energy stone treasure chest. From the 2 energy stone treasure chests, he harvested 174 energy stones and 43 high-grade energy stones. Finally, there was the island's special feature which he used directly. Ding. Obtained abundant harvest. Name abundant harvest category island special effect rating yellow 9 effect abundant yield evaluation. Abundant harvest allows any plant on the island to enter a state of abundant yield as soon as it matures. This effect does not work on extraordinary plants rated above yellow. Abundant harvest. What a good item, it loaded directly. Abundant harvest like affinity loaded in without any hassle. Finally finished reading. Next, I can activate the energy defense device and set off on an adventure at sea with peace of mind. Then Lin Shan put the energy defense device into his backpack and went out with Gulia. After reaching the area between the lighthouse and the farmland, Lin Shan took out the energy defense device and set it to the lowest power with a defense range of 100 meters. It was just enough to cover both the lighthouse and the farmland. As the energy defense device activated, a semi-transparent energy shield instantly formed. Lin Shan looked around and, satisfied after confirming that both the lighthouse and farmland were covered, nodded and led Gulia out of the defense shield. As long as they placed their hands on the defense shield, it would automatically recognize them. Once outside, Lin Shan said, Gulia, use half of your power and attack it to see. Oh, and don't touch it with your hands. Use your lightning or metal abilities to attack. Gulia nodded in response, then ascended into the air and unleashed a thunderstorm at the defense shield. Bang! Zzz. Countless bolts of lightning spread across the surface of the energy shield. The energy shield twisted continuously, but quickly returned to its original state. Jalea, do you think you can break through if you use your full power? Lin Shan turned to Jalea, looking at the energy shield that had returned to its original state. Jalea pondered for a moment, and then replied, Master, with a full force attack, I could shatter it in 3 strikes. Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction and said, 3 strikes. Impressive. Jalea, let's go on an adventure at sea. With that, he took the lead and walked towards the port. Upon reaching the port, Xiao AI immediately spoke up, Captain Lady Jalea, you've finally arrived. Xiao AI was eagerly waiting to set sail with you all. Lin Shan chuckled and said, Xiao AI, hold on. Let me upgrade you first. After saying this, Lin Shan took out the ship upgrade scroll and used it on Xiao AI. Instantly, the scroll transformed into a beam of light that merged with Xiao Ai's ship, causing the entire vessel to start radiating light. Xiao AI exclaimed, Ahaha, Captain. I feel like I'm getting bigger. Lin Shan replied, yes, I can see it. Even though Xiao Ai's ship was enveloped in light, Lin Shan could still discern its growing size. After 10 minutes, the light gradually faded. Lin Shan commented, wow, it's more than doubled in size. Xiao AI, how do you feel? Xiao AI replied, my body has become much larger and tougher, significantly enhancing my defenses, and my speed has increased as well. Now I can reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Lin Shan said, that's great. Lower the gangway, it's time to set sail. With that, a gangway slowly extended from the ship. Lin Shan walked up with Jalea. Xiao AI asked, Captain, are we setting off now? Which island are we going to? Lin Shan had recorded the island routes for Xiao AI yesterday. Lin Shan replied, let's head to the green 5-star island. Xiao AI responded, understood. Captain, the total distance is 37 kilometers. We can reach it at full speed in just a few minutes. Lin Shan glanced at his backpack, which had 15 slots. Besides a heavy iron spear, 4 black breads, 2 bottles of water, a bronze lantern lamp oil, and a deep-sea nurturing shell, there was nothing else. The rest was stored in the space cabinet. After all, going on an adventure at sea required emptying the backpack to make space for new items. Initially, he intended to store the deep-sea nurturing shell as well, but it showed that storage was not possible. Lin Shan speculated that perhaps there was life inside the large shell. Whether it was a merfolk or not could only be determined once it was opened. Not wanting to deal with the tightly closed shell for now, he decided to ignore it and would check back when it opened. Ensuring there was nothing left behind, Lin Shan shouted, Xiao AI, set sail? Xiao AI responded, yes, Captain. In an instant, Xiao AI sped out of the port, racing towards the mist. Lin Shan and Jalea sat quietly in their seats, not exchanging any words. Once they entered the mist, Lin Shan realized it was somewhat terrifying, surrounded by fog that instilled a sense of unease. Most importantly, Lin Shan could occasionally hear terrifying, strange sounds emanating from the mist. Thankfully, Xiao Ai's speed was fast enough, and after a rather uncomfortable 10 minutes, they finally reached their destination. The ship emerged from the mist, once again basking in sunlight. How we can finally see the light of day again. The mist truly tested one's mental endurance, didn't it? Lin Shan sighed as he looked at the sunlight outside. Then he turned to observe the island. He brought Jalea to the deck and gazed at the island ahead. To his surprise, he noticed that many areas of the island were shrouded in a light mist, especially the darker spots where the fog was dense. However, most areas were bathed in sunlight, so places with mist were relatively few. The ship slowly approached the shore and stopped once it was close enough. Xiao AI announced, Captain, we have docked. Lin Shan nodded and said, Xiao AI, lower the gangway. Xiao AI replied, understood, Captain. As he watched the gangway extend, Lin Shan turned to Jalea and said, let's go to the island. Jalea nodded slightly and followed Lin Shan. This island wasn't particularly large, but it was still much bigger than his island, at least double the size. As soon as Lin Shan stepped onto the island, a system prompt appeared. System ding. The Guardian has detected the first exploration of the island and now will explain the precautions for the Guardian. 1. The island indicated by the route is only accessible to the Guardian. Thus, there will not be a second Guardian on this island. 2. There are many treasure chests on the island, and those with island prefixes are likely to appear. Of course, most of these chests are guarded by monsters. 3. The island has a probability of having lighthouses, ruins, and dungeons. 4. The island will sink after 30 days, so keep an eye on the time. After reading the prompt, Lin Shan headed towards the center of the island with Jalea, as he had caught a glimpse of the lighthouse. From the prompt, it was clear that not every island had a lighthouse. Besides, there would be no second Guardian here, meaning that anyone appearing on the island would either be locals or monsters in disguise. Regardless of which, it made Lin Shan cautious. These are the footprints of a merman. Lin Shan suddenly noticed numerous footprints on the beach resembling those of a merman. From the direction of the footprints, it seems the merfolk are just wandering by the sea. I wonder if there are any carrying treasure chests. Lin Shan speculated after observing the direction of the footprints. However, not seeing any merfolk at the moment, Lin Shan ignored it and continued towards the center of the island with Jalea, assuming that the lighthouse wick would be obtained from the lighthouse. Thus, Lin Shan's first target was definitely the lighthouse. As he ventured deeper into the island, he quickly discovered signs of many monsters from footprints to droppings clearly indicating that monsters didn't maintain hygiene. However, he hadn't seen a single monster along the way, leaving Lin Shan momentarily unable to determine whether these signs were left by monsters in the mist or those native to the island. But soon Lin Shan abandoned that thought as he spotted the lighthouse. At the same time, monsters beneath the lighthouse came into view. "Are those goblins?" Lin Shan said in surprise, his voice low. The monsters beneath the lighthouse were indeed goblins, and there were quite a few with at least 100 visible. "Goblins, huh? I just complained about them to Celia yesterday, and today I run into them. How coincidental." Lin Shan stroked his chin and said. Moreover, Lin Shan was quite curious because many of these goblins had injuries on them, and it seemed that these wounds were relatively fresh. Did these goblins just fought against other monsters? They all have injuries. Well, never mind, let's identify them. Lin Shan decided to ignore this as he was about to unleash a massacre soon. Name: Island Goblin. Strength: Ordinary. Talent: None. Ability: Timid. Group-oriented. Extraordinary. Attribute: None. Evaluation: Island Goblins are among the lowest tier monsters. They are inherently very timid. However, strangely, when their numbers exceed 10, they become quite bold. However, if more than half of them die, they will scatter in panic. If not for their rapid reproduction rate, they would have been extinct long ago. Oh, with such attributes, no wonder Celia kills them so casually, Lin Shan remarked while looking at the attributes. All right, let's start, Celia. Let's finish them off quickly and then explore this lighthouse. Celia nodded in response, then took her spear and followed Lin Shan towards the goblin group. The appearance of Lin Shan and Celia immediately attracted the attention of the goblins, and the next moment the goblin horde erupted in chaos. They began to chatter loudly. Their language was as incomprehensible as that of the fishmen. It was unintelligible and quite noisy. Lin Shan couldn't decipher what the goblins were saying as they surged forward in a dark wave. Seeing this, Lin Shan adjusted his heavy iron spear and struck down. Smack! An invisible hand instantly appeared in the air and slapped down, promptly flattening 2 or 3 goblins. Lin Shan laughed and said, "Have you ever seen a hand descending from the sky?" The goblins had never heard of such a thing and continued their charge. Seeing this, Lin Shan shook his head, then sheathed his heavy iron spear. He then conjured another invisible hand, and soon 2 invisible hands floated slowly on either side of Lin Shan. Then Lin Shan clenched his fists and shouted, "Would big, would big, would big, would big." He waved his hands rapidly, and the invisible hands also formed fists and struck quickly. With loud claps, each goblin was sent flying from the swift punches of the invisible hands, dying in an instant. This technique was a close-range invisible fist Lin Shan devised, binding the invisible hands to his own hands and fixing them a meter away from him, then simply moving his hands to control them. This not only confuses the enemy, making them think that if they restrict his hands they can nullify the attack, but in essence it is still a form of spiritual control. It allows for a surprise attack on the unsuspecting. Moving on the invisible fists made dealing with the goblins far too easy. The goblins couldn't even get close. On the other side, Celia's combat was even swifter. Every strike of her spear resulted in a goblin's forehead being punctured. In no time, Celia had charged in, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Soon the number of goblins dropped below half. As one goblin fled, the remaining goblins scattered in all directions, each running their own way. Seeing Celia chasing after them, Lin Shan quickly shouted, "Celia, ignore the fleeing goblins. Don't forget our goal is the lighthouse." Hearing Lin Shan call out, Celia immediately stopped, shook her spear, and returned to Lin Shan's side. Lin Shan looked around and could only describe the surroundings as messy and chaotic. After a glance, he finally discovered a treasure chest under a relatively clean tent. Although it was a bronze chest, it bore the prefix of island. An island's bronze chest has the potential to yield an island heart. After putting away the treasure chest, Lin Shan surveyed the area again. After confirming there was nothing else of interest, he prepared to inspect the lighthouse. Passing by the goblin's pot, Lin Shan was astonished to find that what was cooking inside was actually fishmen. So the fishmen were the ones fighting the goblins. Tisk, isn't this just a case of chickens pecking at each other? However, the fishmen should be stronger than the goblins. Perhaps they are just a bit outnumbered, a half-and-half situation. Lin Shan chuckled. Arriving at the base of the lighthouse, Lin Shan looked up at the towering structure, which was significantly taller than his own lighthouse, standing at least 5 stories high. It must have been upgraded multiple times. On the outside it appeared somewhat worn, but overall it remained intact. Looking at the large door before him, yes, it was indeed a grand door, for this lighthouse was certainly not the small room type he had. By estimation, the first floor alone covered at least 500 square meters. Lin Shan attempted to open it, but to his surprise it actually opened. Lin Shan stared dumbfounded at the open door, bewildered by the fact that it had actually opened. Otherwise, why wouldn't the goblins occupy the lighthouse, but instead live around it? Seeing the dim environment inside, Lin Shan took out the bronze lantern, activated its light, and then had the invisible hand carry the bronze lantern as it floated inside. Better safe than sorry, it was wise to probe first. The light from the bronze lantern illuminated the lighthouse room. After Lin Shan looked around and found no danger, he finally spoke. Let's go. The two slowly walked into the lighthouse and began to examine it. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 rooms. Plus this hall, tisk. This is so much better than my place. Lin Shan remarked with a hint of envy. After surveying the area, he turned to Celia and said, Celia, open all the windows. It's a bit dim in here. Celia nodded in response and said, sure, master. She then went to open the windows. Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to open them while holding the bronze lantern himself. With a click, as all the windows were opened, sunlight flooded in instantly, illuminating the entire room. Isn't this much more pleasant? Indeed, people cannot live without light. Lin Shan looked at the bright room and smiled in satisfaction. He then began searching. In such a place, finding things was quite easy. He simply needed to check the cabinets and boxes, just like the dilapidated shelf before him. Name: broken space cabinet. Category: spatial item evaluation. White 9 effect: chaotic space evaluation. The already broken space cabinet has most of its contents vanished into the spatial crevices. Perhaps you can choose to completely destroy the cabinet. Let's see if anything can be burst out from it. After examining the attributes, Lin Shan directly struck down with an invisible hand. With a cracking sound, the entire spatial frame began to show signs of fissures, and finally, with another crack, it collapsed, revealing 2 items. Seeing this, Lin Shan immediately picked them up and began to inspect. Name: treasure chest, monster crystal core. Category: material. Rating: yellow 9 effect. Can manufacture spatial equipment evaluation. The crystal core of the silver treasure chest monster preserved due to its spatial attribute. The crystal core of the silver treasure chest monster. What a good item. Next time Celia comes by, I can ask her if she knows where to find a master who can manufacture spatial equipment. Lin Shan said with satisfaction, then looked at the next item. Name: damaged heavenly thunder hammer. Category: weapon. Rating: yellow 6 effect. Thunderstrike. Spatial explosion evaluation. A weapon affected by spatial turbulence, which not only lowered its rating significantly, but also became extremely fragile. A slight force could cause it to detonate, resulting in spatial turbulence and thunder damage. This was originally at least a purple 6-star weapon. What a pity. Lin Shan glanced regretfully at the large hammer in his hand, then quickly stored it in his backpack, fearing that it might explode and turn to ashes. Although based on what had just exploded, it shouldn't be that easy to detonate. Let's continue. Although the lighthouse room was larger than his, it was still a limited space, and the boxes and cabinets for storing items were very obvious. Soon Lin Shan and Jalea had nearly finished searching. Most items were already damaged, but Lin Shan was lucky enough to find a complete spatial frame and 4 items. The spatial frame was a blue 4-star item with 20 spatial slots. Among the 4 items, 2 were like the earlier hammer, prone to exploding. Lin Shan stored them immediately, then looked at the 2 normal items. Name: slave maritime merchant. Summoning scroll. Category: special item. Rating: black 9 effect. Summons maritime merchants. Evaluation: slave maritime merchants are specialized in selling slaves obtained through legal channels. Please buy with confidence. Looking at the blood-red summoning scroll in his hand, Lin Shan couldn't help but rub his eyes and look again. Slave maritime merchants. There are such merchants. While thinking about it, it's normal. How could one person possibly guard an island alone? Lin Shan said, first surprised then understanding. After storing the summoning scroll, Lin Shan looked at the second remaining item. Name: strength amplification crystal. Category: ability. Crystal evaluation. Yellow 3 effect. After use, learn strength amplification. Learning conditions: extraordinary physique, not lower than 20 points. Extraordinary strength, not lower than 10 points. Evaluation: strength amplification enhances abilities, allowing extraordinary strength to double, but cannot exceed 100 points of extraordinary strength. What a good item, but unfortunately I can't learn it. Lin Shan said regretfully. Not to mention, he didn't have extraordinary strength. His 3 points of extraordinary strength came from the pink rabbit ears. After storing it in his backpack, Lin Shan looked at the spatial frame, which could not be stored in the backpack due to rejection. He'll leave it here for now and move it to the ship after exploring the lighthouse. Lin Shan patted the spatial cabinet and said. Then he turned to Jalea and smiled. Let's go, it's time to check the 2nd floor. Jalea nodded, then turned to the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she followed the previous steps, first opening the windows before starting to search. However, the 2nd floor was not as large as the first, containing only 3 rooms. Lin Shan noticed that the 2nd floor should be the resting area, as there were beds, though all were already tattered. After searching and finding nothing, Lin Shan continued to explore upwards. The rooms on the 3rd floor were even smaller, and there were no additional rooms. It also appeared to be a sleeping area. However, Lin Shan spotted 2 boxes and cabinets. Lin Shan approached the 2 cabinets and began to inspect them one by one. Unfortunately, both were damaged and could only be smashed. With an invisible hand, he struck, and it cracked. 2 items fell out. Seeing this, Lin Shan directly picked them up and inspected. Extraordinary Attribute Extraction Scroll. Lin Shan looked at the name somewhat surprised. Could it really extract extraordinary attributes? Name: Extraordinary Attribute Extraction Scroll. Category: Special Item. Rating: Green 3. Effect: After use, can extract 3 points of extraordinary attributes. Evaluation produced by the system. It can extract conflicting extraordinary attributes from oneself, forming extraordinary attribute crystals, which can only last for 3 days after extraction. If not used within 3 days, the extraordinary attribute crystal will directly shatter. Note: cannot be stored in the spatial cabinet, will directly shatter. Lin Shan looked at the extraordinary attribute extraction scroll in front of him. If there were enough of these, wouldn't it allow for rapid increases in extraordinary attributes? However, since it's produced by the system, there shouldn't be that many, right? After looking, Lin Shan directly stored it in his backpack, then looked at the second item, still an extraordinary attribute extraction scroll, but this one was green 5-star and could extract 5 points. After storing it in his backpack, Lin Shan continued to ascend with Jaliyah. However, there were no more rooms on the 3rd floor as they reached the top of the lighthouse where the candlelight was stored. Lin Shan looked out and quickly spotted Xiao Ai on the coast. This place is nice, so I can see the whole island clearly, Lin Shan said with satisfaction. Jaliyah nodded as well, but her gaze was fixed on the mist within the island, especially when she saw some goblins near the mist suddenly dragged into it. Her eyes widened in surprise, but unfortunately her view was obstructed by the mist, making it unclear. Jaliyah said, "Master, look over there." Hearing this, Lin Shan looked in the direction Jaliyah pointed. Isn't that the goblin we chased away? What's going on? Whoa. Lin Shan was initially puzzled, then exclaimed. Dozens of goblins were quickly dragged into the mist. Lin Shan said, "While there are even stronger monsters in the mist, it seems we shouldn't approach it lightly, at least not until we know what monsters are in the mist." Shaking his head, Lin Shan withdrew his gaze and looked at the candlelight basin. If anywhere was most likely to have the lighthouse fire core, it would be here. Lin Shan leaned in to take a look and indeed saw a dark object. After cautiously digging a bit, a glowing item came into view. Gently brushing aside the dark coal ball instantly revealed its true form, a faintly glowing object quietly lying at the bottom of the fire pit. Lin Shan cautiously touched it and, finding it not hot, picked it up directly. After carefully examining it, he opened the attributes. Name: Lighthouse Fire Core. Category: Special Item. Rating: Black 9. Effect: Upgrade Lighthouse Evaluation. The Lighthouse Fire Core is a special item formed from the energy left in the lighthouse after the candlelight has burned out, which can be used to enhance the level of the lighthouse. Indeed, it is the Lighthouse Fire Core, but I didn't expect it to be formed from the energy of the lighthouse after the candlelight extinguished. I thought it was formed after the candlelight went out, Lin Shan said in surprise. But if that's the case, then it can't be manufactured anymore, which is a bit of a pity. Lin Shan put away the Lighthouse Fire Core, a little disappointed. Extinguishing it is relatively simple, just cut off the energy of the lighthouse, but figuring out how it burned out is truly beyond me. After all, as long as the lighthouse keeps using energy, the properly placed candlelight will continue to burn. After putting away the Lighthouse Fire Core, Lin Shan began to observe the island, looking for any remaining resources since the lighthouse had been fully explored. Upon inspection, he found that aside from the areas shrouded in fog, there were no resources left elsewhere. While thinking about it, since the goblins can live here and even occupy the area beneath the lighthouse, this island may have only monsters left in the fog apart from the mermen. That said, Lin Shan looked towards the areas covered in fog, feeling a bit troubled. The unknown often evokes the greatest fear and apprehension. However, Lin Shan glanced at the bronze lantern in his backpack, and indeed its maximum function could dispel fog within a radius of 60 meters, which would be sufficient. On this island, the largest area of fog seemed to have a diameter of just over 100 meters. That said, does the bronze lantern simply push the fog elsewhere, or does it eradicate it altogether? It should merely force the fog away, right? Lin Shan speculated while looking at the bronze lantern in his backpack. But in the end, wouldn't using it prove the truth? Lin Shan, Galia, let's go check out that smallest area of fog to the east. Galia, coming. They walked down the stairs, quickly reaching the 1st floor. Along the way, Lin Shan closed all the windows as he was unsure if they would return the next day. After all, the island could exist for a month. So to prevent monsters from occupying the lighthouse, it was better to keep everything shut. Upon returning to the 1st floor, Lin Shan directly used his invisible hand to lift the intact space cabinet and walked outside. Lin Shan, Galia, let's head back to the shore and put this thing in the space cabinet on the boat first. Galia, understood, master. Galia, ill assist in battle. Lin Shan sighed and said, that's not feasible. Never mind, let's just do it this way for now. Shaking his head, Lin Shan led Galia back along the path they came. Soon they returned to the shore. Just as Lin Shan controlled the invisible hand to place the space cabinet on the deck of Xiao Ace boat, he heard Xiao Ace's voice. Xiao Ai Captain. Lord Galia, I need to report that mermen have been spotted. Please be careful. Mermen? What's going on? Lin Shan asked in confusion. Xiao Ai Captain, it was shortly after you disembarked, around 10 minutes later, that a group of mermen swam up from the sea and left along the beach. Hearing this, Lin Shan turned to look at the beach and indeed saw many dense footprints, at least 50 of them based on the density. Looking in the direction of the footprints, there seemed to be an area of fog over there, which was also the place he planned to experiment with the bronze lantern. Lin Shan, Galia, let's go see if this group of mermen has entered the fog. Xiao Ai Captain, Lord Galia, please be careful. Lin Shan waved his hand and smiled. Understood. Xiao Ai, you be careful too, and keep an eye on the space cabinet. Don't let it fall into the sea. Following the footprints, after a few minutes they finally spotted the mermen. Lin Shan looked closely and found the mermen were attacking a dozen goblins, which should be the goblins that had fled earlier. Not far behind them was the fog, and Lin Shan also caught sight of the merman king, who held not a staff, but a worn-out great sword. Then Lin Shan watched as a merman consumed a goblin raw and couldn't help but complain, goodness, at least goblins have some standards. They cook their mermen first, but you lot just eat them raw. Galalu. Apparently the merman had noticed Lin Shan and Galia. Lin Shan paid no mind to the mermen. He had just glanced at the attributes of the ones rushing over, and they were slightly stronger than goblins, but not by much. Truly a case of equal strength. His attention was instead drawn to the merman king standing at the edge of the fog. Why hasn't the merman king been dragged into the fog by the monsters within? Or is it that there are no monsters in the fog? Lin Shan said in confusion. After all goblins had been pulled into the fog in an instant, they must have become food by now. The mermen rushing in were directly killed by Galia, one shot for each. However, unlike goblins, the mermen showed no fear, charging fiercely under the merman king's incessant shouting. Lin Shan turned to Galia and said, Galia, use your psychic attack directly. Galia blinked and replied, okay, master. The next second, thunder erupted, and the long spear in her hand emanated streaks of lightning. It should be noted that the silver sand breaking formation spear possesses the ability to break magic, yet it still couldn't prevent the invasion of thunder. Clearly the degree of magic breaking has its limits. One can understand this. After all, it is merely a yellow-rated weapon. Galia raised her spear filled with lightning and directly hurled it at the charging merman. Bang! A loud explosion occurred, and all the mermen in front of Galia were obliterated, while the beach surprisingly turned glassy. Wow, the power of that instantaneous explosion is so strong! Lin Shan exclaimed in astonishment. But what about the spear? Lin Shan said with confusion. However, the next second he saw a strand of lightning wrapping around Galia's hand, and with a flick the spear infused with lightning flew back. Seeing this, Lin Shan was momentarily stunned, and then remarked, goodness, is this a recoverable electromagnetic cannon? Lin Shan couldn't help but asked Jalea, how many times can you unleash that attack just now? Jalea lowered her head to assess the energy consumption in her body and replied, master, that super attack consumed about 2 of my energy. What? Lin Shan stared blankly, looking at the attack that nearly obliterated the fishman and even glassified the sand before Jalea, which turned out to be just her ordinary super attack. Isn't that a bit excessive? But in the next moment, Lin Shan thought of the energy defense device at home, which could withstand half of Jalea's power without sustaining any damage. This really gives an overwhelming sense of security. Lin Shan said, Jalea, how much energy do you have left now? Jalea replied, master, I still have 91 of my energy reserves. So you're saying that the attack against the energy shield in the morning consumed 10 of your energy? Jalea shook her head and said, no, master, that strike only consumed 5 of my energy. However, my energy recovery speed has increased significantly, so I have replenished some energy. I see, that's good. Let's go check out what's in that mist. The Fishman King actually ran in there. Jalea nodded in response and returned to Lin Shan's side. Lin Shan took out the bronze lantern and activated it to the maximum. Instantly, the mist before him was expelled. It seems to merely repel the mist. Looking at the mist pushed back to 60 meters away, Lin Shan nodded and noted the information. Then Lin Shan turned to the Fishman King, as this area of mist wasn't very large, and a 60-meter range was sufficient to reveal its original appearance. Is that a fishman? Why does it look different from the ones before? Lin Shan said in surprise. The presence of fishmen in the mist was already a bit unexpected, not to mention that these fishmen looked somewhat different. Could they be different species? Lin Shan immediately began to assess one of the fishmen. Name: Mist Fishman. Strength: Extraordinary Talent. None. Ability: Mist Walking. Corrosive Claw Strike. Extraordinary Attribute: Darkness. 11. Evaluation: A fishman assimilated by the mist, due to living in it for many years, considered the lowest existence in the mist. Excessive assessment. So this is what a fishman looks like. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Shan raised his eyebrows in astonishment. The mist can assimilate other creatures. Hiss, no wonder they need candlelight. If it weren't for the candlelight driving away the mist, then those who linger too long in the mist would also turn into mist monsters, right? Lin Shan clicked his tongue. Then he spotted the treasure chest behind the mist fishman. Indeed, there must be treasure chests in places guarded by monsters. A bronze treasure chest. Not bad. Jaliyah, go for it. Jaliyah nodded and said yes. Master. After that, she charged forward with her spear. There weren't many mist fishmen, probably just over 20. Lin Shan didn't count them. Anyway, they posed no threat. This time Jaliyah used gold-type superpowers, and with her spear, killing these mist fishmen was as easy as cutting through vegetables. Silky smooth. Soon, all the mist fishmen were slain, including the Fishman King from before. From the way the Fishman King commanded the mist fishmen, they should have belonged to the same tribe. Shaking his head, Lin Shan walked directly to the bronze treasure chest and took a glance. It had a prefix 5 stars, but it wasn't an island type. It was a sturdy bronze treasure chest. After putting away the treasure chest, Lin Shan said to Jaliyah, "Let's go check out the other areas of mist." Knowing the repelling effect of the bronze lantern, Lin Shan wasn't so apprehensive about the mist anymore, as the bronze lantern expelled the mist directly out to 60 meters. As long as he used it near the edge of the mist, it would instantly clear out 30 meters, and the monsters within the mist wouldn't have time to react, revealing their true forms. Soon Lin Shan and Jaliyah arrived at another mist-covered area. To be safe, Lin Shan didn't approach too closely. Instead, he stood 3 meters away and directly used the bronze lantern. Instantly, a large area of mist was cleared. However, surprisingly, there were no mist monsters in this portion of mist. After walking around with Jaliyah and finding no monsters, they moved on to another mist area. Lin Shan understood the absence of monsters in the mist. After all, it couldn't be filled with monsters everywhere, right? Soon the two arrived at another misty area on an island. With a shine of the bronze lantern, an oddly shaped creature appeared before Lin Shan and Jaliyah. Lin Shan immediately began to assess it. Name: squinting, multi-eyed beast. Strength: extraordinary. Talent: magic. Eye ability: stare, glare. Extraordinary attributes: spirit 17, mystery 3, constitution 3, strength 1. Evaluation: the squinting multi-eyed beast is a mist monster with 6 eyes. Usually it only opens the 2 bottom eyes, and when it activates its abilities, the upper eyes will open. It is said that each squinting multi-eyed beast has slightly different abilities. Excessive assessment: the eyes of the squinting multi-eyed beast can be made into magic eyes provided you know how to make them. After reading the attributes, Lin Shan couldn't help but look at the head of the squinting multi-eyed beast. There were indeed 4 closed eyes. Lin Shan said, "Jaliyah, leave the eyes." Jaliyah nodded in response, then the next second appeared above the squinting multi-eyed beast and swiftly slashed with her spear. Smack! The head of the squinting multi-eyed beast fell off in an instant. A single strike decapitated it. Lin Shan was not surprised at all. The gap between them was too great, akin to a veteran crushing a novice. Bang! A few seconds later, the body of the squinting multi-eyed beast finally fell heavily to the ground. Lin Shan said, "Jaliyah, put this head in the space cabinet on the Xiao AI boat first." Jaliyah glanced at the head on the ground, nodded, picked it up, and vanished. Moments later, she returned behind Lin Shan. After Jaliyah returned, Lin Shan took the bronze lantern and strolled around, discovering a treasure chest in a cave. It was a bronze treasure chest, but only 3 stars. Alright, there's only the last mist area left now. Lin Shan looked to the east and said. That mist area was precisely where Lin Shan and Jaliyah had seen the goblin being pulled into the mist from the top of the lighthouse. Just as Lin Shan was about to head towards the last misty area, an omen suddenly appeared. Lin Shan, no, I don't have a twitching eyelid. Just as he was about to complain, he suddenly felt his eyelid twitching wildly. Is this for real, eh? Lin Shan rubbed his left eyelid, surprised. Moreover, isn't a twitching left eye supposed to indicate wealth? Did you get it wrong? Lin Shan helplessly retorted. However, despite his complaints, he didn't foolishly venture into the mist for exploration, since the omen had warned him it would be foolish to proceed. Lin Shan turned around and walked towards the seaside. Jaliyah, Master, aren't we going over there? Lin Shan nodded and said, "No, let's go home first." Jaliyah, though puzzled, obediently followed behind Lin Shan. The two quickly returned to the seaside. Xiao AI, Captain Lady Jaliyah, have you finished exploring? Lin Shan, about that, we are heading home now. An invisible hand appeared, lifting Lin Shan onto the ship's deck, while Jaliyah flew up herself. Lin Shan, Xiao AI, let's go home. Xiao AI, Captain. However, Xiao AI didn't start moving immediately. She waited until Lin Shan and Jaliyah were seated before setting off. Xiao AI sped into the mist and quickly disappeared. The island returned to its calm state. However, the next moment, the last swirl of mist suddenly began to roll, and a twisted goblin emerged from the fog. From the appearance of the goblin, it was clear that it was already dead. Its eyeballs were black, its mouth wide open, and black liquid mixed with a bit of fresh red blood dripped down. Roar! The goblin let out a roar, and then began to wander around aimlessly. After the first goblin appeared, several more goblins staggered out of the mist, all of them clearly corpses. Moving goblin corpses. Unfortunately, now on the island besides them, there were no other living creatures. Even they couldn't be considered alive, merely animated corpses. On the other hand, as Xiao AI moved away from the island, Lin Shan was surprised to find that his eyelid had gradually stopped twitching. It was evident that the source of danger truly lay within that mass of mist. Now Lin Shan was curious about what exactly existed within that mist. Could it be that even Galia couldn't ensure my safety? After pondering for a moment, Lin Shan decided not to think about it further. However, he would not venture back to that island. After all, he had already obtained the most valuable items. A few minutes later, Xiao AI finally returned to her home port. After slowly entering Dock 1 as she docked, and then the gangway slowly extended, after which Xiao AI spoke. Xiao AI, Master, we are home. Lin Shan and Galia knew they were home once they saw they had exited the mist, but Xiao AI hadn't docked yet, so they didn't disembark. After getting off the ship, Lin Shan walked towards the lighthouse. Now that he had the lighthouse flame, why wait? It was time to upgrade. Once the energy shield certification was completed, an opening was made. Lin Shan, Galia, go turn off the energy defense device and bring it back to the lighthouse. Galia nodded upon hearing this and walked towards the vegetable garden. When there were no disasters occurring, keeping the energy defense device on was just a waste of energy. Upon returning to the lighthouse room, Lin Shan headed straight for the control panel, opened the lighthouse page, and clicked upgrade. In an instant, the lighthouse flame in his backpack disappeared, and a system prompt rang out. System ding. The lighthouse is preparing for an upgrade. Please leave the lighthouse guardian. Seeing this, Lin Shan had no choice but to step outside. As soon as he stepped out, the lighthouse began to emit light and gradually grew taller, its area also expanding. Lin Shan, oh, finally it's getting bigger. Now Galia's energy chamber can fit inside. As Galia returned holding the energy defense device, she saw the glowing lighthouse and asked curiously, Master, has the lighthouse upgraded? Lin Shan nodded and smiled, saying, yes, it has upgraded. It's finally going to be bigger. Galia, why are you holding the energy defense device? Put it down. Seeing Galia holding the energy defense device with both hands, Lin Shan was taken aback for a moment before speaking. Galia nodded upon hearing this and carefully placed the energy defense device down, even though it wasn't something that could easily break. The change of the lighthouse lasted for a full 3 minutes before slowly fading away. A brand new lighthouse appeared before the two. Lin Shan, not bad, it looks much better now. It no longer has a worn-out feel. Then Lin Shan directly opened the lighthouse attributes to check. Name lighthouse, category lighthouse, rating green, 1 main effect azure candlelight, special effect none, energy 100, upgrade requirements 1000, wood area 100 square meters on the first floor, 50 square meters on the second floor. Third floor tower tip evaluation, the upgraded lighthouse finally looks the part. Lin Shan, the area has increased. 100 square meters. Not bad, that's big enough. Let's go, Galia, let's go inside and take a look. Upon entering, Lin Shan discovered that aside from the furniture attached to the walls, like the fireplace, everything else remained in place without any changes. Oh, the control panel had also moved. It was still positioned by the stairs. Lin Shan, it seems we'll have to plan again. The lighthouse room, aside from becoming larger, did not resemble the lighthouse room Lin Shan had explored. Clearly the room needed to be partitioned by himself. Since there were no treasure chests during the low tide today, Lin Shan had plenty of time to arrange the room. Of course, in the afternoon, Lin Shan also planned to check out the Blue Star 1 island. Just as Lin Shan was preparing to rearrange, a loud sound resonated from the sky, and an announcement appeared. Lin Shan's system announcement. I thought something felt like it was missing. World system announcement ding. Congratulations to Guardian Lin Shan from the 88888888 region for being the first to upgrade the lighthouse to Green 1. Rewards for all Guardians in the 88888888 region. Silver Treasure Chest 1. Candlelight Random Treasure Chest 1. All the Tower Guardians glanced at the system announcement in the sky and then continued with their own tasks. As such announcements became more frequent, they no longer felt shock. They had grown numb to it. However, the 8th District's Tower Guardians erupted in excitement once again, everyone cheering uncontrollably. The chat channel was once again dominated by the impressive presence of Lin Shan. Lin Shan was also quite happy. After all, he had a personal reward coming his way. System ding. Congratulations to the Tower Guardian for receiving a personal reward: 1 golden chest, 1 random special effect for the lighthouse, and 1 lighthouse renovation scroll. This meant 3 additional treasure chests, bringing the total to 6 when combined with the 3 chests gathered from the island. Lin Shan said, Galia, please help me organize this. I need to carve an item. Jalea nodded in response and began to set things up. Surprisingly, Jalea quite enjoyed arranging the room. She moved around placing things here and there, and if she was dissatisfied with something, she would relocate it, bustling about energetically. As for Lin Shan, he sat outside the lighthouse on a chair carving wood with a dagger. He was using a branch to craft it as the tossing cup wasn't very large, it just needed to fit in his palm, and the main focus was its shape crescent-like with a split down the middle. With Lin Shan's current strength, the carving went quite quickly, though it required fine-tuning, which slowed him down a bit. Soon the crescent shape was carved out, and he carefully split it in half. Crack! Lin Shan stared speechlessly at the crack that had formed with a sudden bend in the middle of failure. He would try again. Very quickly, Lin Shan carved out another moon shape and began the careful cutting once more. The best method for this was a quick swing. Unfortunately, Lin Shan lacked the confidence for that. However, if it were Jalea using her gold-type superpower, it would be quite simple. Yet Lin Shan wanted to show sincerity, so he insisted on doing it himself. Looking at the two-thirds completed tossing cup, Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed he was on track for success this time. Crack! Watching the last bit of the tossing cup break, Lin Shan expressionlessly looked up at the system world announcement and muttered, "Damn. World system announcement ding. Congratulations to the Tower Guardian from 75482431, Belly Water, for upgrading the third island to green level 1, rewarding all guardians in the 75482431 area. 1 black iron chest, 1 energy stone chest." The system world announcement chimed 3 times, and the sudden announcement made Lin Shan's hands tremble, slightly leading to another crack. He lowered his head and continued. Time flowed slowly, and soon another tossing cup prototype gradually formed in Lin Shan's hand, while beneath his feet 7 or 8 had already piled up. Looking at the tossing cup prototype in his hand, Lin Shan said fiercely, "This is the last time. If it doesn't work, then I'll let Jalea do the splitting." Lin Shan summed up the reasons for his failures, concluding that he was distracted by the system announcements. There had been 2 consecutive world announcements about upgrading the lighthouses. Huang Xin was the third to upgrade, and there was only a 2 or 3 second gap between the 2 announcements, so Lin Shan had deliberately sent a message to comfort her, only to be bombarded with playful mockery in return. As Lin Shan found himself baffled, he also felt that her tone sounded quite familiar. He thought she might be someone he could get along with, the kind of person who would make a good brother. Looking at the 9th tossing cup prototype in his hand, Lin Shan frowned and pondered for a moment before deciding to let Jalea take over. The rule of 3 applied. This was his 9th attempt. If he failed again, it would mean he wouldn't be able to create this tossing cup today. Having thought that, Lin Shan shouted into the lighthouse room, "Jalea, come out for a moment." Jalea, who was busy arranging things in the lighthouse room, upon hearing this, put down the space cabinet she was holding and walked outside. Nothing was more important than the master's orders. Once outside, Jalea looked at Lin Shan and asked, "Master, what is your command?" Lin Shan fixed the tossing cup prototype with an invisible hand and said to Jalea, "Jalea, do you see this item? Can you split it in 2 from the middle, ensuring both halves are the same size?" Jalea looked at the tossing cup prototype, and after a moment she nodded and replied, "Master, Jalea can do it." After saying that, Jalea picked up the dagger Lin Shan used for carving the tossing cup, and with her gold-type superpower attached, a few centimeters of light blade burst forth in the next second. Then Jalea swiftly brought the knife down on the tossing cup prototype. After setting the dagger down, she looked at Lin Shan and said with a smile, "Master, Jalea has fulfilled her mission." Lin Shan looked at the unharmed tossing cup prototype, reached out to pick it up, and with a rub, the prototype split perfectly in 2, both halves matching in size with a smooth seam in the middle. Lin Shan smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad. All right, Jalea, you can continue arranging the room now." Hearing this, Jalea nodded and returned to the lighthouse room to continue her arrangements. Despite the furniture not being numerous, she was clearly enjoying herself. After glancing at the tossing cup prototype in his hand, Lin Shan began to polish it. Currently, he couldn't add color, so smoothing it out was sufficient. Huff! After a dozen minutes, Lin Shan blew off the wood shavings from the tossing cup prototype in his hand. As the shavings were blown away, the rounded tossing cup appeared in his hand. Next, he washed it with water, and after drying it, it would be ready for use. Lin Shan remarked, "Not bad, not bad. It seems my skills are quite good." Unfortunately, he could only make simple things like this, otherwise he would surely have carved a statue of Mazu. However, just because he couldn't do it didn't mean others couldn't. He thought that by evening he could ask in the chat channel if there were any crafting experts around. Now finally I can open the treasure chests. Lin Shan took out all the treasure chests. In total there was 1 golden chest, 1 silver chest, 1 candle chest, 1 bronze chest, 1 island bronze chest, 1 sturdy bronze chest, and 1 black iron chest. Lin Shan first opened the black iron chest, the sturdy bronze chest, and the bronze chest. System obtained 1 black iron spear, 2 black breads. System obtained 1 body refinement potion. System obtained 1 bronze chandelier, 1 bronze meteor hammer. Huh. Wait, this black iron spear has really latched onto me, hasn't it? I get you every day. Lin Shan couldn't help but complain as he looked at the familiar black iron spear. Lin Shan helplessly shook his head and then turned his gaze towards the body refining potion. Name: body refining potion. Category: potion. Rating: blue. 3. Effect: extraordinary physique. 1. Evaluation: the body refining potion is a relatively common cultivation resource. Pour the potion into a water tank, then let the user enter to absorb its medicinal power. Generally, it only takes about 30 minutes to fully absorb. Note: the body refining potion has drug resistance, therefore potions of the same star rating cannot be reused. After reading the evaluation, Lin Shan couldn't help but exclaim, same star ratings cannot be reused. In other words, from 1 star to 9 stars, it can add 9 points to extraordinary attributes. That's not too bad. I'll use it during my bath tonight. Then Lin Shan looked at the bronze chandelier and the bronze meteor hammer. Name: bronze chandelier. Category: furniture. Rating: blue. 1. Effect: illumination, brightness, adjustment. Evaluation: the bronze chandelier is a type of lighting furniture that only requires 1 spirit stone to last a year. It is extremely convenient and very easy to install. Just press it against the ceiling and it will be firmly fixed. When removing it, simply press the button on the base and it will easily drop down. Lin Shan: this is great. Now the room no longer needs to rely on the fire from the fireplace for illumination, especially since the room has increased in size, making the fireplace's light clearly insufficient. Lin Shan took out the bronze chandelier, examined it, and then noticed the groove for installing the spirit stone. After installing the spirit stone, Lin Shan set the bronze chandelier in the middle of the room. With the presence of an invisible hand, this was too simple. Once everything was in place, Lin Shan pulled the switch cord hanging from the bronze chandelier, and instantly the entire chandelier lit up. The room became bright in an instant, even though it was daytime. Lin Shan nodded in satisfaction and then turned it off. Next was the bronze meteor hammer, a blue 1-star weapon, which Lin Shan glanced at a couple of times and then ignored. He couldn't wield a weapon of this type as he once hit himself while playing with nunchucks. Next, Lin Shan turned his gaze to the remaining 4 treasure chests. Looking at the 4 treasure chests before him, Lin Shan thought for a moment and approached the bronze chest on the island. Then Lin Shan directly took out the divination cups. Lin Shan, may Mazu bless me with an island heart. He gently tossed the divination cups, and with a light sound they landed. Julia looked at the cups on the ground, one half up and the other half down, completely confused about what her master was doing. Seeing this, Lin Shan was filled with joy and tossed them again. Clap, clap. The next 3 were all holy grails. This is going well. Lin Shan put away the divination cups and closed his eyes, saying, thank you, Mazu, for your blessing. After saying this, Lin Shan directly opened the bronze chest on the island. System obtained: Island Heart 1. Looking at the island heart in his backpack, Lin Shan's eyes sparkled. As expected, being by the sea, Mazu is the best. Lin Shan said happily. Continuing with enthusiasm, he looked at the silver chest. Lin Shan, Mazu bless me, give me a silver fruit. He tossed again. Clap. Lin Shan blinked at the laughing cup on the ground and then made another request. Clap. Still a laughing cup. Another try. Clap. After picking up the divination cups, Lin Shan scratched his head and wondered, is Mazu uncertain if the silver chest has a silver fruit? Or am I expressing myself unclearly? However, after 3 consecutive laughing cups, Lin Shan felt embarrassed to trouble Mazu again, as there were still 2 treasure chests left. So Lin Shan directly opened the silver chest. System obtained: Plantation Blueprint 1, White Jade Cloud Fruit Seed 1. Plantation Blueprint. Seeds. Lin Shan looked at the items in his backpack, feeling a bit curious. He wondered if this plantation blueprint would conflict with the fertile land. Name: Plantation Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Rating: yellow. 9. Effect: after use, unlocks the plantation. Evaluation: a plantation is a special building. Plants grown within the plantation grow faster and yields are increased. Additionally, the plantation can automatically collect fruits and store them. Note: the plantation's storage has a limit. If not cleared in time, the plantation will not automatically collect fruits. Fertile land can be placed within the plantation and the effects will not conflict. Oh, it really is a good thing. I like it. Lin Shan was extremely satisfied. This is definitely a great item, and the most important part is that it will collect automatically. That's incredibly convenient. After taking a photo, Lin Shan used it directly. System ding. Plantation unlocked. The Guardian can freely choose the island location to build the plantation at the control panel. Lin Shan nodded and then looked at another item. There was no rush for the plantation. He wanted to finish opening the treasure chests first. Looking at the white jade cloud fruit seed in his backpack, Lin Shan had a premonition that it might be an extraordinary plant. Name: white jade cloud fruit seed. Category: extraordinary plant. Rating: blue. 5. Effect: it's a seed. What other effects do you have? Evaluation: the white jade cloud fruit tree is a relatively low-level extraordinary fruit tree. The planting conditions are quite simple. It only requires sufficient air and sunlight to grow its fruit. The white jade cloud fruit is a soft and fluffy fruit that when consumed grants a buff state, providing a slight enhancement to water, wood, and wind elements. Indeed, it is an extraordinary plant, a buff-type extraordinary fruit. It seems that extraordinary plants offer more than just enhancements to extraordinary attributes. Lin Shan nodded after reviewing the attributes. He then turned his attention to the golden chest. Approaching the golden chest, Lin Shan said, "Mazu, this time I don't need much, you just give me a golden fruit." After saying this, he prayed, and then picked up the divination cups to toss them. Under Julia's gaze, the divination cups made 2 claps. Lin Shan looked down. Oh no. Holy Grail. Clap. Holy Grail. Clap. Holy Grail. 3 consecutive Holy Grails. No, the statue of Mazu needs to be made as soon as possible, Lin Shan said firmly after picking up the divination cups. Now he would check the chat channel to see if anyone could sculpt. As Lin Shan opened the treasure chest, he also opened the chat channel. Click. System obtained golden fruit 1. Lin Shan glanced at it, and then began to ask as it was now noon lunchtime. Lin Shan, dear family members, who among you can carve statues of deities? Wow. Mom, I've snagged the big shot seat. Big shot, which deity do you intend to carve? It's such a rare opportunity to assist the big shot, but unfortunately I'm clumsy and often get killed in the middle. Quick, spread the word who can carve statues of deities. Family members who can carve statues of deities. Suddenly the entire chat channel was filled with messages about carving statues. Lin Shan kept an eye on the chat messages while checking the golden fruit in her backpack. Name golden fruit category extraordinary fruit rating purple 3 effect after use freely choose to increase existing extraordinary attributes by 40 points evaluation. The legendary golden fruit is produced by the extraordinary plant, the golden tree. Each one can incite bloodshed and is a coveted extraordinary fruit sought after by countless extraordinary beings. Mainly the golden fruit has no drug tolerance. A purple 3-star. The attributes have unexpectedly increased by 20 points. How to say if it's a purple 9-star, wouldn't that mean 100 points of extraordinary free attribute? Lin Shan said in surprise. With 40 points of attributes, Lin Shan happily opened her personal attribute panel. Name Lin Shan strength extraordinary being fate harbinger talent gift of destiny fate sorceress abilities ice crystal shot underwater breathing appraisal technique fear technique catalyst technique extraordinary attributes water 16 fire 3 wood 2 mystery 44 constitution 5 spirit 29 ice 2 strength 3 with 44 points in mystery combined with the current 42 points if all invested in mystery attributes, wouldn't that reach 84? With the 10 bonus from the key of destiny 93 points. Lin Shan's eyes instantly sparkled. She only needed 7 more points to meet the minimum requirement for Starlight Technique. That's the minimum. Upon thinking about this, Lin Shan suddenly felt a bit downcast. The Starlight Technique requires at least 300 points of mystery attributes to use normally. 300 points. Darn, should I increase mystery attributes now? Or should I boost spirit attributes? Lin Shan felt a bit confused. If she didn't add to mystery, wouldn't the Starlight Technique be a distant dream? So increasing mystery is a must. Just as Lin Shan was frowning and thought, the chat channel suddenly underwent a change. Big shot, big shot. Someone can carve statues of deities. Big shot, come out and take clients. What does taking clients mean? By the way, I'm just curious about what deity the big shot wants to carve. One, I'm also very curious. One of me too, I want to keep up with the big shot, big shot. What deity are you worshipping? I guess it's the god of wealth. I guess it's the Dragon King. After all, we're at sea. Nonsense. At sea it has to be Mazu. Is it someone from Fujian? Yes. Indeed, Mazu's name is much more renowned than the Dragon King's. Many people in the mainland know about Mazu, and it's said that her fame has spread abroad as well. Yes, Mazu's reputation is indeed great. Suddenly I also want a statue of Mazu. 1-1. Lin Shan regained her focus and looked at the chat channel. Found someone, Lin Shan said joyfully. Then she clicked on the red dot for private chat, and there was just one message. Huang Hongqing big shot, what deity do you want to carve? Seeing this, Lin Shan quickly replied. Lin Shan, old man, why are you also calling me big shot? Huang Hongqing, isn't this just keeping up with the trend? Haha, big shot, tell me what deity do you want? No boasting here, my family has been carving statues for 3 generations. It's fair to say that being from a family of statue carvers isn't an exaggeration. Lin Shan, upon reading this, couldn't help but smile broadly. 3 generations of statue carvers. How could the old man's skills not be impressive? Lin Shan, old man, I want to ask you to carve a statue of Mazu. Huang Hongqing Mazu, am very familiar with that. From childhood to now, I've carved the most Mazu statues. However, I currently don't have the right tools and it'll take some time. Lin Shan, then old mister. Huang, what if we first use a clay statue? How long would it take? Huang Hongqing, a clay statue. That's simple. If I take it seriously, I can finish it by tomorrow night. but clay statues are prone to cracking. I also don't have the conditions to make porcelain here. Are you sure you want a clay statue? Lin Shan, seeing this, couldn't help but scratch her head. Indeed, clay statues are prone to cracking, which is quite disrespectful. Huang Hongqing, unfortunately, I don't have coal here, otherwise I could try to fire a porcelain statue of Mazu. Upon seeing this, Lin Shan's eyes lit up. She didn't have coal, but she had charcoal, and the temperature of the charcoal was quite high. Lin Shan, old mister. Huang, I have some charcoal here, do you think it will work? After saying that, Lin Shan sent over a dozen pieces of charcoal to old mister Huang. After a while, old mister Huang finally replied. Huang Hongqing tsk tisk, this charcoal is impressive. Not only does it not produce any smoke, but the temperature is also much higher than coal. However, to fire ceramics, a considerable amount of charcoal is needed. And I would have to start from scratch to build a porcelain kiln. If it's just me, I don't know how long it will take. Indeed, these are all difficult problems. Lin Shan scratched her head again. Lin Shan accidentally touched the rabbit ear. By the way, the violent rabbit ear adds a full 3 points of extraordinary strength, close to 600 pounds of power. If I give it to old Mr. Huang, it should make things much easier, right? Lin Shan picked up the pink rabbit ear and said with a cheerful smile. Lin Shan, old Mr. Huang, I have a piece of strength-enhancing equipment that can give you about 600 pounds of strength. Oh, by the way, can the fireplace be modified to serve as a kiln? Huang Hongqing, 3 points of extraordinary strength. 600 pounds, I'm not sure, I need to try it out first. As for the fireplace, what does it look like? Lin Shan sent a photo of the fireplace. Huang Hongqing, this type of fireplace can indeed be modified to serve as a kiln, but my room isn't big enough. Can this fireplace be built outside? Lin Shan, I don't know, let me send you one, and you can see if it works. Old Mr. Huang, then send it over, and he'll see if it's feasible. Lin Shan created a fireplace, and after 10 minutes, it was completed and sent over directly. 2 minutes later. Huang Hongqing, I didn't expect it to be possible. This makes things much simpler. Seeing this, Lin Shan felt a surge of joy, and then replied, Master Huang, please give it a try. If you succeed, you can continue your ceramic business. Not to mention others, even Lin Shan himself was currently using bowls made from coconut shells. Master Huang ceramics. Indeed a good opportunity, but there's still one problem, I don't have any clay here. Clay? What kind of clay is that? Ceramic clay is the type specifically for making ceramics. Of course, there are also options like clay and kaolin, but I have none of those either. Looking at Master Huang's reply, Lin Shan felt dumbfounded. Given their current conditions, ceramics. That was purely a luxury. Then there's nothing we can do. Master Huang, let's leave it at that for now. Once we find suitable materials, it'll come back to you. Ha ha ha, what's there to be polite about? As long as I'm here, Boss Lin, feel free to come to me. I promise to do my utmost to craft a statue of Mazu for you. Don't worry, Master Huang. Just be careful. If we don't encounter natural disasters, we should be able to survive in this good area. I hope so. Alright, Boss Lin, I won't disturb you any longer. I need to prepare lunch. By the way, the fireplace you gave me is pretty useful, just a pity it's built outside. What's the big deal? They'll send you another one. That won't do. Boss Lin, why not just sell me one directly? I don't want something for free. Well, if that's the case, let's go with the cost price, 20 stones. That won't work. In business, how can one not make a profit? 40, then double the price, that way I still get a great deal. Alright, it's settled. After saying this, Huang Hongqing gifted Lin Shan 40 stones. Lin Shan shook his head helplessly at this and said nothing more. Instead, he stored the stones and clicked to manufacture at the fireplace. Then Lin Shan returned to the last treasure chest and began to inspect it. Name: Candlelight Treasure Chest. Category: Special Treasure Chest. Rating: Yellow 3. Effect: 100 chance to obtain candlelight, but the rating will not exceed yellow. Evaluation: Special Treasure Chest. Just see the effect. After reading the properties, Lin Shan opened it. System: obtained ghostly yellow candlelight. Looking at the candlelight in his backpack, Lin Shan felt somewhat bewildered. First he got a ghostly blue candlelight, and now another ghostly yellow candlelight. Is this a case of not knowing how to name things? Name: Ghostly Yellow Candlelight. Category: Candlelight. Rating: Yellow 6. Effect: dispels fog on the sea within a radius of 2,000 meters. Special effect: Ghostly Yellow Candlelight attracts certain special entities such as ghosts. Evaluation: a rare special candlelight. Each type of special candlelight is extremely rare and is coveted by countless tower guardians. Looking at the properties before him, Lin Shan couldn't help but open the tower properties and then looked at the ghostly blue candlelight, comparing the two. Wow, aside from the increased dispelling range, everything else is exactly the same. Could it be they are part of the same series? Lin Shan commented. 2,000 meters. That's huge. Lin Shan thought for a moment and decided to store the ghostly yellow candlelight away in the storage cabinet for now. Next, there were just 2 items left. They were a random tower special effect and a tower renovation scroll. Lin Shan was quite interested in these as it was his first time obtaining them. Name: Random Tower Special Effect. Category: Special Item. Rating: Purple 1. Effect after use obtain a tower special effect rated no higher than purple 3 stars. Evaluation things provided by the system are definitely top-notch. Lin Shan. TSK. Your evaluation has changed, huh? You weren't so flattering before. Truly the human heart is not what it used to be. Even evaluations have to flatter now. After finishing his complaints, Lin Shan took out the divination cup. Just kidding, such things definitely require a prayer to Mazu. Mazu bless me. Just a purple one will do. 3 stars are not too many. 2 stars are fine. 1 star is acceptable. With a clap under Julia's gaze, Lin Shan tossed the laughing cup. Lin Shan. Once more. Laughing cup. Laughing cup. After 3 consecutive laughing cups, Lin Shan had no choice but to request again. Mazu bless me. As long as it's purple, that's all I need. With a clap, Julia looked on in confusion at Lin Shan, who kept tossing laughing cups, feeling quite perplexed. At the same time, she was also very curious about how the divination cup could keep landing upright and upside down. Lin Shan scratched his head. Wow, 9 consecutive laughing cups. It seems Mazu wants to see me make a fool of myself. No choice since Mazu is laughing. To avoid Mazu laughing so hard it causes a stomachache, Lin Shan had to use it. System obtained space warehouse. Space warehouse. Sounds good from the name, right? Lin Shan mumbled. Then he clicked to check. Name space warehouse. Category tower special effect. Rating yellow 9. Effect after loading into the tower. A space warehouse is obtained within the tower. Evaluation a rare tower special effect. The initial capacity of the space warehouse is 100, but it can be fed with space items to increase the limit. A special effect that can grow slightly. After reading the properties, Lin Shan's eyes lit up and he immediately loaded it in. The space warehouse in his backpack instantly merged into the tower. Moi. Lin Shan looked around, but there were no changes. He directly opened the tower panel and clicked to check the space warehouse. Space warehouse can be placed on any wall of the tower, displayed in the shape of a small cabinet. Note: once placed, it cannot be moved unless a tower special effect or tower renovation is obtained. Tower renovation. Wait, isn't that another reward? Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. Then he opened the tower renovation scroll to check. Name tower renovation scroll. Category tower special effect. Rating purple 1. Effect after loading into the tower, it can renovate the internal structure of the tower. Evaluation. Oh my help. I got lost inside the tower. Seeing this, Lin Shan wondered, whom could it be that the rooms inside the tower I entered this morning were renovated using this tower special effect? Whether or not it is can be confirmed by directly loading it in. Lin Shan decisively confirmed the loading. Instantly, the tower renovation scroll also merged into the tower. Lin Shan skillfully opened the tower panel, then clicked on tower renovation to take a closer look. The detailed effects can only be discovered by loading it in. After loading the lighthouse renovation, Lin Shan directly clicked to check the effect. To ensure that the tower guardian understood clearly, there was also a simple video demonstration. The image showed a wooden wall being constructed and the amount of wood required. I see the controls are quite simple, and I can freely view the room layout. This is great, not bad at all, Lin Shan remarked with satisfaction after learning how to operate it. Alright, I finally checked all the rewards. Now I just need to allocate my attributes, Lin Shan sighed. He then opened his character panel and started to allocate points. Since he wanted to learn the starlight technique in the future, the mysterious attribute was essential, so Lin Shan decided. His current mysterious attribute was 44 points, while his mental attribute was 29 points. Therefore, Lin Shan directly added 10 points to the mysterious attribute and 30 points to the mental attribute. He left 2 points of free attributes, just in case. Omen, your mystery deepens, your spirit transforms. Congratulations, you have taken the second step on your destined path. Has my destiny progressed further? Could it be because both my mysterious and mental attributes have surpassed 50? Lin Shan said in confusion as he looked at the popping omen, then clicked to check his destiny. Name Harbinger. Category Path of Destiny. Rating Unknown. Destiny Ability Mysterious Perception. Mystical Veil. Destiny Enhancement. Mysterious 30. A Mental 30. Evaluation. Harbinger. The name of the 9th stage of the Path of Destiny. The abilities of a Harbinger can only be known by the individual, and among all paths aside from the common paths, the remaining path abilities vary by person. Often 2 individuals on the same path will have completely different abilities, but the overall trajectory will not differ significantly. The Path of Destiny is an exceedingly rare path with virtually no prior experiences to refer to. Everything must rely on personal exploration. An additional 40 points in Destiny Enhancement. Not bad, not bad. I like it. Upon opening the Destiny panel, Lin Shan was immediately captivated by the increase in attributes, as attributes are quite straightforward. Lin Shan then turned his attention to the newly revealed Destiny abilities. After clicking to experience it, Lin Shan scratched his head helplessly and said in disappointment, as expected, it's still a support type ability. The mystical veil can only perceive my information if my mysterious attribute is doubled. Isn't the effect of this ability just to hide my own attributes? But what use is this ability in the early stages? Lin Shan helplessly closed the destiny panel. Fortunately, he had the invisible hand as an attack method otherwise with just this destiny ability. What a joke. I also have the starlight technique as the next ability, so I won't be lacking in the later stages. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shan couldn't help but stroke his chin and speculated. After reaching 50 in both mysterious and mental attributes, I gained a second ability. Does that mean for the third ability, I need to raise both attributes to 100? How should I put it? 100 points in attributes should allow entry into the 8th stage of destiny, right? Fortunately, I allocated my points evenly. It seems my mysterious and mental attributes need to be maintained at the same level. Finally, I can take a break. Suddenly, Lin Shan noticed the busy Galia. Lin Shan watched as Galia took out her energy replenishment unit and then put it back into the storage cabinet, feeling a bit puzzled as he asked, "Galia, what are you doing?" After hearing this, Galia looked at Lin Shan and said, "Master, this takes up space." Lin Shan glanced at the spacious room and then questioned, "The current room is 100 square meters, which is enough to store your energy replenishment unit. Where does it take up space?" Could it be that Galia plans to never sleep? Galia nodded and replied, "For now, Galia does indeed have that plan." Lin Shan, he was speechless, but this was Galia's decision. He couldn't force her. As an artificial person, Galia could either go into sleep mode or remain awake, but Lin Shan couldn't guarantee that Galia wouldn't encounter issues from not sleeping for extended periods. Lin Shan, "No, Galia, you still need to rest. You must sleep for at least 4 hours. Normal people need sufficient sleep, usually around 8 hours, so for Galia, being an artificial person, 4 hours should be enough, right?" He could adjust later based on the situation. Galia puffed her cheeks at this, but ultimately nodded in agreement as the master's orders were paramount. Paramount. Galia took the energy replenishment unit out of the storage cabinet again and placed it beside Lin Shan's single bed, arranging them together. "Lin Shan, Galia, come for lunch. After we eat, we still need to explore another island." Upon hearing this, Galia nodded and sat down at the table. She then picked up the black bread and started munching on it, accompanied by strawberries and water. Well, it was barely edible. By the way, while munching on the bread, Lin Shan suddenly stood up and walked towards the control panel. Upon arriving at the control panel and clicking to check, there indeed appeared a new construction option for the plantation. Lin Shan clicked to construct it directly. In the next second, the projection screen transformed into a flat map of the island. Lin Shan could clearly see the entire landscape of the island, including the lighthouse, harbor, forests, unknown or veins, and fertile fields. Looking at the flat map of the island in front of him, Lin Shan directly checked the instructions and circled the location of the fertile fields. System ding. Constructing the plantation area requires consuming stones 15840 with 3900 and any space attribute item 1. Lin Shan checked the items in his backpack and confirmed that he had more than enough, as he had been selling toilet paper and even had added the fireplace now. The fireplace not only allows for safe living in the lighthouse room, but also provides warmth. His business was booming, so Lin Shan was never short of wood and stone. The stones and wood are completely sufficient. As for the space attribute item, I wonder if the treasure chest monster core will work. Lin Shan submitted the stones and would first then took out the treasure chest monster crystal core to try it out. System ding. The warehouse of the plantation will be manufactured based on the rating of the spatial item. The higher the rating of the spatial item, the larger the warehouse produced.